Welcome to Lucky Rank Recap. Subscribe to Lucky Rank Recap and enjoy a new epic adventure in every video. This handsome young boy is our main character, Leo Plove. 5,000 years ago, he had a different name. Kyle, the man who defeated Erebos, the source of all evil. Yet 5,000 years later, he discovered that for some miraculous reason, none of his achievements had been recorded at all, while his comrades were praised to the high heavens. And currently, Leo is stuck in one place, listening to some scatterbrained teacher drone on about fairy tales from the dinosaur age. The story begins at the Delan Royal Academy, inside a classroom. The teacher is enthusiastically lecturing the students below, everyone. This is truly the era of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the heroic chronicles appeared in the world. During that time, the lower realm has undergone many changes. Much like how the Delan Royal Academy was chosen as the venue for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Among you, there will certainly be those who pass this exam and have their names inscribed in the heroic chronicles. I believe the heroes of the future are right here among us. To achieve that, you must... The teacher lectured excitedly. But just then, a sudden noise interrupted his voice, causing the teacher immense frustration. Everyone, pay attention in class. He directed his gaze toward a white-haired student who was dozing off at his desk. The noise from earlier was caused by the student slamming his face onto the desk because he was so sleepy. Leo, if you think you know the lesson, then let me ask you a question. What rituals were performed 5,000 years ago for someone to be called a hero? Responding to this, the young teenager Leo scratched his head and stood up, saying, well, basically. If you make a name for yourself, people will naturally respect you. This is Leo Plove, 15 years old, of the Plove family. Opposite him, the teacher felt his blood pressure rising uncontrollably after hearing that answer. Then, as if he were too used to this, he sighed and turned to ask others in the class, does anyone else want to answer? Replying to this, a red-haired student next to Leo raised his hand to speak. In ancient times, there was no way to receive recognition from the gods. Heroes were chosen through sacred rituals, for example, the blood ritual. Finishing his sentence, the teacher didn't hesitate to shower him with praise. Excellent, truly the greatest magic genius of our kingdom, Gulliver Tradden. Speaking, then pausing for a beat, the teacher continued to encourage the students in the class, we have very high expectations for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Ignoring these words, our main character, Leo, was woken up after being asked a few questions by the teacher. Then he flipped open the book in front of him and thought, back then, meeting the gods was really easy. The sacred rituals to honor the great heroes who resisted Erebos. The gods granted the lower realm a miracle, the heroic chronicles. But why are they treating me like I'm invisible, he thought, boredly closing the book in his hand. Special note, this is the great hero Kyle who has been reincarnated but is currently in a state of being forgotten by everyone. Next, while Leo was still lost in thought, the students suddenly bustled toward the windows to look outside, piquing his curiosity. They're here, where, look, it's the Zerdinger family crest. How amazing, that's Celia Zerdinger. The group of students shouted excitedly as if they had seen an idol, while outside in the hallway, a young girl accompanied by countless soldiers was calmly walking forward. Next, an announcement sounded throughout the classrooms, all students, please gather in the auditorium without exception due to the Zerdinger family visiting our school, blah blah. Hearing this, Leo stood up from his seat. Seeing that, his red-haired friend Tradden spoke up to tease him. Leo, are you planning to impress the Zerdinger family? Do you think they'll even notice you? Responding to this, Leo gave him a look like he was watching an idiot. I'm heading home. I have no interest in such things. Unlike you. With that, Leo turned and walked straight out without the slightest hesitation. Behind him, Tradden felt both embarrassed and angry. I'm not interested either, I just want to see Celia Zerdinger as a rival, he shouted loudly but only received a wave from Leo which made him almost scream with rage. I'm serious. Time quickly passed, the scene shifted to a training ground. At this moment, Leo gripped a wooden sword tightly in preparation for practice. Even though I'm not neglecting physical training, my body is definitely better in this life. He muttered to himself before a voice rang out beside him. What are you so deep in thought about, my child? The words had barely finished when a woman's figure immediately appeared before his eyes, executing a sword swing, her gaze fixed on him as if he were an enemy. Seeing this, Leo had no time to ask about the situation and hurriedly raised the sword in his hand horizontally to block the attack. Next, Leo intended to explain a few things, but was interrupted by the woman in front of him. It's been a while since I've practiced swordsmanship. You can't enter Lumern with just mediocre talent, this will be the final test. Saying that, she raised her sword and lunged to attack the protagonist again, causing him to grit his teeth as he braced against the heavy blow from his mother. Opposite him, the lady saw her son's body trembling uncontrollably after just one strike, so she provoked him, should I go a bit harder? She then began to increase the power of each strike, and the speed of her attacks was noticeably faster, forcing Leo to struggle just to barely keep up. Even though after a few dozen seconds he was panting like an ox from exhaustion. "Aren't you pushing me too hard, mother?" Leo complained. Unfortunately, these words had no effect on his mother at all. In fact, she even complained slightly, "You're in a fight and you still have time to talk," while blocking all his moves. "What are you talking about?" Then she increased her strength once more, rushing forward at breakneck speed. However, upon delivering this blow, she was startled with regret. "Oh no, I used too much force. If Leo can't dodge this," the lady worriedly thought to herself. However, not wanting to disappoint her, at the very last second, Leo tilted his head to dodge to the side with an extremely calm expression. Next, taking advantage of his mother's momentary panic, he swung his sword, pointing it straight at her throat and gently asked, "Are you okay, mother?" On this side, the lady was still stunned to see herself defeated so easily. She wondered just how deep this child's talent really went. After about 2 seconds of astonishment, the lady sat up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and asked Leo, "Do you still plan on going to Lumern?" Lumern Academy, that is the Hero Academy of Humanity. Among the 4 hero academies of different races that record the heroic chronicles, this is the place where the probability of my records being preserved is the highest. Leo thought to himself and nodded in affirmation, yes, of course. Seeing this, his mother happily continued, "The Zerdinger family is visiting Delan and will be staying at our manor." "The Zerdinger family? At our house?" Leo asked in a voice full of confusion. "That's right, I'm not exactly thrilled about this, but I'll ask Viscount Zeiss Zerdinger. I'll request them to pass down the Zerdinger aura technique to you. With that technique, you'll be strong enough to participate in the Lumern exam next year." After finishing, she happily patted her son's head. Not knowing that regarding her words, Leo only chuckled to himself, "Mother, but I'm planning to participate this year." Time quickly passed, the scene shifted to the front of the mansion. At this moment, just as Leo's mother had mentioned, the people of the Zerdinger family had just arrived. From inside a luxurious black carriage, the girl named Celia stepped out, and currently she was still wondering, "Why did I have to come here? Why did Uncle choose to stay in a place like this? Why not just rent out an entire hotel? I just want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. Why come to such a small family?" Questions started popping up in Celia's mind. Beside her, her Uncle Zeiss suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious about Leo, the one who said he wasn't interested in the Zerdinger family?" Responding to this, Celia arrogantly tossed her hair and said with a tone of contempt, "Well, a guy pretending to be a knight who doesn't even know how to use aura probably isn't worth watching, right?" "My opinion is a little different," Zeiss whispered. Next, the two of them greeted the owner of the mansion. "Pleasure to meet you," they both bowed and said. "Welcome, Zeiss Zerdinger," the lady replied. Her name was Reincarnating Plove, the lady of the Plove family, and the man beside her was Dade Plove, the head of the Plove family. "Greet them, Celia. This is Marquis Plove," Zeiss reminded. And following this instruction, she calmly brought her hand to her chest and introduced herself. "My name is Celia Zerdinger. I look forward to being in your care." "Very pleased to meet you, Celia," Reincarnating said with a smile, thinking that this girl was just like her father and uncle. Opposite her, Celia, after taking a close look at the lady's appearance, had her eyes glaze over for a moment. Wait, black hair, red eyes. Could she also be someone from the family? She asked herself in her heart. And as if he could read her thoughts, her Uncle Zeiss nodded and explained, "Reincarnating Plove, she is your aunt." Scene shifted to the reception room. At this moment, the two sisters Reincarnating and Zeiss were happily drinking tea and chatting. Right now, Zeiss was talking about his visit to the school where Leo was studying. "We stopped by the Delan Royal Academy earlier. It was crowded with all the students gathering, but I heard Leo say he wasn't interested in us and had already gone home." Hearing this, Lady Reincarnating burst into hearty laughter. "The mighty prestige of the Zerdinger family is quite disappointing. If that makes you unhappy, on behalf of my son, I apologize. He is only concerned with training." Hearing this, Zeiss was a bit curious and asked what kind of child Leo was. Replying to this, the lady asserted that Leo possessed a talent that was hard to believe. Hearing this, the Viscount uncle's expression changed and he asked sternly, "Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zerdinger flame?" "Not because he's my son, but I believe he is more than worthy," Reincarnating reaffirmed. Seeing this, Uncle Zeiss smiled. "If you've gone that far, I'm very much looking forward to it. However, I need to test the boy's potential myself." Shifting to Leo's location, he is sitting cross-legged as if trying to focus on his training. Just then, he noticed his right wrist beginning to flicker, emitting a gentle glow, and then Leo snapped his eyes open and whispered, "Finally, the vessel to receive it all is complete. The reason I haven't learned the aura technique until now. And the reason the vessel to receive it all is finally complete is because the moment a person accepts the aura, the body naturally adapts to that specific type of aura. And by doing so, they lose the opportunity to accumulate mana and spiritual power. In my past life, if I had mastered the power and their essence more perfectly, and if I had handled everything with complete precision, perhaps I wouldn't have left behind those seeds of genius. In this life, I will master it completely, starting with the aura. Leo muttered to himself before a voice called out from behind him, "You're Leo Plove, right?" Turning around in confusion, Leo realized the person who had arrived was none other than Celia. Seeing that Leo had noticed her, for some reason, she kindly offered, "From what I can see, your basics are quite solid, so I'll personally teach you swordsmanship. How about it?" Celia said cheerfully, though her true goal was to score points with her aunt, who was Leo's mother. Back to the protagonist, he didn't agree immediately and asked instead, "Who are you?" Answering the question, Celia proudly introduced herself, "I am Celia Zerdinger, also known globally as the Sword Maiden." "Is that so? Thanks for your concern, but I don't intend to be taught by someone weaker than me," Leo replied with a shrug. Leaving Celia with her jaw dropped, she said with a look of disbelief, "Are you saying you're stronger than me?" Seeing that, Leo explained in more detail, "Well, in a life-or-death battle, you'd be stronger because I don't use aura. But if it's a pure sword duel, that's a different story." The protagonist spoke confidently, looking her straight in the eye while a look of anger flashed in Celia's eyes. Next, she glanced at the weapons placed to the side, casually picked one up and challenged Leo to a solo match. "Fine, if you're that confident, then fight me," she said after finishing her sentence. She laughed to herself thinking, "Do you think you're stronger than me just because you have aura? I'll show you the wall of reality." Celia then stated her terms. If she won, Leo would have to be her servant for the week she was staying there, so what if I win? Leo asked, and Celia declared that if she lost, she would be his servant. Just like that, they made a bet. Leo quickly picked up a wooden sword from the ground, then let's get started. He dashed forward, unleashing a powerful slash at lightning speed, but Celia reacted just as quickly, swinging her sword to block as soon as he struck. However, after the impact, her expression changed slightly and she thought to herself, his speed isn't bad. But that alone isn't enough, she thought, proactively rushing in to attack. While Leo on the other side did the same, and this time Leo was still a beat faster, swinging his sword to attack first, forcing Celia to raise her sword to block, and with this second impact, Celia felt as if she had been hit by a carriage. What kind of strength is this? She screamed in her mind, and immediately jumped back to dissipate the force of the blow. That decision was correct, as Leo's sword tip struck the ground immediately after, shattering the floor into countless pieces. Turning back to Leo, seeing Celia jumping back, he rushed forward, not giving her a chance to counter. Facing the overwhelming pressure Leo created, Celia realized she couldn't block that attack. Leo then swung his sword directly toward the swordswoman. However, it was blocked by an aura barrier. "Isn't this supposed to be a pure sword duel?" Leo asked coldly. I just reacted instinctively," Celia replied weakly. "Doesn't matter, I'll still win," Leo said casually, leaving Celia unable to hide her astonishment. "What? The difference between having aura and not having it is like heaven and earth," she shouted. However, Leo just asked if she wanted to experience that feeling, then took off his bracelet and threw it on the ground. Seeing it, Celia immediately realized it was a heavy magic bracelet. "That's insane," she exclaimed. Seeing her surprised look, Leo didn't explain much, just gave a slight smile. He rushed forward, smashing his wooden sword into Celia's aura barrier, and with this strike, the barrier couldn't hold and shattered into pieces. "What is this so brutal, you madman?" Celia roared internally. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Lady Reincarnating, who was strolling around with her younger brother when suddenly she spotted Leo hanging around nearby. Seeing this, she called her son over. "Leo, come here and greet them, they are our family's guests." Hearing this, Leo looked over at Uncle Zeiss and bowed. "I am Leo Plove." Responding to this, the uncle reached out his hand and said, "I am Zeiss Zerdinger, your uncle, as you might already know." "Very pleased to meet you," he said, shaking Leo's hand firmly. While Lady Reincarnating stood by and asked, "By the way, have you met Celia yet, Leo?" Hearing this, Leo looked slightly awkward as he glanced at Celia, who was lying on a stretcher. "Being carried out by the knights, my lady. What happened?" "It happened so fast," the group said, bewildered. Seeing his niece lying unconscious, Zeiss hurriedly ran over to ask what happened. The knight quickly explained the cause, and the more Zeiss heard, the more he couldn't believe it. The boy defeated Celia without using aura. "Defeating Celia? That's truly impressive," he praised. However, Leo didn't get caught up in the joy of victory, thinking that Celia lost because she had underestimated him. Next, the uncle asked, "What agreement did you two make?" And Leo replied, "The loser must be the winner's servant. So Celia Zerdinger will be my maid for a week." Turning to Zeiss, who was happy just 3 seconds ago, his face turned dark as night when he heard his niece was going to be a maid. "A promise is important, but Celia is a member of the Zerdinger family. You cannot make her work as a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. Instead, I will give you another reward, such as..." Not letting his uncle finish his offer, Leo interrupted him. "I refuse. This is a promise between Celia and me. As long as she carries the name Zerdinger, she must take responsibility. Even if I teach you our family's aura training technique." Zeiss made his offer, regretting only that he didn't know the person standing before him was a legendary hero and thus had plenty of such techniques. So after listening, Leo chuckled, an aura technique meant to cover up your niece's failure doesn't seem worthy of me learning. Up front, being rejected repeatedly meant Zeiss couldn't maintain his cheerful atmosphere. Leo Plove, you just claimed you would have a direct member of the Zerdinger family as a maid, and said that our family's aura training technique is worthless, right? Yes, that's right, Leo replied confidently without any fear. Looking at his face, Zeiss's expression suddenly turned cheerful as he asked, don't you think that claim was too hasty? Responding to this, Leo explained his reasoning in detail. I don't intend to insult the Zerdinger family. But if Lord Zeiss gives me the aura training technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I will gladly accept it. But you offered this reward as a way to cover up Celia's mistake, which means you believe that if Celia hadn't lost her guard, she wouldn't have lost to me. However, even if Celia had been serious in the match, I still would have won. Leo said with a voice full of confidence, making Viscount Zeiss feel even more intrigued by him. He refused because he didn't like my attitude. Truly interesting. If only the Zerdinger family had a child like that. Thinking this, he waved his hand to the knights beside him and ordered them to take Celia to the servants' quarters so she could fulfill her promise. He then turned back to speak to the protagonist. Leo, just between us, call me uncle. Yes, uncle, Leo nodded in response to satisfy him. Next, waiting until he had left, Zeiss no longer needed to test Leo's potential. Sister, you asked me to teach Leo the family's aura training technique, right? I think I will convince our eldest brother so Leo can learn Phoenix Breath. Time passed quickly until the next morning, shifting to Leo's bedroom. Celia, in her maid outfit and with a face burning with embarrassment, gritted her teeth and said, for 1 week, I will serve as Master Leo's servant. I am Celia. In the room, Leo was absorbed in his book. Hearing the call, he glanced at her, assessed her, and nodded, it suits you well. The simple maid outfit combined with your elegant style, this combination is really. His voice had an implication that made Celia tremble with anger. I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is weird. Oh no, I didn't mean to insult you, sorry. I had a friend, someone who always overly praised beauty. Perhaps I was unconsciously influenced by them. Leo replied. He then sighed, remembering the words of a close friend from his previous life. When peace comes to the world, I will dedicate my life to spreading beauty to everyone. That was what that comrade always said to him. Celia heard this and calmed down a bit. A friend who truly loves beauty must be amazing. The problem is they are too sincere. Leo lamented internally, recalling a past event when this beauty-loving comrade asked 2 girls in the party to model for a painting. Even though the strict Risenat had a more beautiful demeanor than anyone, and Luna. For the sake of art, could you model nude for me? I even brought my sketchbook, he said excitedly, and in response, he was beaten by the 2 girls in the party. Speaking of Celia, seeing Leo clutching his book, she was curious, is that book like a special training manual? What are you reading? In front of her, Leo looked at the book in his hand and said casually, I read it a lot when I was a child. It's the Heroic Origin. Hearing this, Celia couldn't help but be amazed because she knew it was a fairy tale. While Leo was already 15 years old. Next, Celia started walking forward, observing all the books on the shelves and remarked, seems like you really like the Heroic Origin. Even scholars who study great heroes can't compare to you. She marveled at the number of books Leo had collected, but he only said he had accidentally collected them. Responding, Celia reached out to take the book from Leo and muttered, but there are especially many books written about Kyle. Answering this, Leo's face showed some nostalgia among the feats of great heroes, achievements whose owner is unknown. I think they might be his. Contrary to his thoughts, Celia heard this and shook her head. He must be a scammer trying to steal the achievements of real heroes. That's the common thought. Of course, I think so too, she said, putting the book back on the chair. So that's what you think of me? Leo whispered in a very low voice. What? Celia asked when she didn't hear what he said, but Leo wasn't stupid enough to repeat it, so he changed the subject. Then let's start training after breakfast. Turning to Celia, hearing this, her eyes brightened and she asked, Master, if I may, can I train with you? As she said this, she laughed to herself. I want to discover the secret of your power. Responding to this question, Leo accepted immediately because he had no secrets in his power. It'll be hard to keep up. Are you sure you want to try? Leo's voice sounded slightly condescending, causing Celia to shout in anger, I am Celia Zerdinger. So she said, but after beginning to train with Leo, Celia realized how stressful this training was. Not long after starting, she was already drenched in sweat and sitting there panting with fatigue. Seeing her condition, the protagonist commented casually, when physical strength reaches its limit, your reflexes slow down and your movements become sloppy, then you'll expose your back like this. Turning to Celia, hearing this, she looked at Leo with suspicious eyes, pushing the body to this extent, you call this training? Yes, kids these days seem too weak. Leo shook his head and criticized. For him, after 5,000 years of development, aura techniques had progressed compared to before, but physical training had been greatly neglected. Aura was the power that optimized the body's physical strength. In the end, strengthening the body also helps improve aura. The result is that they don't value physical training. As for Celia, after resting for a while, she managed to push her body up to attack once more. "Don't underestimate me, you damn white-haired guy," she said, then rushed forward to attack Leo. But with an attack speed slow as a snail, Leo simply swung his sword once and easily sent Celia flying far away. And at this moment, she was almost about to cry. Why can't I win?" she said with a voice full of resentment. Seeing this, the protagonist calmly walked up to her and replied, "Annoying, right? Then take this," he said, handing Celia a heavy bracelet. And the moment Celia touched it, her hands were crushed to the ground by its weight. This is a gravity-enchanted bracelet. From tomorrow on, wear it while training. Leo smiled slyly, seeing someone else suffering along with him. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to an empty lot. While the two young people were training, Uncle Zeiss was silently observing them from behind. For him, he believed this would be a good experience for Celia before entering Lumern. Testing her pride first wasn't a bad thing. Thinking this, he shouted to Leo. Leo replied, "Uncle, I intend to ask the head of the house for you to inherit the Phoenix Breath technique." Across from him, the protagonist was startled because he had heard of this technique. Phoenix Breath, the origin of all aura techniques within the Zerdinger family. He had heard that only those recognized by the family could inherit it, Leo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Celia heard this and immediately turned to refute. Father won't agree easily. Responding, Zeiss agreed and nodded, explaining. "True, so there will be a condition. You must pass this year's Lumern entrance exam," he said calmly, but for Celia, hearing the condition left her confused and worried for Leo. "What? The Lumern entrance exam is a live combat test. Uncle, you know that someone who doesn't know how to use aura like Leo would be in too much danger if he participated, right?" As for Leo regarding this condition, he not only wasn't afraid but even felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Real combat. "That's right, I guess I have no other choice." Up front, Uncle Zeiss saw him deep in thought and asked, "What do you think, Leo?" Answering this, Leo gave his uncle a confident nod. "My father and mother said they would respect my decision, so I will participate." Leo's answer didn't surprise Viscount Zeiss too much. Just as expected, the boy intended to participate in this year's entrance exam. Just like that, with extra motivation, Leo dove back into training. "We've rested enough, let's continue," he said, returning to running. "Who says I can't keep up?" Celia shouted. Time passed quickly, and a week later, the scene shifted to Deland School. Today was the day of the entrance exam for Lumern Academy, and everyone was present early to await the test. And Celia's appearance naturally attracted the attention of everyone around. "Isn't that Celia Zerdinger? It's great to see the sword maiden in person. Who's the person next to her?" Curious murmurs began to rise. Meanwhile, Celia glanced over and asked Leo, "Are you nervous, young master?" "Not at all," Leo replied softly, before he turned to remind the young girl with a teasing look in his eyes. "But haven't you reached the point where you should fix the way you speak?" This sudden reminder caused Celia to jump in surprise. Soon after, a voice called out from behind them, "Lady Celia." Upon hearing this, both of them turned toward the source of the sound. They discovered that the speaker was none other than that red-haired fellow, Tradden, who was beyond shocked to see Leo standing next to Celia. Leo Plo. "Why are you even here when you don't even know how to use an aura?" Tradden questioned before hurriedly turning to greet Celia. "Lady Celia, it's so good to see you. Have you been well?" On the opposite side, the two of them just stared at Tradden as if he were an idiot, leaving him awkward and unsure of what to say next. Finally, he had no choice but to introduce himself. "I am Gulliver Tradden. I greeted you when you visited the academy last time. The greatest magical genius of Deland." Before the red-haired youth could even finish his sentence, Celia cut him off. "I'm sorry, but I don't remember you at all." "So goodbye then," she said as she grabbed Leo's hand and pulled him away. However, right at that moment, another voice rang out. "Celia, it's been a long time." The voice was so loud that it drew the attention of everyone in the hall. It belonged to a young man and woman, both possessing very distinct silver hair. The older brother was Abad Llewellyn, 16 years old, and the younger sister was Chelsea Llewellyn, 14 years old, both from the Llewellyn family. "Who are they?" Leo asked curiously, but seeing the pair made Celia instinctively clench her fists as she explained. "Those are the Llewellyn siblings from the heroic noble family of the Gold Empire. They are members of the Llewellyn house. These people are also taking the exam this time, so we cannot lose." "Leo, it is unacceptable for the Zerdinger family to lose to the Llewellyns," she said, her eyes shining as bright as car headlights. "But I'm a member of the Plove family," Leo replied innocently. Next, the siblings approached Celia and greeted her once more. "Long time no see, Celia." In response to the greeting, the swordswoman nodded. "Indeed, it's been a while, Abad Llewellyn." "Who is that person beside you?" Abad asked, looking at Leo. Answering this, the swordswoman spoke up. "He is a member of a marquee house in the Delrod Kingdom, Leo Plove of the Plove family." Across from them, the younger sister Chelsea immediately lost interest in Leo upon hearing that. "Just a nobody," she said coldly. Her brother Abad shared the same attitude. After finishing their greetings, they quickly walked away, but not before Abad tossed a reminder to Celia. Celia, the top spot will definitely be mine. Let's go, Chelsea. Yes, brother, she replied. Watching their arrogant behavior, the swordswoman grumbled in frustration. What a pain. I'll definitely crush them. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly a loud sound boomed, capturing everyone's attention, and as they looked up, a young teacher appeared on the high platform. It seems everyone is gathered. My name is Albai. This person was Albai Jaron, a professor at Lumern Academy. Below, the swordswoman Celia's expression shifted the moment she heard that name, and she muttered a guess. Could it be that Albai, the mage of the evil eye? Standing beside her, Leo noticed her surprised face and asked curiously, who is that? Hearing this, Celia was even more shocked that Leo didn't know the professor. You seriously don't know? He's a hero recorded in the Hero Chronicles. Her voice was full of admiration, making Leo take the man more seriously. Someone called a hero of this era. That mana in his left eye must be the evil eye, Leo thought to himself as he noticed energy constantly pouring from Albai's left eye. Ignoring these thoughts, Professor Albai began explaining the exam. The tests consist of dueling others and exterminating monsters. Each person will take turns in these two parts. I think doing it this way is such a drag, he said, as he reached out and incinerated the papers in his hand. Next, he pulled a book from his coat pocket and began to unleash his power. Open Hero Chronicles, Albai's World. Chapter: The Beginning, The Forest of Beasts. At that moment, a massive magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet, radiating intense energy. Meanwhile, Professor Albai spoke coldly to the group from above. I absolutely will not tolerate any delays. I'm going to lump you all together and do this in one go. Back to Leo, he was taking the opportunity to recall memories related to the so-called Hero Chronicles. The Hero Chronicles isn't just a simple archive, its true value lies in storing the trials that past heroes experienced and recreating the hero's world. Furthermore, if one conquers a hero's world, they can inherit the power of previous heroes. It's almost like a hero training system. Returning to reality, when they reappeared, they found themselves inside a forest with a gloomy atmosphere. Albai's voice echoed from the sky. This is the Forest of Beasts. The test is about survival. You can cooperate or eliminate each other, do whatever it takes to survive. If you want to quit, just break the orb you're holding and return. That is all. After he finished speaking, his voice vanished. While everyone was still disoriented by the forest, Leo felt a sense of familiarity. This place was just like the old days before it was corrupted by the beast queen Silatona. It used to be the forest of the elven tribe. Nearby, a few students with weak nerves began to panic. I want to go home, someone cried out. It's just an illusion, how pathetic, another complained. However, unlike them, Leo had a completely different perspective. He's wrong. Although this world was recreated from Professor Albai's memories, everything happening here was real. If you fall into a life-threatening situation, you really will die. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a green arrow of light shot out from the forest straight at Leo. Fortunately, he had remained alert and managed to dodge it just in time. The person who had just fired that wind arrow was none other than Chelsea. Seeing Leo dodge her attack, she stepped out and spoke up. We've met before, haven't we? It'll be a pleasure to take down someone from the Zerdinger family, the girl said confidently, forcing Leo to remind her of his identity once again. I actually belong to the Plove family. But you were with Celia earlier, Chelsea shouted and immediately used her wind-cutting magic, manifesting an energy scythe in her hands. With Leo's experience, he was slightly surprised by the skill. That's a spell that didn't exist in the past. But the fundamentals haven't changed, he thought, gripping his sword tightly and preparing for any situation. Meanwhile, seeing Leo stand calmly before her made Chelsea a bit annoyed, and she let out a sigh. Sigh, you're still so calm even with me standing right in front of you. Having said that, she spun her scythe and hurled it forward like a buzzsaw. However, this attack wasn't enough to give Leo any trouble. With a simple swing of his sword, he easily deflected the scythe backward. Seeing him do it so effortlessly, Chelsea's expression shifted slightly. He blocked it, but I didn't feel any aura being used. Is it a hard-to-detect aura attribute? She wondered to herself. In the meantime, Leo made a proposal. That attack was way too simple. Instead of this, why don't we team up? This test usually gives higher scores to those who survive the longest. As a mage, wouldn't having a swordsman by your side be very useful? He tried to convince her with a smile, but unfortunately, his words were like water off a duck's back to Chelsea. Hee, what a shame. I'm a battle mage. More importantly, did you just call my attacks simple? Her voice carried a hint of anger. Across from him, the girl's eyes widened as she listened to Leo's lecture. Are you lecturing me on magic, a direct descendant of the Llewellyn family? Then let's see how you handle this simple attack. Wind blades, wind arrows, she shouted, waving her wand and firing several blades and arrows straight at Leo. Yet the moment she finished her move, she realized Leo had already vanished from his spot. He's gone, I can't sense a single trace of mana. Why? She thought in a panic before realizing Leo's figure had suddenly appeared right in front of her, and he delivered a punch straight to her stomach. It was enough to make her collapse to her knees. So, should I politely ask you to cooperate now? Next, Leo tied the girl's body firmly to a post, and proceeded to start a fire with a truly villainous look on his face. Time passed quickly until evening, and Chelsea slowly woke up from her stupor. She discovered she was tied to a wooden stake with a roaring fire burning beneath her. The scene made it feel as though she were about to be sacrificed. "What is this?" Chelsea cried out in terror. Seeing that she was awake, Leo continued with his offer. "Do you plan on cooperating with me now?" In response, Chelsea's teeth clenched in frustration. "Never. I don't need anyone but my brother, Wind Blade," she screamed, attempting to activate her magic to cut the ropes. However, at that exact moment, a miniature red magic circle appeared on her wrists, making it impossible for her magic to trigger. "This is a magic sealing array," Leo reminded her softly. "But since I don't have much mana, I can't keep this thing up for very long." Responding to his words, Chelsea claimed that she could easily destroy this kind of magic. However, Leo gave a cold laugh. "Do you think I'm just going to let you concentrate?" As he spoke, the flames began to creep closer to Chelsea, causing a part of her dress to start singeing. "Wait, stop, it's too hot," she screamed. Nevertheless, Leo just kept demanding her cooperation. Having no other choice, Chelsea finally accepted his proposal. "Fine, I'll do it." Leo wasn't stupid enough to just let her go right away. Instead, he made her swear upon the honor of her family. "Fine, I swear. I swear on the honor of the Llewellyn family that I will cooperate. Just stop it already." As she said those words, the corners of the young girl's eyes grew moist. Meanwhile, Leo was laughing like a maniac on the inside. That was too easy. I guess she really is just a kid. After thinking that, he gave the rope in his hand a hard tug, causing Chelsea to fall straight down. Then, Leo gently reached out his arms to catch her and said in a warm voice, "I look forward to working with you, mage of the Llewellyn house." Switching the scene to the outside, while the students were working hard fighting within, the teachers were observing them through a monitor to grade and evaluate them. However, the more Professor Albi watched, the more irritated he became. What a bunch of lowlifes. Choosing to compete is so stupid. The ones who quickly grasp the essence are those two. Celia Zerdinger and a bad Llewellyn. The Empire has a bright future, doesn't it? The young professor offered a word of praise as he saw the two of them cooperating to take down monsters together. Next, Albi shifted his eyes to another screen and discovered Leo and Chelsea were also joining forces to fight a giant troll. Wait, isn't that Leo Plove? What he did at the campfire earlier was quite strange, but convincing Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate is already a huge plus. He doesn't have the power or excellence of Celia or Abad, but he is an unpredictable surprise factor, the young professor whispered to himself, watching Leo's screen with interest. Back with the protagonist, although she was forced into cooperating, Chelsea couldn't help but admire Leo's skills after witnessing them. Having a night along really is convenient. "I have one question. Seriously, what kind of aura are you using? I haven't sensed a single bit of mana from you this whole time," she asked curiously. The protagonist didn't hide it and spoke plainly, "I don't know how to use aura." Hearing him say that, Chelsea felt like her brain couldn't keep up with the situation. "What? How do you do it without aura? The essence of things is what matters." That applies to wind magic too. What do you think the essence of wind magic is? To answer his question, Chelsea simultaneously activated a series of wind-crushing spells, creating sharp blades aimed straight behind them, and she instantly shredded a monster that was attempting to ambush them. Next, she gave a mocking smile. "Leo, talking about magic in front of a Llewellyn is just ridiculous." Hearing that, Leo didn't get angry at all. Instead, he continued to remind her, "I praise that power, but the way you use it isn't right at all." As he spoke, Leo quickly walked forward, and seeing his teacher-like demeanor made Chelsea grumble a bit. "You really are something else." Then, before she could say another word, Leo suddenly noticed something and signaled her to stop. "Wait, hold on," he whispered. Chelsea also realized why Leo told her to stop, because right now in front of them were several withered corpses that looked like they had dried up and died there. "It's been a long time. This looks like a mummy," Chelsea said, frowning. In front of her, Leo said he had seen things like this before. "Now I understand the condition to pass this test," Leo muttered to himself. But right at that moment, he suddenly sensed something targeting him. Without time to think, Leo lunged forward, grabbing Chelsea's body and pulling her to the side. His decisive action kept them both safe from a strange attack. Next, several people approached from the distance. "What a shame, I wanted to take down Chelsea Llewellyn first." Once Chelsea Llewellyn is eliminated, the guy standing next to her is nothing special. The owner of this voice was the red-haired Tradden. It seemed he had teamed up with another group of students to eliminate strong candidates with potential. "All right, let's attack together." He shouted the command, and the group of students around him charged forward like mad dogs wanting to bite. However, this crowd shouldn't have tried close quarters combat with Leo because how could they possibly beat him in a duel? Immediately, Leo gifted a man rushing at him a punch to the face, leaving his body lying like a dead dog on the ground. Seeing their comrade taken down so quickly, the people around them panicked and didn't dare to attack recklessly anymore. "Support me, Chelsea," Leo called out. "Ah, yeah, okay," Chelsea replied, her body still shaking uncontrollably from the danger just a moment ago. Back to Traden's group, after a few seconds of surprise, they quickly regained their spirit and shouted at each other, "What are you doing? Hurry up and attack!" At those words, the whole group desperately charged in. Little did they know that the mastermind behind it all, Traden, had quietly run away while they were fighting Leo's group. "I can't go down like this. I'll just find another group," he reminded himself and dashed forward. At the same time, Celia, who was not far away, also spotted his figure and headed in the opposite direction. And so, Celia and Abad ran into Leo and Chelsea, along with the group of students they had defeated lying scattered on the ground. Seeing her brother appear, Chelsea cheered joyfully, "Brother." Saying that, the girl rushed to hug Abad, who comforted and checked on her. "Chelsea, are you safe?" Beside them, the swordswoman Celia asked with interest, "How did you two end up together?" "Ah, I was the one who proposed the cooperation. That stubborn girl wouldn't agree. So I convinced her quite well," Leo said with a wicked smile, making Celia feel that things weren't as simple as he claimed. "What are you planning this time?" Celia asked with a wary face. Next, for some reason, Leo stepped up and helped each person he had knocked down back onto their feet. This left Chelsea curious and she asked, why is he helping them? To this question, Leo explained, "Competition isn't necessary right now because we are going to conquer this world together. The forest of beasts is currently in an abnormal state. Do you see those corpses? It seems all the moisture in their bodies has been drained. That's not the only strange thing here. Aren't there far too few monsters in this forest of beasts?" Leo replied with a shrug. Only upon hearing his words did Celia realize the issue and exclaim, "Now that you mention it, I notice it too. It's as if they've been eaten by something. There must be a high-level monster appearing that's making the others hide in fear." Hearing this, the white-haired youth Abad nodded in agreement. "I see. Hero Albai's first achievement was indeed slaying a high-level monster," just as he finished speaking. Suddenly, the entire group felt a terrifying surge of bloodlust focusing on them. It caused cold sweat to pour down their faces. "It looks like it's appeared," Leo muttered. Back to Traden, at this moment, he was using a type of illumination magic to find his way. "No matter what, I'll get rid of you, Leo," he said, gritting his teeth, before discovering a dark shadow blocking his path. Seeing this, the young mage moved his magic staff closer to get a good look at the shadow. Then when he realized it was a corpse, he jumped back in shock. "What is this?" he screamed. Simultaneously, some kind of slime suddenly dropped from above onto his wand, making the young mage look up curiously to investigate. Then he would have been better off not looking, because right above his head was a giant spider staring at him with hungry eyes. Switching scenes back to the main hall, a few students who had to end their exam early due to the danger were happily bragging to each other. "I handled about 15 or 16 of them," a brown-haired boy shared excitedly. "Me too," the person across from him nodded. At the same time, Professor Albai looked at them with a face full of disappointment. "A total of about 500 so far, and all of them are failures." Hearing this, another professor panicked and hurriedly advised, "But Professor Albai, no matter what, you have to select about 100 people like in the other regions, right? There are only 50 students left participating in the test." Responding to this, the handsome teacher didn't change his decision in the slightest. "If they don't meet my standards, I am ready to fail them all. Principal Kalian entrusted me with this exam because he understood that." With that, he focused back on the monitoring screen which was displaying Leo, and muttered, "True heroes are only found in difficult times." Leo Plove, he must have realized the anomaly within the forest. But can he overcome this world? The teacher wondered to himself. Shifting back to Leo's group, they were gathering together and quickly moving forward. "Damn it, it's pitch black," a long-haired student in the group complained. Next, the swordswoman Celia, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and signaled to everyone, "Wait, there's something ahead. Everyone, get ready for combat." After saying that, she began focusing mana into her sword tip, causing it to emit a soft red glow, and very quickly, they spotted the Celia clone being held tightly by something. "What is that?" "The one behind is the real one," her friend Abad warned. Next, he intended to use his magic to attack. But before his spell could form, Leo reached out to stop him and said to Traden, "Gulliver, snap out of it. Break the crystal now." Hearing Leo's reminder, Traden gritted his teeth and broke the glass stone in his hand, and immediately after, his body turned into a beam of light and was teleported out of this world, leaving the giant spider frustrated. After all, the prey had already been in its mouth but managed to slip away. Next, because Traden was no longer interfering, Abad could freely unleash his magic to attack. At this moment, he whispered, "Wind fangs," and fired countless sharp wind blades that cut straight ahead, instantly covering the giant spider in blood. However, even though it bled heavily, its wounds healed at a visible speed. Looking at this regeneration rate, the group's expressions became grim. Is this still not enough? Just as I thought, this is the spider princess Tarantula. Leo sighed internally, as he seemed to have recognized the monster before him. On the other side, the student with the axe gripped his weapon and charged in for melee combat. Damn it, take this, he shouted. But before his weapon could touch the giant spider, his body was sent flying away by one of its legs. Returning to the swordswoman Celia without time to care about the person who had just been sent flying, she forced herself to say, "I'll end this in one strike." Radiance, she said, and the words were barely out. She had started accumulating intense energy at the tip of her sword, and once fully charged, Celia released this energy forward like a laser beam, instantly piercing through the spider's head. However, one has to admit that the spider's vitality was terrifying. Despite having a hole drilled through its forehead just a few seconds later, the wound healed as if nothing had happened. The unbelievable scene unfolding right before her eyes left her expression blank. "Impossible," Celia said in a panic. And seeing that her attack had no effect, the mage Abad stepped up to show the destructive power difference between a mage and a knight. He said confidently and executed a spell called Bombardment. It created wind blades with terrifying power that spiraled straight into the giant spider's body, but against the Spider Queen, this level of damage still wasn't enough. The only thing it achieved was making the spider even more enraged. From a moment ago, Abad had been the one causing the most damage, causing it unbearable pain, so it immediately shifted its hatred toward him. Seeing this, his younger sister Chelsea in the back hurriedly used her magic to attack and save her brother's life. She saved her brother just in the nick of time. He only suffered a minor injury to his arm. "Are you okay?" Chelsea asked. "Thanks, Chelsea," Abad replied. Seeing that both Celia and Abad couldn't do anything to this monster, the boy with the axe looked desperate. "What is this monster?" he said, terrified. With his knowledge, Leo once again stepped up to explain it to the group. "This is a monstrous regeneration ability. It's the daughter of Silatna, Queen of Tartarus, a monster in Erebos' army that devastated the elf forest." Hearing this, the group around him turned to look at Leo as if he were an alien. Meanwhile, the protagonist was recalling old memories in his head. The mana in Albai's left eye is truly the Elf King's mana. Tarantula ruled the cursed wild forest. It destroyed the elf forest and ate the Elf King's arm during their battle. I thought Luna had destroyed Tarantula, but it seems the Elf King's right arm inside its stomach saved its life. More accurately, it was the infinite life energy from that hand, the Ring of Light. Returning to the group, they were fired up again. "If this monster is the key to the test, I will defeat it," Abad shouted. "Who said that?" Celia countered. Then, both of them began continuously using their skills to bombard the giant spider. However, looking at their actions, Leo knew this was just a waste of effort. "It will keep regenerating until you run out of mana," Leo reminded them coldly. "So what do you suggest?" Celia asked, and Leo said that they needed 2 people to cooperate. Hearing this from the idiot, Abad bluntly refused. "I refuse. I will be the one with the highest score." "No, it'll be me," Celia shouted. Up front, Leo saw these 2 idiots refusing to look at the situation and instead bickering, so he yelled, "If we don't pass this hero's world, everyone will be disqualified." Hearing this, both of them were startled, realized the problem, and hurriedly dropped their arguing act. Next, Abad offered his opinion. "Even if we cooperate, it will take a lot of time to prepare an attack strong enough to take it down instantly. But only 2 people, Celia and I, can hold this monster off long enough." Hearing this, the swordswoman Celia went silent. And while everyone was at a loss, Leo stepped up to take the responsibility. "I'll do it," he said with a confident expression. However, Celia didn't believe his words at all. "What? That's basically suicide. You don't even know how to use aura." "I know, but I can still hold it off for 5 minutes," Leo said calmly, as if it weren't a difficult task at all. Behind him, the mage Abad also asked anxiously, "What if the attack fails?" Hearing that, Leo said he didn't think that would happen because fire and wind are good friends. They coordinate very well. His words made Celia and Abad turn to look at each other, as if deep in thought. Next, while they were still thinking, Leo had already rushed in to attack the spider, gripping the axe in his hand and slamming it straight into the creature's mouth, making it let out a painful shriek. Returning to Leo, looking at the monster that took no time at all to recover as normal, he muttered to himself, "Just as I thought, this is the limit if I don't use aura." Thinking this, to find a more effective stalling solution, Leo turned to the mage Chelsea behind him. "Chelsea, use wind magic to blow all the weapons around here toward me." As he spoke, he jumped to the side to dodge a giant spider leg that had just stabbed at his position. Hearing his request, the mage panicked and warned, "If you move that fast, you'll get hurt." There was no time to explain, so Leo affirmed, "I'll catch them, so don't worry, just hurry up." "Which weapons?" Chelsea asked. "Any of them," Leo replied. Following his command, the mage quickly used her wind magic and and blew various weapons toward him. Up front, based on the sound of the moving weapons, Leo vaguely guessed what they were. Based on the sound, one is a curved short sword, one is a double-edged long sword. Thinking this, he put strength into both legs and leaped quickly into the air. At the same time, he reached out with both hands to catch the two weapons that had just been sent his way. Next, utilizing the downward force, Leo executed a series of sword techniques, hacking the spider's legs into pieces. However, under his destructive pressure, the sword only lasted for a few strikes before shattering into pieces. As usual, Leo demanded the next weapon. But without him having to say much, the mage cooperated perfectly and blew each weapon toward him. Just like that, the protagonist began to perform his superhuman weapon skills, hitting the spider so hard it couldn't react. Meanwhile, Chelsea could only stare in amazement. He looks like he's our age, but this scene is like a god of war, Chelsea whispered to herself. Meanwhile, the mage Abad witnessed this scene and didn't dare to look down on Leo anymore, so he isn't just an ant, he muttered. Returning to Leo while feeding the big spider, he suffered a light wound on his face. Feeling the hot blood flowing down his cheek, Leo broke into an excited smile. I can still feel it. If I can't take down a pest like this, the others will laugh at me in the afterlife. Thinking this, he gripped the sword in his hand and put all his strength into a swing, slicing straight into the monster's body. As a result, after the attack, the sword shattered into pieces. As usual, Leo demanded the next sword. But in response, he saw Chelsea's panicked face. She explained that was the last sword, a surprise piece of information that made Leo's excited face go blank. But fortunately, at the same time, the swordswoman Celia in the back had finished preparing her skill. Right now, her whole body was surging with intense energy. She shouted to let Leo know to dodge. How about this, you flea monster? Celia roared, simultaneously swinging her sword forward with all her might. It released a terrifyingly hot pillar of fire that left the spider unable to even scream before it was roasted. And after it perished, everyone received a notification: Albai's world, prologue, wild forest has been cleared. Hearing this sound, Celia seemed to lose all her strength and slumped to the ground. That's it, she sighed in relief. Then she turned to look at Leo and exclaimed, he really was holding that monster off for 5 minutes. Leo, well done, the swordswoman praised, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by the mage Chelsea. Amazing, that was wonderful. You look just like a hero in the stories. Really? Leo sighed because after all, he wasn't just like a hero, he was a true hero. Responding, Chelsea looked at him with eyes like she was looking at an idol. Yes, I want to become a battle mage, so I really want to learn more about close combat, my biggest weakness. Please teach me. On the side, the swordswoman Celia saw Chelsea proactively asking Leo to train her and started laughing to herself about what happens to little sheep who haven't experienced Leo's training. I really hope everyone can experience Leo's training at least once, she said with a mischievous expression that left the mage confused. Returning to Leo, ignoring their chatter, he reached out to pick up the ring that had fallen on the ground and wondered, is the item dropped this ring? Next, from inside the ring, a beam of light flew out, and within this beam, a tiny figure with wings on its back appeared before him. Looking at the face of the person in front of him, Leo immediately recognized that this was Prince Silly. Silly, do you still remember me? I'm Kyle, Leo whispered. And in response to this, the prince gave a slight smile as if in agreement. Next, he turned into a beam of light and entered the ring. Returning to Leo's perspective, seeing his friend return to the ring, he thought, it seems he became the Elf King thanks to the artifact Albai found. He received the Mana Eye. Just as he thought of this, the space around everyone began to collapse. Accompanying this, an unfamiliar sound echoed, countdown to return from the experiment area starting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reward for clearing is the Elf King's vow. A mysterious black shadow suddenly appeared before Leo and whispered to him. The shadow's face was hidden by the author. However, looking at this face, Leo's gaze became blank, as if he recognized who the figure was. Time passed quickly, shifting to a bustling town. There was an old man looking at a report in his hand, murmuring, it seems the exam in the Western Territory has ended. This old man was Alien Bedian, a master swordsman and the principal of Lumern Academy. Beside him, a girl who looked like a secretary also had a headache from this information. It's already done. But there are still so many people in other areas, so how many did Professor Albai pass? She asked with difficulty. Hearing this, Alien glanced at the report and shouted in surprise, oh, if it's Albai, the number must be decent. 40 passed? That's a lot, the secretary sighed. However, the old principal already had a measure in place. Don't be so tense. I even thought only about 10 people would pass. As he spoke, Alien laughed cheerfully, leaving the secretary at a loss for words for this situation. Then, she curiously asked, I guess Celia or Abad would be the top ones, so who was the person who reached that position? Responding to this question, Alien said, I heard it was very hard to choose and there is one person nominated to be the representative for the freshmen. Hearing this, the secretary couldn't help but be amazed because she knew how picky Albi was. Professor Albi actually nominated someone? That's surprising. So is it Celia Zerdinger or Abad Llewellyn? It's a name I have never heard of. I didn't expect Albi to rate him that highly. I wonder what kind of student he is. I nominate Leo Plove as the freshman representative. Reason has the talent to become a hero. Time passed quickly, shifting to a giant bathhouse. Right now, our protagonist Leo was lying leisurely, relaxing in this pool. Pains like this need to be healed with care and time. Wonderful, Leo said gently, leaning back. And at this moment, the voice of the mysterious shadow from earlier echoed in his head. Reward for clearing is the Elf King's vow. When clearing the world of a living hero, usually one does not receive a reward. Yet somehow, I am the only one who received it, only me. However, before he could think of anything else, suddenly, Lady Riene walked into the bathhouse, leaving him stunned for a moment. Mother, what's wrong? He asked, and in response, Riene's expression was very serious. Leo, do you know why Mother was expelled from the Zerdinger family? It was when I saved a comrade. I lost the Zerdinger flame. However, I never regretted my decision. Leo, Mother wants you to use your strength and talent for the right things, and congratulations on being accepted into Lumern Academy. Saying this, the lady broke into a hearty smile. Time passed quickly, shifting to a luxurious city. This was Lumeria, the location of Lumern Academy. And right now, through the space-time portal, Leo's group had arrived here. You have arrived at Lumeria City. Please make sure you have collected your luggage fully before leaving the gate, someone's reminder echoed. On this side, Leo immediately cast his gaze toward a building complex located on the other side of the river and whispered, this place is the center of the world, Lumeria. And that is Lumern Academy. At the same time, up front, Uncle Zeise's voice rang out. Leo, how was your past month? Congratulations on passing the entrance exam, he said, reaching out his hand to greet him, and Leo quickly replied, thank you, Uncle, but why are you here? Instead of speaking directly, Zeiss posed a question. Our family has been deep in endless debate for the past month. Do you know why? Hearing this, Leo guessed the problem and said, have they reached a decision regarding the inheritance of the Phoenix Breath? Exactly, even though your mother is no longer a member of the family, you are still her son. Not to mention, the elders were very impressed because you passed the notoriously tough Western Region exam. Saying this, he took a golden key out of his pocket and handed it to Leo. At the same time, he instructed, this is the subspatial key. Open it. Hearing this, Leo held the key in front of him and twisted it in the air like he was unlocking a door. Then a mysterious magic book appeared before his eyes. It radiated an unusually noble aura. Seeing this, Zeiss asked Leo to drop a bit of his blood on the book's pages. Following this, Leo quickly bit his fingertip, dropping a few drops of blood on it, and immediately after, the book emitted a brilliant light. Next on the paper, strange, incomprehensible scripts appeared. Now, only you can read this book. Learning the secret technique of the Zerdinger family is not easy, but I have a feeling you will master it quickly. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger family. Saying this, he gave the protagonist a confident pat on the shoulder. Next, the scene shifts to a roadside cafe. This is the place where Leo and Celia had arranged to meet, and while he is still wandering around looking for her, suddenly, he bumps into a girl about his age, causing the stacks of books she is carrying to scatter all over the place. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going, the girl says in a panic as she hurriedly gathers her books. She leaves quickly, likely because she is in such a rush. Because of her haste while picking up her things, she leaves behind a student ID card which Leo discovers. Chloe Mueller, a freshman at Lumern Academy, Leo whispers as he looks at the card. Setting this matter aside, he quickly moves inside a shop. Leo, you're so late. The swordswoman Celia had been waiting for a while. Seeing Leo finally show up, she can't help but complain. We have uniforms, textbooks, and so many other things to buy. Sorry, I had to go meet Uncle Zeiss, Leo says apologetically, and upon hearing this, Celia's face lights up with joy as she asks, so they've decided? What was the result? On the opposite side, not wanting to leave her wondering, Leo immediately demonstrates his ability. At that moment, a pair of fire wings suddenly appear behind his back, radiating a brilliant glow. Is this the way to use it? Leo asks calmly. Meanwhile, Celia is so shocked by the sight that she drops everything she is holding onto the ground. No way. It took me 3 weeks just to get a feel for this secret technique. Leo, who on earth are you really? She wonders blankly to herself. After all, she can't be blamed, for Leo is a legendary hero whose experience allows him to easily master techniques without spending much time studying them. Time passes quickly and the scene shifts to a pier. Though a bit surprising, it appears to be a modern motor-powered ship, and the new students are gathered here preparing to depart. Looking at the massive ship in front of them, the group can't help but stare in awe. Wow, it's huge! Sounds of admiration begin to ripple through the crowd. Until a professor approaches and addresses the whole group. Welcome, freshmen. I am Professor Aina Landiu, the one in charge of the freshman night class. We will be departing for Lumern right now. Everyone, please board the ship, he says, pointing to the vessel behind him. Just like that, the crowd of freshmen hurries onto the ship, where a dessert banquet has already been prepared for the students to enjoy. While everyone is happily eating and drinking, a voice suddenly speaks toward Leo and Celia. Hey, you two, the couple over there, do you have a moment? My name is Car Thomas. I'm from the Kingdom of Moira. From medicine to weapons, I sell it all. Come see me if you need anything during your time at school, he says, handing them both one of his business cards. On the opposite side, Celia is still annoyed at being called part of a couple, so Leo answers for her. Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plove from the Kingdom of Delad. Hearing this, Car's eyes flash with surprise. Delad, so you passed the Western Regional exam. That's impressive. Putting that aside, Leo scans the surroundings and feels that something isn't right. Anyway, am I the only one who finds this situation strange? Everything is too peaceful. It feels like something is off. In response, the swordswoman Celia sighs and counters, a warm welcome for freshmen who pass the exam. Isn't that normal? Hearing this, Car nods while eating some cake. Yeah, there's no reason for them to be rough with students before they've even enrolled. That's definitely how it is, he says firmly. However, one has to wonder if this young man has a jinxed mouth, because immediately after he speaks, the entire ship begins to shake violently, signaling that something bad is about to happen. Next, a giant tentacle rises from the depths of the sea and slams into the ship, causing large cracks to appear in the deck. Panic-stricken cries begin to ring out, Professor Ain, help us. In another corner, Professor Ain witnesses the chaos among the students. Yet he remains calm, enjoying his glass of wine as if nothing is happening. Help you. You are students of Lumern Academy, hero candidates. When you face danger, you must overcome it yourselves. As he speaks, he glances forward, where a giant octopus with a mouth full of fangs has just emerged from the sea. The sudden turn of events also makes Leo angry, and he crushes the cake in his hand. Leo slices through a tentacle with his sword while hurriedly reassuring her, Celia, stay calm. In response, the swordswoman tells Leo he should worry about himself instead. As she speaks, she begins attacking it with her sword, which is enveloped in a brilliant glow. However, right after that, for some reason, the giant octopus opens its mouth and blasts a massive pillar of water directly at Celia. Leo doesn't even know what to say to her. It's the natural behavior of a kraken. It reacts to heat by spraying water. This is basic knowledge. The blast of water leaves her soaking wet like a drowned rat. His weary remark only makes Celia's gaze turn even more furious. In another area, an unnamed student has his leg tightly coiled by one of the giant octopus's tentacles and is about to be turned into lunch. This damn octopus. Leo growls and rushes to the rescue. Next, the two of them each unleash a strike, easily severing the tentacle in two. At the same time, Car, who is hiding under a table, can hardly believe his eyes as he witnesses the two of them fighting in perfect, powerful harmony. This is truly the power of Celia, the top scorer of the Western region. But what's the deal with this Leo guy? He says with a look of pure astonishment. Before he can say another word, a frozen tentacle is thrown straight at him, nearly hitting the young man with stray fire. Hey, watch it, he shouts irritably at the person who just froze the tentacle, which draws Leo's attention. It turns out to be the girl he had bumped into earlier, looking at the way she uses her ice magic to attack. The power is anything but ordinary. In response to Car's previous remark, she complains, why don't you stay back if you can't protect yourself? Hearing her words, he can only lament his own weakness. Good grief, strong people never care if we get caught up in their battles. Then, as if he is plagued by terrible luck, another giant tentacle is tossed toward his position. It's as if he's become a magnet for severed tentacles. And the ones responsible this time are the siblings, Abad and Chelsea. The competition isn't over yet, Celia Zerdinger, Abad calls out as a reminder. I feel the same way over here, Celia replies crossly. While the students are struggling to attack the monster, Professor Ain is happily enjoying the wine in his hand. As he pours, he whispers, there are many monsters in the lake leading to Lumern Academy. A kraken is perfect for a welcome party. The young professor's eyes narrow slightly as he observes the standout individuals. As expected, the prominent leaders, Chanzir of the East, Celia Zerdinger, and Abad Llewellyn of the West, Chloe Mueller of the North, Walden Titan of the South, Duran of the Central Region. This year's freshmen are truly exceptional, but the one who impressed me most is that unidentified freshman. His sword skills don't have a single wasted movement. He moves as if he can predict the kraken's every action. I'll see him in the night class soon. Ain thinks with a look of anticipation. Just like that, with the combined efforts of the most outstanding individuals, even a kraken cannot withstand the onslaught of so many people and accepts its defeat. Shortly after, the ship carrying them to Lumern Academy docks, and as soon as they step off, the entire crowd begins to vomit. Their faces are pale. I imagine I'm completely out of all kinds of medicine, Carr mutters. Next, Professor Ain lightly jumps down from the bow of the ship and tells everyone you will have to cross that lake many times, so get used to it quickly. Now we will move to the enrollment hall. The scene shifts to the inside of Lumern Academy at the Elektra training ground, where the freshmen are currently gathered. All around them, several people are observing the newcomers as if to find the most excellent ones among them. See? I told you no one is going to be ordinary. I hope there are some interesting people this year. Whispers and chatter begin to rise. Ignoring the gossip Professor Ain requests, we will begin the enrollment ceremony right now. Line up by region, the high scorers at the front of each line. The principal will speak first. Following the request, the students quickly stand in orderly lines, and once they are settled, Old Man Kalyan steps out to speak. You have come here with hopes of becoming heroes. I have only a few words for you. If you dream of becoming a hero, then always put yourself first and surpass your own limits. Those who cannot do that do not belong here. Having said that, as if overcome by excitement, he slams his hand down and smashes the podium in front of him. It shatters into many pieces. His somewhat violent action leaves the students below in dead silence, not daring to utter a word. Not even a single clap is heard. Back to Kalyan, seeing that no one responded after his speech, the old man feels a bit embarrassed. Did I say too much? Hearing this, the students snap back to their senses and cheer loudly in unison, making the old man beam with pride. However, as if the cheering still sounds a bit quiet, the principal casually says, I can't hear anything. At these words, the professors standing behind him are stunned. The longer they teach at Lumern, the more the great image of the archsage is shattered. Putting aside the principal's humorous personality, the host then speaks up. Now for the speech from the freshman representative. The freshman representative is Leo Plove. Please come to the stage. Below, Leo is surprised to find that he is the representative. He immediately turns to look at Professor Albi. Catching his eye, the handsome professor only smiles and gives a slight nod as a signal. With no other choice, Leo has to step up to speak. Fortunately, they had prepared what he needed to say beforehand. To the professors and fellow students, we, the freshmen, will enroll at Lumern as proud members of this academy, blah blah. Thank you. This was the speech from the freshman representative, Leo Plove. After finishing, Leo closes the book in his hand. Then, the host doesn't let him leave yet but turns to ask, thank you, Leo. Now please tell us your goal as the freshman representative. Standing there, Leo immediately guesses the school's intention. Are they trying to provoke those who almost had this position instead of him? Quite unlike the teachers behind him, who just 3 seconds ago thought he was a well-behaved, exemplary student and expected this year's enrollment ceremony to be quite peaceful. Thinking of this, he isn't afraid of anyone and directly challenges the whole crowd of sheltered kids. Hello, I am the freshman representative Leo Plove. If you want this position, then come and take it. No matter who you are, Leo declares with a voice full of confidence. Time passes quickly until late afternoon and the scene shifts to the Lumern Academy dormitory where a guide leads the freshmen to their new home. You've worked hard today. Starting tomorrow for about a week, the exploration classes will begin. During this time, regardless of the major you want to study, you can attend any class you wish. During this process, you will choose 3 subjects for in-depth study. That's all, get some sleep so you aren't late for your first class. Back to Leo. Before entering his room, Carr says goodbye to him. Leo, our rooms are next to each other. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Good night, Leo. Yes, see you tomorrow. Leo nods in response. Next, the moment he enters the room, he tosses his suitcase onto the bed and lies down to rest, without even bothering to change his clothes. But of course, Leo isn't that careless. He is lying down because he has something he needs to check right now. After closing his eyes, Leo's consciousness is transported into a massive space, one that looks like a giant library with countless books arranged everywhere. What I want from Lumern is to find something. I hope it's here. My Hero Chronicles, Leo thinks to himself. Time passes quickly until the next morning, shifting to the cafeteria. While Leo is eating alone, his friend Carr brings a tray of food 3 times larger than a normal person's, sits next to him and suggests, Leo, let's eat together. Seeing this, Leo doesn't find it bothersome and agrees sure. No sooner are the words out of his mouth than trouble finds him, as another food tray is slammed down right in front of Leo. Accompanied by a shout, freshman representative, what you said in your speech yesterday, did you really mean it? The speaker is one of the standout individuals noticed by Professor Ain, Duran Moira of the Central Region. His meal is quite normal, except for a small flag stuck in his hamburger for kids to play with. Everything else is fine. Opposite him, Leo continues eating as if he hasn't noticed Duran's angry attitude. It seems my words yesterday were quite provocative, weren't they? Well, that's true. If a stranger comes and starts trouble like this, it's not surprising at all. Seeing that Leo doesn't seem to take his words seriously, Durin's eyes bulge as he gives a reminder, "Don't you know who I am? I am the leader of the Central Region." On the other side, the two starving ghosts are still ignoring his words and eating happily. It feels like Durin is a clown trying to get attention while being ignored by everyone else. Finally, unable to contain his rage any longer, his whole body erupts with a surge of lightning, and he kicks the dining table high into the air, causing Leo's food tray to be tossed up into the sky as well. However, this still isn't enough to trouble our protagonist. With superb agility, his arms move like a machine, catching all the food back onto the plate without missing a single bit. He even conveniently helps his friend Car beside him catch his food as well. Not only that, Leo stuffs a bit more food into the hamburger in front of him, creating a hamburger with the best ingredients, the king of double cheeseburgers. Throwing away such precious food is truly unforgivable, Leo says with a light smile. Opposite him, seeing that his provocation did nothing to Leo, Durin has gone into full mad dog mode. "I will pull you down from that golden throne immediately. I can't stand seeing someone weaker than me acting so arrogant," he declares, gritting his teeth. However, before both sides can jump at each other's throats, a large hand rests on both their shoulders and stops them. The newcomer is Professor Ain. Regarding their disorderly conduct in the cafeteria, the professor says coldly, "Let's see. One is the leader of the Central Region, and the other is the freshman representative. Fighting on the very first day at Lumern. Perhaps you're already prepared for what's coming next, aren't you?" The professor's voice carries a hint of danger that makes both young hotheads instinctively gulp in nervousness. Time passes quickly, and the scene shifts to the night department exploration class. By now, the students interested in the subject have been waiting here for a while. However, Professor Ain hasn't explained or mentioned anything at all. This makes a brown-haired student in the class wonder, and he raises his hand to speak. "Excuse me, Professor, but it's almost time for class." Nearby, the swordswoman Celia wonders why Leo isn't here yet. At that moment, as if to answer their questions, Leo and Durin crawl into the classroom looking as if they had just finished running 10 laps around the school, looking at his sweat-drenched body. Celia hurriedly runs over to check on him. "Leo, what happened? Did you get into a fight?" To this question, Leo doesn't explain much. He only glances at Durin with a look that carries a hint of amusement. Next, once everyone is gathered, the young professor officially begins the lesson. "So everyone is here, let's start the class. Welcome, freshmen. My name is Ain Alandiu and I am in charge of the first-year night course." At the front, the blonde guy seems to still be bitter about the incident with Leo, so while listening to the lecture, he keeps glaring at him with lightning in his eyes, which makes Carr feel that something interesting is bound to happen in this class. Oh, they've already started a large-scale psychological war, have they? He doesn't bother with the infighting in the class and continues explaining the lesson. The three powers from mana, magic energy, soul energy, and aura. Among them, aura is the hardest to control. Does anyone know why? In the back, the swordswoman Celia quickly answers because aura causes mana to lose its flexibility during the conversion process. Hearing this, Professor Ain gives her an appreciative look and nods. Correct. While magic energy and soul energy use mana in its fluid state, aura absorbs mana and processes it to fit the body. Now, can anyone explain how we use the aura accumulated in the body? As he speaks, his body begins to emit a glowing radiance. To this question, even Celia isn't entirely clear why. Isn't it just about using a bit of force to release it? She thinks to herself. Finally, seeing that no one stands up, Leo answers for the whole group. "Because we use the power of aura by burning mana." At that, Professor Ain's face shows a hint of surprise and he nods. "Correct. So do you know what the most important thing is when burning mana?" "It's endurance," Leo explains once more, back to Ain. Seeing Leo answer his questions consecutively, his expression gradually changes. "Impressive, Leo Plove. Have you studied aura before?" "No," Leo shakes his head, making the professor's evaluation of him rise even higher. To think that someone who hasn't properly studied aura could grasp its essence. Thinking of this, he gives a slight smile and continues. "Then let's put the theory aside. Why don't we try moving our bodies a bit?" As he speaks, he begins to concentrate energy into the soles of his feet. Then, before the stunned eyes of all the students, the professor takes a step into the air as if he were walking on solid ground. This is the aura step. The basic principle is to concentrate the power of aura into your feet, and its potential applications are limitless. Time passes quickly, and the students begin to form groups to try and practice this marvelous skill. However, it is not an easy skill, so almost no one has truly mastered it yet. Except for the swordswoman Celia. With her genius reputation, she has learned the skill relatively well and turns to brag to the protagonist. "Hee, I'll show you how to do it if you call me Big Sister." In front of her, Leo is too embarrassed to learn from Celia for a principle meant for kindergartners. "No need, the operating principle of aura isn't all that different," he says nonchalant. Back to Professor Ain. Earlier, he noticed Duran's eyes were intently focused in one direction. He gives a smile as if he has thought of something interesting. Then he claps his hands to get everyone's attention. Attention, everyone, as you know, there was a bit of a disturbance this morning. Hearing this, the mage Chelsea, unaware of the situation, asks curiously, "What are you talking about, Professor?" Back to Professor Ain, he calls Leo and Duran to stand before him. Turning to ask the blonde boy Duran, "Moira, what made you so angry?" "I'm not angry," he replies, though he doesn't even dare to meet the professor's gaze. Seeing this, Ain doesn't really need to ask to guess the reason, so he creates an opportunity for them to compete right then. Then let's take it to the field. The leader of the Central Region, Duran Moira, and the freshman representative, Leo Plove, will have a one-on-one race to decide who will be the class representative. In this match, you can use aura without any restrictions. Next, Kar the merchant takes the opportunity to bring out a sign to solicit bets from everyone. Come on, place your bets. The genius of the Moira family and descendant of heroes, Duran Moira, master of lightning aura, and the dark horse from the outskirts. The mysterious person who subdued the leaders of every region and became the freshman representative, Leo Plo. In another corner, students are looking at the two of them and gossiping. I mean, he's the freshman representative, so he has to show something right. From what I saw when he talked to Celia Zerdinger, it seems he can't even use the aura step. Is that true? And did you hear what he did yesterday? I can't stand this guy. Becoming the central leader isn't something just anyone can do. On the other hand, this representative hasn't proven anything. Doubts begin to ring out. Ignoring these words, Professor Ain speaks once he sees both are in position. All right, whoever reaches the finish line first wins. No matter who wins, you must accept the result gracefully. That is what we call chivalry. Prepare to take your marks. Back to the swordswoman Celia. Although her reason tells her Leo can't win, for some reason her intuition tells her otherwise. Honestly, Leo won't be able to win. But that guy, he always knows how to exceed people's expectations. Go, Ain shouts loudly, and at those words, both Leo and Duran dash forward with all their might. Then, not surprisingly, Duran, with the advantage of using his aura, was the one who surged ahead, saying, "I'm heading out first, you rookies." He mocked them and began to sprint as fast as a rocket. Watching his speed, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Wow, just as expected from Duran, so cool. But what about the freshman representative? As they spoke, everyone turned to look at Leo and shook their heads slightly, whispering, "Unbelievable, he's really pathetic." Just as predicted, having him as a representative is a total scam. It's unacceptable. On the side, the mage Chelsea, seeing no one valuing Leo, shouted loudly to cheer for him. Go, Leo. Back to the race, with his lightning-fast speed, Duran had already covered half the distance. Looking at the current results, Kar couldn't help but worry for his new friend. Duran is already halfway there. Returning to Leo, he naturally realized this too. So as he reached the curve, not knowing what he was planning, Leo suddenly braked hard. Then he gathered strength into the soles of his feet and launched himself straight off the track. This left Celia looking completely confused, not knowing what kind of madness had taken hold of Leo. Following his movements, the protagonist continuously leaped and dashed rapidly up to the observation deck. He paused for a beat, observing the figure of Duran running ahead. Then he put all his strength into his legs and executed a sudden burst of speed. His launch was so powerful that it cracked the floor into countless pieces. His body then streaked forward faster than a rocket. Even while gliding past Duran, he didn't forget to sarcastically mock him, "I'm going ahead, you slowpoke." Just like that, before Duran could even process what had happened, Leo had already reached the finish line. And it wasn't just the blonde guy. All the students who had mocked Leo were stunned and floored. Did you see that? This isn't a joke, is it? Duran is supposed to be the fastest student in the class, but who would have thought he'd lose to him? But I'm sure he hasn't learned the aura step, the group muttered in confusion as they watched Leo accelerate so suddenly. Back to the swordswoman Celia, unlike the others, she recognized the technique Leo had just used. That wasn't the aura step, that was the phoenix step. In the corner, the dense duo Chelsea and Kar weren't thinking that deeply. They were just happy for Leo's victory. Returning to Professor Aylin, with his experience, he was the one who saw the most. Duran used his signature lightning aura to increase his speed. I expected that, but that speed is truly astounding. Meanwhile, even though Leo Plove is slower, he has better control. He concentrated all his fire aura into his feet to create a formidable aura step. That's an excellent application. In this generation, perhaps a hero will finally emerge, he said with a look of anticipation. Meanwhile, after winning, Leo walked over to greet his opponent. Great match, Duran. If this had been a longer race, the result might have been different, he said, reaching out his hand. Unfortunately, Duran was too petty to show a decent face to Leo. Get lost, the arrogant loser said, brushing Leo's hand away. Ignoring Duran's bitter remarks, the mage Chelsea ran toward Leo with eyes full of admiration. Leo, you were amazing. I want to train with you too. Looking at her expression, Kar, seemingly unaware of his own standing, turned to Celia and wondered, but why is she so obsessed with him and not me? she should be paying attention to me, too. That's obvious, Celia said with a look like she was watching an idiot. Regardless, since class was over, Carr happily suggested, everyone, let's go to the cafe, my treat today, seemingly having earned some money from the earlier bet. However, Leo gently declined, sorry, but you guys go ahead. Where are you going? Carr asked curiously, and the protagonist shared frankly, I'm going to attend a lecture in the summoning class. Hearing this, the orange-haired guy, seeing a knight student heading to a summoning class, was totally bewildered. Why would a sword student go to a summoning lecture? To this, Celia could only sigh wearily, who knows? I don't understand what he's thinking either. Back to Leo, as he walked to the summoning class, he was deep in thought. There's one thing I still don't understand. Why did the Fairy King give me the vow as a reward? Rewards from a hero's world are related to the power of that world's master. The reward I received was related to summoning, but Professor Albi is a pure mage with no connection to summoning. Usually, I should have received a magic-related skill. Moreover, to form a contract with a fairy spirit, I need to go to the fairyland. For now, it's useless. Leo muttered before being woken up by a girl's voice, so you're here to attend the summoning class too? Hearing this, the protagonist turned back and realized the person calling him was the East team captain. Chenzia, 17 years old, seeing Leo notice her, Chenzia nodded, very nice to meet you, Leo. In response, Leo smiled, very nice to meet you, Chenzia. Just call me Zia, she waved before turning to ask about why Leo was there. I'm sure Leo is a student of the night department, so I didn't expect you to be interested in summoning. Well, I'm interested in psychic studies, Leo explained vaguely. Then we'll be seeing each other often. Chenzia said softly, then Leo asked her if she could tell him which spirit she had contracted with. Responding, Chenzia didn't hide it and immediately summoned her spirit for him to see. It appeared to be a water attribute spirit. Next, Chenzia asked Leo, you show me your spirit too. I haven't contracted one yet, the protagonist explained, leaving Chenzia a bit surprised. Really? Well, if you need help later, just call me. I'll give you some advice on summoning spirits. Oh sure, I'll count on you, but how old are you? Leo asked curiously. I'm 17, you're 15, right? I saw you talking to Celia. Returning to Leo, hearing the girl's age in front of him, he shouted in his head, 17 years old? She really looks younger than that. She looks younger than Chelsea. Thinking this, he noticed Chenzia staring at him with a suspicious gaze. Next, as if women's intuition were at work, Chenzia asked suspiciously, you were just thinking something rude, weren't you? Not at all, Leo said while glancing in another direction. Skipping that, she gave a slight smile and suggested, but anyway, Leo, I was really impressed by your match against Durin. Some other time please accept my challenge. In response, our protagonist, who never backed down from a challenge, smiled and accepted, of course. Shifting to the summoning class, after arriving, Leo was a bit surprised by the small number of people in this class. Are there only this many people? Behind him, Chenzia replied with a flustered expression, well, summoning isn't exactly a popular choice and this is also an exploratory class. But it's quite surprising that the class is being held here, the protagonist remarked as the lesson took place in this meadow. Next, a large shadow appeared above everyone's heads, making the group panic. A black dragon, where did that come from? Get lost? A student screamed in fear as the dragon stared down at him, but seeing their cowardly behavior, a female voice echoed to explain, it's doing that because it likes you, kid. Very nice to meet the freshman students. My name is Yura Marin. I am the summoning teacher who will guide you in the coming school year. Around them, the boys looked at the beautiful teacher with her vibrant, energetic body, their hearts pounding with excitement. I wish I could be the teacher's pet, the group wished aloud. Not to mention those guys, even Leo had to admit her beauty. If Duino were here, he'd definitely go crazy, Leo whispered to himself, thinking of his friend's womanizing habits in his past life. Returning to Professor Yura after waiting for the group to settle down a bit, she started the lesson. All right, rookies, the fact that you're here proves you have some talent for summoning, right? Yes, the group shouted in unison, which pleased her greatly. Good, that was a loud and clear answer. We will move immediately to the practical area. Saying that, Yura turned to remind her assistant, Carlo, a white-haired guy with glasses who was leading a griffin to support everyone. He was the teaching assistant for the freshman summoning class. Next, seeing that the means of transport were ready, Yura continued, you will go in pairs. Come on, get on the griffins. Hearing her say that, a student in the class voiced his difficulty. Professor, this is the first time we've ridden a griffin, he said with a look as if hoping for some help. Unfortunately, this request was completely rejected. The only thing he received was a gaze full of anger from Yura. So you're saying you don't want to listen to my lesson? If you think you can't do it, then turn back. Saying that, she quickly climbed onto the back of her black dragon and flew off immediately, leaving the students below still blankly confused about what was going on. Finally, it was the assistant Carlo who stepped up to advise everyone. Come on, everyone, hurry and follow the professor. Next, riding these griffins was easier than the group had imagined. And Chen Zia proactively came over to pair up with Leo. Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins? Seeing this, although the male lead had a look of surprise, he agreed, hold them as long as you want. Just like that, after getting used to it for a while, the group quickly caught up with the professor. And only when they felt the cool sea breeze hitting their faces did they realize how wonderful having a mount was. Can't believe we get to ride griffins. This is the level of Lumern Academy indeed. Hey, switch with me, I want to try flying too. Hey, wait just a bit more. Sounds of bickering began to arise. Meanwhile, Chen Zia on this side was also quite excited. I was a bit worried, but it's gentler than I thought. Hearing this, Leo in the back didn't forget to remind her, but still, be careful, griffins are summoned creatures that are hard to control for beginners. Hearing this, Chen Zia couldn't suppress her curiosity, but it's so gentle, that's because, Leo started to explain. However, before he could finish his sentence, Professor Yura in front suddenly pulled out a whistle and blew it hard. The sound was so loud it made everyone uncomfortable. And the moment they heard this sound, the attitude of the griffins suddenly changed 180 degrees, becoming more fierce and harder to control than ever before. Not good, they're not listening anymore. Why is this happening? Professor, save us. The group panicked and called for help. But Yura had no intention of moving her butt at all. Instead, she demanded that this group of pampered students solve their own problems quickly. You think you deserve to be students of Lumern Academy without knowing how to control a griffin? Control them yourselves. Back to the Leo and Chen Zia duo. The sudden rebellion of their mount also made the black-haired girl confused. Seeing this, Leo in the back gently hugged her waist, took her hands, and slowly guided her. Griffins have a very high pride, so if you try to suppress them with force, they will only rebel more. Leo, what are you doing? Chen Zia said with a face as red as a ripe tomato. However, Leo didn't notice this. Instead, he gently took the reins and slowly regained control of the griffin. Let's go. Following his voice, the griffin immediately calmed down and sprinted forward. His speed at controlling the mount left even Yura unable to help but praise. There it is, not bad at all. Saying that, she turned to ask her assistant, Carlo, is the freshman representative a candidate from the engineering department? Hearing this, Carlo quickly checked the document again and nodded, that's right. So does he have a griffin at home? Otherwise, how can he ride so well? She continued asking, and to this, Carlo shook his head immediately, not at all, he doesn't come from any noble family that has griffins. Turning to Yura, she felt like she had just won the lottery. Is this pure talent? Looks like we've just found a gem, she said, stroking her chin with interest. Shifting to the summoning island, this is the practical area for the summoning department. Right now, most students were lying limp on the sandy shore, feeling motion sick from trying to control the griffins to get there. And while they were still dizzy from the motion sickness, Leo took advantage of the time to walk around to see if there was anything interesting in this place. Then he noticed a certain type of fruit on the side and reached out to pick it. More accurately, what caught his attention was the feather stuck to this fruit. A feather, Leo whispered. Seeing the strange look on his face, Chen Zia asked, what's wrong, Leo? Oh, nothing, Leo shook his head. On the other side, Professor Yura didn't wait for her students to finish resting before yelling loudly, stop being sluggish and focus. From now on, you will do a practical exam. Hearing the requirement, the group stared with wide eyes and mouths agape before complaining, what? A practical exam on the very first day. But this is still the trial study period, why are we already having an exam? The middle part-hair student asked in confusion, and to explain this question, Yura began to lecture them. Compared to the other two departments, the path we have to take is much further. Is there anyone here who doesn't know that? For the summoning department, just knowing how to control mana isn't enough. To form a contract with a spirit, you need harmony with the spirit. And to control summon creatures, you need tamming ability. This is the reason why the number of heroes in the summoning department is fewer than in the other departments. However, compared to other heroes, those summoning masters who reach the peak achieve more miracles. Aren't you here because you want to become that kind of hero? Responding to this, a white-haired girl stepped forward and admitted, that's right, so what is the exam? This girl is Eliza Hergen from a famous summoning hero family in the north, the Hergen family. Up front, Professor Yura glanced at her and explained, this island is called the Summoning Island. True to its name, it is full of summonable creatures. Because summoning is a type of weapon for summoners, the exam will evaluate your tamming ability. The content of the exam is very simple. Tame a summonable creature in this forest and bring it back. After tamming and signing a contract, that creature will belong to you, she said with a smile. The group of students, seeing that they could get a sidekick on this island, was excited to the point of going crazy. Wow, this really is Lumern Academy. Saying that, they rushed to explore the forest to find the most suitable pet. And while Leo was preparing to move to find a suitable summon creature, Eliza suddenly spoke to him. The freshman representative, I see. The rumors about you defeating Duran are spreading. What can I expect from you in the summoning class? I'm just trying my best, the male lead replied coldly and hurried forward. Behind him, Eliza stared at his back and furrowed her brows, looking a bit angry. Meanwhile, Professor Yura observed the circle and laughed internally. It looks like these people will become the key factors in the freshman class. Time passed quickly. A few students began to get used to it and tamed summon creatures for themselves, while Leo was still wandering around without a suitable target. Tamed successfully? Oh, that's the freshman representative, but he's going too deep into the forest, right? Someone remarked. Another shrugged, let it be. If he fails to tame and gets 0 points, he'll surely return to the night department. Does he think summoning is that easy? Ignoring those comments, Leo continued deeper into the forest until he ensured no one was around him anymore. Then Leo took out the feather he had picked up when he first arrived on the island, and began to use his fire aura to burn it. Ha ha, just as I thought, this is. Leo laughed, but the smile hadn't lasted more than a second when a loud explosion rang out behind his back. In another development, at a certain campsite, Lady Riene was also worried about her son. Will Leo be okay? She asked softly. Seeing this, someone brought a plate of food and shook their head. It's only the first few days of school, Riene. Are you that worried already? Well, I'm sure nothing will happen, right? Riene nodded and took the cup of water from the other person's hand. But she couldn't know that her son was indeed in trouble, and a huge one at that. This intense heat, one of the 3 greatest summoned creatures, Phoenix, Leo said with a stunned look. In front of Leo, a voice began to echo, just a child of Zerdinger. I smell Riene's fire. Responding to the opponent, Leo's gaze turned curious. You know my mother? Seeing this, the other voice became a bit softer. Your mother? Then I guessed right. That's right, if she had a child it would be around your age. Do I know your mother? Of course I do. I owe Riene a lot. The owner of this voice was a phoenix bathing in fire. Her name is Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirits. At this moment she looked at Leo with an affectionate gaze and introduced herself. My name is Farina, Riene's son. Opposite her, Leo greeted back. Nice to meet you, Phoenix Farina. My name is Leo Plove. What is your relationship with my mother? You said you owed her. To this question, Farina's eyes lit up with memories and she slowly recounted everything. Riene saved my summoner, Ellen Lunda. At that time, Ellen was exploring a dungeon in Saren. She had lost all her teammates and was in a dangerous situation. Then your mother arrived and saved her, and in the process, Riene lost her burning flame aura. If not for that event, Riene surely would have reached the hero position. Returning to Leo's perspective, hearing this, he felt a bit sad for his mother. However, afterward he affirmed, my mother said she never regretted what she did on that day. Ha, that's right, she is that kind of knight, Farina agreed with a smile. Next, Leo asked Farina why she was present on the island. However, the phoenix didn't reveal her reason, stating only that she couldn't tell him. She then shifted the conversation toward Leo, asking, but aren't you a knight? What are you doing on this island? Leo replied that he was taking a summoning class, which left Farina utterly shocked by his line of thinking. Then she burst out laughing. Haha, how interesting. This must be destiny, Leo Plove. Finally, I can repay the debt of gratitude I owe to your mother. Reach out and take this, Leo. This is my child. One day when you become a great summoner, I hope you will form a contract. It's a pity for the summoner who was originally scheduled to receive it, she said as she handed Leo an egg emitting a brilliant golden light. Back to the protagonist. After hearing this, he immediately asked, can I do it right now? Facing him, Farina's expression went blank for a moment. Then she hurriedly tried to dissuade him. It's still too early. You could lose your life. Stop. Oh no, it's too late. Your readiness to challenge the impossible without flinching reminds me of Riene. I wish you luck. Back to Leo. At this moment, his consciousness had been transported into a dark space, where a small flame emitting a warm light appeared before him. Seeing this, Leo reached out and gently touched the flame. And the very moment he touched the fire, it erupted fiercely, engulfing his body in a vortex of flames. The heat was becoming unbearable. This is the Phoenix Flame. To create such a powerful fire by burning one's own body, we must endure this pain every day. A creature that lives by eternally regenerating its burnt flesh. I understand your pain and I share it with you, Leo whispered. Next, as if sensing his thoughts, the fire gradually weakened and became much gentler. At the same time on the outside, cracks suddenly began to appear on the shell of the egg. Then it floated away from Leo's hand, hovering in midair as all the flames surrounding Leo were sucked into the egg. Did you succeed? Farina asked. I did it, Leo replied with a bright smile, making Farina happy for him. You are a genius, Leo Plove. You will become the world's greatest summoner. Congratulations on successfully forming the contract. This little one's name is Fiora. I trust you to look after my child, Farina said with a smile. Truly, a mother's love is enough to bring one to tears. The newborn hadn't even felt its mother's warmth for 3 seconds before being tossed to someone else. On the opposite side, Leo looked at the phoenix's form and felt a bit skeptical. Is this really a phoenix? Why does it look so much like a chick? He wondered to himself as the little bird let out two innocent cheep sounds and looked at him curiously, making Leo even more certain. Yep, this is definitely a chick. Switching scenes to Professor Yura. By now, the students had found their suitable host spirits and returned to report to her. After scanning the students present, the professor turned to her assistant, Carlo. What time is it? Hearing this, the assistant immediately understood and replied, only 5 minutes left. Only those 4 are left. Just as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from the distance, drawing her attention. Charging toward them was a black bear of massive proportions. It was Chen Zia's summoned beast. Professor, you aren't done yet, right? She said, appearing a bit tattered. It seemed she had gone through a fierce struggle to tame the bear. However, the result wasn't bad at all. Even Professor Yura praised her. You tamed a juvenile water bear as an apprentice knight? Impressive. At the same time, the bulky Walden was clinging to the legs of a giant bird as it landed on the ground. A shadow raven? That's a spirit beast that even famous summoning families struggle to tame, Yura remarked in praise. But I haven't formed a contract yet, Walden explained further. That's good enough, more than enough, the professor said with a wave of her hand. Next, Eliza returned to the gathering spot riding on the head of a giant white serpent, leaving everyone around her in awe. I went ahead and formed a contract since my family doesn't have one of these yet, the girl said calmly. Meanwhile, Yura recognized the summon and didn't hold back her praise. A gorgon snake? Fantastic. Beside her, assistant Carlo reminded her, Professor, time is up. Just as the last student arrives. At his words, everyone turned their eyes back and saw Leo casually strolling out from the forest. What was even more peculiar was the little chick perched on his head, looking at its appearance. The students couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, what is that? Did he tame a chicken? What an idiot. He definitely gave up after realizing he didn't have the talent for summoning. Contrary to the students' thoughts, the moment Professor Yura sensed the aura radiating from that little chick, her eyes widened in shock. Damn it, you bastard, that's a phoenix. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to Professor Yura's office. Leo had been called in for a private meeting. Outside the door. After tidying his clothes, Leo gave the door a light knock. Inside the room, Yura knew he had arrived and called out, "Come in." I heard you were looking for me, Leo asked curiously. Come, sit down. Do you realize, honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen a phoenix. In fact, I didn't even know there was a phoenix on the summoning island. And for a freshman to form a contract with one, this has never happened in the history of the academy. I know who you really are, Leo, she said, looking straight into the protagonist's eyes with a completely serious gaze. On the opposite side, Leo instinctively gulped in nervousness, fearing his identity had been exposed. Although he hadn't committed any crime, a hero reincarnating after 5,000 years was bound to attract unwanted attention. However, Leo was overthinking it. Immediately after, Professor Yura hugged him tightly and showered him with praise. You are a summoning genius, an unprecedented genius. I want to praise your achievement, but I think the fact that you contracted a phoenix should be kept a secret. If revealed now, it would cause unnecessary commotion. On the day the trial classes end, make sure you choose the summoning department as your major. You have the talent to become a legendary summoner remembered for ages, she said, giving Leo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Time passed quickly until the next day. The ice attribute mage Chloe was walking down the hallway, yawning repeatedly. She was spotted by Leo and Car. Your mouth is going to rip open, Chloe, haha. You look exhausted. Hearing this, Chloe turned around and explained she had stayed up late reading magic books. At the same time, Leo remembered her student ID and spoke up. You're Chloe Mueller, right? Here, Leo said, returning her card. Looking at the card, Chloe remembered she had met Leo before. Oh, it's you, thanks, freshman representative. With that, the three of them walked into class together. Today was the trial class for magic. But hey Leo, looks like you're joining the magic class too? Car asked curiously. Since we're still in the trial phase, I want to attend as many classes as possible, Leo replied calmly, making Car envious of his studiousness. That's amazing. Since I'm only interested in magic, I only attend magic classes. At this point, Car suddenly lowered his voice and whispered into the protagonist's ear that Ice Queen is aiming for the top of the magic department. Her name is Chloe Mueller, he said, glancing toward the girl only to find she was already staring back at him. Sensing a chill run down his spine, Car hurriedly tried to leave his spot. It's a bit cold in here, isn't it? I think I'll move to the back, he said cheerfully while turning around. However, before he could even leave his seat, a sharp ice pillar shot up from the ground, blocking his path. The one responsible was, of course, Chloe. Car, follow me to the front row. Since you seem so interested in the class, I'll help you out. With that, she grabbed Car by the collar and dragged him away like a puppy, leaving him to cry inwardly. Leo found the scene rather amusing. At the same time, the mage siblings Abad and Chelsea greeted Leo from behind. A few minutes later, the subject teacher walked through the door. His appearance caused a stir among the female students. "Oh my god, he's so handsome," they whispered to each other. Ignoring the chatter, the handsome teacher spoke up. "I will be teaching you magic this coming year. My name is Len Hors." He paused and tapped a stack of test papers beside him. "Before we begin today's trial class, you will take a magic theory test." With a snap of his fingers, all the test papers automatically flew toward everyone. The fact that they had to take a test before even learning anything left the students dazed. "What is this? A test on the very first day of the trial class?" someone shouted. Len confirmed their fears. "That's right. If you don't meet a certain standard, you cannot participate in my class. If you are students of Lumern, this level should be standard. Once finished, submit your tests to my assistant, Ms. Anna." Elsewhere, the first-year magic department assistant, Anna, waved a greeting. "Submit your tests to me, everyone." Back to Leo, looking at the questions on the test, his whole body became heavy and he began to tremble. This was the first time in the story he had made such an expression. Is this really the current trend in magic? Why are the formulas so complicated? He lamented internally. Time passed as everyone focused on the test. Upon finishing, they realized the test wasn't as hard as they thought. "This was easier than I expected. But what was the answer to the last one?" "I solved everything except that," the group discussed excitedly. Meanwhile, Leo felt like his head was about to smoke from overthinking. "I only solved one question. I should have studied modern magic more before coming here," he thought tremulously as he handed his pitiful test to the assistant. "Man, I should just study magic on my own," Leo groaned to himself as he quickly left the classroom. With his ancient magic knowledge, staying in class would only embarrass him. Back to the handsome Professor Len, as soon as he collected the tests, he began grading them on the spot. In the last century, magic seems to have developed significantly. Magic that once required perfect understanding now only requires memorizing activation conditions. However, this development has lowered the overall level of mages. As he spoke, a beam of light shot from Len's palm into the air. The classroom scenery transformed into a vast, mystical cosmic space. Witnessing the scene, the students' jaws dropped. Len explained, "This is the essence of the magic I created. I built it from the end to the beginning. I want you to become people capable of researching and creating your own magic. That is why I gave you this test. 49 questions, 1 point each based on simple memorization, and the final question worth 51 points, analyzing the true essence of magic. I hope all of you here become mages capable of solving it." Back to Chloe, looking at her test, her face showed embarrassment. "No surprise, that was the only question I couldn't solve." Did Leo give up? I really wanted to take magic class with him. What a shame, Chelsea thought regretfully. At that moment, Assistant Anna seemed to discover something and hurriedly ran to Len, whispering in his ear. "Professor, one student solved question 50. Hearing this, shock flashed across the handsome man's eyes. Then he burst into a joyful laugh. "Ha ha ha, who is it? Among you, someone has achieved a perfect score for the first time in history. Please stand up, who is it?" Len's face was flushed with excitement. However, Anna hurriedly reminded him that student didn't get a perfect score, Professor. Len wasn't discouraged, assuming it was a given. Really? It seems some other questions were skipped because too much time was spent on the last one. That's a bit of a shame, but still good. Come up here. No, it's not like that. He only solved the last question, Anna whispered, causing the smile on Len's face to vanish. "What is his name?" he asked. "The student is Leo Plove," Anna replied. "Then student Leo Plove, please stand up." Len scanned the students, but Leo had long since vanished after turning in his test. Finally, Chelsea spoke up to explain. Student Leo left immediately after finishing the test. Switching to Leo's location, he was happily eating ice cream with Celia and telling her about the magic test, which made the swordswoman laugh uproariously. "Haha, so you just left after solving only one question? First a chick in summoning class and now only one question in magic class. Leo, do you realize you're doing something wrong? If you're a Night Major student, you should focus on your swordsmanship instead." Leo, a bit annoyed, shot back, "Then do you want to train endurance with me?" Well that's..." Celia's voice faltered at Leo's suggestion, but just then their conversation was interrupted by Professor Len. "So you're a Night Major student? Are you Leo Plove, the one who looked down on my class? Why did you leave after solving only one question? Were they so easy you didn't think they were worth answering?" he asked, his eyes wide with anger. Leo, not wanting to offend the professor, immediately explained, "Professor, I think there's a misunderstanding. I thought I failed the test. Every question except the last one was too difficult, so I couldn't solve any of them. I taught myself magic by reading ancient magic books, so I wasn't sure about any of the modern questions." Turning to Professor Len, the more he heard, the more his expression shifted. Then, instead of being angry, he picked Leo up like a small kitten. He said with a face full of excitement, "Come with me for a moment." With that, the professor happily dragged Leo away like a toy, leaving the boy with no power to resist. Meanwhile, Celia stood there clueless about what was happening. Is that the magic theory professor of Lumern? What a weird man, she whispered, her eyes full of confusion. Just then, Anna ran up, looking exhausted. Celia, have you seen Professor Len, or anything strange? She panted, likely from chasing after the professor. Celia recounted what she saw. He just left, but he suddenly grabbed Leo and dragged him away. Hearing this, Anna panicked and hurried after them. Oh my god, what is that lunatic planning to do this time? She screamed internally. Back to Professor Len. He had dragged Leo into a meeting room, wrote a series of questions on the board, and demanded, "Solve these, student Leo." Though confused, the protagonist quickly began working. To Professor Len, this was a test to evaluate Leo's talent. If he didn't solve the last question by pure luck, then he must have his own magic system in his head. Now show me, I will understand the true essence of. Before he could finish his thought, Leo stopped moving and turned around. I've solved them all. Sweat poured down the handsome professor's face. You solved all these questions in your head. Yes, something like that, Leo replied with a shrug. This made Professor Len drool with greed. Finally, he whispered to himself. Back to Professor Albi. While walking down the hallway, he suddenly spotted Professor Len running straight toward him, with a face like he had just won the lottery. Seeing his colleague's expression, Albi felt an instinctive unease and immediately turned to leave. However, Len didn't let him go so easily. A second later, Len lunged forward, grabbing Albi's ankles and looking up with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, Professor Albi, thank you so much. In response, Albi immediately used his magic to lift Len into the air and warned him, this isn't the first time I've seen you act excessively, but you're going too far today. Len maintained his excited face and shared he is a magic genius. Leo Plove, the student you recommended as the freshman representative, he is truly a genius. Now it was Albi's turn to be confused. Magic, isn't he a knight? No, Leo must become a mage at all costs. I won't let his talent go to waste swinging those iron bars. Sending him to the knight squad is an insult to the field of magic, Len shouted angrily. At that moment, Assistant Anna finally caught up. Seeing her, Albi released his magic, letting the professor fall. Fortunately, the assistant had anticipated this, accelerating at the last second to catch her superior. Thanks, Anna, Len said with a beaming face. We really have to get back to class, the assistant growled, veins popping on her forehead from anger. She told herself that one day she would kill this lunatic. At the same time, Leo casually strolled up from behind. Hearing his footsteps, Professor Albi turned and nodded, leaving Leo a bit flustered. Mages never change over time, they're all lunatics. Just like that, time passed. A week later, the trial classes ended. Currently, our protagonist was lying on the rooftop of a building, intently reading a book. The book was titled, Kyle, Was the Hero of the Beginning Really a Cheater? Closing the book, Leo let out a heavy sigh. He hadn't found any useful information after finishing it. In another development, inside Principal Kalyan's office, while he was working diligently, the three heads of the magic, night, and summoning departments burst into the room, each holding an application form to show him. Please look at this. According to the papers, Leo had applied for all three majors. This was unprecedented in the academy. Each department head wanted to pull Leo into their class and have him focus on only one major. Even inside the principal's office, the three continued to bicker, making Kalyan burst out laughing. Haha, alright, let's see. This reminds me of that fictional hero, the great fifth hero, also known as the hero of the beginning. Kyle, the only one in history to master all classes. Switching to the running track currently, Celia and Chelsea were both working hard running laps. Meanwhile, Carr was sitting idly, laughing as he said, good grief, why do they have to train on the weekend? Leo explained, Chelsea asked me to train her. Then why are they only running? Where are their weapons? Carr asked next. Without Leo needing to answer, Abad and Chelsea approached tiredly and spoke for him. It's our endurance. Endurance is a crucial aspect of a battle mage, that's why we're running. Now move aside, Carr. As she spoke, the female mage waved Carr away like a fly so she could sit next to Leo. The moment she sat beside the protagonist, her expression flipped 180 degrees, completely different from the annoyance she showed Carr. It's so great to run on the weekend, I missed this feeling. I want to run with you too, Leo. Really? Leo asked curiously while the swordswoman Celia spat out all the water in her mouth, causing Chelsea to look at her with disgust. Gross, what is wrong with you? Turning back to Leo, he obviously knew why Celia was acting like this, so he said immediately, anyway, I was planning to run with you already, might as well do it properly. I told you I wasn't running with you, Celia shouted. On the side, watching the reaction of the two, Carr curiously asked, what's going on between you two? Why are you so close? At first I actually thought you guys were dating. Responding to the question, Carr pointed at Leo and enlightened the orange-haired friend, oh man, he's my relative, the son of my aunt, my father's younger sister. Hearing this explanation, both in front couldn't hold back their surprise and widened their eyes. He's from the Zerdinger family? Not exactly, the story is pretty complicated, but forget it. Celia waved her hand, not intending to explain much about it, though perhaps she didn't even understand it herself. Returning to Leo after letting the two girls in front rest for a bit, he stood up and suggested, "All right, let's get serious now." Hearing him say that, the mage Chelsea was very excited. "Fine, let's go." On the side, the alchemist Carr saw them training and didn't want to stay and bother them. "In that case, I'll go explore Rumeria City." Responding, the knight Celia turned to look at him with a pleading gaze. "In that case, let me go with." Before she could finish, she was dragged away by the protagonist like a chicken. Watching her pitiful form, Carr didn't know what to say. "Why is there no decent noble in my life?" he asked himself internally. Time passed quickly until class distribution day in class 1-5. The moment the protagonist stepped in, Carr waved his hand to call him over. "Leo, over here." Seeing that, our protagonist walked closer and asked, "You already knew you were in class 5? "There's nothing I don't know." Carr puffed out his chest and said confidently. Next, Leo glanced at the mage Chelsea napping on the table and let out an exclamation of surprise. "Huh. Chelsea is here too." Looking at her exhausted state, Carr turned to look at Leo with suspicious eyes. "What did you do to her over the weekend?" "Just some basic training," Leo shrugged, while Chelsea, hearing this, promised herself she wouldn't participate in that kind of training again. At the same time, for some reason, sarcastic voices from upperclassmen suddenly echoed behind Leo. "Oh wow, so this is class 5, the class of suffering? I wonder how many of you will be left after the first semester. Poor juniors, my condolences, heh heh." They said condolences, but their faces didn't look sad at all. However, they shouldn't have said that because immediately after, the class teacher walked over. "Suffering, you say? I think you two look much more pathetic. Do you agree?" The voice belonged to a teacher with a face that looked like a homeless person. This person was Herod Edmund, the homeroom teacher for the first-year class at Lumern Academy, nicknamed the Weeping Wall. Right then, he just muttered one word: chair. And immediately, the two students in front automatically braced their bodies to act as a chair. The homeroom teacher then sat on their bodies and mocked the students in front. "Greetings, you useless trash. This is the class for the biggest losers among the freshmen. Surely you've heard rumors about me already." The Weeping Wall. "Does anyone here know why I was chosen to be the homeroom teacher for this class?" Hearing his question, the articulate Carr tremblingly raised his hand to speak. Is it to help us improve our grades?" Responding to this question, Teacher Herod turned to him with contempt. "Carr Thomas, a typical answer from a bottom feeder. Does no one in this pathetic class understand the duty of a student at Lumern Academy?" Hearing that, Mage Chelsea raised her hand to share her opinion. "It's to conquer the hero's world through practical missions." Hearing her say that, Herod nodded with satisfaction. "Correct, that's it. But all I see are people who will die the moment they step into the hero's world. It's better to expel these pathetic creatures who only know how to hold back their teammates and die ahead of time. That is why I decided to take charge of Class 5. And the reason I'm called the Weeping Wall." Speaking up to this point, he observed Leo's extremely calm expression and thought to himself, "That guy might actually survive." Then, to teach these chickens what a cruel society is like, Teacher Herod ordered them all to change into gym clothes and head to the practice field, because it was time for combat training. Time passed quickly, shifting to the training field. Soon, everyone finished changing and was present there. Meanwhile, Herod was resting on the side, looking like he was on vacation. "Let's begin this class, the place to fix the rotten mindset you've developed since entering Lumern Academy. What do you think will save you in real life, where lives come and go so easily?" Answering the question, a pink-haired girl said awkwardly, "Isn't it that teammates will protect me?" Her name was Nella Carvin, Knight Major. Special note, recovery attribute aura. To her answer, Herod shook his head. "No, it's your own ability. Only when you hone your skills to shine through every danger can you begin to help your teammates. But are you confident in your ability to protect your teammates?" In another corner, an excited hand was raised in affirmation. "I am confident, Professor." Behind him, when Herod heard this, the homeless-looking teacher let out an exclamation of surprise. "Oh, so let's test your ability as a magic knight, shall we? Create a fireball." Ileana, hearing the request, confidently created a fireball on her palm. However, seeing that, Herod was a bit disappointed and mocked. "Is that all? With just that fireball, I doubt you could even kill an ant." Opposite him, Ileana wasn't so simple. "If I continue to add mana here, how about this?" Saying that, she increased her mana into the fireball and pulled it to the sides, and then, in everyone's astonishment, it formed two giant fireballs, radiating such terrible heat that the students around had to hurriedly retreat. Seeing this, the students couldn't help but marvel. Not only did it increase to two fireballs, but it also doubled in size. Up front, even Herod had to acknowledge it. "Wow, that's impressive. Why don't you try hitting this little creature with your amazing fireball?" Saying that, he used his magic to summon a spirit with a human-like appearance but tiny size. Next, the tiny spirit flew straight toward Ileana with lightning speed. And for some reason, it patted the nose of this mage girl and then clutched its stomach. laughing hysterically. And although she didn't understand why this tiny creature was laughing at her, the fire mage Ileana couldn't suppress her anger. Immediately, she began waving the 2 fireballs in her hands to attack. However, they couldn't even touch the corner of this spirit's clothes. Next, the spirit flew back to Herod and covered its mouth, laughing at Ileana. On the side, Teacher Herod saw Ileana miss and continued to provoke her. What's the point of increasing the number to 2 fireballs if you can't even hit the target? Have you realized it yet? What you lack is the ability to use skills effectively. You need to train your ability and overcome your limits. Have you forgot? Until you catch this wind spirit, our class won't end. Show me everything you've got, descendants of Lumern. Returning to Leo, although Teacher Herod's words were a bit unpleasant, he completely agreed with them. His words might be harsh, but everything he says is very true. Let me give it a try, he said, walking out calmly. Watching his back, Herod also said with a look of anticipation, all right, Leo Plove, let me see if you're just full of lies like the fictional hero Kyle, or if you're the first person to truly possess all attributes. The entire class began to rush to surround the spirit, but no matter how hard they tried, they were still toyed with like a plaything. Seeing that, Leo, who had been observing from the side, began to cloak his body in aura. Next, he gathered aura into the soles of his feet and performed a sudden burst. The incredibly powerful launch made his body streak forward faster than a flash of light. On the side, Chelsea and Carr were panting like dogs from constantly chasing the tiny creature. Damn it, why is he so fast? How are we supposed to catch him? Carr complained. At the same time, Leo used the air step technique and soared straight into the air. Then, while the spirit was still busy playing with the rest of the class, Leo dove down from above like an arrow. However, even though it was a bit off guard, the reaction speed of this spirit was anything but ordinary. At the very last moment, it agilely flew to the side and dodged in time. But this was already within Leo's prediction. Right then, he gave a slight smile and began to concentrate his aura like a whip and maneuvered it to fly straight toward the spirit. Just when it seemed Leo could successfully complete this exam, nope. Right then, the troublemaker Durin, who had been hiding somewhere, suddenly rushed out with his lightning speed and stole Leo's hard work in the nick of time. At the same time, a homeroom teacher walked behind him and clapped to get everyone's attention. It seems like we, Class 1, should teach you a few things. This cunning-faced white-haired guy was Sejin, the homeroom teacher of Class 1-1 at Lumern Academy. Special note. He stood second in the graduation poll while Mr. Herod stood first, so it seems they didn't like each other much. Hearing Sejin's voice, Teacher Herod continued to drink his milk leisurely and replied, "Oh, really? Then will you teach in my place?" Responding to this, Sejin looked at him with an expression like he was looking at a pile of trash. At the same time, Carr saw the Cold War between the two and excitedly said, "This is a clash between 2 pillars of Lumern Academy. Both of them have been working at Lumern Academy for over 20 years. According to what I've heard, Professors Ain, Yura, and Len are all their students." Hearing this information from his mouth, Nella was surprised and turned to ask, "Wow, really? How do you know that?" Opposite her, Carr's face flushed red with excitement. "I'm always sharp with information, haha." Seeing this, the mage Chelsea in front almost threw up. Back to homeroom teacher Sejin. Right then, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Herod. I don't know what you're plotting by deciding to take charge of a failing class. But I will find out soon enough. I propose a competition between Class 1 and Class 5. As for the competition content, it's the historic ball sport of Lumern Bastura." Up front, not understanding what Teacher Herod was thinking after hearing the proposal, he stood up excitedly and accepted, just as expected. "You really are a genius, Sejin. Learning through practical experience is the best thing." Hearing this, for some reason, Sejin felt a bit anxious. "Class 1 will probably win," he said with a hesitant voice. While Herod wore an expression like he didn't care about the result. "That's not important, just keep teaching your class." Hearing that, Sejin could only grit his teeth internally. Even the students behind felt pity for him. "Why do I keep losing bets in the graduation poll?" Sejin asked himself. Professor Sejin looks so pitiful for some reason, the group of students thought to themselves. Next, Herod officially announced to the students in his class, Class 5, "I will give you a chance to practice your skills. Everyone will have a Bastura match against Class 1. Also, if you lose, you will all be expelled," the teacher said with a face that wasn't joking in the slightest. Hearing these words from their teacher first, everyone was stunned. Then, immediately after, they asked him back to see if their ears had misheard anything. "Teacher, are you serious? This is only the first match and their class has 3 captains." Responding to the question, Teacher Herod didn't seem to care about the strength gap. "Then you have to try even harder. Overcome your own limits. Besides, what is there to worry about? When the freshman representative is already in your class, pick 6 representatives to compete in Bastura." "Leo," he said, glancing at the protagonist. And immediately he started to realize the true purpose of this teacher. This is clearly a test. "But Professor Herod looking at me like that isn't because he hates me. Some students have lost their spirit after just 1 week of studying at Lumern Academy, and it's not hard to understand why. Perhaps Professor Herod wants me to revive the Class 5 students who have almost given up. So there must be some way in this Bastra match to boost the morale of Class 5, Leo thought to himself. And very quickly, both classes began choosing representatives to compete, and sure enough, Class 1 chose the captains who were the strongest. Looking at the strength of the opponent, the mage Chelsea started calculating, already thinking about how to explain to her family properly after being expelled. Looking at her confused face, Leo couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? You look scared." Responding to this, the mage enlightened Leo on the problem. "It seems you've never heard of Bastra. Maybe it's because you lived in the suburbs, but Bastra is a combat sport and a long-standing tradition at Lumern Academy." Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but curiously turn to look at her. "Isn't that just a ball game?" he asked innocently. And at that moment, Carr also chimed in to explain, "It's not just a simple ball game. The problem is that it's an extremely dangerous ball game." Back to the Knight Celia in front, looking at the confused expression of Leo's group, she covered her mouth and laughed. "Hey Chelsea, why do you look so scared? Aha, have you accepted the impending defeat?" Celia's voice was filled with provocation, making Chelsea's eyes go white with anger. "Who's afraid of who? Do you think I'll lose to a Zerdinger?" she screamed angrily. And to boost the morale of the whole group, Leo put his arm around them and affirmed, "Don't worry, our class won't lose." Hearing that, Celia in front clicked her tongue unpleasantly and warned Leo, "Tusk, Leo, you too. I'll show you the fruits of my special training. This time I won't lose to you, Leo Plove." Back to Teacher Sejin, waiting for both sides to finish their verbal sparring, he stood out and said, "Candidates from each class, please enter the arena." Hearing that, Leo turned to look at his classmates and asked, "Who is going with me?" Hearing this, the crowd shrank back in fear. But fortunately, not everyone in the class was a coward, so the two mage girls, Chelsea and Ileana, immediately stepped up to fight. "I must teach them a lesson," Chelsea said while cracking her knuckles, while Ileana also wanted to show Herod, "If I lose, I'll be expelled, so I'll use all my resentment to win. I'll show Professor Herod my ability." On the other side, the mage Nella, along with a classmate, also timidly walked up. Finally, it was the alchemist Carr who was hiding far in the back who was pulled out by Leo. "Carr, you know the final spot is yours, right?" "But why?" Carr exclaimed. However, Leo had already pinned him down, so after gathering enough people, Leo turned to report to the teacher, "Class 5 is ready, Professor." Hearing this, Sejin nodded. "Good. In that case, the match begins." Saying that, he tossed the ball in his hand into the air, making everyone from both sides turn their eyes to observe the ball. Next, without any warning, both Leo and Duran simultaneously used their fastest speed to rush and snatch the ball, and finally, it was still Duran with his lightning aura who was a step faster and successfully snatched the ball right in front of Leo. "All right, then my class goes first," he said coldly. Meanwhile, as soon as Leo landed, he hurriedly asked the blonde friend beside him, "Tide, explain the rules quickly." Responding, Tide knew there wasn't much time, so he started summarizing everything. "Oh, the rules of Bastra are simpler than you think. You just need to channel energy into the ball and shoot into the goal without using your hands or feet. The first team to score 11 points wins." Additional info, this blonde guy is named Tide Makhoa from the summoning department. On the side, Duran also began concentrating his aura to prepare for the attack. Seeing this, someone in the group shouted, "It's coming, get ready." The words were barely out, Duran put strength into his fist and slammed it into the ball in front of him, making the ball deform and fly forward at lightning speed. Seeing that, Leo, who was standing in front of the ball, was startled by its speed and hurriedly jumped to the side to dodge. Next, the rubber ball hit the ground hard and flew straight to the goal, leaving Carr stunned and not understanding what was happening. Seeing that, the Class 1 students cheered excitedly, "Duran, Moira, well done." Opposite them, the Class 5 students started worrying, their faces pale. Even Tide didn't have a bit of confidence. "It seems Professor Herod intends to expel all of us." On the side, Leo, hearing this, didn't lose his confidence. Instead, he started turning to ask, "How do you gain control of the ball?" Explaining this, Tide started saying there are 3 ways. First, when the ball goes out of bounds on the opponent's turn. Second, when we catch the ball, and finally. Speaking to this point, before Tide could explain, Nella's anxious voice rang out, "Dodge." Hearing this cry, both Leo and Tide turned back and discovered. Right at that moment, the rubber ball had smashed straight into the mage Ileana, making her cry out in pain. And the person who just took the shot was the Knight Celia. "Hey, what are you whispering about? Can't you focus on the match?" Celia chuckled and said. Seeing that, Leo and Tide hurriedly ran over to check on their teammate, and right then, Tide explained, "The third way is not to attack directly or block the opponent's path. That was the third way when a member is knocked out after being hit by the ball. The only way to attack them is by using the ball itself." Hearing that, Leo understood all the rules, then he gently reached out and grabbed the ball, nodding, "Thanks for the explanation. Now it's our turn." Back to Professor Sejin, although the situation was unfolding in his class's favor, For some reason, he still felt an invisible unease. In Bastara, teams with fire attribute users have an overwhelming advantage due to high destructive power. And among all families, the flame of the Zerdinger family is the strongest. Thinking of this, he turned to speak to the lazy teacher beside him. You still accepted even though you knew Celia Zerdinger was in my class. I don't know what you're plotting, but it will be very difficult for your class to win. Beside him, Herod heard it but didn't reply, just yawning widely. This made Sejin extremely annoyed. Talk properly, he warned, and only then did Herod finally open his mouth. Hey, Sejin, do you still remember your first student? That child from the Zerdinger family. Hearing this, in Sejin's head, an image immediately appeared and he nodded. Of course, how could I forget? The Queen of Bastara. Seeing Sejin still remembered that person, Herod smiled slightly and reminded, the daughter of that very queen is in Class 5. Back to the Class 5 students, seeing that their class, which was already weaker, had now lost Ileana due to injury, they had completely given up hope, were done for. How are we supposed to get into Lumerne Academy to end this easily? At the same time, the knight Celia looked toward Leo with an uneasy gaze. So it seems you finally decided, huh? Following her gaze, Leo's whole body began to erupt with intense flames. It's coming, watch out, someone yelled. And immediately after this, the protagonist gathered all his strength and threw the ball straight toward the opponent's goal. However, the strength of Class 1 wasn't something to be toyed with. Before the ball could touch their goal, the ice mage Chloe used her magic to create an ice wall to block it. Leo, as long as I'm here, scoring will be impossible, she said confidently. However, right then, Leo suddenly appeared right next to her and whispered, I can score. Next, without giving the opponent a chance to react, Leo concentrated power into the soles of his feet and leaped high into the air, heading straight for the position where the ball was stuck inside the ice wall. He immediately unleashed a fist, striking the ball directly and causing it to instantly shatter its icy imprisonment and fly into the goal. Elsewhere, Professor Sejin, seeing Leo react so quickly, offered a word of praise in his heart. His combat instincts are truly incredible. Seeing this, Professor Herod also smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the group from Class 5 seemed to find a glimmer of hope as they shouted in unison, Leo Plove. Let's go, Class 5. Looking at the opposing team's formation regaining its momentum, Professor Sejin instinctively broke into a smile. Ah, I see, so this is when the match truly begins. Just like that, time passed quickly as both sides began to trade blows, keeping the score neck and neck. Neither side was willing to back down or be outdone by the other. At this moment, Durin unleashed another lightning throw, aiming the ball directly toward the opponent's goal. Against this throw, Carr took a risk and used both of his hands to grip it tightly. The lightning aura covering the ball immediately caused his body to tremble uncontrollably from the pain. However, he successfully managed to stop the ball at least. Haha, well, my mana is about to run out anyway. I'm leaving the rest to you, Leo, he panted. Having said that, the young man no longer had the strength to compete and was supported off the field by Ileana and Chelsea. On the sidelines, the group looked at the current score and frowned with worry. The score is tied at 10-10, this is the deciding point. But the opponents are the three most outstanding students while we only have Leo left. This is too disadvantageous. Opposite them, the ice attribute mage realized that the next serve would be the decisive one, so she let loose, preparing to unleash her full power. I might have lost in the magic theory test, but I won't lose this time, she declared, and with a wave of her hand, she used a mysterious magic that caused 4 clones of herself to appear around her. Not to be outdone, Celia and Durin also enveloped their bodies in aura, ready to face the protagonist. Bring it on, Leo, Celia shouted. In response to their words, Leo began to concentrate power into the soles of his feet. Then suddenly, his figure vanished right before their eyes, leaving all 3 of them dazed. He's too fast, the 3 of them whispered in unison. Then, with unexpected speed, Leo bypassed Celia, causing her to realize his true intention in a start. He's not planning to attack, he's focusing on scoring Chloe. In the back, Chloe immediately recognized the issue. Is this illusion magic? How shallow, so where is he really? She thought, concentrating mana into her eyes to find Leo's true body. However, according to her vision, all of Leo's figures looked like the original, or at least she couldn't distinguish which one was the real body. This left Chloe stunned, and just like that, Leo bypassed her and successfully scored the point. Astral magic, how can a human use the magic of the elven race? Chloe thought blankly. Meanwhile, witnessing the result, the referee announced, the winner is Class 5. Looking at the result, 2 students from Class 5 hugged each other, crying with joy. Thank goodness, we won't be expelled. I was so scared I'd have to go home immediately. Hearing their words, Professor Sejin curiously turned to Herod and asked, expelled? What are they talking about? At this, Herod burst out laughing. Haha, let's just say it's motivation. On the other side, Celia, Chloe, and Durin were all holding their faces in disappointment. Seeing this, Sejin let out a sigh and went over to encourage the 3 of them. Are you frustrated because you lost? When a match ends, regardless of the result, you should greet your opponents. All of you did very well to try and win for your class, both those who cheered for their friends and those who gave their all in the arena. Therefore you should be steadfast and proud. In front of him, the students of Class 1 looked at their teacher with eyes full of admiration upon hearing those words. Unfortunately, this beautiful atmosphere didn't even last 3 seconds before being ruined by Herod's mocking laughter from behind. Haha, hey losers, come over here and let's wrap this up. Hearing this, Sejun was fuming inside, but he had no choice but to step out and say a few words. Both classes did very well. Class 1 showed their talent and ability. And Class 5 did not give up until the very last minute and overcame every challenge. They recognized their limits and successfully overcame a difficult situation. I hope you will all work and compete with each other in harmony. Now everyone shake hands. Following the request, the students from both sides reached out to greet one another. You dragged the match out longer than I thought. I thought you'd lose much sooner, Celia said with a smile. I was going to say the same to you. You're as stubborn as a squid, Prince, Chelsea replied. Nearby, Carr also spoke to Durin with a grin, but this time we won. Opposite him, Durin didn't answer but only stared intently at him, making Carr feel a bit awkward. Elsewhere, the mage Chloe was still so upset over the loss that she was on the verge of tears. Then Leo reached out a hand to comfort her. You were amazing, Chloe. With a bit more experience, you will definitely become someone extraordinary. Hearing this, the mage looked straight at him and asked, Are you mocking me? One day I will definitely defeat you. She made a silent vow in her heart and reached out to grip Leo's hand firmly. Just like that, time passed quickly. A month later, Leo's group was happily enjoying tea together, while Carr was eating like a machine as he asked the group, by the way, which club are you guys planning to join? Looking at his starving ghost eating habits, Chelsea with her noble demeanor felt it was an eyesore and reminded him, eat with a bit more dignity, will you? Back to Leo, he shared that he wanted to establish a club and naturally this bold idea left Carr utterly shocked. Hearing this, Chelsea said excitedly, if Leo wants to start a club, I want to join too. What kind of club is it? Carr asked. To this, Leo frankly shared his thoughts. It's the Hero Research Club. I want to learn more about the forgotten heroes and the hero of the beginning, Kyle. Hearing Leo say this, Carr and Chelsea looked at each other with wide eyes and shook their heads. Kyle, but he's not someone who was forgotten, he's just fictional. It looks like no one is going to join your club, Carr said with a chuckle. Chloe, however, immediately realized that if what Carr said was true, she could be alone with Leo in the club. I want to join, she shouted. Then suddenly, their conversation was cut short by the loud shouts of everyone else. Wow, they're back. At those words, Carr seemed to remember something and hurriedly stood up from his chair. Oh right, it's today. The day the fifth-year students return after clearing the hero dungeons, he said, rushing outside to see the commotion. Fragments of the Hero Chronicles are scattered across the world. Occasionally they act abnormally and create dungeons. These places are called Hero Dungeons. The seniors at Lumern Academy must leave for at least 2 weeks, sometimes over a month, to clear these Hero Dungeons and collect the fragments. My mother must have gone through similar things, Leo thought silently to himself. Beside him, the mage Chelsea looked at the appearance of the seniors with eyes full of admiration. Wow, so this is the pinnacle of Lumern Academy. In response, Carr took the chance to show off a bit and began introducing them one by one. That muscular man from the east is Lee Jamua. The woman from the south beside him is Torua Yan. And that pale person wearing the hood seems to be Ulta. But I don't see that person, Carr said wonderingly, as if someone should have been with those three. Which person? Leo asked curiously. The top student of Lumern Academy, the student council president, Reese, Carr answered. At that moment, a hand reached out from behind, gripped Leo's shoulder and pulled him away. By the time Carr turned back to continue speaking, he discovered his friend had long since evaporated. Back with the protagonist, the person who had just pulled him away turned out to be the swordswoman Celia. Seeing her hurried state, Leo asked curiously, Celia, what's going on? Responding to the question, Celia said Leo needed to go with her to the city of Lumeria. Because the student council president said he wants to meet you. Why does the student council president want to see me? Leo asked with eyes full of curiosity. However, Celia wasn't very clear on this either. You really don't care about anything involving the school, do you? You'll find out once we get there, Celia sighed. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to a room with architecture resembling the east. Celia was feeling a bit restless, looking around and muttering, I wonder why he chose to meet in a place like this? Why, the aroma is so good, Leo said with a shrug. Then, without letting them wait any longer, the student council president arrived. As soon as he appeared, the swordswoman lunged toward him like a small kitten. Brother. Standing there, Reese gently stroked his sister's head and greeted Leo. Nice to meet you, Leo Plove. I've been hearing a lot about you. You're aiming to become an all-around hero, aren't you? This person was Reese Zerdinger of the Night Department and the Student Council President of Lumer. Next, knowing that a full stomach leads to better talk, Reese ordered a basket of dumplings for the group. "Does this suit everyone's taste?" he asked softly. "Ah yes," Leo replied. Reese noticed his sister looking a bit anxious and asked, "What is it, Celia?" In response, Celia said this was the first time she had eaten this dish, which was why she had that look on her face. Then she slowly took a taste. As soon as it entered her mouth, her eyes snapped open and she said in surprise, "It's delicious." At her reaction, Reese smiled satisfactorily. "Haha, this is the restaurant I wanted to bring you to once you joined Lumern." He paused for a moment before shifting the conversation back to Leo. "But I really didn't expect you to be that person's son." Opposite him, Leo knew who he was referring to and asked, "Have you met my mother before?" "Yeah, I met her a few times when I was young and she was quite famous during her time at school." Reese nodded, making Leo even more curious. "My mother." To explain, Reese began listing Lady Riene's achievements. That's right, she was someone who did many legendary things. For example, she once said the desserts in the dormitory cafeteria were too terrible. So she gathered all the students and invaded the principal's office. "So Auntie was the protagonist of that famous event?" Celia cried out. "Exactly, hahaha," Reese laughed. Back to Leo, while the others were chatting happily, he was silently evaluating the student council president's strength. And he had to admit, as expected, he deserved to be called the strongest among the students at Lumern. It seems to be only a matter of time before he becomes a hero, Leo thought to himself. Next, once everyone finished eating, Reese stood up cheerfully. "Well then, shall we go get dessert? I'll go pay, so you two head out first." At these words, Leo and Celia quickly left the table. Simultaneously, Reese suddenly felt a bit of heat in his chest. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a glowing piece of paper. Why is this?" Reese whispered. Switching scenes to Leo's classroom. At this time, the mage Ileana spoke up. "Professor, I have a question." In response, the aggressive professor put his feet up on the desk, tilted his head, and asked, "Ileana Layden, let's see what your useless question is." Hearing this, Ileana didn't get angry but raised her hand and spoke loudly. "Why haven't we chosen a class representative yet? I heard all the other classes have already finished choosing." "Oh, that's true," Tide nodded in agreement. Only when she mentioned it did the professor remember. "Class representative? Oh right, I forgot about that." He immediately turned to Leo and suggested, "Leo, you do it." Before Leo could even agree, the other two immediately complained, "Wait, why, Professor? Shouldn't we choose a representative democratically through a vote?" To answer the question, Herod threw a stack of papers half a meter high onto the desk and demanded, "Representative, take these and organize them." Looking at the massive workload, Ileana pulled her neck back and didn't dare say another word. Then the announcement speaker on the wall emitted a sound. "Announcement, in just a moment we will have a joint class on group studies. All first-year students, please prepare to head to the main hall." Hearing this, Leo looked at the professor and asked, "Professor, should we prepare to go right now?" Truly the demeanor of a class representative, Herod nodded approvingly. Switching to the hall, following the announcement, students were slowly gathering together. Here, Leo and Herod ran into the mage Chloe. Her current appearance made them curious. "Hi Chloe, you look exhausted." Upon being greeted, Chloe's eyes lit up slightly and she immediately asked, "Do you have any recovery potions left? Can you sell some to me?" Seeing this, Carr wasn't stingy and immediately tossed her 2 recovery potions. He told her that was all he had at the moment. Beside them, Leo's voice carried a hint of worry. "It's only the beginning of the year and you're already pushing yourself this hard." After grabbing the potion, the mage immediately downed it in one gulp and claimed she was fine. Looking at the stubbornness on Chloe's face, Carr couldn't help but admire her. "Wow, impressive. She's the top in magic theory." Beside him, Chelsea added, "But I guess Chloe has no choice but to be anxious." The moment Leo learns the latest magic trends, he could surpass her in the magic theory exam. "Huh, what's wrong with being second?" Carr asked in confusion, making Chelsea look at him like he was an idiot. "Have you seriously lost your brain?" She's a mage of the tower. "We are battle mages, so we don't mind falling behind a bit in theory. But investigating magic research is the core of the mage tower. Her honor is being put in a dangerous position." "Are you really a mage?" In response, the alchemist replied nonchalantly, "First of all, of course, I use magic to survive. Survival magic is my pride." In another development, immediately after Reese realized the paper in his hand was glowing, he went to see Principal Kalyan. After hearing the story, the principal's expression shifted and became serious. The damaged hero chronicle reacted. "Are you sure this hero fragment reacted?" he asked again. Reese nodded with absolute certainty. "Yes. This is a fragment so heavily damaged that it shouldn't have been able to react anymore, but it really did. Furthermore, there were no artifacts nearby." Principal Kalyan followed up, "Did it react again after that?" "No sir," Reese shook his head. Back to the principal, the lack of information made it impossible for him to deduce the cause of this strange phenomenon. "Let's see." Perhaps I need to investigate this further. You've just returned and must be tired. Well done. He then called his secretary, Alina, into the room and requested her to take this to the Hall of Beginnings. At the lecture hall, the first-year joint class was about to start. Yes, I understand. Alina nodded and hurried to the hall, leaving the old principal behind deep in thought. Occasionally, even small fragments like this can react. If someone recorded in the Hero Chronicle comes into contact with it, it will react. Switching to the Lumern Academy lecture hall, the first-year joint hero studies class was underway. The person teaching was Professor Arshian Nier, the teacher in charge of Class 1-8. Since the classes were all together, they were as noisy as a broken market, leaving the small professor quite flustered. Please be quiet, Arshian requested. However, the students' mouths kept going like machine guns, pushing Arshian to her limit. At that moment, the shadow of a unicorn appeared behind her, and simultaneously the professor's personality flipped 180 degrees. Everyone, if you don't want to get beaten, then shut up, you damn brats. Do you want to die? Which one should I deal with first? She screamed. Her current demeanor was a far cry from her gentle face earlier. Damn it, they just won't listen. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, Arshian suddenly returned to her gentle expression. Finally quiet, thank you, she said cheerfully, leaving the students above scared to death. So scary? Oh my god. No matter how many times I see it, it's still terrifying. Our professor is truly too scary, the students of Class 8 thought tremulously. Meanwhile, seeing her personality change as fast as a rocket, Leo was amazed. So, she's a spiritual mage. Even in my past life, spiritual mages were very rare. Back to Arshian, once the class was quiet, she pulled out a dagger and began her lecture. We will begin the first-year joint hero studies class. After the appearance of the Hero Chronicles, this is the reason heroic families emerged. To open the world of a hero, one needs an object with a deep connection or one closely related to that hero. Therefore, the descendants of heroes have the ability to open a hero's world more easily. This is why Lumern Academy, where the Hero Chronicles are kept, and these families have a deep relationship. While this is political, one could say it's like the connection between a key and a treasure. Now do you all understand why hero studies is so important? Hero studies is important because it helps us find clues to conquer a hero's world or understand them better. When you reach your final year, you will choose a hero to inherit power from and test yourselves against their Hero Chronicle pages. At the same time, Secretary Alina entered the hall and handed Arshian the piece of paper from earlier. As if she had been informed beforehand, the professor happily shared it with everyone. Everyone, this is a fragment of a Hero Chronicle brought back by the fifth-year students of Lumern Academy. Hearing her say this, everyone gasped in awe. Not wanting to keep them curious for long, Arshian gently opened the box. Below, the students held their breath and stared curiously at the small box. However, before it was even fully open, Arshian suddenly snapped it shut. Alright, before we experience this Hero Chronicle fragment, everyone tell me the goal you want to achieve as a hero. Facing her, the students were visibly disappointed. Next, the swordswoman Celia raised her hand. I want to become a knight who surpasses the previous generations of my family. Oh, that's a wonderful goal, Arshian praised. On the other side, the mage Chloe shared her thoughts. I want to write a spellbook containing only my original spells. I want to become a supporter for heroes, Carr said emphatically. And his dream also received praise from the female professor. It seems Carr wants to be someone who can support heroes, truly wonderful. Back to Leo, at this time he also stated his goal. My goal is the complete destruction of Erebos. His words caused the entire hall to suddenly fall into pin-drop silence. After about 2 seconds of silence, Professor Arshian spoke up awkwardly. Right, truly an incredible goal. Alright, next, ignoring the strange looks from around him, Leo calmly sat back down. Meanwhile, some upperclassmen began to mock Leo's dream. Is he dreaming too big? The freshman representative's goal is really. Back to Professors Herod and Sejin. After hearing Leo speak, Sejin glanced at his colleague and asked, what do you think? It sent a chill down my spine. He's not the type of person to talk nonsense. Herod shared his feelings frankly. He also thought back to the protagonist's words. It's been millennia since Erebos was split into pieces and sealed, but he has reincarnated many times over the years. Reincarnating just one fragment of him is enough to cause a disaster. But his dream is the complete destruction of Erebos. The more he thought, the more he felt that things were likely not simple. Back to Professor Arshian. After finishing the questions about the students' dreams, she continued. So today we will read a Hero Chronicle page brought back from a dungeon. After each class guesses which hero the page belongs to, we will learn how to conquer that hero's world. By the way, in case something unexpected happens, the professors from each class will also be observing. So please, no causing trouble. Hearing her say this, the heart rates of the students sitting above began to increase steadily with excitement. Finally, it's the first time we're touching a hero chronicle. So nervous, the crowd whispered. Not letting the students wait long, Arshian continued, all right, will the representative of each class please come forward? At those words, Leo along with the other familiar representatives ran onto the stage. Arshian then said this time 2 hero chronicles were brought back. Of course, we will only use one for today's class. The other is a very small fragment, but we brought it out so you can see that such fragments also exist. As she spoke, she held the 2 boxes out in front of Leo. Seeing this, Leo conveniently took the small piece of paper in front of him. But immediately after, a sudden anomaly occurred. Everyone received a notification: Hero Chronicle opened. World unknown, chapter unknown. A massive and extremely complex magic circle appeared above the stage. Elsewhere, Professor Sejin saw this and shouted, "It's losing control." Just as he finished speaking, their figures suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. By the time they reappeared, the group discovered they were inside a strange world. This is a strange world with a blood-red sky, and all around lay countless bodies of monsters of all shapes and sizes. Looking at this scene, a girl in the group shouted in panic, "Dead bodies." Hearing this, Professor Herod dropped his playful attitude and reassured them, "Get a hold of yourselves. This is the hero's dungeon." As for Professor Sejin, he noticed something and pointed in a direction. "Herod, I see a fortress wall over there." Hearing this, everyone turned to look where the professor was pointing and discovered. In that place stood an ancient citadel with countless cracks spreading across the walls. Leo couldn't have been more familiar with the site. In the era of disaster, it was the final line of defense and the last city, the Gardeslin fortress wall. "If the timing is right," Leo muttered. At the same time, a sound suddenly echoed from behind everyone. "Yes, my unfulfilled wish was truly foolish. But we will save the world." Hearing that familiar voice, Leo turned to face his old teammate and whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Lysanas." Opposite him, the black-haired girl gave a slight smile and slowly dissolved into a beam of light. Next, the space around them shattered and the group was teleported back to the large hall. Everything happened at a dizzying speed, leaving the student representatives bewildered, having no idea what was going on. "Professors, what's going on?" Chen Zia asked in confusion, and seeing the situation, Professor Herod immediately stopped the class and ordered everyone to stay calm and leave the lecture hall quickly. Above them, without the teacher having to say much more, the students ran away in terror. Only Leo remained, deep in thought with the piece of paper still in his hand. Because at that moment he had realized the identity of that piece of paper. "This is Kyle's page. This is my chronicle." On the side, Professor Herod stared at him with a contemplative look, wondering what on earth he was thinking. Time passed quickly, shifting to Class 5, where Leo's friends asked him about what he experienced when he was transported to that strange hero's world. And after hearing what Leo went through, the whole group was dumbfounded. "You met the King of Wisdom? That's incredible. This is a historical event." So that was the chronicle of the hero Lysanas. The mage, Chelsea said with eyes full of admiration. Not to mention her, even the mage Ileana was devastated and filled with regret. "Why did I give the class monitor position to Leo? I knew I should have been the monitor. I missed out on such a good opportunity." "Haha, really?" Carr asked with a sarcastic tone, which immediately led to the mage pouncing on him to give him a beating. It looked like it was going to be Carr's funeral today. As she spoke, her 2 fists swung like a machine while the orange-haired guy could only curl up to take the hits. At the same moment, Professor Herod coldly stared at the group from the doorway. "I came here to scold the loudest class, and here you are. Choose self-study or expulsion." Saying that without waiting for the group to say a word, he left immediately. Returning to Leo, ever since returning to class, he had been deep in thought about what had just happened. "There's one thing I still don't understand. Why was my hero's chronicle the only one that was scrambled? It was in such bad shape that I couldn't even recognize whose world it was. It's almost as if someone intentionally destroyed my hero's chronicle." A true hero's chronicle is an artifact that inherits the power of a hero. If someone didn't want a new hero to be born, then it could only be that bastard Erebos. "But I need to investigate why my hero's chronicle was split apart first," Leo silently planned in his heart. Just like that, time passed quickly. A month later, shifting to the magic department class where the handsome Professor Len pointed to a magic symbol behind him and explained, "Original magic, in other words, a unique spell. This will be your practical midterm exam." Original magic is a type of magic that clearly demonstrates the personality of the mage in this modern age, when the trend is to use activation techniques. Mages no longer try to create original magic, however. This original magic could become a secret technique to protect oneself in emergency situations. For example, the star magic that all elves learn. Actually, this is just a small copy of original magic. In history, only one person could use the true star magic, and that was its creator, the founder of Nebula Luna. Speaking of the mage Chloe, hearing about star magic, she glanced over to observe Leo because she still remembered that during the earlier ball match, Leo had used that type of magic to bypass her. On the side, as if noticing Chloe staring at him, Leo also glanced over to observe her, and realized that beside her was a magic book radiating a dark aura. And catching Leo's gaze, Chloe hurriedly put the book away. Is that a dark grimoire? Leo wondered to himself, and without knowing this, Professor Len above announced the end of the lesson. Well, surely everyone is looking forward to discovering their unique magic. That's all for today's lesson. Hearing this, the group of students noisily walked out of class, but at this moment, Leo was a bit concerned about the dark magic book from earlier. So he grabbed Chloe's hand. Wait, Chloe, do you want to have lunch with me? As he said this, he thought about how when Chloe hid the dark grimoire earlier, he became even more suspicious. However, whether it was because the mage was a bit wary of him or not, she refused immediately. I don't have time for that. I will definitely defeat you in this practical exam. On the other side, Carr saw the tension and ran over to defuse the situation. Hey, what's up with you two? Leo, you demon, are you daring to challenge the top spot in the Magic Academy of the Ice Queen? In response, Chloe asserted her determination. I already lost to Leo in technique, however, when it comes to magic theory, I won't let anyone surpass me. So this time, no matter what, I will win, Chloe said as her eyes filled with determination. Seeing this, Leo smiled and asked, if I back down now, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Opposite him, Chloe nodded in response. Seeing this, our protagonist reached out his hand and promised, all right then, let's both prepare well. Speaking of Carr, witnessing the two of them shaking hands like that, he was filled with admiration internally. That was such a natural handshake. Time passed quickly until late afternoon, shifting to the Hero Tower. Right now, Leo was here to search for more clues because his hero's chronicle was somewhere around here. The Forbidden Library of Lumern. If he could get there, maybe he could find some clues about his lost hero's chronicle. Thinking this, he walked calmly up the stairs, and during this time, some female students caught sight of him and blushed, whispering to each other, oh, isn't he a freshman? Why is he here? He's so cute. On the other side, a voice rang out in front of Leo. Leo Plove, I've heard a lot about you from Professor Len. Very nice to meet you. The owner of this voice was Torua Yan. She was a fifth-year student in the magic department. Up front, the protagonist knew this was his senior, so he bowed respectfully. Nice to meet you. What business does a freshman have at the Hero Tower? As she spoke, Torua stuck her leg out to block the protagonist's path. Seeing this action, he casually came up with an excuse. I'm here to meet the student council president. If you join the magic department, you'll have a chance. I've already joined the magic department. Leo replied calmly. Seeing this, Torua stepped aside to let him pass. Thanks. Leo nodded and said, then, before he stepped up, Torua reminded him, Leo, I want you to declare your major as the magic department before this semester ends. Is that clear? In response, the protagonist nodded slightly. Next to go up, he stepped into an elevator. However, after pressing the button to select the floor, for some reason, the elevator wouldn't budge an inch. What the heck? Why isn't it working? Leo asked curiously as he kept pressing the button, and to enlighten him, an answer rang out, you need to channel mana into it. That's how to activate it. Very nice to meet you, Leo Plove. So you're the freshman rep everyone is buzzing about? The owner of this voice was the big guy Lee Zamua, a fifth-year student in the night department. Responding, knowing this was his senior, Leo bowed respectfully. Up front, Senior Lee Zamua was also a bit curious about why Leo was here, so he asked, what brought you to the Hero Tower? Seeing this, our protagonist shared frankly, well, I have some things I need to discuss with the student council president. Leo's attitude was so relaxed that the senior couldn't help but laugh and stroke his chin, commenting, a freshman who isn't afraid of me at all, bold enough to storm straight into the student council president's office alone. I wouldn't call it storming in, Leo reminded him, but it seemed the big guy didn't hear that, so he suggested to Leo, you should seriously consider joining the night department. What do you think? Regarding this offer, Leo could only force a smile as one person after another kept inviting him to join their department. Am I exhausted before the main topic even starts? Leo lamented internally. Shifting to the front of the student council president's office upon arriving, Leo stopped walking, knocked on the door, and said inside, President Reese, I am Leo Plove. May I come in? Answering this, Reese's warm voice rang out, come in. Feeling permitted, Leo quickly opened the door and walked inside. And the moment he saw him, the handsome guy asked directly, is something wrong? Leo answered. After a few seconds of contemplation, he stated his purpose, I want to get into the Forbidden Library. This request immediately made the student council president's expression change. Next, he spoke to Leo with a serious look. Leo, I know you aren't the type to joke around, but there are only two ways a normal student can get into the Forbidden Library. The first way is to conquer a hero's dungeon. According to custom, the conqueror returns the pages found to the hero's chronicle. As for the second way, I will let you know once you join the student council, Reese said with a smile. It seems that within this student council, everyone is trying to pull Leo into their faction. Time passed quickly, shifting to the familiar training field. Today was the practical exam for the night department, and even though it wasn't his department, today many people from other departments came to observe. Naturally, the person who liked to gossip about everything Carr couldn't be missing. The day has finally arrived, the first practical exam for the night department. So many people are coming to watch. See, you can't watch a match like this without popcorn. He excitedly advertised his product to the students watching, making the mage Chelsea sigh as she witnessed this scene. It seems Carr is very passionate about business. In response, Ileana laughed comfortably. Haha, that's Carr's style. He'd still make money even if he weren't at Loomer. In another corner, Leigh was looking around and noticed that the mage Chloe hadn't arrived. Then, not making everyone wait long, Professor Ayan stepped out to announce the first duel. Halil Snaff of Class 1 and Leo Plove of Class 5 stepped forward. Hearing this, both of them moved forward simultaneously. Meanwhile, his merchant friend Carr also started catching a potential customer, so he ran over to pitch him. Professor Sejin, do you want to buy some popcorn and soda today? He said cheerfully and held the popcorn and soda out. However, to this sales pitch, the teacher smirked disparagingly. HMPH, you think I'd buy that? Asked Harlan. Seeing this, Carr didn't give up yet. Instead, he started turning to look at his friend Celia. On the side, Celia nodded in understanding. And as if they had practiced it many times before, at this moment, Celia put on a cute face like a kitten and looked at the teacher with expectant eyes. Professor, can you buy popcorn for us? It looks really delicious. Not just him, Carr also started shouting the name Sejin, making everyone start cheering. With no other choice, since the students had put it that way, to save his honor whether he wanted to or not, Sejin had to agree. Give one to everyone, he said calmly, while our merchant friend was very happy because he had just sold another batch. Returning to the arena, looking at the opponent in front of him, Leo smiled, congratulating him. Congratulations, good luck, number one. Opposite him, responding to Leo's friendly face, was an extremely cunning face. This friend was Halil's of the night department, and he was also a heroic descendant of the Snaff family. Seems like you don't care about me, you'll regret that, Halil said while licking his lips. Additional info, basic Lumern info from Carr. The night department's practical midterm exam is passed by winning 5 duels. Up in the stands, many students started looking at Leo, curious about his true strength. I wonder what skills the Class 5 freshman has. A girl asked, and the boy sitting next to her, who seemed to have got info from somewhere, replied, because Leo is studying 3 majors, there will surely be a gap compared to those who focus only on one subject. Don't forget that Halil's is the 3rd best in Class 1, right after Celia and Durin. As for Halil's, he didn't like the protagonist much because he thought Leo was arrogant, always hovering around Celia. Not knowing the thoughts of both students, Professor Ayan began to announce the rules. The person who makes their opponent unable to fight any more wins. Treat this as a real duel. The words were barely out when suddenly Leo's expression changed as he began to sense an evil energy emitting from a building not far away. Shifting to the position of the mage Chloe to find a way to defeat Leo, she was currently burying her head in study. But the deeper she researched, the more desperate she felt, to the point that she tore the paper in her hand and gritted her teeth. No, it's not right. There's no way I can create this unique magic with just my ability. Thinking this, she angrily waved her hand and swept all the books on the table away. Chloe muttered to herself, absolutely cannot lose to Leo in this practical exam. Just then, as if she had made a decision for herself, Chloe turned her eyes toward the dark magic book from before, the one Leo was always worried about, and whispered, with this, I can win. This time, I will definitely win, Chloe said as her eyes filled with determination. Seeing this, Leo smiled and asked, if I retreat now, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Back to the training arena, because Leo sensed that dark energy, he stood frozen watching the building. And since Leo stood there blankly after the start signal had already sounded, how could Halil's miss this golden opportunity? Immediately, he gripped his spear and lunged forward with lightning speed. Too careless. Gotcha, he said. Halil's lunged, aiming his spear tip straight at Leo's handsome face. However, with his combat experience, Leo tilted his head to the side to dodge, though Halil's attack wasn't over yet. Immediately afterward, he used a skill called Serpent Spear, causing the tip of his spear to transform and twist into a zigzag shape like a snake's head, and it lunged toward the protagonist's throat with lightning speed. However, this wasn't enough to trouble Leo. He simply reached out and easily caught the spearhead, preventing it from moving even a millimeter further. Leo's arm strength was so great that it made Halil's question reality. wondering where Leo had gotten such immense power. Next, Leo yanked the spear toward himself with great force, sending Hallows' entire body flying along with it. Then, without waiting for Hallows to react, Leo gathered strength into his fist and unleashed a lightning-fast punch, striking the third-ranked guy right in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward like a silver bullet. Once done, Leo shook his hand and mocked, "Who said I was careless?" Opposite him, despite the excruciating pain from Leo's punch, Hallows still had enough strength to stand up and fight again. "Don't get cocky. The battle has only just begun." Hallows spoke, and his entire body started emitting a strange green energy. Unfortunately for Leo, the aura this radiated only made him feel a bit contemptuous. Someone who couldn't even use aura having such power didn't mean his basic weaknesses had been resolved. "Cool aura, pretty unique," Leo muttered when he saw the streams of green energy rushing toward him, and he covered his body in a brilliant red aura to protect himself. Opposite him, the foolish Hallows still hadn't realized how vast the difference in strength between him and Leo really was, so he remained confident. "Unless it's something on the level of Celia's fire aura, it's going to be very hard to push me back," Hallows declared arrogantly, or so he said. However, just a second later, Leo, cloaked in his brilliant red aura, pierced through the smoke and arrived right in front of him. "You're the one who's always careless," the protagonist said coldly, his sharp eyes looking as if they wanted to crush the last bit of confidence remaining in his opponent. Up on the stands, the students were happily eating popcorn and enjoying the battle, just like they were watching an actual action movie. In one corner, Duran, who had once been defeated by Leo, frowned slightly at Leo's performance. Meanwhile, the Zerdinger girl herself was filled with confusion. "Leo, when did you increase your fire aura power to this level?" she thought, her eyes unable to hide the astonishment mixed with curiosity. Turning back to Hallows' perspective, no matter how foolish he might be at this point, he finally realized that Leo's strength was not ordinary at all. Looking at the red aura covering the protagonist, he had to blurt out internally, "What is this? Is it fire on Celia's level? Is a maniac trying to surpass all elements really this strong?" The anxiety about Leo's power began to make sweat bead on his forehead involuntarily. Thinking this, Hallows knew that without using his trump card, he couldn't possibly defeat the protagonist, so with no other choice he had to unleash all his power. "I was planning to use this move to defeat Celia, but I didn't expect to have to use it on someone like you, Leo Plove." After saying that, he concentrated energy into his palm and used a technique called Serpent Prison. At this moment, a green snake began to launch from his palm, flying straight forward at lightning speed, and the moment it closed in on Leo, it coiled tightly around him and opened its mouth to roar menacingly, and even Leo's fire aura couldn't push this snake back, making him unable to help but praise internally, "Oh, not bad at all." Switching back to Hallows' perspective, seeing that he had successfully used his skill to restrain Leo, he immediately turned to look at Celia in the stands with eyes full of excitement, like a young boy with a crush wanting to show off. "What do you think, Celia? I prepared this technique specifically to counter your flames." Across from him, Celia seemed to notice Hallows' gaze, so she let out a sigh and pointed forward to signal him. This left the youth confused, but when he turned back to look, he discovered that the energy snake he had created was slowly evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the flames on Leo's body grew increasingly fierce, it took less than 3 seconds for the restraint to completely vanish as if it had never existed. The sight of his strongest technique, which he had practiced for so long, doing absolutely nothing to Leo, left Hallows wide-eyed in shock. With no other choice, he had to resort to close-quarters combat. Hallows gave a cold snort, gritted his teeth, and gripped his twin spears as he charged in to attack. Simultaneously, Leo quickly drew his sword and countered the strike. The force of Leo's blow was so powerful that it sent the spear flying out of Hallows' hand in a single collision, leaving the overconfident youth sitting flat on the ground. Next, Leo pointed his sword directly at him and offered a word of advice: "Don't lower your guard until the fire is completely out." As he said this, Professor Ain saw the battle was over and announced the result: the winner, Leo Plove. Up in the stands, Leo's #1 fan, Chelsea, cheered enthusiastically. "That was amazing. Leo is just on another level. Incredible. I knew I could count on you, Leo," Carr added in. Returning to Hallows' thoughts after his defeat, he accepted it internally. Even in a practice session, he's this good. No wonder he's on the same level as Celia. Hallows whispered to himself before being snapped out of it by Celia's voice. "That was impressive. Great job," she said with a bright smile. Her words made Hallows a bit shy as he scratched his cheek. "What, really? You actually thought that was cool?" Putting that aside, Professor Ain quickly called the next 2 contestants to the field. Next, Class 5 Ileana Layden step up. Hearing her name, the red-haired mage excitedly moved forward. "All right, who's my opponent?" Professor Ain turned to the other side and continued Class 10, Chen Zia, step up. For Ileana, the moment she heard her opponent's name, her eyes went blank. What? Why do I have to fight one of the 3 strongest students in the grade? She muttered in a daze, though unfortunately no one could answer her. On the opposite side, once the summoner Chen Zia stepped forward, she clasped her hands and said to her opponent, "Please go easy on me." In response, Ileana also clasped her hands and replied, "Yeah, you too." Beside them, Professor Ain saw that both students were ready and nodded, declaring, "Match start." Immediately, Chen Zia began using her mana, causing currents of water to swirl around her. Meanwhile, Tide gripped his sword tightly and enveloped his body in flames. Then, she concentrated power into her legs and lunged forward with the speed of an arrow, aiming her sword straight at her opponent. Up in the stands, Leo saw this, and a look of concern appeared on his face as he thought, "This is going to hurt." And just as he predicted, the moment Ileana's sword was about to reach Chen Zia, it was blocked by an energy barrier. Consequently, she was sent flying by the barrier like a ragdoll and was immediately incapacitated. Unable to get back up, the scene was clear. Chen Zia clasped her hands to the audience while Professor Ain made the usual announcement, "The winner is Chen Zia." At the front, Ileana had woken up and could only wave her hand dejectedly. "But I still didn't flinch before Chen Zia," she said nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Leo felt a bit of regret that Ileana lost so quickly. The match was disadvantageous from the start, but if you had stayed calmer, you could have done better. Leo muttered to himself. Next up was the battle between Celia of Class 1 and Duran of Class 1. "Facing you should be fun," Celia remarked. Duran, hearing this, remained pensive and silent, not uttering a word. In the stands, Leo took some popcorn from the friend sitting next to him and admitted, "This match looks like it'll be interesting." The scene shifts down to the arena, where Celia and Duran have drawn their weapons and enveloped their bodies in powerful auras, drawing everyone's attention. "Now, let's see who the strongest knight in Class 1 really is," Celia said excitedly. Without another word, both began unleashing powerful sword strikes at lightning speed, filling the air with the continuous, fierce clashing of metal. The wind pressure they created was so strong it reached the stands. "Wow, is this the skill level of the top students?" one student asked in a daze while Carr covered his mouth and asked Leo, "Who do you think will win, Leo?" Hearing the question, Leo tossed a few kernels of popcorn into his mouth and shared his thoughts casually. "Let's see. Based on the current situation, it looks like Celia will lose." His bluntness made Carr's jaw drop. "You're cold, man." Ignoring the comment, Leo looked at Celia's eyes, which remained perfectly calm. He had a different thought, that look in Celia's eyes. It seems she has a secret move to turn the tide. Back in the battle, Duran utilized the advantage of his aura's properties to glide forward at the speed of lightning. He immediately unleashed a flash attack that grazed Celia's face, leaving a trail of blood on her cheek. Next, he continued to rain down fierce, rapid-fire attacks, forcing Celia to retreat several steps. However, after being pushed back a certain distance, the swordswoman took the opportunity to use her ultimate move. She raised her sword high above her head, and from within the blade, a fierce flame began to spread, reaching straight toward the sky. Sensing the power radiating from her, all the students grew restless. "Wow, this is no joke." The group cried out in surprise, not knowing what ultimate move Celia was about to use. Only Leo seemed to realize something as he praised her. "Celia is using her head well." The practice room in the first-year building is quite small. Celia realized it would be hard to catch Duran's speed, so she turned the practice room into her own stage. Now, inside that dome of blazing fire, Duran's movements will be restricted, and the high temperature will affect his vision as well. "She was already great, but now she's becoming even stronger," Leo praised internally. And indeed, just as Leo predicted, inside the blazing field created by Celia, Duran's vision was obstructed, making him hesitant to charge in recklessly. Back to the swordswoman Celia, she took advantage of Duran's inability to pinpoint her location or react to the blazing field. She nimbly glided behind him and unleashed a surprise strike. It was only a pity that Duran's instincts warned him, allowing him to sense the danger and immediately crouch down to dodge the blow just in time. Then he gritted his teeth, enveloped his sword in lightning, and thrust it upward. But what Celia did next was completely unexpected. She reached out and gripped the blade tightly, making it unable to move another inch. Seeing this, Celia wore a victorious smile on her face. "Gotcha." Having said that, she performed a headbutt, slamming her forehead into Duran. Consequently, after taking that sudden blow, his eyes rolled back as if he were dying and he fell into a daze. He rolled onto the ground. As for Professor Ain, after confirming Duran was no longer able to fight, he announced, "The winner is Celia Zerdinger." His words prompted the group of friends nearby to cheer for her victory. Back to Celia, after seeing Duran wake up beside her, she gave him a piece of advice. "Why don't you try improving your physical stamina a bit?" With that, she reached out her hand to pull the blonde youth up. Duran didn't act stuck up. Instead, he reached out and took Celia's small hand to stand up. Witnessing this wonderful display of sportsmanship, some students couldn't even hold back their tears. That move earlier was truly amazing, I have to record this. One male student said while continuously snapping photos. Back to Leo, witnessing his best friend's victory made him happy for her. Training paid off, Celia, you were amazing. Carr shouted. Then suddenly, Professor Sejin reached out and grabbed a handful of Carr's popcorn, saying slowly, Celia really did win. Thanks for the explanation, class representative. Just like that, the night department's practical exam ended with the following results. Celia Zerdinger had 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran had 4 wins and 1 loss. Chen Zia had 4 wins and 1 loss. And our protagonist, Leo, was the only one to achieve a record of 5 straight wins without losing a single match. Time passed quickly. A week later, the linguistics theory exam had just ended. Looking at the stack of test papers in his hand and after verifying the count, Professor Herod arranged them neatly and nodded to the students in front of him. You all did very well on the test. Don't fail and get expelled. Study hard. Having said that, he slammed the door shut, making a very loud noise. As soon as the professor left the room, Ileana began to freak out in frustration. Good grief, it's always expelled this and expelled that, she lamented. It seemed her exam hadn't gone very well. Meanwhile, in another corner of the class, 2 boys approached the top student, Chelsea, to check in. Chelsea, let me see your answers, hee. Who should I show first? She said arrogantly, making the 2 simps widen their eyes. Let me see first, please, the 2 boys pleaded. The scene shifts to another corner of the class. Our protagonist, Leo, was lying on his desk like a lazy cat. Suddenly, his pink-haired friend Nella turned around and asked, how was the test, class representative? Hearing someone call him, Leo looked up, scratched his head, and replied, I don't think it was too bad. His words made Nella laugh cheerfully. The representative always looks like he has everything under control, yet you can actually make a face like that. In response, Leo's face looked dazed as if he hadn't fully woken up. Did I really do that? Seeing his expression, Nella found it even funnier, even offering Leo a free therapy session. If you're hurting anywhere, just let me know, I'll heal you with my magic. At the same time, Carr the merchant crawled out from some unknown corner and came over complaining, oh Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff, help me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chelsea, without waiting for Nella to reply, began thumping his back like a machine, making the orange-haired boy spit out his water in pain. It doesn't hurt anymore now, does it? Chelsea asked with a smile before turning to Leo. Leo, how is your summoning practice going? Tide said you almost never show up in the summoning practice room. To this question, Leo said he practiced hard in places where no one could see. Chelsea believed him 100% without a shred of doubt. That sounds like you, Leo. So what rank do you hope to get in the summoning exam? First place, definitely. Leo shared his goal confidently. Once again, time passed. The scene shifts to the summoning department training ground. Today is the day of the summoning department's practical exam. Although it was an exam for the summoning department, many students from other departments came to watch. While everyone was waiting for the exam to start, the announcer's voice echoed everywhere. Hello, it's that time of year again, the biggest event of the first semester for freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I am Runba Tess, a third-year student in the summoning department. In a corner of the stands, siblings Celia and Reese were present to watch the exam. While waiting, Celia turned to her brother and asked, is this really an exam? She asked curiously, and Reese explained, the summoning race is a tradition of the department that everyone loves. Plus, it's a highlight of the interdepartmental exchange sessions, so everyone is excited. Back to Carr the merchant. As always, whenever students gathered for an event, he took the opportunity to sell popcorn and coke to make some extra cash. Meanwhile, down on the training ground, the students of the summoning department had gathered together. At this time, the summoner Eliza turned to stare at the protagonist and spoke up. I heard you performed exceptionally well in the night department's practical exam. Are you well prepared for the summoning department's practical exam? In response, Leo said that of course he was prepared. Eliza seemed skeptical of his words. Her voice carried a hint of suspicion. You say that, yet you haven't shown up for a single practice session. Are you looking down on the summoning department? Her words began to agitate the other students, making them angry with Leo. That's right. If you're going to be lazy, then just quit. We haven't even seen you form a decent summoning contract yet. Irritated voices began to ring out. Finally, it was Tide who stepped in to reassure everyone to stay calm. However, Tide's words didn't seem to carry much weight as the students' frustration didn't subside. A blonde student began questioning Tide. Don't defend him just because you're in the same class. This guy has zero respect for our department. Hearing this, Chen Zia frowned and remarked, this atmosphere isn't good at all right before an exam. Before she could finish, a black-haired student with a middle part spoke up mockingly. Chen Zia, with your excellent record in the night department, you don't really need to care much about summoning, do you? His name was Sen Liu, and like Chen Zia, he was from the eastern continent. At his words, Chen Zia's voice faltered. That's Not letting her finish, the bulky Warrenden stepped in to complain, "You're being too noisy. If you're going to argue and pick sides just because someone is slightly better at summoning, please don't do it in front of me. Go somewhere else." Against his words, Sen Liu, perhaps having eaten something wrong, began to bristle like a rabid dog, expressing his anger. "What did you just say, Warrenden?" In response, Warrenden's face clearly showed his disdain. "I said it's annoying to hear people acting like being slightly better at riding a summoned beast is some grand achievement." Turning to Sen Liu's perspective, he suddenly remembered something and pointed at Warrenden. "Huh, feeling guilty? You hardly ever show up for summoning practice sessions either." "That's because I don't think it's worth practicing. I'm not an idiot like you who can't even tame a griffin," the big guy said with a smirk. At this point, the foolish Sen Liu could no longer contain his rage. He balled his hand into a fist and threw a punch straight at Warrenden, forgetting that Warrenden was the top scorer of the southern region and that Sen Liu only reached his chest. Luckily for him, before his fist could even touch the white-haired youth, Liu gripped his arm tightly and gave a warning. "If you fight before the exam, it won't just end with a warning. You'll lose your right to take the test entirely." Liu's reminder was like a bucket of cold water to Sen Liu's face. Yet he wasn't grateful to Leo for stopping him and only snorted in irritation. At the same time, Tide went over to the protagonist and whispered a warning. "Currently, the atmosphere in our summoning department this year isn't very good." Hearing this, Leo's eyes showed surprise as he asked, "Why is that?" In response, Tide's eyes turned a bit somber as he explained, "Summoning is a field where the skill gap between major and non-major students is huge. But because you and Tide, who aren't even summoning majors, are at the top of the class, the second-year summoning students are very annoyed with us. Plus, you rarely come to practice." Hearing this, Leo understood everything, why the rest of the class was so hostile toward him, and didn't feel too surprised. "Certainly to others it might look like I'm slacking off, but I have no intention of being negligent," Leo thought to himself. At the same time, in another corner of the stands, a mysterious person clad in a black cloak was intently watching Sen Liu below and whispering, "It's starting." Having said that, he created a spatial portal beside him and vanished inside. Back to Sen Liu, for some reason, a fire of rage was burning more and more fiercely in his heart with nowhere to vent. "We'll see, you arrogant brat. I will definitely crush you," he told himself, his eyes glowing red in an unnatural way. Time passed quickly, and as the exam drew near, the announcer Runba's voice rang out again. "Before we begin, I will explain the rules of the event. First-year summoning students may only use summoning magic during the exam. Even dual major students are forbidden from using aura or other magic. When the event starts, tame the griffin directly in front of you and cross Summoning Island, then return by circling around the Silent Lake. Who will be the star of the first-year summoning department midterm practical exam? We will find out shortly." As his voice rang out, all the first-year summoning students stood at the starting line with anxious faces, staring straight ahead. To keep them from getting even more tense, Professor Yura shouted, "Recruits, don't be nervous, just do what you practiced. Anyone who can't handle the pressure stays after class." Hearing her words only made the students even more stressed. They told themselves not to be nervous, but their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Ignoring their state, Yura declared, "The race begins." Immediately, several students who seemed to have planned beforehand looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Next, while some other students in the class quickly ran toward the griffins, the hounds belonging to Sen Liu's faction began using magic, aiming straight at two people, Leo and Warrenden. This made the announcer Runba shout in surprise, "Oh, what is this? It's like they planned this beforehand." They're all targeting class representative Leo Plove and southern top scorer Warrenden. Elsewhere, Tide, who was already on a griffin's back, saw Leo being targeted and grew worried, wanting to go help. However, Leo immediately stopped him. "Don't worry about me, keep going, this is an exam." At these words, Tide could only apologize and quickly directed his griffin to fly away. In the stands, the audience saw Sen Liu's group playing dirty and began shouting insults. If they had rotten eggs in their hands, they probably would have thrown them down. "That's so dirty, you people from the summoning department, just quit, play fair." Back to Leo, being targeted like this made him a bit annoyed. "I knew I was disliked, but I didn't expect them to unite to hinder me like this." Elsewhere, the announcer Runba, being a summoning student himself, had to speak up for his juniors. "Haha, though the boos from Class 5 are loud, this is also a strategy in its own way." Oh, just as I was speaking, Warrenden immediately neutralized the magic attacking him. Back to Warrenden, by now he had stabilized the griffin beneath him and turned to ask Leo, "Are you alright? Do you need help?" In response, Leo waved him off. "No, I'll handle it myself." Seeing this, Warrenden didn't waste any time and immediately directed the griffin beneath him to soar into the air like an arrow. Meanwhile, Leo was still stuck with the mass of magic surrounding him. This left Chelsea in the stands worrying incessantly. In another corner of the field, Professor Yura also witnessed this and couldn't hide the concern in her eyes. "The rift between the first-year students is deeper than I thought. They're openly collaborating against Leo. Leo's main specialty isn't spirits, it's summoning. This exam will be difficult for that kid. That was what the summoning department professor thought. However, immediately after, all her thoughts had to completely change upon witnessing the scene in front of her. Currently, our protagonist Leo was muttering some incantations. "O spirits, please release my shackles and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature." As soon as the incantation rang out, two beams of light suddenly appeared in front of Leo. From within them, two small spirits emerged, one red, one green. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be spirits representing the fire and wind attributes. As for Professor Yura, hearing Leo's words left her in a daze, because she understood what those words meant. Spirit language, and he's speaking it so fluently. But how, she wondered to herself. At the same time, Leo looked back at her with a somewhat teasing face. Seeing that, all of Yura's worries vanished. She let out a sigh and told herself, "I guess I'm the one who needs to relearn summoning." Time passed quickly, shifting to the rest of the students. Currently, they were riding griffins across a vast meadow. While flying, a foolish student in Sen Liu's group laughed loudly. "Haha, serves him right, and he's supposed to be the freshman representative and the best student in the South. He can't even get started, he'll definitely rank dead last." Beside him, Sen Liu nodded and added, "How does it feel, Eliza? Satisfying, isn't it?" In response to their words, the white-haired girl Eliza suddenly accelerated her griffin, flying parallel to him and giving him a look of disdain. "I don't like this. I can perfectly well defeat Leo Plove, Warrenden, or anyone else without resorting to this." Her words left Sen Liu a bit surprised. Then, to enlighten him, Eliza spoke bluntly about the issue. "What do you think others will think of the summoning class after this?" Sen Liu didn't have a shred of guilt or worry regarding those words. In fact, he laughed loudly. "Who cares? Haha, those people are the ones who will have to face the humiliation." Seeing this, Eliza knew that this guy was beyond redemption. So she simply warned him, "Next time, think carefully before you act." After saying that, she jerked the reins, steering the griffin forward while leaving Sen Liu behind, grinding his teeth in anger. He cursed her silently in his heart. This arrogant girl just acts high and mighty because she has her family backing her up. But regardless, I'm definitely going to take second place. Except for Eliza, I'm the best at handling flying beasts. This time I'll take the top spot, he imagined silently to himself. However, he didn't even get to keep that delusion for a few seconds before a girl's voice screamed from behind. "Sen Liu, look behind you." Hearing this call, Sen Liu turned his head back and saw Chen Zia standing on the griffin's back. Her posture was like she was surfing, her face looked like she was out for a stroll with no sense of urgency that she was participating in a test. "What kind of stance is that?" he muttered awkwardly. All of Sen Liu's earlier confidence vanished into thin air at the sight. She isn't even using spirit power to boost the beast. This speed is impossible." He screamed and reverted to his old ways, pulling dirty tricks. "Everyone, let's take her down together." Responding to this, an orange-haired girl said excitedly, "All right, take this." As she spoke, the young girl summoned a wind attribute spirit to prepare for an attack, but Chen Zia had already anticipated the dirty tricks from this group, so how could she not be on guard? The moment the wind attribute spirit was summoned, she steered her mount in an arc, turning back behind them. This left the orange-haired girl stunned, unable to react. "What the?" she shouted in panic. Meanwhile, Chen Zia jumped directly off the griffin's back and unleashed a kick aimed straight at the girl with pigtails, a precise and powerful strike. Before the young girl could even scream, she was kicked right off her mount. "This is cheating," she yelled in panic. Meanwhile, Chen Zia quickly grabbed the reins of that griffin, shrugged, and said, "Well, I didn't even need to use aura for that." Next, she steered the griffin forward, flying parallel to Sen Liu and said with a smile, "Hello, Sen Liu." Responding to this cheerfulness was the infuriated attitude of the blockhead. He warned her, "You've made a mistake by making us your enemies." Hearing this, Chen Zia nodded in acknowledgement but didn't forget to remind him, "I have to admit I'm not great at aerial combat, but I'm not your only opponent. Someone is very angry because of your petty tricks." The words were barely out before a deafening explosion erupted behind their backs, catching everyone off guard. It drew everyone's attention, and it didn't end there. More massive explosions appeared next to the other mounts, causing panic. Seeing this, Chen Zia wasn't surprised. It seemed Warrenden was the type to hold a grudge. She then observed the big guy as he accelerated at full power, catching up to the group in the lead. After spotting Sen Liu in front, Warrenden's face filled with rage. "You piece of trash. Take this as a return gift," he said, using his magic to hurl countless fireballs forward. The explosions they caused made Sen Liu's group struggle to keep their mounts steady. Returning to the arena, Leo had already managed to dodge the disruptive magic, and the voice of the commentator Runba rang out. Freshman representative Leo Plove is famous throughout Lumern for his ambition to join the best in the academy, but today, he seems to be trying very hard to steal the spotlight in this competition. But could summoning be Leo's fatal weakness? He observed the protagonist, wanting to see what he would do next, because after all, Leo had started much later than the others. returning to Leo's perspective. He immediately noticed a thorn stuck in the wing of his griffin. It seemed that hindering Leo with magic wasn't the only prank which made Leo feel annoyed. As a candidate hero, participating in such games was truly shameful. He reached out and grabbed the reins on the griffin's neck. However, the mount's reaction was incredibly intense. It started screaming as if the world was ending. Leo was trying to tame the griffin. My advice is not to try riding a griffin when it's that on edge. Runba commented enthusiastically. At the same time, up in the stands, the swordswoman Celia said worriedly, "Oh no, why is Leo trying so hard? He must have a reason." Reese added, returning to Leo, although the griffin's resistance made things difficult. He quickly gathered strength into both hands and pulled the reins with all his might to regain control. "I know how you feel, but right now, you have to listen to me," Leo said with icy eyes. The griffin shivered, sensing that if it continued to act up, it would face a terrible disaster. So quickly it became obedient, and as for Leo, seeing his mount calm down, he quickly sat on its back and officially took off. Whoa, Leo's griffin has joined the race. The most difficult and risky start, it seems last place is unavoidable. The commentator Runba shouted. Ignoring these words, Leo observed the wound on the griffin's wing and reassured it, "It must hurt a lot, but you endured it well. Very brave. In the name of the covenant holder, I command you, appear before me." Following this, a burst of fire suddenly erupted beside Leo, and then the baby phoenix Fiora appeared. Immediately after, it covered the griffin in its phoenix fire, causing the griffin to shriek as if it had gone mad. In another corner, the swordswoman Celia witnessed this and asked blankly, "What is that flame?" Not answering the question, President Reese stared at the screen, thinking, "Is that Zerdinger fire? No, that's not right, this isn't aura fire. Then what on earth is it?" Back to Sen Liu's group behind him, a girl spoke up, "Their injuries are serious. At this rate, we won't reach maximum speed." Responding to this, one of the group members calmly said, "But at least we can avoid last place. Relax a bit." The words were barely out before they saw a figure streak past them at lightning speed. That person was none other than Leo, whose speed was boosted by the phoenix fire. Currently, his griffin was flying forward like a flaming arrow. Now let's see. Time to speed up a little more, Leo thought with a smile when he spotted the group ahead, but right at that moment, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from ahead, shaking the surroundings. Looking at its shape, Leo immediately recognized what it was and exclaimed, "That is Fafnir." And to explain the appearance of this dragon, we have to go back a few minutes. After seeing the big guy Warrenden rushing in, Eliza steered her mount to attack. "This is where it ends for you, Warrenden. I can't give up first place." Responding to this, Warrenden said nothing. Instead, he simply snapped his fingers, and right beside Eliza a small spark appeared, and right after, it suddenly exploded without warning. Luckily, Eliza's skill at handling the mount was superb, so she was able to keep the griffin steady and dodge. However, the surprise attack made Eliza heighten her guard, a critical blast using fire and wind spirits. This move isn't just a display of spirit control. I've never heard of him taking any magic classes, Warrenden, but no matter how powerful the attack is, it's useless if it doesn't hit. As she spoke, she steered her mount in a zigzag pattern, dodging all the explosions Warrenden created. Seeing this, the big guy guessed that his explosive moves weren't doing much, so he switched to a different method of attack. "Then let's see if you can dodge this." Saying that, he used ice magic to create sharp ice spikes in the air. Next, he combined it with wind magic and fired the spikes like a rainstorm, aiming straight at Eliza. This was an extremely wide-range attack, making it impossible for the white-haired girl to dodge even if she wanted to. Then, not knowing what she did, Eliza's griffin suddenly opened its mouth, spitting out a scorching pillar of fire, aiming straight at the incoming ice spikes, causing them to shatter on their flight path. This left the commentator Runba excited. What an amazing battle! Warrenden used 3 spirits for the attack, and Eliza countered by boosting her summon beast. At that very moment, Chen Zia took advantage of the opening to move into the lead. Hee, thanks for that, the black-haired girl said happily, but there was no way Eliza would let her get ahead that easily. "I won't let that happen, Chen Zia." As she spoke, Eliza threw out 2 whips, coiling them tightly around Chen Zia's neck and pulling her backward. At the same time, a small spark appeared in front of her. Seeing this, Chen Zia immediately guessed what was about to happen, so she hurriedly jumped off the griffin's back. And sure enough, immediately after, a massive explosion occurred right where the spark had been. Next, she raised both hands, tearing the energy whip apart, and landed lightly on the griffin again. The combined attack from Warrenden and Eliza left the young girl sweating. The top students of the summoning department, they really aren't amateurs. As the words finished, suddenly, a loud roar echoed, grabbing the attention of all contestants, following their gaze. Right now, who knows when that blockhead Sen Liu had summoned a black dragon. He looked at everyone with a face filled with madness. "I will slaughter you all, you bastards." Seeing this, Chen Zia rushed forward and warned him, "Sen Liu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules. To her advice that blockhead Sen Liu was so crazed he could no longer think, "Shut up, I don't care about that. Those who only rely on talent, I will kill you all." Saying that, he steered the giant black dragon to block the path ahead, making it impossible for the group to advance further. Did he form a contract with a black dragon? Warrenden asked, and after observing for a bit, the white-haired Eliza shook her head, explaining, "It's not a black dragon, it looks more like a type of mutation." "Leo, why did you follow me here?" "Never mind, I'll take you down too." Not letting this idiot finish his sentence, the protagonist looked straight at him with icy eyes and questioned him. "Hey, where did you get that lizard?" "Down below." Sen Liu didn't even catch the nuance in Leo's words, so he boasted, "Haha, jealous? This is my ability. I registered the contract using my summoning magic. You seem jealous of my summon beast, huh?" Hearing this, Leo knew this guy was beyond saving, confusing that thing with a summon beast. How ridiculous. That is a mutant monster. A monster controlled by the mages of Tartarus, one of the powerful monsters of the Tartarus army that we wiped out during the Great Disaster era. Where did he get that thing? Leo asked internally, but before he could figure out the answer, Sen Liu began commanding his monster to attack, Black Dragon. Hearing his master's order, the dragon opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of destructive light, aiming straight at the group of friends. Seeing this, Leo's group hurriedly steered their mounts to the side to dodge. However, the person in the very back, Chen Zia, couldn't react in time to the attack's speed. Knowing it was too late to dodge, she used her magic to create an energy shield for defense. However, even so, the shield was too fragile compared to the dragon's attack. The shield didn't even last a second before shattering into pieces, and Chen Zia herself, along with the griffin, was sent crashing down to the ground. Luckily, Leo reacted in time, rushing forward to gently catch Chen Zia. After checking the young girl's injuries for a moment, Leo reacted quickly. She lost consciousness after the fall. "First, we need to ensure Chen Zia is safe." Thinking this, Leo turned and yelled at the other two, "Everyone, land on the ground immediately." Responding was a nod from both of them. Just like that, they quickly looked for a place to land. Meanwhile, the idiot Sen Liu, unaware of the consequences his actions would have, was still laughing. "Come on up. Is this what it feels like to look down from above? Not too bad, huh?" Saying that, he steered his black dragon down as if wanting to chase Leo's group. Naturally, all of this footage was broadcast to the arena. Whoa, the contestants have gone off course and out of the broadcast range. Too many things are happening at once. Sen Liu summoned a black dragon and attacked the leaders, the commentator Runba said excitedly. But before he could say another word, Professor Yura rushed over, kicked this idiot and shouted, "Hey, you moron, is this really the time to be commenting?" Saying that, she snatched the microphone and announced to all the spectators, "Summoning department assistant, deploy flying summon beasts there immediately. The match is temporarily suspended." At the same time, the two professors, Sejin and Len, also sensed something was wrong, so they hurriedly ran into the control room and asked, "What's going on, Professor Yura?" In response, the female professor said with a grave face, "It seems Sen Liu has signed a contract with a high-level monster instead of a normal summon beast. He won't be able to withstand its influence for much longer." Her words made Professor Sejin feel a bit skeptical. "Is Sen Liu actually controlling that high-level monster himself?" he asked again to confirm. At this moment, the lazy Professor Sejin also appeared at the door. "You mean there's someone else controlling it?" "I'm not sure, but it's very possible." Sejin nodded. Seeing this, the lazy professor, as the lead teacher, quickly directed everyone, "All right, Yura, take the summoning department assistants and go intercept Sen Liu. If necessary, suppress him and destroy the monster. The rest of the teachers disperse and protect the students. And Sejin, you're coming with me." Hearing this, Sejin nodded as if he had guessed where they would be going next. Returning to Leo's position, the group had just landed safely. But Sen Liu was in hot pursuit. "It's coming, big guy." Warned. Immediately after, the black dragon's massive figure dove straight down in front of everyone. On its back, Sen Liu said coldly, "If you were planning to run away, you should have hidden better, shouldn't you?" All gathered at this clearing, huh? Explaining this, Leo shook his head. "I wasn't running. Besides, the creature you're riding isn't a summon beast, and it isn't a black dragon either." Leo's confident words made the idiot laugh out loud. "Haha, as a student of the summoning department, if I say it's a black dragon, it's a black dragon. Why are you acting like you know better than me?" Not letting him finish, Leo shocked everyone with his next words, "That is a monster. I've been waiting here to wipe out that disgusting monster," Leo said, slowly walking forward. "I've been waiting here to wipe out that disgusting monster," Leo said, slowly walking forward. As for Sen Liu, perhaps from overdosing on stuff, after hearing Leo call his mount a monster, he laughed exactly like a mental patient having an episode. Even Eliza in the back had to shake her head. "Oh my god, he's gone insane." And then, just as Eliza said, Sen Liu's eyes filled with bloodshot madness. "What did you say? Do you think I look like I'm going to listen to you?" die. Following his words, the black dragon understood and opened its mouth, spitting out a scorching red pillar of fire that flew forward at terrifying speed. However, the big guy Warrenden reacted very quickly. Immediately, he used his magic, slamming both hands onto the ground and summoning a giant stone golem to block the pillar of fire, then said, "He's clearly lost his mind. I agree with you, Leo, on eliminating such a disgusting existence." Opposite him, Sen Liu saw that his attack had no effect against Warrenden's golem magic. He gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat from the tension. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl Eliza didn't want to lose, so she stepped forward. "HMPH, you guys trying to look cool on your own? I'm joining in too. First, we have to drag that idiot away from the enemy. The stone golem is about to collapse. Be ready," Warrenden reminded. "You're really useless, Warrenden." Eliza complained. On the side, Leo heard this exchange and gave a slight smile, as if his previous teammates also used to argue like this. Returning to the battle as time passed, just as Warrenden had said, both hands of the giant stone golem began to show countless cracks under the black dragon's terrifying firepower. Seeing this, all of Sen Liu's confidence returned, making him unable to stop laughing. "Haha, just as expected, my summoned beast is the best. Where are you now, you rats?" The words barely out, the golem was blasted into pieces, and the idiot Sen Liu also looked around to find his next target. However, without letting him find his position, Eliza took the initiative to attack. In her hand was an energy whip which she cracked straight towards Sen Liu. The crack was so strong it caused a whistling sound in the air. Unfortunately, this Sen Liu was still being protected by the god, so he could dodge in the nick of time. But this attack made him furious. "How dare you attack me, you bitch?" Saying that, he ordered the black dragon to gather firepower to prepare to unleash it once again. But Warrenden didn't intend to let it finish. Before the black dragon could finish gathering firepower, he snapped his fingers, summoning a flame right on top of the dragon, and causing it to explode instantly. "Right now," he muttered. Leo took this opportunity to gather strength in his legs, launching himself forward powerfully, dashing straight to Sen Liu's position. The combined, perfectly coordinated attack from all three people left this idiot unable to react before seeing the protagonist appear right in front of his face. Next, Leo didn't hold back and delivered a side-face kick. However, afterwards, Sen Liu's body began to shake continuously and twist in a strange way, as if he were possessed. Next, Sen Liu looked at Leo with crazy eyes, his voice also sounding a bit strange. "Trying to pull this brat away from the enemy is good, but that's as far as it goes, you brats. Right now, it seems Sen Liu is being controlled by someone." Down below, Eliza saw the black dragon taking Leo and Sen Liu flying up into the air and was stunned. "Wait a minute. Why is he going alone, Leo?" Her voice was full of worry. Shifting to the black dragon's back, Sen Liu smirked, scared young hero candidate. Opposite him, Leo didn't show a bit of fear like he said. Instead, he took the opportunity to investigate more info. "You are the Tartarus monster mage. Where is your main body? It can't be far." His words made Sen Liu's eyes flash with surprise for a moment, but very quickly he hid it. "You saw through my true identity? Interesting, truly interesting, being able to stay calm in this situation. You truly have the qualities of a perfect hero. In that case, you will have to die here," he said coldly. At the same time, he waved his hand, creating a massive energy discharge that struck Leo, catching him off guard and sending him flying off the black dragon's back. While they were still hundreds of meters in the air, if it were a normal person, they would have been shredded after falling from such a height. Unfortunately, this is our protagonist. No matter the situation, he always finds a way to respond. "Fiora, it's your time to shine," Leo said with a smile to the little phoenix, who was still frantically flapping its wings to keep itself afloat in the air. "I am an all-rounder, but I have never reached the peak in any single class. In terms of aura, Aaron and Dueno are more proficient. In magic there's Luna, and for summoners there's Lysanas. Therefore, the path I've chosen is to use a fusion of abilities, aura and magic." At that moment, from Leo's palms, he began to fire countless streaks of golden energy straight toward the little phoenix to boost its power. Inside the blazing flames, Fiora's body slowly grew larger, and finally transformed into a giant phoenix. Thanks to this, it gained enough strength to catch Leo with its 2 feet. "Now you look more like a phoenix, don't you?" Leo said with a grin. Not far away, the black dragon sensed the presence of the phoenix and let out a furious roar. It was reacting to the phoenix's energy, which was the polar opposite of a beast's. Above, the mage Tartarus also took notice. Seeing the phoenix appear, he couldn't help but raise his guard against Leo and asked, "Phoenix contractor, what is your true identity? If you tell me where you caught that Fafnir, I'll tell you mine." Leo replied calmly, but his words only made the mage Tartarus's bloodlust grow even heavier. "You even know about the beasts of the Cataclysm era? You cannot be allowed to live." As he spoke, he pulled hard on his reins, commanding the black dragon to accumulate energy in its mouth. Seeing this, Leo also gathered a flame at the tip of his sword, preparing to counter. Fiora, here it comes. Zerdinger secret sword style, Phoenix breath, secret art, point of light. In the next instant, both of them simultaneously released their skills toward one another. Two terrifying sources of energy collided, causing a deafening explosion to echo through the air. This was a battle to see who could persevere longer. However, Leo seemed to be losing ground, as sweat poured down his face from the massive energy consumption. Seeing this, the mage Tartarus said gleefully, "It's over." But immediately after, for some unknown reason, he suddenly shouted in a panic, "Who's there?" Due to this disturbance, the black dragon's attack rhythm was broken. Seeing the opening, Leo made a deduction in his mind. Is his main body being attacked? His spirit power is decreasing. I have to take this chance. Thinking quickly, Leo let out a shout and released all his energy straight ahead, forming a giant pillar of fire that bored straight into the black dragon's body. Next, the dragon's body began to emit countless streaks of golden light and finally exploded like a bomb in the sky, forming a giant pillar of fire that bored straight into the black dragon's body. Next, the dragon's body began to emit countless streaks of golden light and finally exploded like a bomb in the sky. There was no telling if Sen Liu sitting on its back was dead or alive. "Great job, Fiora, now let's head back," Leo said with a laugh. However, things never go exactly according to plan. Right then, Fiora's body suddenly reverted to its newly hatched state, leaving Leo with a blank look on his face. Just like that, the master and servant began falling freely toward the ground. In another development, the mage Tartarus, who had been focusing his mind on controlling Sen Liu's body, was suddenly hit by a pillar of light falling from the sky, forcing his body to endure immense pressure. "Cough, who are you people?" he growled. The one who had just struck was Professor Sejin, who had just arrived on the scene. "This is for you, Beast Mage Tartarus," the lazy Professor Herod said coldly. Recognizing their identities, the mage replied, "Hee, so it's the two pillars of Lumern." Not letting him finish, Professor Herod clenched his fist, causing the pressure from above to become even heavier. Every bone in the mage's body seemed to be screaming for early retirement. Then, before everyone's eyes, a dark spatial portal suddenly appeared on the ground. At the same time, from behind the mage, a cloud of smoke filled with countless fangs and eyes began to emerge. "A pity, but we'll have to meet again next time." With that, the fanged monster used its jaws to crush the body it was controlling into pieces before vanishing into the portal to escape. Seeing this, Professor Sejin ceased his magic and shook his head regretfully. "It looks like he got away. It seems they've started to become active again." Herod spoke up. Sejin nodded. "Exactly. Lumern is no longer safe." Back to Leo's position, he was still in a free fall, about to hit the ground. At this falling speed, even Leo couldn't guarantee his survival, so he advised the little phoenix Fiora return to the summoned beast world. Hearing this, Fiora reached out its tiny wings as if trying to hold onto Leo. However, before the two of them could get more emotional, Leo's body suddenly stopped midair. The reason was that Leo's shirt had been caught by a giant mouse, accompanied by the voice of Professor Yura. "Haha, are you alright, Leo? Thank goodness we weren't too late." Time passed quickly, shifting to a nameless cave. Currently, the mage Tartarus was absorbing streaks of red energy from the wounds of the monsters in front of him. In front of him stood a stranger clad in a cloak who spoke up. "This isn't easy at all. I didn't expect to be hindered by someone who is just a hero candidate." His voice was laced with mockery, forcing Tartarus to explain. "That is no ordinary hero candidate. He has contracted with a phoenix. Furthermore, he saw through the true nature of Fafnir." These words left the mysterious mage surprised. Then he licked his lips in excitement. "Oh, doesn't that make this even more interesting than expected?" Time passed as the scene returned to Leo, who was walking through a quiet hallway. As he walked, Leo thought about everything that had happened. Ultimately, the midterm practical exam for the summoning department had been cancelled, and Sen Liu was dead. This event made the freshmen more aware of the dangers of dungeons. Everyone was curious about the true nature of the Fafnir that Sen Liu had contracted with. But the four of us, under Professor Yura's command, all remained silent after realizing it was a subspecies of the black dragon. Time passed, shifting the scene to the magic department. Today was the day of the magic department's practical exam. The door suddenly opened, drawing the attention of Chelsea and Carl. Then they saw Chloe walking in with exhausted eyes. This made them worried. "Chloe, your hair. Did you stay up all night? You don't look okay at all." Ignoring their words, Chloe quietly walked to her seat. Seeing this, Leo, who was watching from the side, remained silent. As for Professor Len, once all his students were present, he said sternly, "Good, everyone is here. Attention, today I believe you all have prepared original spells that reflect your individual personalities. Since it would be a shame if I were the only one to witness these wonderful magics, I will introduce 3 guest judges who will join us. All three are alumni of the Lumern Magic Department, graduated 3 years ago. They are your seniors and today they will be the judges evaluating your performance. Following Len's introduction, 3 figures entered the room. First was a girl with black hair and glasses. Her name was Rilda Fedni. Next was a stern-looking man with green hair named Fidman Slack. Finally, a cute girl with light blonde hair. Her name was Shiny Hue. Nice to meet you, juniors, the 3 said in unison. Elsewhere, Carl whispered to Leo, why do I have a feeling they're going to grade us quite easily? My gut tells me so. In response, Leo had a different thought and muttered, we'll see. Will they really be that easy? Their brief exchange ended when Professor Len looked at his list and shouted, Ileana Layden, step up. Hearing her name, Ileana excitedly ran to the podium. Standing there, she shouted enthusiastically, seniors, I am Ileana Layden from Class 5. It is an honor to meet you all. Her high-energy self-introduction made Carl's eyes bulge. Ignoring this, Ileana began her performance. At that moment, a beam of light shot from her palm into the air and exploded like a brilliant firework. She then explained, my main element is light. If I combine the magic formula of the fire attribute with light magic in this way, I can create powerful thermal magic. As she spoke, a small spark appeared in Ileana's palm. It then merged with the initial light magic to form a powerful flame swirling around her. The aura it emitted was anything but weak. However, Shin, standing opposite her, said blankly after witnessing the magic, oh, but isn't that just similar to existing laser-type spells? Her words caused Ileana's face to stiffen. At the same time, the graduated seniors quickly gave their evaluations. They wrote something on their papers and handed them back to Professor Len. And the result wasn't promising at all. She received 2 C- and 1 C. Looking at the result, Professor Len didn't seem surprised and simply said coldly. Next person, behind them the other students began to tremble. Are they grading that hard? I might as well quit. Time passed quickly. All the students received C- or CS. It wasn't until Carl performed his test that the results improved slightly. Carl Thomas, B+. Chelsea Llewellyn, A. Seeing this, the 2 of them celebrated together. However, they didn't know the seniors were still unsatisfied. Not bad, but still missing something. Professor Len said this year's scholarship students weren't ordinary, but so far there's nothing special. Let's see the rest. On the side, Fidman looked at the remaining names and sighed. Ahaha, this group seems pretty average. Next, Professor Len's voice rang out and the mage Abad stepped forward, looking at his handsome face. The girls in the class began to go wild with excitement. Oh my god, he looks so cool, just looking at his face you know he's getting an A+. Ignoring the commotion, Abad began writing a magic formula on the board and said, the high-level magic I will be presenting is called Tempest. The predicted danger level when completed is at the highest rank. Time passed, shifting the scene outside. To ensure the safety of other students, Abad went outside to perform the spell. Some mages had even set up a barrier to prevent Abad's magic from affecting the surroundings. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Abad slowly used his mana, causing his body to hover in the air. Next, he let out a loud shout. Suddenly, from above, a violent green tornado plummeted down. It slammed directly into the barrier, creating a terrifying explosion. Not far away, a deer curiously wandered toward the scene, and was immediately swept up by the tornado. Seeing this, Abad panicked. He hurriedly deactivated his magic, rushed forward, and gently caught the deer. He then asked with a smile, are you alright? Following this, he continued to introduce a magic that optimized the power of wind. It looked simple, but in reality, it was a formula-based magic that was extremely difficult to execute. On the opposite side, the 3 seniors unanimously gave him an A+. This made his sister Chelsea beam with pride. That's my brother. Elsewhere, Professor Len shouted with a beaming face, all right, next person, Leo Plove. Hearing this, Leo quickly stepped forward and began his presentation. The characteristic magic I will present is a non-attribute magic formula system. Hearing his words, the seniors couldn't help but be shocked. What? I've never heard of such a concept. Explain yourself. Leo didn't answer directly but instead posed a question. Everyone knows that basic spells have a foundational attribute, correct? In response, the senior Shin said, of course, that is a necessary condition for any spell. At this, Leo broke into a smile and shared, my advanced magic system will streamline the entire incantation process. On the opposite side, even an idiot could understand what Leo was implying, but it was precisely because they heard it that they found it hard to believe. Whispers began to spread while the green-haired man thought Leo had gone mad to say such a thing. Is this kid delusional? Beside him, Shin asked again, just to be sure, you mean you're going to create a completely new incantation system? Exactly, Leo nodded in admission, unaware that Professor Len was looking at him with a face flushed with excitement, his breath hitching as he told himself, all right, this kid definitely has to become a mage. Back to Fidman, who stated flatly, I still don't believe what Leo is saying, and shook his head mockingly. How disappointing. Leo, we aren't here to listen to tall tales. Before he could finish, Professor Len excitedly cut in, I want to see it. write that magic out. That's right, let's see it. Back to Leo. To open everyone's eyes, he quickly grabbed a piece of chalk and began writing something on the board. While he was writing, the senior Rilda spoke up. Kid, there is only one mage in history who ever used a completely different incantation system as their high-level magic. In response, the chalk in Leo's hand paused for a beat as he said, that's right. It was the poet of the stars, Luna. Seeing that Leo knew this yet still spoke that way, Rilda felt a bit irritated. Meanwhile, Shin observed, are you planning to stand on equal footing with her? Do you really believe you can rival the poet of the stars? Of course not, I cannot compare myself to Luna, Leo replied softly. Shin reiterated, to the great mage Luna. Children these days are truly disrespectful. Her words reminded Leo of his friend's current identity. Yes, great mage Luna is a legendary mage. But one doesn't have to be a genius like her to create an incantation system. Having said that, Leo finished his writing and turned to the crowd. Looking at the formula he had written on the board, the seniors' eyes went wide, because they quickly realized that this formula was entirely feasible. This kid isn't making things up. Based on this magic structure, one can use any spell without attribute restrictions. They said in astonishment while Chelsea muttered blankly, unbelievable, I can't even understand the structure. To this, Carl shared with a grin, I gave up a long time ago. Back to the seniors, by now they had completely dropped their dismissive attitude and become more serious than ever. Fidman spoke up, Leo Plove, what is your reason for creating this magic system? Accordingly, Leo shared frankly, it's because I want to freely use any kind of magic that exists. His answer left Fidman intensely interested and he thought to himself, this kid is truly crazy. Now I understand why this year's students are so special. He followed up with another question, so what do you call it? Leo began concentrating mana in his palm, creating a sphere of white light and whispered a word. Bible. His words caused Shin to startle. She quickly remembered something. Bible. Only one person in history ever used that name. It was the magic system created by the fictional hero Kyle. Perhaps Leo will prove that Kyle really existed. Thinking this, she quickly marked down her score for Leo. She handed the results back to Professor Len, and it was no surprise that Leo received an A+. Following his presentation, Leo stepped down. As he walked, he thought, I couldn't finish this system when I was Kyle, but this time is different. At this point, Leo noticed Chloe. She was currently the last student who hadn't presented her exam. Looking at her lifeless expression, Leo asked with some concern, are you all right? Chloe didn't seem to hear him. She walked down nonchalantly as Professor Len called her. Now it's the turn of the last contestant, Chloe Mueller. Back to the seniors, they were quite expectant of this mage's presentation. Senior Rilda asked, I heard you're the top student in the magic class. What are you presenting today? Chloe replied with a gaze full of determination. The high-level magic I've prepared is the eternal flame, she said, manifesting a fiercely burning red flame in her palm. This left Chelsea confused. The eternal flame, but Chloe uses the ice attribute. Why would she choose the opposing attribute for her high-level magic? Elsewhere, the seniors' brows furrowed as they observed the flame Chloe had created. They hadn't discovered anything special about this magic yet. It seemed quite ordinary. I thought it would be at the same level as the previous two, they thought regretfully. Meanwhile, Fidman was ready to write down the score. If this is all there is, there's nothing more to see, I'll grade it. Chloe interrupted him before he could finish. Starting now, I will show you the true value of this magic. As she spoke, the mage used her magic to create a massive water orb that floated right above her head. Then, moments later, it poured straight down onto Chloe, yet the flame in her hand didn't flicker in the slightest. This startled both Chelsea and Leo, who thought to themselves it didn't go out. Did she add a permanent effect to that spell? Someone shouted and Chloe immediately admitted, that's right, unless I cancel it myself, this flame will never go out. After saying that, she clenched her palm, extinguishing the tiny flame. Returning to Senior Fidman's thoughts, the magic Chloe displayed felt even more absurd to him than Leo's exam performance. Because all magic follows a general rule, any spell will vanish if not maintained by direct mana. But Chloe had created a spell that broke that rule. But how is that possible? The more he thought about it, the less he could understand. Unaware of her senior's thoughts, Chloe happily continued presenting. My high-level magic is the eternal flame. Regarding her performance, all three seniors unanimously gave her an A+. Returning to Leo's perspective, Chloe using magic like that made him feel uneasy. No way. Creating an eternal flame is something even Luna failed at. In history, only one entity ever used a flame like that. It was Erebos. Time passed quickly and Leo started recalling a memory from a bit earlier when he went to find Chloe to ask her something. Call Chloe out here. In response, the night Celia shook her head. She's probably sleeping. She said she couldn't get any shut-eye while studying, so she's going to sleep early. Hearing this, Leo turned to leave. That's a real shame. I'll be going then. Behind him, Celia seemed to sense something and asked, something's been up with Chloe lately, right? Lately she's become very sensitive. She's gotten into arguments with several people in the class a few times. I've even heard rumors that she started hanging out with the troublemakers from the magic department. But Chloe isn't that kind of person, right? Thinking of this, suddenly a flame appeared beside Leo, and from within it, a baby phoenix Fiora flew out. The protagonist reached out to tease it a little, then asked, how's it going? Responding to this, a familiar voice echoed, did you call me Leo Plove? The speaker was Farina, Fiora's mother, who had entrusted that little one to Leo. Then Farina asked the protagonist, all right Leo, why did you call me through Fiora? Hearing this, Leo gently set little Fiora down and explained, I want to know why Farina is still in Loomer. As he spoke, he thought to himself, beastkin species like phoenixes and monsters are natural enemies. There must be a reason for her to stay here. Returning to Farina's perspective, hearing Leo's question, her expression became colder than ever, as if she were thinking of something. She lowered her voice to explain, 5 years ago there was an attack at Lumern. 2 students and 3 staff members died back then, and the mastermind was never found. In the end, Principal Kalyan Badian asked me to investigate Lumern. Ever since then, I've been hunting for their tracks. Seeing this, Leo asked immediately, so, do you know if a beast summoner appeared in the summoning department exam? Lumern gently nodded, I heard a student perished. Leo continued, do you think Tartarus is behind this? Farina fell silent, for now I only suspect it, so I can't say anything more. Seeing this, Leo didn't ask much more. Instead, he asked Farina for a favor, then passed this message to Principal Kalyan. Sen Liu might not be the only student Tartarus has approached. This info from the protagonist left Farina stunned. Time passed quickly, and today was the day of the interdisciplinary practical exam between hero studies and combat studies. Right now, the lazy Professor Herod was relaxing on his chair, then ordered his students, Class 5, assemble. When everyone was gathered, the class monitor explained the exam. Hearing this, Leo quickly said, the interdisciplinary exam between hero studies and combat studies requires groups to coordinate to conquer a hero's world. The world everyone is conquering this time is the Chedmother's event. Hearing that, the whole class felt startled. Only the mage Ileana was clueless, not understanding anything. Seeing everyone's reaction, she asked curiously, what is the Chedmother's event? Beside her, Nella heard this question and turned to look at her like she was an alien. Oh my god, Ileana, you really don't know? This was even in the test questions. However, not letting them say another word, Professor Herod yelled silence. Listen carefully, class monitor continue. Beside him, the protagonist took out a piece of paper from somewhere and continued reading. 30 years ago, 5 first-year students from Lumern Academy set out on a mission in the Chedmother's forest in the central region. They were ambushed by Tartarus there. At that time, Professor Albi, known as the embodiment of leisure, was still a second-year student. He participated in the rescue team and the group was nearly wiped out completely. The mission objective this time is to rescue the injured and eliminate the monsters. You will also support Professor Albi, who was a second-year student at the time. Leo had just said this much when the lazy teacher Herod made a serious face to remind the group, this exam is not a typical midterm. It is meant to heighten your combat awareness. So focus intensely. If anyone is judged to have no potential, they will be expelled immediately. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but panic, and their expressions noticeably darkened. Seeing this, Herod laughed, making the atmosphere lighter. Believe in yourselves. You are all mature enough. Opposite him, the students saw their teacher offering such encouragement and were moved almost to tears. Ileana even wanted to ask for the teacher's autograph. Unfortunately, before she could open her mouth, he waved her away. Enough, shut your mouth. On another side, Professor Arshian's voice rang out. Now I will announce the team lists. Largest ones first in order, starting from Class 1. Hearing this, the group of students became just as confused. Chelsea blurted out, wait, we aren't teaming up within the same class? Beside her, the merchant student Carl also grumbled, no way, damn it, so we have to take the exam with complete strangers. Ignoring this, other students began to move forward one by one, reaching into a large jar to draw lots. Our protagonist, Leo, drew a ball with the number 11 on it. This meant he was in group 11, and it was also the very last group. Then, after everyone had finished grouping, Professor Albi stepped out to announce grouping is complete. Group 1, step onto the summoning matrix. Hearing this, Chelsea and Celia quickly moved forward. Seeing Celia in the same team, Chelsea felt more reassured than ever. That's a relief. Getting to be on the same team as the princess of the Zerdinger family, huh? In response, Celia turned to smile, let's show them the power of the Rodran Empire together. Next, Professor Albi began using his ability, causing the magic circle on the ground to emit a brilliant light. The screen displayed a notification opening Heroes Chronicle Albai's world. Just like that, the two young girls were teleported inside Albai's Heroes Chronicle. The group of professors outside could also follow their actions through a simulation screen floating in midair. Watching the combat scene of the two on the screen, Professor Sejin cheerfully said, right when they entered, they moved with incredible speed. Just as expected, those from hero families are truly different. With Celia in the group, they will definitely be at the top, haha. Beside him, Professor Herod sighed and reminded, let's see, I think Chelsea Llewellyn's performance stands out more. His words made his close friend turn to look at him with annoyance. Just then, a voice suddenly cut in between the two, making them both jump in attention. The first group completed the mission that quickly, truly promising freshmen. The person speaking was the old principal, Kalyan. Seeing him appear, Sejin and Herod were startled and shouted in unison, Principal. Then, they both hurriedly moved aside, giving the center seat to him. Next, Sejin asked, what brings you here? Principal Kalyan answered with a very cheerful state of mind, I stopped by to see how much the freshmen have grown. Speaking up to here, he paused a beat, then turned to Professor Albai. Professor Albai, I apologize for bringing up painful memories every year. In response, Albai turned, his face cold, I swore I would never forget this event. So to me, this is a favor that needs to be remembered. Next, everyone turned their attention back to the exam. Right then, inside the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just finished off an orc. When it fell, they received a notification, Group 1 has completed the mission. Seeing this, everyone outside clapped in congratulations while Principal Kalyan nodded, remarking, just as expected, still the two Zerdinger and Chelsea families. Extremely talented. Even though they clash often, in the end they are from the same empire. Next, Group 3 also easily completed the mission because their team had two of the best, Abad and Duran. Looking at this, the principal's face even turned a bit red. They put two strongest members in the lead while the rest support from behind. A risky strategy, but I am very satisfied. Next, Group 4 also completed the mission with a combination of Nella and Chen Zia. They easily overcame the challenge without a single scratch. Principal Kalyan remarked, Nella Kavan's healing aura is truly extraordinary, and Chen Zia's movement. As expected, it was also very special. Next was Group 7 with the team including Warrenden, Eliza, and Eliana. Observing this part, Principal Kalyan was extremely satisfied with the students' performance. There are many outstanding students, but the person he was most looking forward to was the other one, Leo Plove. Looking at that kid, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It was almost like looking back at himself in the past. Haha. As he thought that, he glanced to one side where Professor Albai was reading out a group name. Group 11, step up. Hearing the call, Leo and Chloe moved forward simultaneously. Is everyone ready? Albai asked again. The protagonist and Chloe both nodded firmly. Seeing this, Professor Albai didn't hesitate anymore and immediately used his magic to prepare to teleport them inside his hero's chronicle. However, right as the magic circle was starting, a stream of black smoke carrying a sinister aura suddenly rose from within it. Immediately, Leo detected the anomaly and felt a bit suspicious. Wait, something is wrong. Not only him, but other students also began to notice the problem as they felt the magic fluctuations becoming wilder than usual. What is happening? Someone yelled. However, after Leo and Chloe were teleported away, the magic circle returned to its normal state, as if nothing had ever happened. This left the students stunned, looking at each other. Everything is still the same. Where are Leo and Chloe? Behind them, Professor Sejin hurriedly stood up, asking what. Beside him, Principal Kalyan also spoke up. Professor Albai, what is going on? Answering that question, Albai turned back, his face a bit tense. He opened his book for everyone to see, speaking seriously, Principal, we need to stop the exam immediately. Inside his book was the image of a skull, with a tree rooted on top of it. Looking at that image, Kalyan's face immediately darkened. He asked with difficulty, don't tell me. Before he could finish his sentence, Albai nodded, that's right, this is a hero-turned dungeon. Back to Leo and that girl, Chloe. Once they slipped into the dungeon, they were met with a bright red notification screen, but it didn't give them a clear objective on what they needed to do. This only deepened the protagonist's suspicion. Usually an alert with a mission would have popped up. He muttered to himself while the mage Chloe panicked and shouted, wait a second. This is a heroic dungeon, how is that even possible? This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of a page in the heroic chronicles going out of control. Leo immediately tried to contact the teachers outside, saying, Professor, I can't see the other team members anymore. What should we do? His message was sent, but there was no response. After a few seconds, Leo shook his head, saying no one is answering. Hearing this, Chloe started to freak out. She bit her fingernails and said, this can't be, I'm sure they'll finish the exam and get us out of here soon. Unlike her naive thinking, Leo shook his head and enlightened her. If they could, they would have paused the exam by now. It's because this is a heroic grade dungeon. I guess we'll just have to raid this dungeon ourselves. Hearing that, Chloe jumped and hurriedly refused. Are you kidding me? Clearing this dungeon with a full team of 10 is hard enough. Don't you remember how many people lost their lives here 30 years ago? Leo replied, if we want to get out of this dungeon, we have no other choice, Chloe. Chloe understood this, of course. However, thinking about the enemies they were about to face, she felt utterly hopeless. Tartarus caused the Chedmore incident back then. From the very beginning, it was out to destroy hero cadets like us while we were still in our infancy. This whole forest is a trap. The more she thought about it, the more her mental state deteriorated. Her knees hit the ground. Then she brought her hands up to cover her face, sweating profusely. Then Leo sat down in front of her, shouted, and tried to reassure her. Chloe, you're the strongest first-year cadet, right? We can easily clear this challenge if we work together. As he said this, he reached out a hand with a face full of confidence, leaving Chloe feeling curious. She bit her lip and thought, how can he be so calm? I thought I had finally caught up to him. Thinking this, a competitive spark ignited in the mage's heart. She didn't want to look weak in front of Leo, so she stood up and asked, do you have a plan? Explaining his thoughts, Leo said straightforwardly, to clear the Chedmore incident, 2 conditions must be met. First, we have to rescue the first-year students, and second, we have to ensure their safety. To satisfy those 2 conditions, we first need to find reinforcements. Leo said this while using his finger to draw a diagram on the ground. Looking at it, Chloe shrugged and replied, but how are we going to do that? Outsiders can't get into this dungeon, can they? In response, Leo offered a smile, pointed to a circle and said calmly, don't forget, we aren't the only Lumern students in this forest. Hearing that, Chloe immediately caught on and nodded. The ones who were killed before, right, they must still be alive. Then she paused, watching Leo with his back to her, and asked, what are you planning? Leo replied, hurry up and climb on my back. The mage's face flushed deep red like a ripe tomato. She asked confusedly, why? Hearing that, Leo glanced back and said, we can't let that female student encounter Tartarus before we do. You're a mage, so you're too slow, hurry up. Facing Leo's explanation, Chloe's face twisted slightly, but she reluctantly climbed onto the protagonist's back. At the same time, in a different development, a demon with 2 horns on its head was observing the Lumern students through screens in front of it. This was the Tartarus demon Chubarn. He muttered, it started. Speaking of this, he was slightly surprised while watching the screen as Leo was carrying Chloe, running like the wind. He immediately guessed that the 2 of them were the rescue team. However, seeing there were only 2 of them, Chubarn didn't care much. The rescue team, forget about. This was the Tartarus demon Chubarn, he muttered, it started. Speaking of this, he was slightly surprised while watching the screen as Leo was carrying Chloe, running like the wind. He immediately guessed that the 2 of them were the rescue team. However, seeing there were only 2 of them, Chubarn didn't care much. The rescue team, forget about them. Our goal is only those hero cadets who will become dangerous in the future. The others don't matter, that was what he thought. However, just a second later, his expression changed when he saw Leo use his skills to wipe out the monsters blocking their path. Chubarn's whole body surged with a terrifying murderous aura as he remembered something. He roared, All-Star System, Kyle. Back to Leo's location, unaware that the demon Chubarn was watching him, he looked left and right thinking, the closer I get to the center, the darker it gets. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? I'll refine and control my aura to push my senses to the limit, super perception. With this thought in mind, Leo began to concentrate his internal aura and channeled it into his eyes, making his surroundings clearer than ever before. Then he spotted something and reminded Chloe, get ready, there's a group of goblins ahead. Leo's words shocked the mage Chloe as she hadn't noticed anything. However, she quickly nodded, okay. Next, just as Leo had mentioned, they had only been running for a few dozen seconds before encountering a group of orcs in front of them. Seeing that, Leo shouted to signal her. Hearing his words, Chloe quickly sprang into action. She focused her mana into her staff and swung it forward, creating sharp ice shards that flew toward the monsters at breakneck speed, and immediately impaled them like a porcupine. The result was that these orcs, the moment they saw the pair, were already on their way to meet the Grim Reaper. However, one monster was still alive within the group. As it was about to die, it desperately raised a horn to its mouth, intending to blow it to alert its comrades. This panicked Chloe. No, if it blows that horn, the whole group of orcs will come here. It wasn't just her who thought so, Leo thought the same. To prevent that from happening, Leo swung his sword with lightning speed and immediately cleaved the green-skinned monster in 2. The horn in its hand shattered along with it. Leo's unexpectedly fast reaction left Chloe stunned. She whispered to herself, how can there be such a huge gap in strength? Will I never be able to defeat Leo? Putting that aside, not long after, the 2 of them reached the location of the Lumern students. At this moment, they were surrounded by several demons. A bizarre aura emanated from them, making Chloe confused. Are they demons? She muttered. But Leo had no time to answer that question and immediately lunged forward. Support me, Chloe. Hearing this, Chloe immediately snapped out of it, using her magic to create a magic circle beneath Leo's feet. And Leo used it as a springboard. He put strength into his legs, kicked hard against the magic circle, and launched himself forward. At the same time, a girl among the students warned the others, "Guys, get ready, they're coming." No sooner had she spoken than a demon lunged to attack the four of them. "Die," the creature shouted. But unfortunately for him, before his hand could even touch the students, Leo's figure suddenly appeared in front, swinging his sword to slice the demon in two, in front of everyone's stunned gaze. As for the demon, after being sliced to death, its body dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. The sudden action caught the brown-haired girl off guard, and she asked, "Did you come here to help us?" Leo turned around, nodded, and replied, "That's right." Up ahead, another demon saw its companion die just like that and gritted its teeth in anger. It used its magic to create an inky black magic circle looking extremely complex. "Die, death leeches." As his words rang out, giant leeches with sharp teeth shot out from the magic circle like bullets. However, this wasn't enough to cause the protagonist any trouble. He immediately covered his sword in fire aura and slashed powerfully, creating a wave of fire that swept everything away. "Amazing," some boy exclaimed in awe. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl seized the opportunity. "Now act." Then she began muttering cryptic spells to perform a type of magic called arc lightning, and fired beams of light toward the demons. Upon impact, the demons were like red-hot coals being doused in water, instantly extinguished. Before the group could even let out a desperate cry, they were turned into ashes. Chloe, witnessing this girl's magic, went blank and thought, "Is that star magic? Could this girl be?" Chloe had some suspicions in her heart. Next, after steadying herself, the brown-haired girl didn't forget to turn and thank Leo. "Thank you so much for helping us. We were panicking after a group of demons appeared, but I feel completely reassured now. The rescue team has arrived to help." Opposite her, Chloe didn't let her say more, interrupting, "Sorry, but I want to have a private word with my teammate." Finishing this, she quickly pulled Leo to a corner and whispered, "Hey Leo, that girl is Alia Ziron. She is Professor Albai's younger sister. Chubarn killed her right in this forest 30 years ago. I'm sure you noticed this too, but we can't save Alia Ziron's team during the Chedmore incident. Of all the people, we just had to run into Alia's team, Chubarn. He is a night-grade demon knight from Tartarus. Their team is famous for being the first ones he attacked. Tartarus started the Chedmore event from the very beginning, with the goal of eliminating the genius mage Alia Ziron, a promising hero candidate. Therefore, their names have been recorded in the heroic chronicles. With our current strength, we can't save them. To meet the necessary conditions, we have to quickly find another team." Chloe stroked her chin in thought while Leo frowned and asked back, "Are you saying we should just abandon them?" Replying to his words, the mage shouted back, "It's not that I don't want to save them, but Leo, this is a hero's world. In reality, they died 30 years ago." Speaking to this point, Chloe's voice faltered, her face revealing clear sadness. In responding to her words, Leo shared his thoughts. "It's true they're already dead, but we can't just leave them behind like that." Hearing this, the mage Chloe truly couldn't hold back her anger anymore. Her teeth clenched tightly together as she shouted, "Get a grip. You're amazing, you're excellent, I admit that, but even so, this is no time for reckless behavior. Stop acting like a hero." Then, as if feeling she had been a bit harsh, Chloe's voice trailed off. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Seeing this, Leo quietly stepped forward, reached out to pat her small head and whispered, "Acting like a hero, Chloe, you shouldn't say things like that so lightly. Because you're a hero candidate, we're not just pretending to be heroes. This is also part of the process of becoming a hero." Hearing that, Chloe seemed to wake up. She looked up at Leo with her tear-reddened eyes, as if waiting for his answer. Then Leo looked around and said, "History has already been changed." "What do you mean?" Chloe asked in surprise. Answering the question, the protagonist gave his assessment. "Look around, Chloe. When we met Alia's team, the forest was already plunged into darkness. By all logic, they should have been murdered by Chubarn a long time ago." Over here, Chloe, upon hearing the protagonist say this, was startled and quickly realized the peculiarity of this heroic dungeon. "I still think this is absurd," she whispered to herself, then said, "I'll let you decide." In response, Leo nodded and suggested, "All right, let's retreat with Alia's team." Behind him, Chloe watched Leo sturdy back and muttered to herself, "You're going up there alone without me again, aren't you?" Do you see it?" In her delirium, the dark magic book that Chloe carried in her bag was emitting bizarre auras without her even knowing it. Cutting to Alia's group, Tayad, a first-year mage major, said softly to the rest, "Isn't this a bit strange? Only 2 people came from the rescue team." Responding to his words, Dina, a first-year knight major, nodded in agreement. "That's right, they seem to be about our age. Could this be a trap by Tartarus?" Belloc shared his thoughts. However, Alia denied it all. "What are you guys talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't have fought the demons with us. And hey, he looks pretty cool, doesn't he?" Saying this, Alia's face flushed a little pink. That made the other 3 members widen their eyes, skeptical of what they had just heard. Dina shouted, "Are you kidding me, Alia? Out of all people, you're really saying that?" Hearing that, Alia replied with a complaint, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" Oh no, I just thought Senior Albi was your standard, Dina scratched his head and said. Then, not letting their conversation continue any longer, Leo walked over and reminded everyone, listen carefully. We will leave this forest as quickly as possible. Facing Leo's proposal, Tayed stood up and asked, is that really necessary? Since we have reinforcements, let's just slowly kill the monsters on the way. Not letting him say any more, Leo stated the situation bluntly. We can't do that. A night-grade demon is targeting you guys. Hearing that, the group's faces turned pale with fear, because they knew that if a night-grade demon, then it would be as strong as a full army. Someone whispered and Leo nodded in confirmation. Exactly, that's the reason we're going to avoid a direct confrontation with it. Our goal is still to return safely. Are you guys ready? Alright, let's go. Just like that, the group started to move quickly before that big guy Chubarn could find them. But while running, Alia also glanced at Leo behind her and witnessed Chloe's complicated expression. This made Alia feel some suspicion in her heart. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to the Lumern Academy library. At this moment, the entire library area was in turmoil because of that heroic dungeon event. Staff ran around everywhere to find various types of documents while Professor Sejin rushed to say, find all cases of dungeons turning into heroic dungeons. Time is of the essence. Everyone, hurry up. Elsewhere, Principal Kalyan turned and asked Professor Albi, the fact that we haven't been able to enter should be seen as a positive sign, right? Replying to his words was a firm nod from the handsome professor. That's right. You can't enter a heroic dungeon while the people who were there before are still inside. That means the two of them are still alive. But it's been 3 hours since those two students entered. Night has clearly fallen in that heroic world. Hearing that, the old principal asked further Albi, when did you defeat Chubarn 30 years ago? Albi replied it was around midnight. Facing this time frame, Principal Kalyan could only sigh dejectedly. Sigh, is all we can do really just relying on ourselves in the past? No sooner had he finished speaking than from outside, a female staff member rushed into the library and announced, Principal, we found the person who sold the summoning catalyst to student Sen Liu. As for the connection to Tartarus, her words hadn't even finished leaving her mouth when she stopped, because at that moment, Professor Albi's face had become terrifying. A source of energy began to emanate continuously from his body, to the point where Principal Kalyan felt startled and hurriedly placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him, calm down, Albi. The serious words from the principal helped the blonde professor snap back to reality. However, it seemed Albi also needed time to fully calm down, so he turned and left the room. I'm going out to clear my head for a bit. Just like that, he hurriedly left. And only when he had completely vanished from sight could the female staff member breathe a sigh of relief. Then turned to tell the old principal as expected from someone who rose to become a hero, driven by hatred for the demon clan. Up front, Kalyan replied with a sad face, well, it's understandable. In the event 30 years ago, not even his sister's keepsake was found, let alone her body. Alright, so who sold the summoning catalyst to Sen Liu? Replying to the question, the female staff member said it was a black market dealer who settled in the alleys of Lumern City. This year, he's actually quite famous among the first-year students. As she spoke, she handed Kalyan a notebook. While flipping the notebook open to observe, Kalyan asked back, are you implying that a spy from Tartarus has infiltrated Lumern City? Beside him, the staff member shook her head. They don't work for Tartarus, but clearly Tartarus funneled some items to them. Hearing that, Kalyan began to stroke his chin and ponder. He asked himself what is their goal. Then, after flipping the page and observing specific items recorded inside, suddenly Kalyan noticed a line of text. Chloe Muller Dark Magic Book. Seeing that, the principal hurriedly closed the book and turned to tell the staff member Elena, go call Professor Len. Yes, I understand. Elena replied and quickly left, leaving the old principal behind. He looked at his hand covered in scars, then thought my instincts, honed through countless brushes with death, seemed to be screaming. They are telling me that danger is right in front of my eyes. Time passed during their mission as the scene shifted back to Leo's group. Inside the hero dungeon, night had fallen, and they were forced to face waves of attacks from a countless horde of monsters. On one side, Leo casually swung his sword, slicing through a goblin. He glanced at the other members of the group and thought, I've been using my supersensory perception for too long. Everyone has already reached their limit. Realizing this, Leo called out, take a break for a moment to recover your strength. Elsewhere, Tayed and Belak looked at Leo with disbelief, whispering to themselves, how does he show no sign of exhaustion? He's truly on another level. Soon after, they found an open clearing to temporarily catch their breath. During this time, the mage Chloe took the opportunity to read through her book of spells. Suddenly, Alia's voice rang out, hey, Chloe. Startled, Chloe hurriedly closed her book, stuffed it into her bag and stammered, is that you, Alia? What's going on? Alia smiled and asked playfully, I have a question. What exactly is the relationship between you and Leo, Chloe? Are you two lovers? The blunt question left Chloe flustered. The mage quickly protested, of course not. Seeing her intense denial, Alia nodded and said, all right, based on that reaction, it's definitely a no. From Chloe's perspective, seeing that Alia had come over just to ask that made her sigh in exasperation. She looked at Alia thinking to herself, I keep getting a sense of familiarity. Even though she's a senior who enrolled 30 years ago, right now she's just a first-year student. They really are just like the kids in my own class. Chloe then blurted out, but why are you asking that? Are you interested in Leo? Hearing this, Alia glanced over at Leo who was resting against the base of a tree. Her face turned a slight shade of red as she admitted, well, my heart does keep thumping. So is it love at first sight? Chloe asked. In that moment, a sense of admiration for the protagonist began to bloom in the young girl's heart. Alia, the genius mage still spoken of after 30 years. Does Leo seem that wonderful even in her eyes? Unaware of Chloe's inner thoughts, Alia gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shared, actually, I don't know if it's love yet. It's just that my heart beats so fast. It's the same feeling I get when my brother does something stupid, or when I've just accomplished something major. Hearing this, Chloe's eyes widened as she exclaimed, is that mage with the evil eye really that bad in your eyes? Alia looked confused and asked, what? Evil eye? No, I mean Albi. Chloe hurriedly corrected herself, realizing she had let a future detail slip. Alia then explained, it's because he's someone who always challenges the impossible. Chloe nodded with a sense of empathy, saying, challenging the impossible? Leo is just like that. At first, Leo and I were just friends, but now I'm starting to feel envious of him. Opposite her, the genius mage Alia offered a soft smile. It turns out we really are alike. Chloe, actually, I used to be angry and jealous of my brother. It sounds silly, but I used to think that no matter how hard he tried, he had no talent. This is a secret, but the foundation of my magic was actually created by my brother. I'm good at using existing spells, but I'm terrible at creating new ones. I actually failed the Lumen Academy entrance exam twice. There was a time I really hated my brother. I felt I was more entitled, but eventually that jealousy turned into admiration. Beside her, Chloe's eyes grew wider as she listened, realizing that Alia had gone through the exact same thing she had. However, before their conversation could continue, Leo, who had been resting nearby, suddenly sensed something. He stood up abruptly and warned the group, everyone, get ready, change of plans. We can't retreat anymore. Seeing Leo's dead serious expression, the other students gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for what was coming. Sensing the group's anxiety, Leo shouted words of encouragement, don't be afraid. Remember, you all have the potential to become heroes. The protagonist's words began to calm the group. They gritted their teeth and fixed their eyes on the direction where the roars were growing louder. Without letting them wait long, the massive Chubarn arrived on the scene. His feet slammed into the ground, causing the earth to crack in multiple directions. Found you, the hated one, the sprout of a great hero. As he spoke, he raised his weapon high and swung it straight at Leo. The impact with the ground created a deafening explosion in the air while the protagonist nimbly leaped into the sky to dodge. However, Chubarn's words left Leo puzzled. He wondered, in the Chedmother's massacre, the order Chubarn received was to destroy all hero sprouts at that time. But why is he showing such hostility toward me personally, and calling me the sprout of a great hero? The more he thought, the more confused he became. But Chubarn gave him no time to find an answer as a celestial bloodlust erupted from his body. Witnessing this, sweat began to bead on Leo's forehead. He yelled, hey everyone, here he comes. Without needing further instruction, Chloe unleashed her magic, creating a massive blue magic circle that stretched across the ground. Simultaneously, the bulky Chubarn hurled his axe forward with immense strength. However, it was stopped dead by a giant pillar of ice created by Chloe. On the other side, our protagonist enveloped his sword in a flaming aura. Then, he concentrated power into his legs and lunged violently into the air toward the demon. From above, appearing to use the force of his fall, Leo nimbly swung his sword directly at the demon's throat, causing a spray of hot blood to gush into the air. Seeing this, the others cheered in joy. He cut him. But just a second later, everyone's eyes turned to stone. They watched as Chubarn's neck, which had been nearly severed by Leo's strike, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it closed up without leaving so much as a scar. Seeing this, someone stammered his neck. It just reattached itself. At the front, Leo shouted, focus, keep your distance from Chubarn. That is nullification magic. It makes every attack as if it never happened. Leo's words left Tayad and Alia stunned. Their faces paled as they realized they didn't know how to counter it. Then what do we do? Is there no way to defeat that monster? In response, Leo gave them a reassuring explanation to settle their nerves. Nullification isn't omnipotent. Furthermore, he can't use it continuously, it has its limits. Opposite them, Chubarn retrieved his axe and sneered with disdain, "You think you have a chance, you remnant of a great hero." Leo mocked him back, "You're the one who's afraid of a new hero appearing, aren't you?" With that, and without any warning, Leo, Dina, and Belak lunged forward, attacking from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, Alia stayed back, using her magic to provide support. She cast a spell called Circle of Light, firing streaks of energy that carried a dangerous aura, aimed directly at the demon's massive body, causing any part of him hit to burn intensely. "This is the light magic I loathe, exactly as Lord Silituna said, you must be killed right here," he muttered to himself while continuously swinging his axe at everyone. Suddenly, Chubarn let out a massive roar, raising his arms into the air to prepare a devastating blow. This made even the hair on Leo's neck stand up as he screamed, "Get out of the way." The words had barely left his lips when Chubarn's axe slammed into the ground. The strike was so powerful that earth and stone flew everywhere like bullets. Naturally, Leo was able to easily swing his sword and deflect any stones that came near him. However, Dina and Belak weren't as fast. A stone fragment grazed Dina's shoulder while the unlucky Belak was hit in the stomach by a sharp piece of rock. Seeing this, Leo rushed over immediately, throwing the large boy over his shoulder and running behind the ice pillar Chloe had created. Elsewhere, Alia, worried for her 2 best friends, ran over and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Dina struggled to reply, "I can hold on," but Belak, Leo interrupted to reassure them, "Don't worry, his internal organs weren't hit, stop the bleeding first." Leo then turned to Chloe and urged, "Chloe, we need one powerful, decisive blow." Chloe nodded, "Got it, give me some time." Next, the protagonist left the wounded behind. He created 2 clones and lunged forward to stall Chubarn. Back to Chloe's thoughts, she began frantically searching for a spell. "While Leo buys time, I have to hurry, I need an attack strong enough to break through that nullification." She pulled the black grimoire from her hip and flipped through the pages. Quickly, she seemed to find a specific spell and muttered, "If I use this then." Back at the battle, the fight between Leo and Chubarn was becoming increasingly grueling. The ground seemed to shake under their attacks, leaving observers stunned. Leo was commanding his clones to attack Chubarn relentlessly from all sides. However, thanks to his nullification skill, Leo's attacks failed to leave a single scratch on him. Chubarn even ignored the clones' attacks entirely, charging at Leo like a madman. But it wasn't easy for him to land a hit on the protagonist. Suddenly, Leo's small frame flashed and he appeared at the demon's side, swinging his sword with all his might. He left a deep wound in Chubarn's side, making the demon howl in agony. Nearby, Tayed watched in amazement and said to Dina, "Wow, do you think we'll ever be able to do that?" Dina could only shake her head bitterly, "I don't know." Unlike them, Alia recognized Leo's clone technique immediately. She thought to herself, that is definitely astral magic, who exactly is he? Just as that thought crossed her mind, a spine-chilling sensation began to spread through the surroundings, making Alia jump in fright. She turned toward the source and saw that Chloe had completed her spell. A dark purple magic circle had formed in the air. A bewitching aura radiated from it, filling others with dread. "I will kill you, you filthy demons," Chloe said with a strange, unfamiliar smile. She then shouted to the protagonist, "Hey Leo, it's dangerous, get back. If you get caught in this and die, it's not my fault." Die. After speaking, the mage released her magic, creating a pillar of destructive fire that roared toward Chubarn. The ground exploded upon contact. Watching Chloe's attack, Leo's brows furrowed. He couldn't understand why an ice mage like Chloe was using a fire attack. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Chubarn, now engulfed by the pillar of fire, began to scream as if his house were burning down. Seeing this, Chloe laughed like someone on a high. "This is the eternal flame. It cannot be extinguished. Die in the agony of the eternal fire." Everyone watched as the flames surrounding the massive demon slowly began to turn black. Seeing the scene, a sense of unease rose in Leo's heart. He shouted to stop her. "Chloe, stop the spell, hurry." Unfortunately for Leo, Chloe seemed unable to hear him. Her hands gripped her staff so tightly that it began to crack. "A creature like you deserves to suffer," she said with fanatical passion, maintaining the release of her magic. Looking at Chloe's face, Leo could tell something was wrong. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward her, swinging his sword and knocking the black grimoire out of her hands. Simultaneously, the eternal flame magic Chloe was maintaining was severed. Leo then gently caught the genius mage by the waist and landed safely nearby. Chloe seemed dazed, like a drunk person who hadn't quite sobered up. Leo turned to her and asked, "Hey, Chloe, tell me the truth. Is that unquenchable flame really your unique magic?" Chloe could no longer hide it and admitted sadly, "No. It's actually an incantation I found inside an ancient magic book." Leo let out a sigh, so that really was Erebos' flame. He then spoke frankly to Chloe, "Listen closely, Chloe, that spell just now was dark magic." His words left Chloe stunned, her voice trembling as she asked, "What dark magic. Leo nodded and explained further, yes, that magic book is a demonic artifact. From the mage's perspective, she finally realized how dangerous her actions had been. What have I done, Leo? I don't deserve to be a hero. Her panic grew as she spoke. With no other choice, Leo slammed his hand onto her shoulder and shouted to snap her out of it. Wake up. Listen to me. There has never been a record of Chubarn having a magic resistance curse. That means Chubarn exhausted his resistance while fighting Alia's group. Do you understand? 30 years ago they were afraid, but no one gave up. They fought to the end in a battle that seemed impossible to win. What is the teaching of Lumern Academy? Leo stared intently at Chloe. She replied hesitantly, it is to surpass all limits. Hearing the answer, Leo nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly the mage's spirit cleared. She thought to herself, now I understand. I admire him from afar. He's so cool that I can't even feel jealous anymore. At the same time, Alia approached and handed Chloe her own staff. Here, take it, Chloe, if you please. Back to Leo, having calmed the blonde mage, he turned his gaze toward the massive Chubarn. At least thanks to Chloe's spell, the resistance curse is gone. Now is the time to end this. Before Leo could even lunge forward, the sound of Chloe chanting began beside him. I, Chloe Muller, will also surpass my own limits so that I don't have to hang my head before those who believe in me, she whispered. As her voice rose, a magic circle quickly formed in the air. Leo couldn't help but break into a smile. The pure magic language of a true mage. Why does it make me feel so at peace? At that moment, memories of fighting alongside his old teammate Luna flashed through Leo's mind. He had felt the exact same sense of security back then. As for the monster Chubarn, he knew he could no longer nullify attacks. He didn't give Leo's group the chance to complete the magic. He gripped his axe and charged. Upon reaching Leo, he unleashed a powerful vertical swing, forcing the protagonist to raise his sword to block. Chubarn seemed to have gone insane. He focused entirely on Leo as if he wouldn't stop until the boy was dead. Die. He roared and struck again. The blow was so heavy that even though Leo blocked it, the ground beneath his feet shattered. This caused the protagonist to stagger, losing his balance and retreating several steps. Chubarn seized the opportunity immediately. He clenched his left fist and threw a thunderous punch at wind-tearing speed. Leo hurriedly brought his sword up to block. However, the force of the punch sent his small body flying back like a cannonball. He began to cough up blood from the internal damage. Seeing this, Chubarn mocked him, "Is that all, you hero sprout?" His cold voice rang out right in front of the protagonist. Leo struggled to his feet. Suddenly, a snowflake drifted down right in front of Leo. A freezing aura began to spread, covering the surroundings in a thin layer of ice. Seeing this, Leo knew Chloe's spell was complete. He said confidently, whether in the past or the present, you demons are never our match. This is where it ends for you, Chubarn. A massive magic circle containing a 5-pointed star had formed in the sky. Back to Chloe's thoughts, she whispered, thanks to you, I've perfected my unified magic, Leo. Ice world, she whispered. Immediately, countless sharp ice spikes began to erupt from the ground. Under the power of Chloe's freezing magic, the demon Chubarn was frozen solid into an ice statue. Leo walked forward calmly and raised his finger. He lightly touched the giant block of ice, causing cracks to spiderweb across it. Finally, it shattered completely into countless pieces. Next, Leo also felt the dark aura emanating from Chloe's dark magic book beneath the ground. Without a second of hesitation, our protagonist coated his sword in a vibrant red aura and thrust it straight into the book. And right after doing so, they received a notification screen. Achievement unlocked, rescued first-year students in a critical situation. Reward, many achievements unlocked, subjugated Chubarn. Ignoring the notifications, Leo turned to look at the bewildered mage, Chloe, standing beside him and praised her. Your unique magic is truly impressive. If I were to use that in the field, I'd probably die and come back to life before I could pull it off. Responding to the protagonist's compliment, Chloe seemed unable to look him in the eye, so she looked away and said, Leo, I plan to confess everything to the school. I might get expelled. Hearing this, Chloe's face couldn't hide her tension. However, Leo immediately reassured her, no way, a hero candidate like you getting expelled, I'm certain you'll become a hero. Elsewhere, Alia's team of geniuses saw that they had won and ran over. Both of you are amazing, you look just like real heroes. In response, Leo nodded and said, you all tried your best too. Here, Leo began to hand the staff back to Alia. We used it well. Thanks to it, we were able to defeat them. Responding to his words, Alia smiled and refused. She pushed the staff toward Chloe and advised, Chloe, you should keep it. Beside her, the black-haired guy nodded and said, that's right, thanks to you we survived. Leo, you should take this too. Then he handed his sword to the protagonist. Not only that, they gave an additional necklace and a pair of gloves to Leo and Chloe. And right at this moment from afar, someone's panicked voice rang out, over here, there are survivors over here. The person who just ran up was none other than Professor Albi. Just looking at his sweat-drenched face, one could tell how rushed he had been to get here. Seeing his somewhat youthful appearance, Chloe was startled and said, Is that Professor Albi? How come he looks the same age as us? That's because that happened 30 years ago, Leo explained. Meanwhile, Albi hurriedly grabbed his younger sister's shoulders and asked, Alia, are you hurt anywhere? Alia smiled and replied, the rescue team has arrived, so I'm fine. Oh, that's right, I met someone who looks exactly like you. At the same time, Leo's group also received a notification. Strategy complete. Albi's world, prelude to the Ched mother's incident. On this side, seeing the siblings reunited happily, Chloe felt happy for them too. She whispered to herself, thank you all for being alive. Finishing this, both of their bodies were transported away by a beam of light, causing them to disappear before Alia could even say goodbye. Returning to Chloe's perspective, following their gaze, space began to crack and spread in all directions, making her realize one thing, it seems like the hero's world is collapsing. Back to Leo, suddenly another notification screen appeared before him. Strategy reward, GIF. After they left, Professor Albi, usually cold, couldn't hold back his tears anymore upon seeing his sister safe and sound. Time passed quickly. Upon opening his eyes again, Leo found himself resting in the infirmary. And as soon as he woke up, the handsome professor's voice rang out. You're awake, Leo. Thank you for saving her. And tell Chloe that I'm very grateful to her as well. After saying this, Albi coldly turned and walked away. At the same time, Principal Kalyan stepped into the room. Seeing this, Leo hurriedly tried to get out of bed to greet him. However, the old man reached out to stop him. Don't try to sit up, just get some rest. How is your body feeling? In response, Leo waved his hand. I'm fine, no problems at all. Over here, Principal Kalyan sat in a chair and got straight to the point. So, what happened inside? Does this incident have anything to do with the magic book that Chloe was carrying? His question left Leo slightly surprised as he asked, how did you know? Responding to this question, Kalyan explained, before coming here, we discovered that the place where Sen Liu bought the summoning catalyst was the same place where Chloe bought the magic book. It seems I guessed right, that magic book was also a magic item. Hearing him say that, Leo silently speculated. A magic item, a fragment of Erebos, in other words, a piece of Erebos' physical body. It would become an incredibly powerful weapon if it fell into the hands of the demons. But if an ordinary person uses it, they will slowly go insane. Following that, Leo began to recount everything he had encountered inside that heroic dungeon. And after listening to the whole story, Principal Kalyan let out a sigh. So that's what happened. If what you say is true, Leo, then the magic item affected the hero's world, didn't it? Leo replied with a firm nod. After we removed that item, the heroic dungeon immediately returned to normal, so that's very likely the case. At this moment, the mage Chloe also suddenly woke up. Seeing the old man sitting next to her, she shouted, Huh, Principal Kalyan. Looking at her bewildered expression, the old man gently reached out to reassure her, just stay calm. Since you two just woke up, I want to ask one thing. According to his words, the secretary Alina also brought a large cloth bundle into the room. She gently reached out and pulled the cloth covering away, revealing the items that Alia's group had gifted them before they left. Looking at the staff in her hand, Chloe's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. This is Alia's staff. Here, Principal Kalyan said sternly, explain, how did a reward that shouldn't exist fall into your hands? Returning to Leo's perspective, he frowned while observing Chloe's reaction, then guessed one thing. Judging by this reaction, it seems Chloe didn't receive any reward. Just like the entrance exam and the Ched mother's incident this time. There is no clear reward in the living's hero world, and the reward rules are tied to the owner of the hero world. Those rules have been broken. Why is that? Even if the reward is the oath of the Elf King, why is it me? Thinking about that, Leo's mind was in a tangle. However, he couldn't say this, so he had to make an excuse. You explained that it was a strategic reward. Hearing this, both Kalyan and Chloe were surprised, turning to look at Leo and asking, so there was a reward in Albi's hero world. In response, Leo carefully speculated, yes, perhaps that's the case. I think there was something unusual that happened when the hero world was restored. Saying this, he whispered to himself, for now I should come up with an excuse like that to cover it up. Looking at Principal Kalyan's perspective, even though he heard the protagonist's explanation, the old man still had some doubts and stroked his beard, asking, Chloe seems to know absolutely nothing. But why is it just you, Leo? Before he could finish his sentence, the mage beside him hurriedly came to the protagonist's defense. It might be because Leo played the biggest role in the strategy. I've heard that whether you get a reward or not depends a lot on your contribution level. Hearing this part, Kalyan didn't intend to probe further. He slowly stood up and nodded. All right, I understand now. We will investigate this phenomenon silently. The relic will be returned to the family after the inspection. And everyone, don't reveal anything about the magic item. But after his words, Chloe couldn't suppress her surprise and turned to ask. However, Kalyan just smiled and said, the enemy isn't just on the outside. You two have really worked hard, get some good rest. Just like that, he began to leave the room quickly with his assistant, Alina. And waiting until only the two of them were left, the mage Chloe gently turned her gaze toward Leo and hesitated. Hey, Leo. I have something I want to tell you, well. Saying this, her face turned slightly pink. However, before she could continue, the group including Chelsea, Celia, and Carl burst into the room. Especially the mage Chelsea, who was even tearing up. Then, for no apparent reason, suddenly the principal, Kalyan, returned and said to them, "Oh right, hero candidates. There will be a party tomorrow night. If you don't have formal wear, you should go to Lumern City early. You young people are just so cute." His reminder left both Leo and Chloe with question marks over their heads. It seemed like this was the first time they had heard about this party. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to the welcome party for the freshmen. At this moment, the host's booming voice rang out. Ah, a party for the freshmen who survived the first midterm exam of Lumern Academy. First of all, our seasoned heroes are entering. Tonight, who will be the boy or girl who shines the brightest? In a corner of the party, Carl and Tide were combing their hair, speaking in a smug tone. Oh my, this is our reward after enduring the intensity of the midterm exam at Lumern Academy. Maybe it was a bit too easy for us. Then, the two happily sat down at the banquet table. And while eating, they didn't stop talking. Why does it feel like only our class is missing someone? Carl said, and Tide beside him nodded repeatedly. Lumern doesn't tolerate those who are late, you know. At the same time, suddenly, the host's voice rang out once again. And in that moment, another group of heroes entered. From Class 5, Nella Carvin and Eliana Layden. Hearing this announcement, everyone turned to the entrance and couldn't help but gush at their beauty. Oh my, they are so beautiful, someone shouted in awe. While Carl and Tide witnessed this, they were so shocked they stopped eating. Tide even spat his soda out. Both of them looked truly amazing, Carl exclaimed. Meanwhile, the red-haired Nella saw this state of theirs and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, did you two steal those vests from your dads? Hearing her say that, Carl could only sigh despondently. Oh man, why was I so excited just now? Beside him, Tide nodded in agreement. Ignoring them, the host continued to announce. Next is the pride of the Rodran Empire. It is the Llewellyn brothers. As soon as they saw the cool, handsome, and composed Abad walk in, the female students screamed in excitement. Oh my, I want to be a subordinate of the young master. I'm a member of fan club number 94,348, no regrets. Over here, Carl couldn't help but praise. She looks like a real princess. A princess? Nella joined in, already surrounded by the peak of Rodran's elite. This guy is not to be messed with. Above, the host shouted. Ah, finally, a real couple has entered the room. That is Celia from the Zerdinger family and Leo Plove entering. Unlike what everyone thought, the swordswoman Celia was still tongue-tied and slightly annoyed. Goodness, why did your part get inserted into mine, Leo? Leo shrugged and casually said, so what? Over here, seeing Leo arrive, everyone excitedly shouted, that's the class rep. Look, the class rep is that. The pride of Class 5, Leo. Wow, our rep is the best. The group said excitedly, before the joyous atmosphere was interrupted by the announcement from the white-haired professor. Right then, above her head, a phantom of a fierce beast appeared. Let's see, is everyone enjoying the party? Replying to her words, although the students' faces were completely reluctant, no one dared not to answer. Wow, we are having a great time, ha ha ha. In their hearts they whispered, if we don't do that, she'll go crazy again. Returning to the female professor's perspective, seeing the students having fun, she happily shared the feeling, I'm very glad everyone is enjoying it. So please enjoy while listening to the results of this midterm competition. Shifting to Leo's group, for some reason, the mood suddenly dampened slightly. How are we supposed to enjoy ourselves now? Carl lamented. Ignoring them, the female professor continued her speech. I already guessed your reactions. So here, we will only announce the top 3 students of each department. The remaining scores will be announced by your homeroom teachers the next day, so don't worry too much. The head professor of each course will announce your scores right now. After these words, the professor of the night department, Ain, stepped up, preparing to speak. Seeing him appear, the fire mage Nella couldn't help but scream as if seeing an idol. So cool, Frost Knight Ain Ellendu, she shouted. Meanwhile, the cold professor began his speech. You all have completed your midterm exams very well. Now, I will state the students with the best achievements in the night department in order. At the same time, suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, accompanied by a list screen appearing, with the person at the top being the swordswoman Celia, second place being Duran, and finally Chen Zia. The professor announced their names one by one while Celia witnessed the list, slightly confused in her heart. She whispered to herself, Leo didn't make the top. Next, the handsome Professor Aeon stepped up. Now, I will announce the rankings of the magic department. First place is Abad Llewellyn, second is Chelsea Llewellyn, and third is Emio Luchin. At this moment, the mage Chelsea couldn't hide her anxious face and turned to look at the protagonist, then asked, why isn't your name there, Leo? Hearing that, Leo calmly replied, that could happen. Ignoring them, Carl was confused. I get it, Leo, but Chloe isn't on the list either. Hearing that, the swordswoman Celia turned to look at Chloe. However, she only received a forced smile from the mage. Returning to Professor Aeon's line of thought, because she revealed her magic, her practical magic exam score was counted as 0. But still, what she demonstrated, her passion for scholarship as a mage, is truly respectable. Right then, Professor Sejin suddenly jumped up and shouted, "For me, the true valedictorian of the magic department is Chloe." His enthusiastic shout made the lazy Professor Herod laugh and advise, "Sit down." Celia turned to pat Chloe's shoulder, as if consoling her. While they were still laughing and talking, Professor Yura also stepped forward, saying, "All right, little summoners, try harder next term." According to her list, the top student of the summoning department in the first year was Warrenden, second was Eliza, and third was Jured Rusin. Returning to Leo's group, currently, they had realized the anomaly as several departments had announced their lists, but they still hadn't seen Leo's name appear in any of them. As if noticing their curious expressions, the petite professor turned back, speaking, "Everyone is having fun, right? Finally, we will announce the valedictorian and the year representative. The valedictorian of the midterm exam and the representative of this year is Leo Plove." Immediately after those words, the whole group let out an exclamation of surprise. However, right at this moment, a hand raised in objection. "I object. Why can a Plove who didn't make the top 3 in any department be the valedictorian and year representative?" This friend, named Emio Luchin, was the person in third place in the midterm exam. Not mentioning this friend, even Leo himself wondered why the position of year representative had fallen on his head. Emio's question began to draw murmurs from everyone. This made the white-haired professor above feel slightly flustered, stuttering without a word. Then, just a second later, her attitude changed immediately as she shouted, "Kids, listen up. For that absurd reason, I'll explain it once, so listen carefully. First, dual attribute students are not ranked by department because they cannot compete fairly according to the standard evaluation system. For example, a mage swordsman, usually their magic is weaker compared to a pure mage, but when combined, they create superior power. Second, Leo Plove achieved the highest score among the freshmen in the combined exam of theory and field combat." Below, Emio heard that and began to become confused but still tried to hold on, saying, "But regarding that practical exam score, didn't someone else also get a perfect score?" To enlighten this question of his, another shout rang out. Leo surpassed even the mission objective of the hero world. He defeated Chubarn. Right after those words, everyone gasped, turning to look at Leo with disbelief, making our protagonist feel a bit of pressure. "You really defeated Chubarn, just you and Chloe?" The group asked in surprise, and Leo silently nodded in agreement. Up above, the white-haired professor also awkwardly said, "Everyone, the reason Leo is the highest scorer in the midterm exam is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Professor Sejin smiled and interrupted, "That's enough, Professor Arishian. It seems like all the other students have realized it already. That brings today's score announcement to a close. Enjoy the party." Just like that, everyone happily enjoyed the party together. Shifting to the professor's table while eating, Professor Yura turned to ask her colleague, "Hey Len, if dual attribute students were allowed to participate in departmental rankings, what would happen to the scores?" Hearing this, Professor Aeon looked over and replied, "There would be a big change in the magic department. Everyone would drop in rank." Hearing this, Yura confusedly asked, "Don't tell me the person at the top of the magic department is..." Before she could finish, Arishian was silently nodding. "That's right, Leo is the person at the top of the magic department." Yura shouted, "My summoning department is just like that." Beside her, Professor Ain of the night department also calmly said, "The night department is the same. Leo Plove is first." Facing this statement, Yura couldn't suppress her surprise. "Oh my, that kid is aiming for all the departments." Ain shrugged, "That's not just a wild dream." Opposite them, suddenly two professors became angry and slammed the table, "But Leo will develop into a talented mage. His magic is very..." Before Aeon could finish, Yura coldly shouted, "Stop it. Do you think talents related to summoning like this are easy to find?" Responding to their words, Ain was extremely calm, letting out a breath. "Look, Leo is best with a sword, okay?" Just like that, all three professors argued loudly. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to Class 5. The professor hadn't stepped inside yet while Carl was lying flat on the table due to the aftereffects of the party the night before. He lamented, "Oh man, I think I drank a bit too much yesterday." Beside him, the mage Chelsea saw this and scolded him, "You're the first person I've seen who drank 2 liters of orange juice." Then, the lazy Professor Herod walked into the room and cautioned, "Quiet down, everyone. This is an announcement regarding the school field trip. As you all know, we will be heading to elf territory this time." As he spoke, the professor posted a map on the board. Down below, everyone got excited just hearing about the trip, especially Ileana and Tide. "That's right, we knew it, and we heard each class gets to pick a location. Our suggestion is the Duin Forest, also known as the Warm Forest. It's a place famous for having lots of delicious fruits. Unfortunately for their delusions, at that moment, Herod pointed to a spot on the map and decided, "We are going to El Sulbikia." Hearing that, the fire mage looked bewildered. It seemed she didn't know where that was. So Karl took the opportunity to flip through his book and explained, El Sulbikia is a small country in the far north, a place that is cold year-round in elf territory. Hearing this, the two who were excited for the experience cried inwardly, "What can we even do in such a cold place? This doesn't feel right at all." Explaining this choice, Professor Herod picked his ear and shifted all the responsibility onto the protagonist. "If you want to blame someone, blame the class representative." The boy chose it. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Leo with questioning eyes. However, Leo didn't explain much and simply reminded them, "It would be for the best if we buy what we need in Lumern beforehand, wouldn't it?" Ileana cried, saying her best friend will start with gloves. While the ice mage Chelsea shared excitedly, "It's finally time for all the coats I have." Returning to Leo's perspective, of course, he wasn't the kind of fool to choose a location without a specific purpose. He thought to himself, El Sulbikia, it looks like an unnecessary place for humans, but it is the sacred ground of the elves, the place where the fairy earth is hidden. Silron, I wonder if he is doing okay. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a fountain. Leo said to Nella, "I'll handle the food and items. Nella, you handle the pharmaceuticals." Nella nodded in agreement. Then Leo took the opportunity to run off and buy groceries. However, after finishing, he noticed something and turned his head back. He thought to himself, 13th Street, Kajagu District, this must be the place. Next, Leo walked to the front of a shop tucked in a dark corner labeled Lutek. This was the place where Sen Liu and Chloe had purchased the demonic artifacts. Leo left his bag outside the door and stepped inside. The scene was utterly ruined and chaotic, looking as if it had been abandoned for a long time. This atmosphere didn't bother Leo much. The Lumern investigation team already swept through here, so there probably isn't much left. Is all that's left just a teddy bear? Speaking of which, Leo suddenly became more alert. Wait a minute, a doll. Normally, everything should have been taken as evidence for the investigation. It was certainly locked when I entered. Don't tell me it's a perception-dampening curse. Next, just as Leo feared, the teddy bear suddenly turned its head to face the protagonist. From its two eyes, a black liquid shot out, looking like ink. Fortunately, Leo was alert and dodged to the side just in time. Next, that black liquid transformed into a monster with an extremely strange shape, possessing countless eyes on its body. Leo guessed this wasn't an ordinary demon, so he jumped back toward the exit to keep his distance. He thought to himself, "It doesn't just dampen my perception, it curses the opponent with everything imaginable." Then the monster shifted slightly, taking a snake-like form and spoke, "Let's see, you're quite the sharp brat. You recognized my curse." The moment he heard that voice, Leo immediately deduced the demon's identity as the Beast Queen Silituna, one of the demon commanders that Leo's group had failed to destroy 5,000 years ago. This wasn't her real body but a clone created through magic curses. Unaware of the protagonist's thoughts, Silituna continued, "Light aura and magic, a magic swordsman, truly a rare talent, I'll admit that. However, blame those useless sharp senses of yours." Having said that, countless tentacles sprouted from the monster's body, lashing out violently toward the protagonist, forcing him to hurry backward. However, its overwhelming attack speed meant Leo couldn't avoid an injury to his arm. He thought to himself, "Right now, I can't beat it, I have to get out of here." Silituna cornered Leo and excitedly told him, "Thank you for the meal, seed of a hero." With that, it opened its mouth wide and snapped at the protagonist, as if wanting to swallow him in a single blow. However, at that moment, Leo flashed a light smile as if he had no worries at all. Sure enough, his ally had arrived. In the light, a cold voice rang out. Then, immediately after, a giant spear plummeted from above, pinning the giant monster's body to the floor. The one who had just struck was Professor Albi. Seeing his appearance, the demon said in a panic, "A mage, the mage with the evil eye. This is better than just one spectator, it only makes it more fun." With that, it controlled the parts of its body that had been blown apart to aim at Leo, wanting to take him down with it. Unfortunately for it, how could Professor Albi let it achieve its goal? At that moment, he created a magic circle for defense, causing the body parts to explode upon impact with the magic circle. "Filthy demon trash," Albi said with a voice full of contempt. On this side, Silituna's clone began to howl like a rabid dog. "Those disgusting elves, one day I will gouge out their eyes and eat them all." As it spoke, it lunged all its tentacles toward the teacher and student. However, this attack was completely harmless to Albi. He said coldly, "I have no interest in a cheap clone. Die." With that, the professor reached forward and released a blast of destructive light with terrifying power, instantly vaporizing Silituna's body into pieces. Witnessing this, Leo thought to himself, "Albi Zeron, the evil eye mage. His other title is the Destroyer of Tartarus." According to rumors, he became a professor at Lumern Academy just to have the freedom to cross borders while hunting targets. "I owe a debt to a hero of this era. Thinking this, he let out a sigh of regret. Meanwhile, Professor Albi turned and asked, "You, Leo Plove, what is the meaning of this?" At that, Leo reached down to pick up the teddy bear's head and explained, "It appeared while I was investigating this place. This teddy bear carries a cognitive dissonance curse." Daring to test it, Albi stepped forward, took the bear's head and instructed, "The Lumern investigation team will be held responsible. I will overlook the fact that you investigated this area alone, without permission. From now on, if you need anything, tell me. I am grateful to you for what happened last time." After speaking, the professor used his magic to leave the room. Meanwhile, Leo walked outside, picked up his bag, and thought as he walked, "The Xeron house is one of the 3 great families managing Lumern Academy. Perhaps I'll be able to enter the Forbidden Library with his help." Not long after, he returned to meet Nella. "Ah, here you are, class representative. I've finished buying everything," Nella said happily. But as soon as she saw the wound on the protagonist's arm, she ran over worriedly, using recovery magic to assist him. "Hey, representative, what happened to you?" Leo shook his head. "It's not that serious, thank you." Despite his words, Silituna's appearance made him anxious. "So it's true. Silituna is behind the Beast Controller and that dark magic book. I wonder what their goal is." Time passed quickly, and a week later, the scene shifted to the location of the teleportation gate. Everyone was gathered there preparing to head to El Sulbikia. Before departing, Leo double-checked, "Did you get enough food?" Ileana and Nella nodded simultaneously. "Yeah, we have everything here." Elsewhere, the swordswoman Celia turned and said, "Hey Leo, why are you going to El Sulbikia? It's deadly cold there." Leo turned and replied with a shrug, "It's hot right now, so going to El Sulbikia is like going on a summer vacation." The swordswoman waved goodbye. "Oh boy, I hate the cold. Well, have a fun trip." As Leo spoke, she stepped into the teleportation gate. Leo, after telling Celia to take care of her health, turned back to his class, Class 5, let's get ready. Setting off together for El Sulbikia, the land of the elves. And so, the group quickly stepped into the teleportation gate, switching scenes to Saren Academy, the hero military academy of the elves. In front of a fountain, a pair of youths were questioning someone. "What kind of pathetic outfit is that? An elf like you getting into the prestigious Saren Academy? It's this kind of blood, can you stop showing off that nameless lineage?" Hearing this, a white-haired boy just stood there trembling without saying a word back. However, at that moment, another voice rang out reproachfully, "Don't bully your classmate. Behave properly as descendants of Saren." This red-haired girl, named Leunia El Lunda, is the young lady of the Lunda family, one of the most prestigious elf families. She is also the first-year representative of Saren Academy. At her words, the pair not only didn't listen but even questioned her back. "So you don't feel uncomfortable at all about a half-blood being admitted to Saren Academy? Naturally, his existence is a disgrace. Just look at the way he dresses, how barbaric." At this point, Leunia stopped trying to maintain her dignity and flared up like a rabid dog. "Great, here we go again. If you hate what he's wearing so much, take off your own clothes and give them to him. If you aren't going to help, then shut your mouths." The pair were stunned by her personality. "Leunia, you are the daughter of a prestigious house, you shouldn't speak so rudely. Good grief, what is happening?" In response, Leunia even rolled up her sleeves, looking like she wanted to teach them a lesson. "Don't you feel ashamed ganging up to bully one person? If you don't like it, come fight me instead." Seeing her fiery demeanor, the two didn't dare hesitate for a second and immediately ran off. "Run for it, she's a total mad dog." Ignoring them, Leunia spoke to the person behind her. "Hey, why are you dressed so lightly? You make people want to look after you constantly." With that, she gently pulled the scarf from her neck and wrapped it around the boy's, making him smile happily. "My things were stolen." This young man, named Luca Enners, is the third-place student in Saren Academy's first-year class, a half-blood. From Leunia's perspective, seeing that Luca's things were stolen made her anger flare up again. However, she then let out a sneeze, making Luca worried. "Leunia, please take the scarf back, it's cold." Leunia shook her head and waved him off. "It's fine, don't worry about it." Luca sensed that Leunia seemed happy, so he asked, "Leunia, you seem especially happy today, don't you?" Leunia cleared her throat and shared, "Haha, because my contractor is finally hatching." Hearing this, Luca was happy for his friend. "Congratulations, Leunia, that's great. Well, I'll be going now." As she spoke, as soon as the red-haired girl returned home, she hurried to her father's office to ask, "Father, my contractor has hatched, hasn't it?" Inside the room, a brown-haired man reminded her with a smile, "Leunia, I told you that you have to call me professor at school." This man, named Ellen Lunda, is the head of the Lunda family, one of the most prestigious hero families and the keepers of Farina's oath. To his daughter's question, Ellen nodded a bit awkwardly. "Yes, Farina's child seems to have hatched." At those words, Leunia's whole body shook with excitement. "I knew it, so when can I meet it?" Her father let out a sigh. "There is a bit of an issue, Leunia. Your contractor seems to have formed a memory contract with someone else. I will investigate the details further, according to Farina's words. Before her father could even finish, her fiery temper flared as she slammed the table and shouted, "Who stole my contractor?" Switching scenes to Velkia, the capital of Elsalbekia. Currently, Leo's group had arrived through the teleportation gate. The whole group shivered from the cold air, especially Carl, who shook uncontrollably. "Lord, just kill me now," he complained. Meanwhile, Professor Herod, wrapped in a blanket, stood up and said, "Stop whining and get in line. This is the capital of Elsalbekia. Does anyone know the history of this place?" In response, the mage Chelsea excitedly raised her hand. Sharing her knowledge, Velkia was founded and named after the elf knight Velkia Ursar, one of the disciples of Luna, the poet of the stars. Her words brought back Leo's memories. More accurately, he was a disciple of both Luna and Aaron. Velkia, that provocative name, is now called the Knight of the Elves. Back with Professor Herod, he nodded in agreement with Chelsea. "That's right." He added, "The Ursar family are descendants of the elf knights and hold the highest rank here." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from ahead, causing the group to turn and observe. The snowy sky made it difficult for the group to see clearly who the figures ahead were. This made Carl a bit anxious. "Are there even thieves within elf territory?" Professor Harrod shrugged and said, "Bad people are everywhere." At those words, a voice rang out from ahead. "How have you been, Professor Herod?" The newcomer was a very handsome elf man, accompanied by several guards behind him. Just his appearance was enough to make the female students swoon, their eyes practically turning into hearts. The leading elf greeted them again. "Greetings, Professor Herod. His name is Rune Ursar. He is the spokesperson for Elsalbekia and the head of the Ursar family." In response, the lazy professor bowed slightly. "You're the same as ever." On the other side, the mage Ileana was dazed with excitement. She wiped her drool and shouted, "I think I've found my future life partner." Beside her, even Nella let out a light cough. However, Leo immediately stepped in and crushed their dreams. "Does age not matter to you?" At that, Ileana approached, nudged the protagonist with her elbow and teased, "What's this, representative? Don't tell me you're jealous." Leo replied with a cold tone, "Don't even dream of it. You know elves live long lives and their appearance hardly changes, don't you? So let me ask you, how old do you think he is?" The protagonist's words made Ileana bristle with anger, which Rune noticed. So he chuckled, "There are quite a few lively students. Unfortunately, the students Professor Herod brings are always very disciplined." At that, Herod shook his head. "They're just first years, still very green, just kids." Seeking an excuse to confirm her thoughts, Ileana approached and asked, "May I ask your name and age?" Rune turned and bowed slightly. "Apologies for not introducing myself. My name is Rune Ursar, and I am 97 years old." His words instantly turned the fire mage to stone. Meanwhile, Carl ran up, brushed Ileana aside and asked, "By any chance, are you going to be our guide?" Rune replied with a warm tone, "I am the head of the Ursar family and the spokesperson for Elsalbekia." At those words, it was Carl's turn to cry inwardly. He mechanically reached out, shook Rune's hand and replied weakly, "It's truly an honor to meet you." Beside him, Professor Herod glanced over and said, "We'll talk privately later, Carl Thomas." Time passed, shifting the scene to the lodging for the field trip. To be blunt, because it hadn't been inhabited for so long, the interior was somewhat ruined, with cobwebs and mice running everywhere. This made the students' faces turn pale. "Are we really staying here? I can't do this," they cried out. Hearing that, Leo crossed his arms and said confidently, "Is that so? Then I guess we'll just have to sleep outside." Hearing this, Ileana became happy and shouted, "I knew it, representative. You've already prepared everything, haven't you? I knew I could count on you." However, contrary to her expectations, Leo pointed to the tents set up outside and shared, "I figured you'd say that, so I prepared sleeping spots out there. Want to sleep outdoors?" Looking at the blizzard outside, Carl turned back to the group in confusion and said, "What are you all still standing there for? Get in and unpack. This is our rest stop. This place looks like a work of art. Have you seen the weather? You'll turn into a snowman the moment you step outside." Back to Carl. Currently, he and Eliza were sneaking up to the second floor, with faces like old foxes looking for little rabbits. Hey, you know what the best part of a field trip is? Sneaking into the girls' room. That was what they were expecting. However, before the two could even finish climbing the stairs, Chelsea looked at them with pure contempt and cast a spell called Wind Circle, causing screams to echo everywhere. Hearing those sounds, Leo nodded and remarked, "It seems everyone is having a lot of fun. Perhaps I should go take a look too." As Leo opened the door, he saw a blonde elf girl waiting for him outside. "Representative, the family head wishes to see you." Next, led by the girl, Leo was taken into Rune's office. Seeing the protagonist appear, the handsome man said awkwardly, "Welcome, Leo. My apologies for calling you here. There is an urgent matter. Could you wait a moment?" Leo replied, "It's no problem. It seems there are many interesting things here. May I take a look?" Rune replied cheerfully, "Of course you may." Just like that, Leo scanned the equipment hanging on the walls and thought to himself, "These items are very old artifacts." Then he noticed a dagger and instinctively called out, Urquit. Beside him, Master Rune couldn't hide his surprise and asked, "How do you know about Urquit? Its history is only passed down to the head of the Ursar family." Hearing this, Leo was slightly caught off guard and hurriedly made up an excuse. "I read about Urquit in some ancient texts at the Lumern Academy's great library." Upon hearing this, Rune didn't suspect a thing. "Is that so? Well, that makes sense. Lumern Academy really does have everything." Back to Leo, he lightly touched the dagger and thought, "It has potential, but this isn't the original." Deep inside, Leo began reminiscing about a time in the past when his comrade Luna showed off her dagger to the protagonist. This dagger originally belonged to Luna, but later she passed it down to her disciple Velkia. Then, right before the final expedition in the battle against Tartarus, Velkia lost it. At the same time, Rune seemed to have finished his work, so he walked over to the protagonist and whispered, "Urquit is a reward our ancestors received when they conquered the world of the hero Velkia. Unfortunately, relics from the hero world cannot be used by anyone other than the person who won them." Then he continued, "All right, sit down. I heard from Herod that you're taking all the classes and are the first-year department representative of Lumern Academy. I know it's a bit rude to ask this right after meeting, but could you meet my granddaughter just once if possible? My granddaughter is a first-year student at Saren Academy. The girl is very talented and entered the school with the highest scores. But the world out there is vast." Shortly after enrolling, she hit a wall and lost all her motivation. "Someone her age who is also an outsider like you might be able to inspire her." Leo, under Rune's guidance, walked to a hallway. However, looking at the key in his hand, Leo felt slightly awkward and whispered, "But is it really okay to just give a stranger the key to your granddaughter's room?" he asked himself before raising his hand to knock on a door. Then the door automatically opened, revealing an incredibly messy scene inside. Books and clothes were thrown haphazardly on the floor, and the air was thick with dust, making Leo cough a few times. Lightly observing his surroundings, he caught sight of pictures of the hero party from 5,000 years ago, making Leo realize the girl in this room was a hardcore fan of the great heroes. He thought to himself, "I know some people collect things like this, but this level is a bit much. Is this the Saren Academy uniform?" At the same time, a sleepy voice rang out from behind Leo. "Grandpa, barging into your granddaughter's room like this, you've crossed the line." This girl was Iron Ursar, the vice-class president of the first-year Class 1 at Saren Academy. Finishing her sentence, she noticed Leo's face and screamed, completely panicking as she dove under her blanket. Leo calmly said, "Hello, I'm Leo Plove. I came to meet you at your grandfather's request." On the bed, Iron was still determined to defend herself inside her blanket. At his wit's end, Leo had to compliment the girl a few times to lighten the mood. "Wow, you collect books about Kyle almost as much as I do. Let's see how they write about him from the elf perspective. The pacification of the northern mountain beasts, that could also be Kyle's work. Oh, the arrangement is pretty decent too." Hearing this, Iron poked her head out from the blanket and asked, "Could it be that you like Kyle too?" Following that, the shy Iron excitedly talked with the protagonist about the battle at Darnos, offering a new perspective on Kyle, the braggart. "Are you talking about the battle where Tiberca commanded the Tartarus army and was defeated? The battle where the great heroes fought together as comrades for the first time. Do you know where the army of Commander Zerga was defeated?" Answering the question, Leo replied in a very soft voice, "Edvalik, that's where Luna first tested her star magic." The more she heard Leo speak, the brighter Iron's eyes became. She chimed in, "That's right, that's a part of hero history that very few people know about. Even in academic circles, that's just a minor topic." From the white-haired girl's perspective, our Leo was shining brightly. A few seconds later, she noticed she was being too excited and hurriedly bowed her head in shame. "Sorry for the late introduction. My name is Iron Ursar. I talked a bit too much even though we just met, didn't I?" Hearing that, Leo cracked a faint smile and reassured her, "Not at all. Anyone who has heard about the heroes would be happy to know there's someone still passionate about those stories." Leo's sincere tone seemed to make Iron less anxious. She opened up, "This is just my personal opinion, but even though history only acknowledges 4 great heroes, I think there might have been a 5th one." Regarding this, Leo shared, "Kyle, I believe he truly existed, so when I return I intend to join a club that studies Kyle's footsteps." Seeing someone with the same view, Iron displayed an incredibly excited face. "Wow, that's so cool." However, just a second later, her expression suddenly turned sad as she muttered, "School, changing sources." This left Leo slightly confused as he thought, timid and reserved, but that's okay, right? Thinking that, he curiously asked Iron, "Why don't you go to school?" Facing this question, Iron also turned her head slightly to the side, speaking with a sound full of disappointment in herself. I don't think Saren is the right place for me. Everyone works too hard, they are all seriously training to become heroes, while I'm just someone with a dream of becoming a hero in a way that's too idealistic." Contrary to what Iron was saying, Leo, observing the uniform she had tucked away carefully in the closet, quickly imagined the whole story. but looking at the way she still kept the uniform so carefully, wasn't it clear she hadn't given up yet? Then, to give this shy girl more confidence, he stood up and said, Iron, I'm not the only human in Berkia right now. My entire class is here on a field trip. I think if my classmates heard your story, they'd love to meet you. You know there are hero training schools in the human world similar to Saren Academy, right? If you're curious about the students at Lumern Academy, just come by and take a look. After those words, Leo turned and left the room. Outside, Uncle Ursar had been eavesdropping for a while. As soon as the protagonist came out, he looked at him with sparkling eyes, which made Leo feel a bit creeped out and startled. Wow, you scared me. Ursar retracted his goofy look and asked, Leo, don't tell me you've been chatting with Iron the whole time. Leo nodded, yes, that's right. Then, just hearing Leo confirm this was enough to make Ursar tear up with joy. Oh, it's been a long time since she talked to anyone for that long. It seems she started to open up to you. As her grandfather, I want to reward you somehow. What do you think? I want to give you a magic item, maybe it will help you. True to Leo's nature, as long as someone is giving a gift, he isn't stupid enough to refuse. Refusing would be impolite, he whispered. Scene shift to Ursar's treasure room. To reward Leo for talking to his granddaughter, Ursar brought him here. Before them was a treasure trove overflowing with gold and weapons. Ursar cheerfully said, just pick whatever you want. Seeing this, Leo was no longer polite. He went straight into the treasure trove. Then, on a wooden shelf, something caught his attention. I'll take this, Leo said while reaching for an item. In his hand was an orange crystal shard containing a tiny figure inside. Beside him, Uncle Ursar saw this and stroked his chin, explaining, that is a gemstone containing the power of a fairy, won by my ancestors 1,000 years ago. The shape of the fairy is carved exquisitely and beautifully, but other than that. Before he could finish, Leo interrupted, that's fine. Seeing this, the long-haired uncle shrugged, as long as it makes you happy. As for Leo, he looked at the crystal shard in his hand, secretly calculating. I'm sure that's not a carving, that is a real fairy. Time passed quickly, returning to the students' inn. At this moment, the lazy Professor Herod had gathered his students. Order, I'm going to announce the upcoming schedule. Starting from tomorrow, the wake-up time will be 6:00 a.m. In the morning, you will undergo individual training in the fairy forest near the city, and in the afternoon, there will be mission practice. Just hearing this, the mage Ileana hurriedly raised her hand to object. Wait a second, haven't we done enough individual training at school? Do we have to do this even when we're on a field trip? Answering the question, the lazy professor enlightened them. On this field trip, we will focus on aspects where you are still lacking. Surely no one thinks they came here just to lose, right? And to be clear, this schedule was created by your class president. He threw all the responsibility on Leo, making Carl cry and turned to question him. You jerk. Even the mage Chelsea looked at Leo with an annoyed gaze. Why would you do that, Leo? Dealing with these questions, Leo put on a very friendly face and said, the fairy forest has monsters, so it's very suitable for practical combat training. Let's practice, train until we die. At a loss, hearing him say that, Ileana could only weep and lament. Surely the class president has a noble reason for doing this. Becoming a true hero is just like that. Finally, Professor Herod said, that's it. Enjoy it, this is your last bit of free time. Returning to Leo, sitting on the bed, he took out the crystal shard to observe it. With just a quick look, he quickly realized the nature of this object, sealed with Fairy King magic. No wonder Luna Ursar thought it was just a statue. After the great catastrophe, the people who had contracts with the Fairy King disappeared, and no one in the elf clan had ever seen that kind of magic again. But for me, this is all too familiar. This is Silrod's magic. Finally, it was time to use the Fairy King's oath he had received. Just like that, Leo began applying his magic into the crystal shard to break the seal. Immediately after, from within this crystal shard, a brilliant golden light radiated outward. Then when the light completely faded, a sleepy voice rang out. Oh my, has the seal finally been broken? This sentence belonged to a young fairy fellow. After a second of stabilizing, he quickly realized he was in Leo's hand, so his attitude changed immediately. Why is a human standing in front of me? How insolent. Leo didn't say much, pulled this tiny guy to his face and said, who are you? Opposite him, the boy saw Leo's attitude and was visibly annoyed. You dare call me you? I am the son of the great Fairy King Silrod, the one who will inherit the Fairy King's throne. The person standing before you is the Silver Fairy Curran. The arrogant brat said, not knowing that these words had already irritated Leo. He flicked his finger hard against Curran's forehead, sending him tumbling backward. You dare, what was that for? Responding to that, Leo put on a very serious face, unlike his usual self. Pay attention, even your father has to be polite to me. Who do you think you are, kid? Facing this, it seemed Curran still didn't realize his situation, so he was still mouthy. "You insolent one, you dare to insult King Silrod." Leo didn't say much, continuing to flick Curran on the head, making the little head swell up with a large bump. Curran almost roared, "You brat." As a result, he received another flick to the head. Just like that, after a while, this little brat finally became obedient and polite. "No way, are you really the one who received the oath from my father?" Leo raised his hand in a threat as if wanting to flick the little guy again. "Consider it so. Your seal has been broken, so why can't you accept it?" On this side, Curran, facing the intimidating aura created by Leo, cowered and said, "Come to think of it, forming a contract with such a lowly human isn't too bad." Returning to Leo's perspective based on his own memories, he quickly guessed Curran's identity. "With Silrod's kind nature, even he withdrew all 6 letters and sealed you away, so you must be quite the destructive force, Prince Curran." Leo's voice was full of teasing, which made the little guy slightly ashamed and cough a few times. "Ahem, you even know that? You really are the chosen one." Leo didn't want to waste time, so he requested, "All right then, go to the fairyland and call Silrod to help me." Facing this request from the protagonist, the little guy could only regretfully refuse. "I can't. Only when I reclaim all 6 wings can I return to the fairyland. So, if you want to meet my father, help me retrieve the 6 wings first. I believe the first wing is lying in the fairy forest, which used to be our homeland," the brat said while putting on an incredibly arrogant face as if he had completely outsmarted the protagonist. Seeing that, Leo smiled, secretly speculating, "Silrod must have destined his son to come to me." Thinking that to correct Curran's annoying attitude, Leo continued to flick his head again, making the kid cry out, "Ouch." Time passed quickly. By the next day, as planned, the lazy Professor Herod led the group of students to the nearby forest for practical training. The students' eyes widened in shock, speechless. Meanwhile, the mage Chelsea knelt on the snowy ground, her voice trembling. "Impossible. They won using only wind magic." Before her, Leo smiled and reached out. "Sounds like you've been practicing too." To explain this situation more clearly, we have to go back a few minutes. At that time, the red-haired mage girl was bristling at the class president. "My sword skills and magic skills don't mesh well, really. Is that why you made me train separately today?" she said in a voice filled with irritation. But Ileana wasn't the only one with complaints. Leo glanced to the side, and he saw Carl and Tide bristling like little dogs. "Lack of summoning control skills. Alchemy is the only thing I'm confident in." Elsewhere, Chelsea's voice chimed in. "I already made it very clear during the entrance exam, didn't I, Leo? It's just that I don't really understand magic that well." "Then show me," she said, flashing a confident smile. Seeing that these weaklings were practically asking for a beating, Leo agreed immediately. "Fine, all right." Turning to Chelsea's perspective, although she acted cocky on the outside, she didn't take this lightly at all in her heart. Everything Leo has done so far has far exceeded expectations. Who knows what other trump cards he's hiding. "No time to prepare, I have to go for it right now." Saying that without a hint of hesitation, she immediately used defensive magic and fired a massive gust of wind toward the protagonist. Seeing this, Leo used the Gale Burst magic. However, it carried a crimson hue due to his unique mana properties. As a result, the 2 similar spells directly cancelled each other out. Watching from the side, the mage Ileana gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. "Isn't that speed Chelsea's specialty?" But he countered just as fast as Chelsea. Ignoring this, Chelsea remained focused on the battle. She used wind chain magic, creating blue chains that lunged forward to bind Leo. However, these chains were completely meaningless to the protagonist. "Chelsea, didn't I tell you that the first time we met? That's not how you use wind magic." With a gentle flick of his finger, Leo released his mana, shattering the chains into countless fragments. Next, he pointed his finger forward, unleashing a glowing golden arrow that flew at breakneck speed, so fast that the red-haired mage couldn't react in time, and she tumbled backward. The moment she looked up again, Leo's sword tip was already right in front of her face. At this point, Chelsea could only go numb and lament in her heart. "Is this what you call wind magic?" It wasn't just her, the rest of the students were equally surprised. Carl said disappointedly, "I never thought Chelsea would lose when it came to using wind magic." Ileana piled on, "Unbelievable, what kind of monster is our class president?" As for the lazy Professor Herod, he stepped up to comment on the battle just now. As a pure mage, Chelsea isn't inferior to Leo. But the biggest difference in how they control and utilize wind magic decided the outcome. When you move to higher grades, you'll learn new techniques, so it's important to master your current power first. So practice your basics again under the guidance of your class president, and good luck with this afternoon's mission training. "Yes, sir," the group replied in unison. But just by looking at their sullen expressions, one could tell that this group of students wasn't excited in the slightest. Time passed quickly. Currently, Leo was wandering somewhere inside the forest, on a quest to collect medicinal herbs. He recalled the image of Carl tearfully begging him to let them practice later, then cracked a smile. "Now I can finally make my move." No sooner had he spoken than Curran brought an herb flying in front of him. "Hey Leo, look, I've gathered this much, see." The little guy had that hurry up and praise me look, so Leo didn't hold back. "Truly impressive. You're a true fairy indeed." Hearing that, the brat arrogantly admitted, "I'm not just some ordinary fairy." Pushing that aside, Leo threw the herb bag into his inventory. "So, we've gathered enough herbs. Should we start a full investigation of the fairy forest now? Finally, the journey to reclaim my wings begins," Curran said excitedly. Just like that, they began to venture deeper into the fairy forest. However, they hadn't traveled long when Leo's footsteps suddenly stopped, making Curran curiously ask, "Why did you stop?" Facing this question, Leo didn't answer but countered with a question of his own. "Hey Curran, when were you exiled from the fairy lands?" Curran pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's see, about 100 years ago, I guess." At this moment, in front of them stood a faint blue energy barrier blocking their path. Leo reached out to feel it for a moment, then said, "Look closely, that's an illusion." Sitting on Leo's shoulder, Curran was slightly surprised. "Is this the Fairy King's magic? But it doesn't seem to be my father's spell." For Leo, with his vast amount of knowledge, he realized, this is the magic of Silrod, the Fairy King from the era of Doom. These spells were only activated about 100 years ago. Based on the time this spell was activated, thanks to Curran's wings, a barrier was created from ancient magic and his son's wings. That means something extremely important is being sealed inside. That was Leo's deduction, but before he could find the answer, footsteps rang out from behind him, accompanied by an extremely bizarre aura causing Curran to cover his nose. Leo's power also shifted as if he were annoyed. Following their gaze from the distance, a dark figure in a cloak approached, speaking in a frigid voice. "Why are there humans in the land of the elves?" Leo retorted, "Still less weird than an undead like you appearing here." Sure enough, just as Leo said, behind the cloak was a skull with glowing red eyes. It roared, "This place has long been under our influence, Tartarus." Hearing that, not letting Leo speak much, Curran rolled his eyes and said, "It's the holy land of the fairies, what the hell are you talking about?" His voice caught the attention of the undead, making it nearly burst out laughing. "A fairy, a pathetic thing like you is called a fairy." The voice reeked of contempt, and with his arrogance, how could Curran possibly stand it? His whole body began to erupt with magic. "What did you say, you bastard?" Just like that, without a moment of hesitation, Curran lunged straight forward. At an incredibly terrifying speed, the little guy pierced right through the undead's body, causing its body to collapse in an instant. Seeing that skeleton collapse so easily, Curran snorted coldly, weak and loud-mouthed, "Huh?" Behind him, Leo awkwardly reminded him, "You dare call yourself a fairy while charging in like a thug." Hearing that, Curran stretched, not the least bit ashamed. As long as it works, who cares? The powers of fairies and the undead are opposites. No sooner had he spoken than suddenly that dark aura reappeared, making Curran's eyes change. He hurriedly turned his head to observe and saw the figure of the skeleton standing there again. It said, "I see, even a low-level fairy is still a fairy." Curran covered his nose, his face turning purple as he scolded, "Disgusting, stinky, and persistent. I'll crush you down to the bone." Just like that, the little guy lunged in once again. However, this time, Leo seemed to realize something and shouted, "Curran, get out of the way." No sooner had he spoken than the skeleton slammed the sword in his hand down into the ground. Right after that, streams of magic power like whips lashed out directly at the little guy. Fortunately, he managed to change direction in time and ended up slamming into Leo. "Wait, what the heck was that?" he groaned. Meanwhile, Leo's expression became incredibly serious. He said, "This is a monster of Tartarus that has existed for a very long time, a death knight." Opposite him, the skeleton began to introduce himself. "My name is Karger, a knight for the Great Lick and also the one who will lead you to death." Saying this, the skeleton gripped the sword in its palm and lunged to attack. Seeing this, Leo didn't hesitate in the slightest and swung his sword in response. His blade passed through its body. However, what he struck was only an afterimage, while Karger himself had already circled behind his back. Over here, Leo sensed the dangerous aura right behind his back, startled, and hurriedly turned around. What he witnessed was a powerful strike from Karger. With just a simple swing of his sword, he released a dark energy slash, slamming toward Leo. Fortunately, Leo reacted in time to create an energy barrier to protect his body. However, he was still pushed back. Over here, Karger, seeming to sense he had Leo in the bag, calmly advanced, his voice full of slight praise. "You managed to deploy the heavenly light aura in such a short time. Not bad at all." Saying that, not giving Leo a chance to regain his stance, the skull rushed in to attack once again, forcing Leo to hurriedly raise the sword in his hand to block. As the two sides locked blades, Karger kept yapping his mouth like a mad dog. "All resistance is futile, human." Elsewhere, seeing Leo struggling against the attack from the big guy, Curran hurriedly lunged in to help. "Leo, I'll help you." Curran had the heart, at least. However, as soon as he struck the armor on Karger's body, he was batted away, eventually diving headfirst into the snow. "Oh my, am I already out of strength? If only I had my wings." Before he could finish, his voice was drowned out by Leo's. "In the name of the contract holder, answer my call." As this sound rang out, a fiery red flame began to erupt from Leo. Seeing this, the skull was terrified and hurriedly jumped backward. At this moment, according to their gaze, beneath Leo's feet was a mysterious magic circle, and on his back was a pair of fiery wings, radiating an imposing aura. Seeing this, Curran's eyes filled with joy. "What? Besides me, there's someone else who signed a contract." Ignoring his naive demeanor, Leo launched his attack. He swung his sword forward, releasing his aura, forming the shape of a phoenix head that lunged forward at breakneck speed. Karger's body, due to the power of the strike, was sent flying far away. Next, the wings on Leo's back slowly faded, transforming into the shape of the small phoenix Farina. Witnessing the form that looked no different from a poultry chicken, the little buddy Curran ran up to the phoenix and patted it on the shoulder, which made the phoenix extremely uncomfortable. Regarding Karger, he didn't dare underestimate Leo anymore. "A phoenix and a fairy? I absolutely cannot let them survive." Saying this, a powerful dark aura erupted from his body as if he were about to use some ultimate move. He raised his sword high and slammed it forcefully into the ground. From the point of impact, something red began to spread in all directions. The skull began to mutter incantations. "Army of the dead, devour all living things." As the incantation ended, from within that blood swamp, a horde of skeletons rose up. Each was equipped with weapons, their eyes glowing red like rabid dogs without vaccinations. Leo immediately guessed it's a curse, continuously summoning. His vitality began to dissipate the aura covering his sword, making Curran terrified. "Huh, you've given up, no more aura." Responding to this, Leo flashed a confident smile. "No way," crouching slightly. Leo entered his starting stance, whispering to himself, "This is Kyle's mana. It's been a long time since I used this." Thinking that, he launched the electroshock magic, causing the ground beneath his feet to immediately crater. The shockwave rippled outward in all directions, causing the undead horde's advance to halt for a beat. Seizing the opportunity, our protagonist took the initiative to lunge and attack. He used the Gale Slash skill, tearing the skeletons to shreds without them being able to react at all. More accurately, Leo was aiming only at the weak undead to strike. This drove Karger crazy with anger. "Stop it. If you call yourself a knight, then face me with honor," he roared. However, Leo wasn't stupid enough to comply with that request. "You're the one who summoned a bunch of minions and now you're talking about honor." Knowing better, Leo had no intention of fighting to the death with the skeletons here. He channeled a bit of force into the soles of his feet and launched himself high into the air, leaving Karger to roar in helplessness. "Damn it, he's running away." Time passed quickly, shifting to a corner of the forest. At this moment, Leo paused for a beat. This should be safe enough. A death knight appearing inside the elf forest? Is there something here that Tartarus is looking for? Leo mused with a furrowed brow. Before he was distracted by the footsteps of some stray undead. But Leo didn't let his guard down because of that. He slightly reached for the sword at his hip, preparing to strike. However, before he could do anything, the body of this undead was suddenly sliced into 3 pieces. Following that, a sword tip pointed straight at his throat. "Are you the one who summoned that human?" The question came from a long-haired young man. Responding to the interrogation, the protagonist calmly said, "Not at all. I'm a student of Lumern Academy and I have no connection to those skeletons." Saying this, he carefully observed the clothing of the person in front of him and deduced that this person also came from Saron Academy. Opposite, the long-haired guy didn't seem to believe Leo and roared, "What a lame excuse. Die, you necromancer." With his words, he thrust the sword forward hard, but how could his simple attack reach Leo? With a slight lean, he dodged it easily. Even taking advantage of the fact that the guy hadn't retracted his strike, Leo used the hilt of his sword to strike him directly, causing him to let out a cry of pain and kneel before him. But before Leo could teach him a lesson, a voice came from behind. "That's enough. I apologize for that rudeness. My name is Rune El Rundoa, a first-year student at Saron Academy. Please don't think all Saron students are like him." Over here, the red-haired girl's attitude seemed quite sincere, so Leo nodded. "Apology accepted. So what brings you from Saron to here?" Rune happily replied, "I'm staying in Berkia for a while for field training. How about you?" Leo replied that he was on a field trip. Then he turned around as if to leave. "So I have to go report to my professor now." Observing this, Rune didn't hold him back but bowed slightly. "Goodbye, may the Berkia forest protect you." For Leo, Rune El Rundoa, it feels like I've heard that name somewhere before. The protagonist pondered for a moment, not knowing that while he was thinking about that, the long-haired student had been given an earful by Rune, the worst student in High Class 1, ruining things while trying to show off. "What, you idiot? This is so embarrassing." Time passed quickly, shifting to the large lecture hall. Immediately after returning, Leo went with the lazy Professor Herod to report everything to Uncle Ursar. However, he didn't seem to pay much attention. A death knight inside the Holy Land. Tragedies or monsters have started to appear at some point, but the infection level isn't too serious. Hearing this, Professor Herod reminded him he is not the type of student to lie. Before the teacher could say another word, another voice interrupted. These misunderstandings from ancient times, ignorance is also a lie. A first-year hero candidate, barely having stepped onto this path, claims to have encountered a death knight. This black-haired man in glasses named Herdem Wintle was the homeroom teacher of High Class 1, first year at Saron Academy. Seeing him appear, Ursar turned to introduce this man and asked him to continue. Herdem coldly turned to look at Leo and continued. He surely must have seen a mist knight and gotten confused. I don't believe he could escape a death knight on his own. He's just a first-year student. Saying this, Herdem turned back to question Herod. Professor Herod, do you believe this student's story? Herod responded firmly, of course. He might only be a first-year student, but he is the representative of the entire department. Hearing this information, Herdem's eyes shifted slightly and he thought, if what he says is true, this could broaden the horizons of the Saron students. But regardless, that story about the Death Knight is probably nonsense. Thinking that, Herdem made a big move and suggested, if he is the department representative, he must be confident in his magic, right? I propose a joint class between High Class 1 of Saron Academy and Lumern Academy. Shifting to a welcome party, the sounds of chatter echoed everywhere. Let's go on a blind date, how about it? Sorry, I have a boyfriend, so I can't go. In a corner of the room, Carl the merchant excitedly said, wow, a grandiose exchange event like this? Saron really is a wealthy school. Not just him, even the mage Chelsea had to nod in admiration. This is on the level of a party organized by the emperor himself. The red-haired mage was so excited she nearly lost it. I heard that tomorrow we'll get to experience Saron's teaching methods. I'm so excited. On another side, the two professors, Herdem and Herod, were also in deep discussion. Observing their demeanor, Leo thought to himself, proposing a joint class so abruptly like this person must be the type who needs to see things with his own eyes to believe them. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a voice rang out, interrupting him. We've met once before, haven't we? Care for a dance? The one making the proposal was Rune. Next, amidst the melodious music from the stage, Leo and Rune began to dance together. After witnessing Leo's perfectly rhythmic coordination, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Rune's mouth as she asked, you know the L's dance? Leo nodded and replied, I learned it a long time ago. Finding someone compatible with her rhythm, Rune cheerfully asked further, come to think of it, I don't even know your name yet. What should I call you? Leo answered, Leo Plove, just calling me Leo is fine. The moment she heard that name, the smile on her face suddenly froze. All the pleasant atmosphere they had built evaporated instantly. Rune immediately grabbed Leo by his shirt and screamed, how dare you steal someone else's contractor? I'll kill you. Back to Leo, he began to recall the words previously spoken by the mother Phoenix, Farina. Reina is the one who carries my memories, and she's also the one who saved Ellen Lundar's life. I apologize to the child who was meant to be the original contractor. Remembering these words, Leo immediately realized that Rune was the child, the intended original contractor for Farina. Thinking of this, he let out a faint smile, unaware that this very action made Rune even more furious. You shameless thief. Before she could say another word, Leo offered a simple and sincere smile. Farina is doing well. Immediately after those words, Leo was beyond help. Rune gritted her teeth and lunged into a scuffle with him, much to the bewilderment of all the other students. Consequently, it wasn't long before the brawl was interrupted by others. Rune now had to bow her head in apology. I am sorry, Leo Plo. Please forgive my insolence. She spoke with a stiff expression, her whole body trembling from the effort of restraining herself. Fortunately, Leo understood the reason and didn't mind much. It's all right. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, we'll take our leave. With that, the teacher and student Leo and Herod beat a retreat from the area. Once they were gone, Professor Herdem put on an extremely stern face and said, Student Rune, never make that mistake again. As the first-year representative of Saron Academy, Rune's face darkened as she replied, yes, I understand. The professor continued, in tomorrow's class we must prove it. That Saron is superior to Lumern. No, superior to all hero academies. The bespectacled professor spoke with a fiery spirit while Rune continued to tremble. Noticing this, Herdem cleared his throat to adjust his voice. All right, from now on. Before the professor could finish, Rune spoke even louder. I will never lose to that bastard again. I will crush him. Don't worry, Professor, for the honor of Saron. Looking at her current state, Tide suddenly felt a sense of unease in his heart. Thus, the following day, the joint class between Lumern Academy and Saron Academy took place. From the podium, Professor Herod's voice rang out, it is a pleasure to meet the first-year students of Saron Academy. I am Professor Herod, currently teaching at Lumern Academy. Today, you will experience a model lesson from Lumern Academy. Having said that, he looked toward his 3 students and called out, Carl, Tide, Ileana, step up, you will be leading this session. You are the most outstanding students who have survived Lumern. Show them what you have learned. On the opposite side, the 3 sheltered students, hearing their professor's grand praise, were nearly moved to tears. Even the mage Chelsea couldn't help but admire them, so that's why he called one person from each department. Unlike her naive mind, Leo immediately guessed Herod's true motive. It feels more like the professor was too lazy and just threw the task to whoever was available. And so the class began, with Carl's group stepping forward to demonstrate their magic, while the Saron Academy students took the opportunity to pull out their pens and paper to take notes. Elsewhere, Professor Herdem quietly observed everything, thinking to himself, when viewing from the perspective of another race, we can unlock new methods. However, it's strange that the class representative still hasn't appeared. As he spoke, he turned his eyes toward Leo, who was sitting not far away. Then, after Carl's group finished their presentation, Chelsea shouted excitedly, "Great job, everyone." Next, Herdem stepped forward and addressed the class. That was truly an interesting lesson from the Lumern students. I can clearly feel that each of you has developed deeply within your respective fields. He paused for a beat, picked up a piece of chalk, and began writing on the board. Saron students follow a different method than Lumern students. All students at Saron learn magic as a fundamental basis, so we aim for a balanced training model, not leaning too heavily into pure spellcasting. Back to Leo's perspective, hearing Professor Herdem say this, he felt a hint of disdain, calling it balanced. How ironic. They teach everything, yet the theory is entirely magic-based. It's just a performance, the elves and their eternal arrogance. Thinking of this, Leo was so bored he yawned widely right in the middle of class, making the other students feel embarrassed for him. Naturally, Herdem witnessed this as well. His evaluation of Leo dropped another notch, and he's the one rumored to have defeated a Death Knight. His attitude toward learning is like trash. Pushing these idle thoughts aside, the professor concluded, that's enough theory. Following his words, a shape resembling a 6-pointed star crystallized in Herdem's palm, emitting a soft glow. Let me show you the true essence of Saron. Originally, the elven race was a race of magic. The small star soared into the air and began to split into many smaller stars, filling the entire stands with radiant light. Chelsea screamed in excitement as she recognized it. That's star magic, the original magic of the elves. Back to Herdem, seeing that he had piqued the students' interest, he continued, this is our essence, the astral magic of Istar. The formula I am writing here is the great legacy of our ancestor, the goddess Luna, and it is the foundation for the entire astral system. The magic I just used is also one of the countless variations derived from that formula. Isn't it beautiful? He spoke with a face full of pride. Suddenly, Leo's hand went up as if to raise and point. Herdem turned and nodded to him, ask away, representative. Leo thought to himself, I wasn't very interested in astral magic, but instead of asking a question, Leo offered a critique that sent everyone into a panic. That explanation is wrong. Immediately after those words, Rune's face filled with bloodlust. Herod instinctively wiped away a drop of sweat, while Herdem, struggling to suppress his anger, questioned, what did you just say? Hearing this, Leo calmly repeated, I said that spell will never be able to activate. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became frighteningly suffocating. After a second or two, Herdem's scowling face admitted, naturally, it is an incomplete spell, so it cannot be cast. Our ancestors decoded Luna's legacy and somehow restored it to its current form. At this point, everything became clear to Leo. So that spell is one that has been lost? It's understandable that someone like him wouldn't know. That seal was created by Luna when she established the magic system with the sole purpose of passing it on to me, Kyle. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Herdem began to provoke and mock him. It seems this student is quite knowledgeable about astral magic. If our explanation is wrong, then perhaps you can show us your way. Hearing that, the lazy professor looked as if he wanted to raise his hand to stop him. But Leo had already stepped down toward the podium. As he walked, he thought, the magic the elves are using is just a copy. I am the one who was passed the entire essence of Luna, but I died before I could pass it on to another elf. Perhaps we were born to meet. Astral magic is the pride of the elves, but it is the legacy of the founder. If this continues, it could lead to a conflict across the entire academy. With this thought, Leo reached out. He drew each formula on the board. However, the students didn't seem to understand what he was trying to convey. What kind of explanation is this? It looks like real astral magic, but I've never seen that formula before. Ignoring them with just a few strokes, Leo completed his formula. What he left on the board was a green, leaf-like symbol. Looking at this symbol, Herdem's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and his voice became emotional. This magic, what kind of spell is this? Have you used it before? In Leo's mind, a memory surfaced of the moment his teammate Luna spoke to him. Hey Kyle, look, I've finally finished it. I made this just for you, Kyle. This magic is a spell that makes flowers bloom. At that moment, in the protagonist's hand was a flower slowly opening outward. From Leo's palm, 5 pointed stars began to flutter everywhere, leaving the student staring in daze. Ileana spoke up. Our representative just did something amazing, didn't he? Elsewhere, Rune found it even harder to believe. What is this? What's with the professor's reaction? Does that bastard really possess the legacy of the ancestors? In her view, Herdem couldn't even stand steadily and collapsed to his knees. Incredible. So many elemental magics are originating from it. Don't tell me this magic is merely an incantation to make flowers bloom. In response, Leo was willing to enlighten them. It's not that simple. During the age of disaster, flowers were nearly extinct. To the founder of Nebula, aren't flowers something special? At that time, Leo had seen no use for this magic in battle and complained, "What is this? What kind of useless magic is this?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch the flower. While the mage Luna shouted excitedly, "Do you know how beautiful flowers are? One day I will see a world full of flowers." Returning to reality, Professor Herdem looked at Leo with eyes full of worship. Indeed, the founder truly infused the truth into it. But who is this student? How does he know things like this? As for Leo, naturally, he couldn't tell the truth. Instead, he whispered into the black-haired man's ear, "My name is Leo Plove. I taught myself astral magic through ancient texts. I am a multi-class student and a naturally gifted mage." The more he listened, the more startled Professor Herdem became, asking, "Or do you have a connection to the elven lineage?" Leo shook his head with a smile, "Not at all." Then, not letting their conversation drag on, the lazy professor cut in, "My student was rude, I apologize. Let's end this class here. For the time being, it's best not to take an official stance on this matter." Hearing him say this, Herdem hurriedly grabbed Herod's hand and proposed, "Professor Herod, perhaps I am being too bold, but could we exchange the student Leo Plove to our school?" Hearing that, Herod's head was filled with question marks, while those present hummed with surprise. Time passed quickly. Currently, the mage Chelsea was happily presenting her purple, toxic-looking sausage dish. Tada, the Llewellyn special soup is complete. Beside her, the red-haired mage offered a plate containing a dish so horrifying it made one's eyes blur just looking at it. And this is the death risotto, so delicious only one person survives. Looking at these dishes, Carl and Tide felt as if their souls had already ascended to the clouds. The biggest crisis since joining Lumern. Do we really have no other choice? They whispered. Seeing them hesitate, Ileana immediately shoved a spoonful of food into Carl's mouth with a smile. Try it, try it. Carl gritted his teeth, summoned all his courage and swallowed the horrifying food. Then, just a second later, the sound of him vomiting erupted, making the red-haired girl furious. "What do you think you're doing, you idiot?" Standing aside and observing, Professor Herod could only hold his head and signal Leo to go stop them. Meanwhile, Ursar laughed heartily, "Haha, it's good to see the students having fun." He then turned his gaze toward Leo. "Wait a moment. You should know this. Elsalbekia's High Council has announced their decision regarding the Death Knight. Simply put, we have confirmed many undead and Death Knights appearing in the Fairy Forest. So we propose that Lumern Academy and Saron Academy cooperate to investigate the abnormal situation in the forest. But with only a group of green first-year students, it would be very dangerous. We have proposed that once the mission begins, Saron's upperclassmen will investigate the anomaly alongside the first years." Thinking of this, Leo asked, "Did the council leaders come all this way just for that request?" In response to the question, Ursar shook his head. "No, actually I came here personally for you, Leo. My granddaughter wanted to see you." Following his words, the white-haired girl, Iron, poked her head in and approached Leo with an extremely shy demeanor. "Leo, how have you been? I said I would come, so I took the privilege." Leo nodded in greeting. "Thanks for coming. I'll introduce you to my class." Behind them, Chelsea's eyes sparkled like stars upon seeing this. "That is so cute. What's your name? Why didn't you come to the exchange event? Representative, how do you know her? She's so adorable." Questions were fired off in rapid succession, making Iron's face flush with embarrassment. Finally, unable to take it anymore, she ran off to the second floor, leaving Chelsea and Ileana a bit confused. Did we do something wrong? Is she just a shy kid? Getting back to Ursar, witnessing this, the handsome guy wasn't all that surprised. Instead, he pinned his hopes on Leo. "Leo, I'm counting on you." The white-haired girl curled up in a corner somewhere inside the hallway. Before a coat was tossed straight at her, the person who had just arrived was none other than Leo. Iron asked hesitantly, "But by doing this, won't you be cold, Leo?" Leo smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry about me, but why did you run away from Saron?" This question made the shy girl fall into silence. She clutched the coat tightly and said, "Because I'm not cut out to be a hero. When life at Saron became too overwhelming, I met someone who was like sunshine. That was Rune. Rune is a truly amazing person. She can do anything, is always confident and kind to everyone. She's a true hero. So I started to admire her. I wanted to follow in her footsteps. I pushed myself up to the advanced class 1, but during the main assessment battle, I made a huge mistake. And I think she started to hate me after that. Speaking to this point, her pointed ears drooped down, looking utterly devastated. Looking at that, Leo seemed to have a memory surface. She's not the type of person worth hating. And Rune isn't the type to hate someone over trivial matters. Someday, I should ask her. For some reason, I keep seeing traces of Berkia in her. After thinking that, Leo started a conversation. Do you like the story of Berkia? To Iron, just hearing a conversation about ancient heroes made her mood brighten immediately. Yes, that's the story of my ancestors. Leo cast his eyes up at the sky, observing the twinkling stars as he continued. Then surely you know that Berkia admired the great heroes who led her and followed in their footsteps. That's how she became a hero, right? Don't worry about the eyes of others, just follow the path you want to walk. At that point, everything will be wonderful and fun too. Leo said this while reaching his hand out toward this shy girl. Time passed quickly until the next day. By now, both classes had gathered in the fairy forest. The red-haired Rune maintained her fiery demeanor as she said, "How on earth did you convince Iron?" Leo shrugged, calmly saying, "I told her she had nothing to fear from you." This immediately surprised Rune. "Iron is afraid of me. Why?" Leo explained, "She said you were terrifying during the assessment battle, so she thought you hated her." Hearing that, the redhead's face grew confused. "Wait a minute, that was just because Iron was so strong that I had to focus on the match. Take care of her, she probably needs that," Leo advised. At the same time, from afar, hurried footsteps rang out. Recognizing who the newcomers were, Professor Herdem smiled and said, "You guys are here." Following their gaze, the person who had just arrived was a group of upperclassmen led by Rada Algra, the third-year representative of Saron Academy. This purple-haired guy happily shook hands with the professor, and Herdem enthusiastically responded, "Rada, your recent thesis was quite interesting." Observing from the side, Leo seemed to notice the ring on his finger, then turned to speak to the redhead. "Rune, who is that?" Rune explained, "That's Rada Senpai, he's the third-year representative. He didn't stand out at all until his second year, then suddenly he improved and became the talk of the semester." This info made Leo's gaze shift slightly, unbeknownst to them. After everyone had gathered, the two professors began outlining the mission. "Since everyone is here, let's start the group mission. Each group will have 2 to 3 first-year students and 1 third-year student." One Leoplov Runa Rendoa. In Rada Algra, Lunia trailed behind with a resentful and uncomfortable expression. "Well, what a pain." In her head, Herdium's words popped up. "I hope you two will get closer after this opportunity." Lunia displayed her dissatisfaction, her eyes seemingly spitting fire. "Why do I have to be paired with a thief?" Leo seemed to see the problem, coldly questioning, "Still talking about the theft?" Lunia's head seemed to steam, her face glaring aggressively at him. "Of course, I still haven't recognized you as Fiona's contractor." Leo just lightly glanced back, calmly replying, "Suit yourself." On the map, this was the area divided for exploration, an icy land belonging to the Fairy Forest Survey Team. Current location, they were split into small groups. Leo, Lunia, and Rada's group were deep in the forest. Chelsea and Iron, the green-haired guy, were in the boxwood habitat. Elena and Luca, the brown-haired guy, were at the herb cluster. Nella accompanied Carl in the conifer recording area. Finally, the blue-haired guy and the dark brown-haired guy were at the temporary forest entrance. Lunia looked around. "Hey, where did the senior go alone? We were supposed to move as a group." Leo remembered when he had happily said, "I'm going solo. Let's meet at the center of the forest." He pondered, surely the guy had something to do alone. On the ground, Leo's hand felt a strange energy rising. Lunia scanned both sides carefully, her eyes filled with worry. "But we've gone this deep already and haven't met any zombies. Last time there were quite a few." Leo's gaze turned tense. He suddenly realized something. It still looked like last time. But then Leo held up his hand for Silrod to see, asking for a close look. "Look carefully, this is an illusion spell. This is the Fairy King's magic, isn't it? But it doesn't look like my father's magic," Lunia said. He recalled, "This land now has a curse. The curse of death, which only those who lived through the century of catastrophe could recognize." There, at a gloomy castle, Kaiser knelt, sword in hand. He was the most loyal subordinate of Erebos, commander of Tartarus. "You survived the age of catastrophe." Leo's face flashed with restlessness. The hellish Death King Kaiser. He recalled a silent late night when Kaiser stood before his subordinates. The Death King won't act personally. Karger, the Death Knight, will likely be his representative. Back to the present, Leo placed his hands on his thighs, preparing to stand up. Then he raised his hand, looking up at the sky with a determined gaze. "There is something inside the fairyland that Saron wants to protect." Lunia looked on, confused. "What is it? Can you feel something?" Suddenly Leo opened his eyes wide, stunned. He observed deep into the forest. Something was approaching. Leo immediately took a fighting stance, gripping his sword tightly. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out, "Phew, how's the investigation going?" Rada stepped out with a radiant face. As the first years approached from afar, Lunia shouted, "T-I letter 1E C1 N B letter 1E D1 I Rada." He walked over to the two, asking, "So did you guys run into any zombies?" Lunia closed her eyes, complaining, "You startled us." "No, I didn't see any." Rada spread his hands, grinning. "You were the first person to find the Death Knight, right?" Leo politely and quickly shook his hand. "That's right," he silently reflected. "This black ring is just as I thought." Rada looked at Leo, speaking with a touch of bad luck. "Maybe you were mistaken." He placed a hand on his shoulder, laughing lightly. "There isn't a single zombie, let alone a Death Knight. But that's okay, it's normal for first years to be too enthusiastic." Rada pointed. "Do you know that high-level zombies like Death Knights will be desummoned if their necromancer doesn't provide enough mana?" "No, that's why demon summoners are always beside Death Knights," Leo replied. Lunia placed her hand on her chest, her face becoming panicked. "That means there is a demon in this forest." In the city, people bustled on the streets. Rada continued, "But this is Berkia, the capital of El Sabikia." He looked confident when looking at Lunia. "If you're a Saran student, you should know, right? About the Grand Star magic applied around Berkia." Lunia's face reflected fear. "It's a spell created by the veteran founder, Lady Luna. No demon can get in." "That's true," Lunia said, her voice firm. "But there's no rule saying a necromancer has to be a demon." Leo's face was cold as he spoke. "Entities other than demons can also use dark power." Suddenly, Rada became bizarre, laughing terrifyingly. "For instance, even fairies, that's an interesting idea." He looked at Leo, laughing, then said, "It seems you don't know how proud the fairy species is." Then Rada turned to leave, giving them his final words, "Finish the investigation and meet back at the forest entrance." Observing Rada's appearance, the intelligent Leo realized he is looking for something. Lunia, standing beside him, felt it too, her eyes filled with fear. This guy knows something. When the sun set, the night sky fell. That night, amidst the white snow in a house, a voice rang out, "Kai, your team didn't find the Death Knight either." Carl rested his hands behind his head, his face dejected. "Forget about the Death Knight, we didn't even see any zombies." Hearing that, Chelsea hurriedly stood up. "That makes it even more suspicious." Her face was full of excitement, hands clenched. "The principal surely said that zombies were found here. So how could they vanish the moment we arrived to investigate?" Carl watched that scene and gave a helpless smile. Then he pretended to be tired, his face lifeless. "I'm going to sleep." Chelsea quickly grabbed Carl's tie. "Not so fast." Elsewhere, Leo jumped from the window to the ground, his gaze fixed in one direction. At a luxury apartment building, the Saran Academy dormitory lodge. A door was being opened. Leo's silhouette stepped in coldly, hand on the sword at his hip. On the table appeared a notebook labeled Rada. He pondered. Just as predicted, he snuck out of the dormitory. Suddenly, Leo's gaze turned toward the position of the map on the table. Oh, he touched the marked position. "This is the entrance to the fairyland." From behind, Lunia climbed through the window, frowning angrily. "What are you doing here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Leo turned around. His hand covered Lunia's mouth to prevent her from making noise. "SHH." She crossed her arms, sulkily scolding, "You've been acting strangely since earlier." "What are you doing here now?" Leo's hand was still on Lunia's chin, his face worried. "I'm looking for Rada, but he snuck off. He definitely went to the fairy forest." His eyes were directed somewhere. Behind the door, a voice rang out. "Didn't you say Rada was sleeping? I heard talking." Lunia looked at the door, wondering, why is Rada senpai? Meanwhile, Leo's hand suddenly draped over her shoulder. After that, he hugged Lunia and picked her up to her surprise. Next, Leo carried Lunia and jumped out the window. On the other side, in a certain room, Iron was reading when she heard strange noises. She slowly stepped off the bed and walked to the window. Iron peered out. She saw Leo carrying Lunia affectionately. "Leo, sir, and Miss Lunia." In that moment, Iron panicked, dropping her book to the floor, her legs trembling. This was clearly, in her head, a love story between Leo and Lunia emerged, more beautiful than flowers. Handsome Leo caressing Lunia's hair. "Let me join you." Lunia, the honorable fire mage, with her beautiful face looking at Leo longingly. "Prince Leo." Iron imagined the scene and exclaimed, "Brighter than the sun." She clutched her cheeks, her eyes filled with happiness. A secret romantic date. In the night, the winds whispered along with the thick white snow. Leo walked in front, hands in his pockets, his gaze despondent. "How much longer do you intend to follow me? Just go back to the dormitory." Lunia followed behind, glaring at him irritably. She frowned, angrily questioning, "You think Rada-senpai is involved in all this? He only arrived this morning while you encountered the Death Knight days ago." Suddenly Lunia stopped, her face full of suspicion. "But you guys." From behind, Iron, leaning on her knees, extremely tired, stopped right there. "You two have gone far enough." Lunia turned back, her face extremely worried. "Iron, when did you get here?" Leo didn't look surprised, coldly saying, "She's been following us the whole time." Then Iron raised her head, panicking. Oh my goodness no, students are not allowed to have unhealthy romantic relationships. Boys and girls aren't allowed to be alone together. Hearing that, Lunia became confused, frowning. What? Leo was stunned, his gaze probing because he didn't understand what was happening. What are you talking about? Iron shyly clenched her hands, shouting, a boy and a girl. I saw everything even when you two snuck out of the dormitory together. That's so abnormal. Her face turned beet red. Of course Miss Lunia is beautiful and Leo, you're very handsome too. Hearing that, Lunia stood still like a statue while Leo rubbed his head helplessly. Iron, you've misunderstood. He stared at Lunia, raising his hands in protest. Lunia, you say something too. In front, she was trembling, her lips anxious. What? Then Lunia turned back, her cheeks blushing. It's not like that, I mean. Suddenly something flashed by, making Leo terrified. From the ground, a hand struggled to rise. They stood watching in panic. Leo shouted, that's a zombie. Without hesitation, he drew his sword from its sheath while Iron was still in absolute panic. A gloomy voice rang out, welcome to the fairy forest. Leo calmly drew his sword, his voice cold. They are all high-level zombies, skeleton soldiers. Lunia gritted her teeth, snarling, where did these things suddenly come from? Before acting, he turned to ask, Lunia, are you ready? She knelt, casting a fire-type magic circle, preparing to engage. Of course. Lunia was full of fighting spirit. She cast the firestorm technique. A massive blaze ignited, swallowing the high-level zombies in an instant. Lost in showing off her results, she laughed loudly. How about that? Zombies don't like coming out of the fire. Iron's voice rang out as a warning, watch out. Lunia looked at Iron in surprise following that sound. Iron immediately rushed in front of her, raising her shield to block the zombie's attack. No matter how fiercely the high-level zombie attacked, Iron stood firm because the shield in her hand was the shield of Animus. She gathered her strength to jump forcefully, lunging to strike at it. Iron roared, tightening her grip on the sword hilt with an immense momentum. With one sharp slash, she easily severed the head of the high-level zombie. The rest of the body was cleaned up by the purple cyclone. Watching this scene, Lunia clapped in praise. You're really good. Iron scratched her head, laughing shyly, ahaha. Leo nodded in admiration, not thinking she had that technique. Iron modestly replied, it's nothing special. Iron asked a question that made Lunia flinch. Then why are you two out here in the middle of the night? He seemed to read her mind and denied it immediately. Lunia and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. Lunia coughed once, regained her composure and continued, that's right, we just stopped by the third-year dormitory to investigate. Iron was surprised, really. She pointed at Leo, babbling on, right, if romantic issues distract me from studying, wouldn't it be better for you? That means fewer competitors for you. Iron moved her mouth to deny, why are you stopping it to that extent? He placed his hand on his chest, expressing his view. Lunia is the best student and I want you to always be the best, because you will become a hero. Lunia stood blankly, surprised to hear these words. He thought that way. Assessing the advanced combat class, Saren stood still, her breath broken but she still struggled to continue fighting. One hand holding a sword, one hand holding a shield, in front of her eyes there was a honeycomb-patterned shield. She flushed with excitement while watching the scene unfold. Just as Iron predicted, he's still holding his own. Out of all the freshmen, only Iron can truly stand against me. A faint smile curved the corners of Lunia's lips. Her expression shifted rapidly. Lunia raised her hand, gritted her teeth, and cast her magic. Fine, I'll give it my all too. Iron stared at Lunia, her jaw dropping and her pupils dilating in shock. She frowned in panic, her face turning pale with fear. Dust and fire erupted following a thunderous explosion. Now Lunia understood. She finally grasped what that look on his face back then meant. Closing her eyes, she let out a sigh, and why didn't he come to school after that? Lunia called out softly, Iron. She took Iron's hand and declared, I want you to keep coming to school because you are my friend. Iron hesitated to agree immediately. Wait, Lady Lunia and I are friends, don't you hate me? Lunia offered a sincere smile. We are friends. Didn't you know? As both a friend and a rival, I hope you can continue to face me. Iron's eyes rounded with interest as she whispered, friend and rival. Quickly her mood grew somber, but Iron glanced toward Leo inquiringly, you two really aren't a thing? Lunia blushed and jumped in surprise, crying out, she frantically tried to clarify, we told you it's not like that. Leo stood still inside. Kids really do grow up by fighting each other. The scene shifts to a deadly forest, where the cawing of crows echoes through the air. Karger's voice rang out from the underworld. You must be surrounded by now, mage. He turned his head back and mocked. We have some uninvited guests. A cloaked figure appeared and questioned. Oh, isn't that something your warriors should handle? He threw back his hood and growled a greeting. Death Warrior Karger. Karger met his gaze and gritted his teeth. You bastard. He stepped toward him, emphasizing every word. The Death King's command to control the warriors. Karger attempted to suppress his opponent with his presence. Are you treating me like a mere subordinate? He didn't panic, raising his ringed hand to reply. You seem to be forgetting the fact that the Death King has already chosen me. He pulled his hood back up and turned away. Once the summoning circle is complete, I won't need Tadaris's help anymore. Karger let out a sinister laugh, watching the retreating figure. So until then, I suppose I'll be relying on you. Karger's eyes glowed red with a cunning thought, of course. The scene shifts to a different forest, where the full moon shines down through the silent canopy. Lunia followed behind Leo and asked, "Are you saying the senior assigned us to deal with the issues of the fairy forest?" "That's just his assumption, don't take it too seriously." Iron stammered in confusion, "But isn't it colder than before?" She looked around and noted, "Right, Berkia is a cold region, but how should I put it?" Lunia's mood also darkened. Thinking back, it still feels a bit scavenged. But Leo frowned, looking around alertly. "I think I sense a curse." He cast a magic circle while warning, "Let's prepare a bit before heading further from here." Immediately after, Curran appeared. "Look here, my entrance." Fiora appeared following behind, raising a hand in greeting. Upon seeing them, Lunia's face darkened with anger as she ran over, yet her voice was incredibly sweet. "Fiora." Lunia clasped her hands together, looking at the two perched on Leo's head. "How can something be this beautiful? It's me, big sister Lunia. You still remember me, right?" Iron's eyes widened in shock. "Leo, what are these summoned creatures?" He pointed to Fiora on his head and introduced her. "This thing is a little phoenix, Fiora." Lunia exclaimed emotionally, "Fiora, she's so beautiful." Leo pointed to Curran and continued, "And this is the spirit prince Curran." She gasped in surprise, "A contractor for both a phoenix and a spirit, that's impressive." Leo warned coldly, "Stop the small talk and get ready. We're approaching the heart of the forest." The three of them ventured deeper into the woods following Leo's reminder. "From here on out, things are going to get brutal." He decisively unleashed a sharp sword strike to deal with the monster. Lunia waved her hand to summon Fireball. Sparks of fire shot straight toward them. Columns of dark purple smoke rose from the fallen monsters' bodies. The outer skin gradually vanished, revealing moving skeletons. Iron's eyes widened in horror. "Corpses?" Lunia immediately realized there must be a necromancer nearby. Leo's sword was enveloped in flames, as he decisively unleashed a strike, taking out 3 undead at once. The fire spread directly onto their bodies. Leo turned back and denied it. "No, there isn't anyone." Lunia still didn't believe it. "Leo, you saw it too." An orc suddenly turned into a bone soldier. He looked at Curran, who was touching an undead skull, and explained, "Those aren't undead created by a necromancer." Lunia asked curiously, "Then what are they?" Leo's answer left both girls stunned. "A death curse." Lunia instinctively gasped, "A death curse? I've never heard of it before." Iron lowered her head sadly. "It will continuously summon the undead from the surrounding areas and turn this place into a realm of the dead." The image of the Grim Reaper appeared in her mind, and the one who cast the curse was the commander of Tadaris, Hell's Death King, Kaiser. Hearing this, she cried out in panic, "Oh no, that means Tadaris is planning a massive attack on Elsabekia. This is no time to linger, we have to inform the professors immediately." Suddenly, a great wind howled through the forest, shaking the trees. Lunia panicked and covered her face. Iron squinted in confusion. "What?" Inside a cloud of white mist, Karger's voice rang out, "Greetings, hero candidates." He swung his sword toward the three of them, growling, "Welcome to the land of death." Leo calmly raised his sword to block Karger's strike as the demon's manic laughter echoed. "Ha ha, you won't escape today." Karger went into a frenzy, laughing madly, "Despair and tremble in fear. I will make you regret ever setting foot in this forest." Meanwhile, Iron and Lunia supported each other in fighting off the undead before them. Leo growled a command, "I'll take care of this dark night. You two be careful and split the tasks." Iron was to clear the undead while she prepared her strongest magic. The two girls acknowledged the order in unison. "Right, got it." Karger spoke with surprise, "Oh, so you've chosen to fight this time." Leo didn't back down. "I will face you." His words were a joke to the demon. "You foolish brat, do you think I'll let everything go your way?" Karger channeled power into his sword, growling, "Listen to your breath in the darkness." Leo frowned and pursed his lips, using the secret sword technique of the Zerdinger style. He channeled fire mana into his sword, causing the blade to burst into a brilliant flame. Leo gripped it tight and lunged forward, thrusting the blade directly through the demon's sword. Karger lowered his weapon and retreated, exclaiming, "Is that a fire phoenix?" He concentrated power into his heels and lunged toward the demon. Leo swung his sword at Karger and shouted, "It's not just a fire phoenix." The flame aura of the Zerdinger has also merged into it. The demon's blade began to melt under his sword. Karger was momentarily shocked. The sword is melting. Leo continued to swing at him, and Karger turned into a red whirlwind, vanishing. Under the red moon, he read Leo's mind. he's overwhelming me with combat experience. Very quickly, Karger reappeared with an army of undead behind him. He stared into Leo's pupils, thinking, how can a first-year kid do this? For a moment he was terrified by those eyes. What is that look? A blinding orange-yellow light appeared, forcing Karger to huddle and shield himself. He and the undead looked up at the sky. A blazing fireball hung suspended in midair. It was Lunia's creation. She grinned triumphantly, summoning the blazing flame. The massive blazing fireball slammed into the ground, engulfing them under Lunia's control. She didn't hide her hatred, screaming, "Die, you miserable bag of bones." Lunia flipped her hair, looking refreshed. "This is what happens when you mess with me." Iron's face turned white as she stammered, "The forest." Curran gripped Leo's hair to avoid being swept away by the fire. "Is she really a spirit? Why is she so violent?" He looked at the scorched patch of forest and remarked, "That was persistent." Leo sheathed his sword and urged, "It's not over yet, let's go after them." But as they went deeper, the strange eyes multiplied, making the two girls tremble in fear. "What on earth is this?" Iron grimaced and whimpered, looking around. Lunia turned pale, commenting in fear, "Is this the curse of the dead? It's incredibly strong." Radha's voice called out, drawing Leo's attention. "First years." He stood with his hands on his hips, his voice lecturing, "Who gave you permission to investigate the forest at night? For even the Lumen representative to act like this? It's a disgrace to discipline." Lunia quickly recognized him. "Senior Radha, why are you here?" He stepped out from the magic circle on the ground and replied, "The undead are currently appearing in this forest. I am investigating the cause." She screamed the revelation upon hearing that. "The cause is a curse, an ancient and incredibly powerful curse." Radha's face darkened as he asked, "A curse? Are you saying there is a curse here right now?" His reaction made Lunia extremely worried. "It's this serious and you didn't feel anything." Leo's voice brought everyone back to reality. A few Lumen freshmen accidentally touched objects leaking from Tadaris. He pointed to the sky toward the blinding light and explained, "Those students accidentally used dark power." That light seemed to pierce through the human heart. Lunia and Iron were so blinded that they shielded their eyes with their hands. The two girls turned pale with horror at the gruesome sight before them. The red magic circle became clearer, with undead bones scattered inside. Under the shimmering aura, Leo looked at Radha's appearance and explained in detail, "But you look as if you've willingly collaborated with Tadharis. Only dark magic or necromancy uses monster flesh as a catalyst." Radha clenched his blood-stained hand and laughed. "Collaborated? You are truly both troublesome and incredibly stupid." Radha lost his temper, holding his face and gritting his teeth. "You freshmen over there, right here, right now." His next words made the two girls gasp in panic. "The heroics of Lady Luna are sleeping." Radha grew even more shameless, raising his voice, "But that Ursar Council is incompetent. They don't even know it exists. What's wrong with using Tadharis to reclaim our heritage?" Iron rejected this vehemently. "That is an insult to a great hero and you just want that legacy for yourself." Lunia rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage. "Leo, finish him, smash that annoying face and drag him back to the instructors." Before charging, Leo called out, "Lunia, Iron." He gripped the hilt of the sword at his side and reminded them, "From now on, fight as if you are prepared to kill even your seniors." The two girls cried out in shock, "What?" The moment Leo finished speaking, Radha summoned a sphere emitting purple electrical sparks, Jezia. For a second, Leo was dazed and was pushed back by the electrical energy. He continued to fire a burst of electricity at the three of them with the command, "Genia." Leo raised his hand to cast magic but didn't forget to teach, "Calm down. This is what it's like to face Tadharis." Radha rubbed his chin and laughed with interest. "A human using primal magic, what exactly are you?" Calm as he appeared on the outside, his heart was racing. "Did you actually cast and then neutralize the spell in that brief moment? Your ability to recognize me clearly as an enemy and your combat intuition are top tier." Radha also took note of Iron and Lunia. "If those two join the fight, this is going to get real annoying." With no other choice, he flicked his ringed finger and made a decision. The electrical surge grew even stronger. Leo frantically warned the two girls, "Get down." Radha unleashed a strike, Jaishiaga. An explosion erupted right where he stood, sending dirt and rocks flying. Iron didn't hesitate, using her shield to pin Lunia down and protect her. She sat up coughing. "Did he just say Aratiaga?" She stared blankly, mouth agape. "It's just a basic spell, but I can't believe it's this incredibly strong." Lunia's pupils dilated, her face turning pale with panic. Before them was Leo, sinking down from exhaustion. Radha controlled 3 purple spheres to approach him. Lunia spoke up clearly, "Damn it, we have to help them." Iron agreed, "Yeah." Karger suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of them. He questioned them, his voice suppressing both girls. This is the end of the road, O chosen hero candidates. Lunia resolutely resisted. In your dreams. She stood up and requested, Iron, buy me some time. Iron stood up too, protecting her. Leave it to me. Rada looked down at Leo sitting on the ground with a dark expression, mocking him. Any last words before you die? You won't give up, you're quite confident, aren't you? Then Leo growled a call, Curran. He heard Leo's voice and performed a loop-de-loop to Rada's astonishment. The purple spheres floating beside Rada were detonated by Curran. He lost his balance and slammed into the ground. This time the tide turned. Rada was the one on his knees while Leo stood tall looking at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Rada gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it, my leg. Leo's red pupils scanned him as if judging his crimes. Rada looked at Leo's eyes in fear. Leo, you bastard, don't tell me he really is. Now he knew fear and pleaded, wait. Before Rada could finish, Leo decisively swung his sword and took his head. Curran cheered excitedly, great, that manic spirit is down, now it's time to smash that bone-dry bastard. Before he could celebrate for long, Rada's voice rang out again to his bewilderment. Rai Ezernia. A bolt of electricity struck down, startling Leo. Curran realized he hadn't checked out completely. He turned back, reattached his head, and spoke with disdain, a half-blood elf who can even summon monsters. Admirable talent. You're Leo Plove, right? It was mended in no time. One side of Rada's face was ruined and transformed into a demon. His voice sounded like it was echoing from the underworld. I'm glad I'm the one to send you on your way. The Death King's power isn't bad either. Curran shrunk back in fear. Rada's voice was arrogant. And if I add the power of the founder, Lady Luna, I can trample over arrogant brats like you who only rely on talent. He laughed to himself. That eye, it looks like the mechanical demon has already started to consume you. Immediately after, he thrust his hand forward, creating a massive magic force. Die. Leo gripped his sword hilt, his gaze unwavering. He swung his sword with all his might. Leo mocked, you failed to fully accept the mechanical demon's power. Next, he lunged from afar like a whirlwind, his sword drawing a cold, sharp line through the air. In an instant, one of the demon's arms fell to the ground. The cold blade was pointed once again at the bleeding wound. Rada immediately screamed in pain. Leo spoke coldly, those who gain power through shortcuts always lack combat intuition. He urged him, come on, keep regenerating. I'll keep cutting you until you run out of mana. Rada growled in pain, Guha, are you having trouble, mage? He looked forward, is the human before you your target? Hurry and complete the summoning circle and seek the sealed power in this land. Leo affirmed with determination, that's right, if I can absorb that power. He looked at his two teammates below thinking, the other two are holding their own, looks like I have to finish this guy first. On the other side, Rada looked at his hand. Ugh, why hasn't my hand regenerated yet? Curran pointed forward, Leo. Both looked in that direction. From the hand that had just been severed, crimson flashes of light began to form, creating a bizarre magic array. Look. Blood suddenly welled up from Rada's mouth, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Rada suddenly tilted his head back, a stream of dark red blood spraying from his mouth and splashing into the air. It's too late. Iron and Lunia couldn't help but be startled. The glowing red magic circle was finally complete. Karger just stood there silently, his eyes calmly tracking the entire progression. From Rada's body, a wave of purple aura gradually condensed behind his back. The air suddenly became agitated. Powerful gusts of wind swept through, kicking up dust and dirt. From beneath the ground, massive cracks began to appear, spreading like a spiderweb. A giant hand surged upward, shattering the rock and earth above, creating a suffocating and deadly atmosphere. Curran's eyes widened. Oh my god, what is that? Leo replied calmly, the Skeleton King. He explained, one of the most powerful undead entities still in existence. A thick, dense cloud of smoke suddenly rose up, billowing and swirling as if something was taking shape inside. Rada laughed maniacally, his arm gradually healing. Haha, I'm overflowing with power, so this is the power of the founder. Leo growled, by completing the summoning circle, he has completely accepted dark magic. He suddenly lunged forward, each powerful step slamming into the ground, shattering the earth and stones. Leo tightened his grip on his sword. That filthy power cannot be Luna's. Rada laughed, oh really? The giant hand suddenly reached out, lunging straight at Leo as if to crush him in one grasp. Another heap of bones flew at him from afar like death arrows. He clicked his tongue, tusk. However, Leo didn't flinch. He immediately took a stance and watched every movement coming his way. Rada laughed coldly, even if it is the power of the Death King, I have it now. Curran cried out in worry, Leo, what about retreating now? That pile of bones is too strong. Leo reassured him, no, look closely, that Skeleton King isn't being summoned properly. Curran wondered, what? He explained, it looks like he rushed into a contract with the Hell's Pit to summon the Skeleton King. He didn't meet the requirements for summoning, so it won't be able to exist for long. Leo knew the basic principle of summoning was spirit energy to maintain the summon. He commanded, We just need to hold out until the mana maintaining those bones runs out. Alright, let's fight, Leo ordered Curran's support. Curran nodded. Oh. He decisively thrust both hands forward. Leave it to me. Leo also started his attack. The entire space suddenly bathed in a brilliant golden light. It radiated a wild and dangerous magical power. The figure watched silently, its eyes calm as if weighing something. Suddenly, its eyes emitted a glowing red light. It gripped the sword in its hand, whispering a low growl. At this moment, Leo also quickly flew up. The skill gap is quite large, but we only need to stall for time. After that, he suddenly smiled, a playful smile. Someone shouted loudly, Jezia. Leo gritted his teeth in anger, damn it. Lunia raised her hand to create a barrier to support Leo. Phoenix shield, Leo shouted, Lunia. Lunia ordered Leo, focus on the Skeleton King. I'll deal with that crazy senior. Leo asked anxiously, so Iron has to fight the Death Knight alone. Lunia smiled, don't tell me you don't trust Iron. She asserted, Iron is the one who chose to face the Death Knight head-on. Karga quickly drew his sword. Iron also immediately grabbed the shield and blocked in front of her. Right at this moment, Karga's blade descended with terrifying force. Karga roared, you are truly arrogant. He laughed viciously, daring to face me, Karga alone. Faced with the terrible power radiating from him, Iron wondered if she could really do it. She carefully watched every movement of her opponent. Immediately after, she suddenly shouted and rushed forward at full speed. But if I don't succeed, everyone will be in danger. Iron's sword thrust straight into Karga with all her might, but he burst into a hearty laugh. Afterward, he continued to counterattack Iron, leaving her with no time to react. Iron was sent flying violently backward. The shield on her arm was knocked away. Iron thought to herself, I never thought about becoming a hero, but she looked up. But Karga smashed the shield. Compared to those two, you're too naive. Iron struggled to stand up. At least I can't be a burden to them. She declared loudly, that's right, those two will definitely become great heroes one day. Karga declared, I will take your head and go help the necromancer. You little brat have no chance of winning. Iron raised her head. But do you know that great heroes usually have loyal subordinates following them? Iron continued, my ancestors, Sir Berkia, followed the footsteps of the great hero and made an oath. She tightened her grip on the sword hilt, to never doubt the great heroes. Karga was surprised, this is fairy power. Iron continued, so I will believe too. Karga hissed with his sword, you arrogant brat. Iron filled with determination. This is a technique passed down through generations of fairy knights. Karga raised his sword high above his head, then lunged downward. Die. Iron shouted, endless life force pushes back death. She shouted while swinging her sword high, evergreen. Karga's figure gradually faded into the air, pieces of his body crumbling like ash. Ah, a death knight, he said weakly, losing to a brat like that. Iron's whole body felt like it was falling apart after that strike. She fell to her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly, her breathing rapid and erratic. I have to go help the others. Everything before her eyes gradually blurred. I have to help them. Rada smirked, he's still breathing, first-year representative. He threw out the magic he had ready in his hand. Let's end this. He shouted loudly, fire bloom. Rada's eyes widened in surprise. A stream of magic stabbed straight into his neck, causing blood to spray violently. It bounced back. Lunia appeared alongside a massive fire dragon. She laughed disdainfully. HMPH, you thought I would block it. She roared, take this. While Rada was still standing, a small burst of fire suddenly flew over, swirled forcefully and lunged straight at him. The flames erupted violently, sending him flying away. Rada fell hard to the ground, his whole body charred black. Lunia turned away. HMPH, nothing special. Lunia suddenly turned back, her eyes full of caution. Immediately after, Rada raised his hand, his palm instantly erupting with billowing demonic energy. That dark stream of power lunged straight at Lunia. Leo called out anxiously, Lunia. He quickly grabbed his sword and rushed over. A fierce battle erupted, black smoke billowing and covering the entire space. Curran called out, Leo. He asked anxiously, are you okay? He cried out, my hand. Leo reassured him, you won't die, don't make a big deal out of it. Deathly cry. Leo was confused. In this situation, that's the worst curse that could appear. Fiora suddenly appeared before him. Leo called her name, Fiora. Fiora smiled and said, cry. Lunia exclaimed happily, my body. Iron also whispered, recovering. Leo demanded, do it one more time, Fiora. The sword in his hand instantly ignited, flames covering the blade, summoning substitution magic. Leo immediately flew up and rushed to Karga. Lunia exclaimed, Leo. She looked at him with admiration. He's not afraid of death at all, just like a hero. She called out softly, fire turtle. Lunia touched it, well done, rest now. Then she spread her palm, a reddish-orange glow appeared. She pushed it forcefully toward Rada. He said coldly, even your proud flames have weakened. Lunia, what do you intend to do with those weak flames? Lunia countered, you say they're weak? The flames of our Rundua family, but as you know, my family always forms contracts with the Phoenix. Our first ancestor vowed to burn themselves if necessary to completely incinerate Tartarus. Kargar frowned, suddenly babbling, have you given up? And what about this flame, why hasn't it extinguished yet? He clutched the arm that was burning under the flames. Lunia squeezed his arm hard, as long as our ancestors will still burn, we will always be the Phoenix's contractors. These flames will not extinguish until every demon is burned to ash. Lunia looked him straight in the eye. And by the way, your left eye is completely a demon's, isn't it? The flames continued to erupt, submerging everything around them in a brilliant golden light. This spell is called Holy Fire, a forbidden technique of the Rundua family. Even the caster can be burned to ash. Kargar panicked, you're crazy. Lunia looked at him with determination. I won't let you escape. But then the surrounding flames suddenly died out. Kargar smirked out of mana. The ring on his hand began to radiate demonic energy. Then it's my turn. The ring gradually radiated power, making him unable to control it. Lunia panicked, what the? And then the ring slowly swallowed his arm. Kargar shouted, stop. After that, Kargar disappeared without a trace, leaving only the rolling ring. No, Dawn. Lunia collapsed in shock. He was absorbed by the ring. What the hell just happened? She felt bewildered. The necromancer is dead, so the energy source should have been cut off. Why does the Skeleton King still exist? The ring on the ground suddenly glowed, radiating a haunting red light. Kargar suddenly appeared, the killing intent radiating from him heavy and horrifying. Leo whispered, this energy. A mysterious black figure sat on the throne, his face hidden behind a hood, only his murderous smile visible. Advance. The sword was quickly drawn. And complete the mission you were assigned. Leo wasn't too surprised. As expected, this is the power of the hellish Kaiser. He is transmitting power through the demon machine as cunning as ever. He carefully observed everything and realized it was heading toward the main gate of the fairyland. Leo quickly attacked. Curran, support me. Kaiser raised his sword high above his head and immediately slashed straight at Leo. Two swords clashed. The battle was more intense than ever. Leo shook his head, trembling. No barrier, it's breaking. Kaiser swung his sword, sending Leo flying away. The impact shook the ground, creating a massive tremor that spread across the space. Lunia and Iron screamed in panic. Leo. In the fairyland, a voice called out loudly, Leo. Leo was lying unconscious on the ground. A sound rang out, beep. That sound continued to emit many more times, making Leo sit bolt upright. He opened his hand, damn it. He suddenly sighed, I've run out of mana and spirit energy. After that, Leo stood up and observed the fairyland. He exclaimed in shock, I didn't expect this place to become so desolate. He suddenly saw something, He muttered, this is. Then Leo felt nostalgic. You intend to throw it away? Leo nodded, yeah, Berkia, you take it. Berkia looked at the dagger. Why, does it not suit your taste? Berkia shrugged, no, it looks silly and doesn't seem useful at all. Leo quickly retorted, what is this? Do you know how many life and death battles that item has been through with me? A group of people called to him from afar, Kai. He hurriedly said goodbye, time to go. He reached out to pat Berkia's head, then waved and left with the group. I'm off, kid. Leo whispered, that arrogant brat. He looked at the dagger in his hand. Back then, he said with his own mouth that he didn't need it. Then suddenly, the dagger emitted a blue light. Leo stared at it in astonishment. The dagger continued to glow and activated magic, spreading a blue light that enveloped everything. His figure faded as if dissolving into that energy stream. Leo pensive, the magic has been sealed in this dagger for thousands of years. He couldn't hide his joy, it has responded to its true master, it's me. Leo calculated, with this much magic. He recalled the confrontation with Kargar and muttered, which spell should I use? He calculated an attack method to destroy the opponent as quickly as possible. Leo gave a faint smile, those brats if that's how it is then. Lunia screamed, stop right there you dry skeleton. Iron panted, Lady Lunia over there. Iron panicked, that amount of magic is terrifying. A great explosion magic circle erupted powerfully, making Lunia and Iron look up in desperation. Lunia exclaimed, if he's the one who contracted with the Phoenix, this is the bare minimum he should be able to do. Leo took slow steps. The space around Lunia and Iron was filled with bright stars. Though not as good as the true form, for those kids, this would be an invaluable gift. Iron recalled, I once read in an ancient book about a star incantation that stains the whole world with the light of morning stars. She continued, it is the most powerful incantation. The stars continued to fly straight toward Kargar, leaving him utterly shocked. The end. Leo walked calmly after resolving the trouble. He spread his palm. Curran appeared immediately, roaring fiercely. The finisher, that will be me. Fog King Leo calmly replied, it's over. Curran was surprised, how? Leo ordered, find your wings again first. Curran suddenly remembered and immediately flew off. Oh right. Lunia and Iron called out, Leo, he asked with worry, is everyone okay? Lunia teased, you're worried about us, you're the one who looks the most pathetic. Iron smiled weakly, I believed you two would pull through. Lunia wondered, but seriously, what kind of magic was that just now? It's like something out of a legend. Leo looked at the dagger. It felt like it came from the magic sealed in this dagger. It definitely involves the great hero. Iron marveled, an artifact of the great hero. Lunia doubted, could Tartarus be targeting this place because of that item? Curran called out loudly, hey Leo, look at this. I found the wings my father hid for me. He was impatient. Yeah, help me take this off. Leo said gently, all right. Lunia suddenly froze. Wait a minute. She pointed her finger. Isn't that a hero record fragment? The hero record that opens up this world. Lunia was confused. What is this? A voice rang out. Are you planning to defeat Erebos? Leo mused. That voice. The voice continued mockingly. Are you crazy? Well, whatever, I like it. It laughed loudly. Boss hunting. Truly a perfect goal for me. I like it. The voice continued. I told you so, didn't I? Now I understand what Tartarus is really looking for. A girl suddenly appeared. My name is Luna. She smiled. I will become someone who shines like the stars in the night sky. So take honor in having me in your group. That's right, it's me. This is a fragment of Kyle's hero record. A while later, Herod and Herdium ran frantically deep into the forest. They were out of breath. Herdium called out, Student Lunia, Student Iron. Following them were the Saren group, also approaching in a hurry. On this side, Leo's trio was now safe and sound. Seeing the group running over, Lunia spoke, Professor Herdium. Then she stepped forward holding out a piece of paper and said, please look at this, it is the hero record of the founder. Herdium looked at the paper in the girl's hand, stammering, this is over here. Herod approached, patted his shoulder and praised, well done. Then he asked, so everyone who left the dormitory is present here? He replied, there is still one more person. Iron then ran toward Saren saying, Grandpa Senior Rada is. Before she could finish, he reassured her, calm down, let's go talk. Then everyone returned to the academy together. Leo looked back at the space that was now slowly crumbling, whispering a name, Luna. The last day of the field trip, everyone was now present before the teleportation gate. The two professors approached, shaking hands happily. Parting ways, Herdium said, thanks to this day, the students have learned many things. Herod smiled back, I am truly grateful. Lunia turned to him, saying cheerfully, next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you, we'll see. He smiled back, I'll be waiting. While they were talking, Iron ran up from afar, calling his name loudly. Then she declared boldly, I will return to Saren Academy. Her affirmation made Leo happy, and he felt a very satisfied smile in his heart. Then he stepped forward and rubbed the girl's head. All right, see you again. After saying goodbye, the group turned and entered the teleportation gate, returning to the academy. In the dormitory, a loud laugh suddenly erupted. Ha ha ha, I finally got my wings back. Curran was extremely excited to be able to fly and jump again. He cried out happily, take my fist, you red monster. He was playing with little Fiora. The little chick was very angry but could only cheep and continuously dodge. Seeing the chick dodge the previous attack, Curran's gaze became more determined. Oh, you dodged that? Looking at Fiora's eyes, they were full of mockery, truly weak. Curran changed position again, attacking the little chick once more, shouting, so what if you can't fly? I'll show you a senior's magic. While playing happily, a hand reached out and grabbed the boy's wings, leaving him stunned. The one who grabbed him was Leo. He had just finished training. Looking at the boy struggling in his hand, he warned, do you do this every time I leave? Do I need to confiscate your wings for good? The boy shook his head violently. No, I only have one pair left, don't you have any pity? Then a voice suddenly rang out, calling his name and drawing his attention. He glanced over and saw that the little chick Fiora had transformed into a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. She bowed in greeting and spoke, it is an honor to formally meet. I am Phoenix Fiora. Seeing this familiar trick, he turned to Curran and asked, Curran, was this you? Curran spoke confidently, well, don't you think my power is top tier? He looked at the girl and said, no need for introductions, Fiora, but she continued to use formal language. My mother said to be polite to those I contract with. Curran rushed forward again, grabbing her hair and shouting, ha ha, how about now? How will you dodge this time? This situation is different from before. The boy was grabbed tightly by Fiora, making it impossible for him to speak. Ignoring him struggling in her hands, the girl turned to him, Leo, please open the way to my mother. He agreed to the request, all right, and take that guy too. As he spoke, he raised his hand and created a spatial portal. Gradually, the gate opened wide enough to enter. The girl didn't hesitate and immediately headed toward the portal. Meanwhile, in her hands, the boy was struggling violently, shouting, hey, wait. Just as he finished speaking, the two were teleported away and the gate vanished. After chasing those two out of the room, Leo sighed in relief. Finally, some peace. He went to his bed and sat down, thinking about what had happened. The hero record and the dagger he found in Berkia had been handed over to Saren for safekeeping. In Lumern, there was the Beast Queen Silituna, and in Saren, the Death King Kaiser himself was behind it all. With these events, it was clear Tartarus was erasing all records of great heroes using internal enemies. It was a dirty trick. It had always been this way. there were still Tadaris agents in Lumern who hadn't been eliminated. And in Saren, there were direct traitors like Rada. There must be someone like that in Lumern as well. I must find them as soon as possible. The traitor is hiding here. Scene shifts to the next day at Lumern Academy, main lecture hall, students standing in neat rows. Above, Professor Aina Landiu announced, as informed, first years line up by department. The principal will be here shortly. Below, the students wondered why they were gathered by department instead of by class. From inside, the principal stepped out and asked, did everyone enjoy the field trip? The reason I gathered all first years today is to prepare for an upcoming event for the departments. That is the interdepartmental tournament. Hearing the principal's announcement, Chloe wondered, interdepartmental tournament? Chen Zia added, so that's why we were called by department. Chelsea's Lumern tip. At Lumern Academy, the best department of each year is chosen annually. The interdepartmental tournament is where the honor of each department is on the line. It is a massive event. The principal continued, to prepare for the tournament, the professors will guide you, but we have also invited special instructors for more intensive training. This made Chelsea extremely excited. Special instructors? In contrast to her excitement, Carl yawned tiredly. Am I the only one who's exhausted? Then from afar, someone approached and said, I've read your report on alchemy using qualitative magic, Carl Thomas. The unexpected words made Carl glare at the speaker. A dark-skinned girl approached, mocking him. That report was trash. I know. Before this critic, Carl didn't shy away but trembled with fear, stammering, Senior Toryua Yan. Toryua Yan introduced herself. Hello, first years, I'll be blunt. I find all of you here pitiful as mages. This girl is Toryua Yan, a fifth-year magic department student at Lumern Academy. I've read all the magic essays you submitted for the midterms. Most were formulaic with no creativity. While the group sat there being scolded, one student raised his hand. You said you read every paper we submitted. The one who raised his hand was M. Luchin from the magic department. He questioned her, then do you remember the research on the efficient conversion of fire attribute mana to light attribute? That was mine. Facing his confidence, Toryua Yan replied, ah, that 17-page one? The content was mediocre, just about using thermal energy to increase output. Magic is inherently a field that requires creative thinking, reflecting the researcher's personality. It's hard to achieve that with current cookie-cutter methods. Following a lecture that felt like a barrage, the first years below looked stunned. While they were bored, a handsome youth stepped forward and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Jamua, a fifth-year Knight Department student at Lumern Academy. He held up a knight's emblem and spoke encouragingly. A knight is someone who overcomes all hardships and crises through physical strength alone. Training the body is the foundation of knights. I will train with you until the interdepartmental tournament. I'm looking forward to it. Hearing this grand introduction, the students below raised their hands and shouted, yes, senior. Then another blonde youth entered, asking the juniors, what do you think is the most important ability for a summoner? This person is Ulta Rigdetition, a fifth-year summoning department student at Lumern Academy. Eliza replied, the power to control spirit beasts. Ulta immediately denied it. Warrenden beside her added, how about overwhelming strength? Ulta said not that either. Then he explained, the most important ability for a summoner is love. These hollow words made both their faces freeze for a few seconds. The principal introduced them. All right, the most outstanding fifth-year students of Lumern Academy will be your instructors. Then the principal looked toward Leo, who was still standing there thoughtfully, and asked, Leo, why are you standing there? That spot doesn't belong to any department. He was standing in a spot where no other students were. This drew everyone's attention. He spoke clearly, this is the all-department area. Hearing his confident declaration, Toryua Yan shouted, what? The all-department area? She warned him, Leo, have you lost your mind? Don't you see how many people are here? This is an interdepartmental competition. All eyes were on him. Celia called out, hurry up, come to the night department. Chelsea reminded him, Leo is in the magic department, remember? Looking at him, the principal stroked his chin and laughed, ha ha, all department area, you're right, Leo. But being instructed by a fifth-year Lumern student is a rare opportunity. Are you going to waste it? He replied boldly, I didn't say I don't need a senior's help, I just intend to attend all classes as usual. This made the principal even more interested, ha ha, good, then let me ask one more thing. His voice turned cold. If you don't change your mind, you understand you'll have to face them alone, right? He wasn't frightened by the threat, replying nonchalantly, of course. The students below began discussing which department to join for training. Looking at the freshmen, Toryua Yan said to Len beside her, we should still focus on magic research. Didn't he analyze a magic left by the founder during the field trip? Len smiled slightly, remembering Leo's words, I like your class the most, Professor Len. Then he nodded. I agree, it's clearly the magic department. Lee Jamua looked toward him with a very interested expression, muttering to himself that upright posture. You have the qualities of a true knight. Professor Yuro was currently headlocking Ulta, warning, as a fifth year you should be more active in training your juniors. Her action made the students standing behind her tremble with fear. But then the principal's voice rang out, stunning everyone. He said, I have decided. This year's interdepartmental event for first years will be a survival match. Scene shifts to the principal's office. A professor asked in confusion, Principal, I don't understand this. I thought the competition was to strengthen unity between departments and grow through duels. But a survival match means individual competition. This is unprecedented. The principal replied, As you know, we have a rather special student this year, don't we? Ain Alandiu replied, You mean Leo Plove? The principal confirmed, Yes, Leo Plove. Initially, everyone was just surprised he was an all-department student. We thought he'd reach his limit soon, didn't we? Yet he still maintains top ranks in almost every field. That's why the Academy Council is paying more and more attention to him. This left all three stunned. Ain Alandiu asked, They want Leo Plove as an all-department student to be recorded in the hero record. The principal confirmed, Exactly. The families that founded Lumern Academy, including Geron, Rigard and Tercia, are the ones backing Leo. These words made Len clench his fists, shouting excitedly, If that happens, it won't be impossible for future generations to inherit Leo's abilities and create a completely different class of students. Facing the excitement of the three professors, the principal stopped them. Of course, he will eventually have to choose one department. Scene shifts to the next day at the Academy Stadium, 8 students standing before a massive ice block, shivering, saying, Why is it like this? It's like stepping into a freezer. What is that thing in front of us? While the students were buzzing, Ain Alandiu raised his hand, drawing attention, and said, All right, everyone listen up. I created this ice wall to teach you chi skills, for both the interdepartmental tournament and conquering hero worlds. Then he turned to Celia, suggesting, Celia, draw your sword. He explained, Do you think your fire can break that wall? She gripped her sword tightly as energy began to appear, enveloping the blade and her body. Her voice was confident, easy as pie. Then she unleashed a cross-shaped slash toward the giant ice pillar. The heavy impact created a large explosion, sending dust flying. Leo, standing behind, watched her attack intently. But surprisingly, the ice block remained intact without even a scratch. This angered her as she thought, it's hard as rock. Her teacher remained pensive, saying, The technique I will teach today is the hero's breath. It is a technique derived from the unique breathing style of beastmen, adjusted to fit human vital energy. He stepped forward, passing Celia, then drew his sword, gripping it tightly. The blade glowed with a brilliant fire. When preparations were complete, he decisively unleashed an extremely powerful slash toward the giant ice pillar, creating a massive explosion. Looking at the explosion, Duran frowned, thinking, the destructive power is incredible. So that style of breathing makes chi erupt this strongly. The other students were equally impressed, wondering, how can he create fire like that? But Professor Ain Alandiu is an ice user. Duran explained, Professor Ain Alandiu was a dungeon conqueror. It's not strange if one of the hero abilities he inherited is the fire attribute. Ain Alandiu nodded in praise. Duran is correct. Because it's different from my innate chi, it should have been weaker than Celia's. But thanks to the hero's breath, it can be amplified. Then he spoke to everyone, let's start training. As he finished, he looked toward Leo, who was standing thoughtfully with a look of shock. He thought to himself, isn't that Arian's technique? Then followed a period of tireless training for the students. Some failed after a few tries, while others achieved certain results after practicing. And the one with the most visible change was Celia. Looking toward her, Ain Alandiu praised in his heart, well done. Ileana was sticking her tongue out, panting from exhaustion. She sat on the ground, complaining, so tired, but it's done. Someone approached and handed her a handkerchief to wipe her sweat, making her eyes light up as she spoke happily. Thank you, even the Eastern Department head has recognized my skills. Ha ha. Then she and Chenzia looked toward Leo, who was still standing like a statue, completely motionless. This made Ileana wonder, is the representative still standing there? Sweat was pouring down his face, hands clenched, body trembling for some reason. Observing from the outside, Ain Alandiu thought, I didn't expect this. Leo is the only one who hasn't moved yet. Maybe this is a chance for him to focus more on swordsmanship. But then he seemed to discover something, muttering, wait, the way he breathes. Recognizing the anomaly, he looked toward him and asked, Hey, who taught you that chi technique? The unexpected call snapped him out of it. He looked toward him and asked, What was that, sir? He approached and said, The hero's breath originally came from the beastmen of Asnia Academy. I modified it for humans to use. But the way you breathe, it's just like a beastman. At this he recalled Arian's image, then replied, That is correct, it's not human. Then he approached, proposing, Can you change the starting point of the chi? Start the mana right at the breathing source. Use the technique I taught, but imagine you are a true beastman. He followed Ain Alandiu's instructions, and immediately a massive source of fire chi erupted from him, leaving Duran stunned. After the smoke cleared, the students buzzed with discussion. What was that? How did he do it? The unexpected result made Ain Alandiu very excited. He smiled and said, "Ha ha, Leo Plove, you really are someone special." He looked at his glowing hands and spoke happily, "Thank you, senior, I did it." Chloe was carrying a stack of books, walking alone in the academy hallway when Leo's voice sounded from behind. "Is it heavy?" Hearing his voice, she startled and turned around. Leo walked up to ask, "Are you on your way to the magic practice class? Let's go together." Hearing that, she nodded and replied, "Yeah, thank you." Her eyes became incredibly shy at this moment. She thought to herself, why is this happening? Why can't I look straight at Leo? While she was flustered, Toru Yan stepped in from afar, easing the atmosphere. "The air's pretty intimate here, you two," she said. "Hello, Chloe." Seeing that Toru Yan knew her, Chloe was very puzzled. "You know me?" Toru Yan nodded and replied, "Of course, I really like your lecture on northern magic." This compliment made Chloe delighted. That's such an honor. Then she turned to Leo and asked, "When are you going to transfer to the magic department?" He replied, "Senior, forcing someone to switch departments is against school rules." They walked a bit further and ran into Professor Albai standing in front of the first-year students. This left Toru Yan completely stunned. She approached and shouted angrily, "Professor Albai, why are you in the first-year lecture hall?" He turned back and replied, "At Professor Len's request, starting today, I will be teaching a special class for first-year magic students." This made Toru Yan feel extremely unfairly treated. She shouted, "What, Professor Albai, that's not fair. We've requested a special class so many times, but you never agreed. Even when we were seniors." He smiled and answered, "Haha, I've been busy." Carl and Chelsea were also incredibly surprised to participate in Professor Albai's class. Professor Albai is a rare mage who can control fairy magic with a human body. Any mage would want to attend his class. From behind, Len walked over greeting, "Senior, you've arrived." Then he turned to address everyone. "Attention everyone, this is Professor Albai, whom I personally invited to teach the first years. Consider this an honor." He then scanned the crowd below, noticing Toru Yan standing in line, clapping continuously, which made him wonder, are there impurities mixed in here? He approached, grabbed Toru Yan by the collar, pulled her out of the classroom and reminded her, "Let's go, we still have to prepare ingredients for the interdepartmental tournament." The girl was extremely dissatisfied at this point, shouting, "But I'm a first-year student. I want to attend Professor Albai's special class." After the ranks were settled, Albai began, "All right, let's start the special class. As you know, my nickname is the Demon Eye Mage, but many also call me the Tartarus Exterminator. That should be enough to tell you how many battles I've been through. What do you think is the most important thing in a magic duel?" Emio raised his hand to speak. "It's the amount of mana, sir." He shook his head. "Wrong, next person." Chelsea raised her hand. "It's the spell casting speed, sir." Albai looked toward the remaining students. The next person, Carl, also raised his hand. "Is it the types of spells one can use?" he asked the next person. As his voice trailed off, his gaze turned to Leo. "Leo, you answer, what is the most important thing in a magic duel?" He raised his hand clearly and replied, "It's mobility." Finally, someone answered correctly. Albai praised him. "Exactly right." In the corner, Toru Yan and Len were preparing teaching aids. She muttered, "Tusk, I knew that too." Noticing her dissatisfaction, Len changed the subject. Yeah, hurry up and chant the spells." Emio spoke up from below with a question. "Professor, I don't understand. Mobility is certainly important, but I don't think it's the deciding factor in modern magic combat. Furthermore, hasn't mobility been overcome by magic already?" He asked back, "You mean the flying wings spell, right?" Emio nodded. "That's right, sir." Carl turned to Chelsea. "So since there's already a flying wings spell, isn't it better?" Chelsea nodded in agreement. "That's true, isn't it?" The truth is, Caro's flying wings, a type of levitation magic invented 10 years ago, is much easier to learn than the age-old flight magic. Moving faster is an improved version, with the most notable feature being the ability to make objects fly. To prove this, Albai called out, "Leo and Emio, come forward." Both stepped forward simultaneously. At this moment, Emio glanced at Leo, thinking angrily to himself, "A guy who doesn't even belong to the magic department is really annoying." Sensing his killing intent, Leo thought, "Did I live my school life wrong or something?" Albai turned and asked, "Leo, do you agree with Emio's opinion?" He replied bluntly, "No." This made Emio beside him startle, shouting, "What?" Albai continued, "Then both of you test your mobility. We'll see who's right in this story. Do you both have your own flying wings magic tools?" Emio nodded. "I do, sir." Leo shook his head. "I don't." This made Albai even more interested. He continued, "Then use whatever means you have." Leo smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." He explained the rules a bit. The turnaround point is at the Beast City. Whoever gets there first wins. Hearing the rules, Emio was very excited. Really? Then get ready to become my footman. Following his words, a stream of magic poured from his body, enveloping the skateboard at his feet, making it hover in midair. Without hesitation, he zoomed forward, shouting, "Let's go." Then he glanced at Leo, mocking, "Someone without a magic tool dares to." Before he could finish his sentence, a lightning storm suddenly struck Emio's position, startling him into shouting, "What was that?" Witnessing this, Chelsea was equally startled. "Hey Leo, what on earth are you doing?" Leo turned to explain. "Since this is a duel, to understand why mobility is important for a mage, isn't it reasonable to hinder the opponent's mobility?" This answer made Albai smile and reply, "Of course." Then Leo used magic to form a vortex of fire beneath his feet. After that, he kicked off hard, stepping on the air to fly high. Carl below was incredibly shocked. "That's aura, is it allowed in a magic class?" Albai explained, "Think about who you will face in the interdepartmental tournament. Those are formidable names from other departments." This made Carl's gaze distant for a few seconds. Emio was still zooming away on his skateboard, but it had been attacked by Leo, causing it to smoke. He looked down, cursing angrily, "Damn it, you maniac, this thing is expensive, a surprise attack, I won't let this go." As his words ended, the air behind him experienced violent fluctuations. He glanced back, discovering Leo had caught up, causing him to startle and shout, "You caught up already?" Leo's gaze at this moment was full of determination, rushing straight forward without a moment's hesitation. After a few seconds of shock, Emio gradually regained his composure, shouting, "Ice arrows." He unleashed countless ice arrows toward Leo to attack, but Leo easily waved his hand, neutralizing all attacks directed at him, and then lunged forward, striking Emio's body with such force that the skateboard snapped in two, and he began to fall into the sea. Not wanting to stand by, Leo summoned phoenix wings and dove down to grab his arm before his body touched the water. This incredible speed left the other students completely stunned. Albai explained, "As you can see, the one relying on the flying wings spell lost. Once his tool broke, he immediately lost his mobility." Meanwhile, Leo flew across the lake using the most basic flight magic within the flying wings spell, developed naturally from the flight spell. But because it only focuses on convenience, it lacks delicate control. Therefore, from now on, what you need to train is flight magic. Is that clear? The students below were incredibly excited, responding in unison, "Yes, sir." After that, everyone dove headfirst into training tirelessly. Everyone achieved certain milestones, but only Carl couldn't master the basic skill, leaving him hanging upside down in midair. He could only laugh it off, "Ha ha, I've become a hanging fool." Albai looked down and told the students, "A first-year student who can use flight magic that well, I really don't know what else to teach. Any questions?" Leo stepped forward and asked, "I have a question, Professor. Can I enter the Academy's Forbidden Library?" This request startled Albai. "What? Entering the Forbidden Library of Lumern is beyond the authority of a teacher." Not wanting to make it difficult for the professor, Leo explained, "I'm not asking as a student, sir, I'm asking as a member of the Geron family." He asked back, "Why do you want to enter the library?" Leo answered, "I need to find a document, a record of a hero that has never been released in history before." Hearing this, Albai summoned a letter and spoke, "Then I will write a letter of introduction for you. But to enter the library, you need the permission of the Geron family head, my brother, Altek Geron." Leo repeated the name, Altek Geron. "That person is called the Infinite Mage because he can cast unlimited magic. It won't be easy." Albai continued, "However, the family head is currently deployed to the southern front of Tartarus, so you will have to meet his representative." Leo asked back, "A representative?" Albai continued, "You will meet that person at this academy. She is your senior." Leo curiously asked about the identity. "Who is that, Professor?" Albai sighed softly, adjusting his glasses and replying, "That is third-year student Alina Geron, my niece." Scene shift to Illusion Beast Island. At this moment, Academy students were present on the beach, buzzing with gossip. One person said, "I heard the Night Department and Magic Department have started special training." Another continued, "I heard Professor Albai came to teach the Magic Department." Leo stood on the side, deep in thought, pondering something. His eyes glanced into the distance, remembering the conversation with Carl and Chelsea. Carl wondered, "You don't know Senior Alina?" Chelsea continued, "It would be strange not to know her." He gave a blank expression, "Is she that famous?" The two opposite him were happily enjoying their meal. Chelsea said with an amused look, "Famous is an understatement, she's the third-year class president." Alina Geron, 18 years old. Her skills are currently ranked second in the whole magic department. Even though she's only a junior, she only loses to senior Toriua Yan. Carl added excitedly, "And she's incredibly beautiful too. Her nickname is the Queen. Because she has so many admirers." Even as a junior, she's a strong candidate for the next student body president. Back to the present, he thought to himself, admirers, ha 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 ha, how should I approach her? While pondering, Professor Yura behind him said irritably, where did that guy go? An instructor behind replied, probably arriving soon. A student wondered, who are we waiting for, Professor? The professor answered, Ulta. Hearing this name, the students were extremely excited, so it's finally our turn to have special training before the interdepartmental tournament. Special training under the guidance of Senior Ulta, who bears the Pegasus Oath. But then someone else said, but that senior is. Just then, from inside the forest, a pair of feet stepped out, saying, sorry I'm late, Professor Yura. Hearing this voice, Yura startled and turned to look at the source of the voice. At this moment, Ulta stepped out with countless bug-catching nets in his hands, smiling as he said, hello, first-year students. Looking at the young man in front of them, the first-year students looked bewildered, muttering, what a weirdo. Just stepping out, Ulta grabbed a net, started waving it around wildly, making Yura beside him shout angrily, what is that stupid appearance? A butterfly net. Ulta explained, surely the professor has heard, fairies have appeared on the Illusion Beast Island. This assertion left the other students puzzled. What is a fairy? Imagining tiny angels like Curran, Leo squinted, exclaiming, no way. Ulta's words made Yura even angrier. She approached, speaking sharply, so you intend to make the first years go catch fairies? He cheerfully replied, exactly. Yura's last shred of reason snapped. She recalled the time she went crazy having to train Ulta. Her stomach churned having to work with this madman. She shouted angrily, exactly your head, you maniac. How much longer do you intend to play dumb? We're drowning in preparations for the interdepartmental tournament and you pull out this farce. Seeing her angry, the instructor beside her stepped in to calm her. Please calm down. She still couldn't calm down, shouting, trusting you to come up with this training is a mistake. Over here, Ulta acted as if he didn't hear Yura's words, turning to the first-year students. You first years, as summoners, surely you all dream of meeting the three great blood shadow beasts, right? Do you want to meet them? They replied in unison, we want to meet them. Seeing the students' excitement, Yura shouted, don't agitate the kids with unfounded rumors. Then she calmed down, reminding Ulta, the tournament is approaching. You don't actually think you're serious about fairy hunting, do you? He displayed a confident face, of course not. Scene shift back a few days ago, Ulta stood before the students, asking, who remembers what I said about the core philosophy of a summoner? Eliza answered, it's tolerance. Ulta shook his head, no, it's love. Not just loving the spirit beasts you've contracted with. You must love all summoned entities, become one with the spirit beast, unite spirit and human, harmonize with nature. That is the true love of a summoner. His presentation left some amused and others looking bored. Leo looked toward him, sighed, and thought to himself, he looks eccentric, but he understands the essence of summoning very well. Yura summarized what Ulta wanted to say. He means we must train our compatibility to the point of being able to communicate with even non-contracted spirit beasts. Ulta asserted, although it's a bit early for first years, we will try to move in that direction. Professor Yura continued, you will stay on the Illusion Beast Island for 3 days for this special class. Ulta looked pleased, adding, I've already submitted leave requests from the dorms for you, so it's no problem. This sudden decision startled the students, who shouted, what? No way, I plan to go to Lomeria City this weekend. How can we survive 3 days here? Eliza sighed dejectedly. 3 days living with illusion beasts doesn't sound too bad, does it? Then Ulta approached, handing everyone a net, leaving them puzzled. He explained, during those 3 days, summoning is forbidden, aura and magic are also forbidden. You must survive in that forest solely by your own strength. This bizarre rule startled the students, who shouted, what the hell? Ulta ignored their feelings, turned and walked into the forest, waving goodbye. See you in 3 days. Try catching fairies with the nets. The students at Green Jade Island whispered that forest is full of wild beasts and spirits. Duran wondered, Professor Yura is the professor. Before he could finish, Yura interrupted. I said from the start, we aren't like students of other departments. We, the summoners, are humans who communicate with entities holding the power of nature. In that sense, we must both adapt to nature and control it. That's why Senior Ulta talked about tolerance. Among you, how many have ever witnessed the true nature of a summoned spirit beast? Has anyone ever established a contract themselves? Most of you inherited them from family or were given spirit beasts during class, right? Then she smiled and told the students, see you in 3 days. After that, the students' experiences inside the forest began. Each person had a completely different experience. No two were alike. They all tried to find a link between themselves and the spirit beast. Holding a few red berries in his hand, Leo muttered, these are wild berries that can be eaten. The summoner department's class was unexpectedly difficult. Then from behind his back a loud scream rang out, a fairy, a fairy. The scream caught his attention, causing him to turn his head to look in the direction of the voice. Then he followed the voice. The scene that met his eyes was a student being swallowed halfway by a giant plant. He struggled inside but still couldn't escape. A student below mocked, how pathetic. You lunged in without realizing it was a plant monster. Eliza sighed with boredom. I feel so stupid for rushing in blindly like that. Leo noticed something on the monster, which was Curran. He was the mastermind behind these stupid pranks. Leo thought angrily, looks like that guy needs a good beating to come to his senses. Curran was having fun with his actions, flying around wildly inside the forest. Excited, he spoke up, now who should I mess with next? While excited, he was suddenly trapped by a net. The one responsible for this was Leo. Seeing he had been discovered, Curran panicked. What? No way, I got caught by a butterfly net. Leo approached, speaking coldly. I already told you to behave yourself. He grabbed the kid, raising his hand to question him. Do you think I came here to cause trouble? Curran displayed a terrified expression, stammering, It's a misunderstanding, I'm just investigating strange phenomena occurring on this island. Leo wondered, strange phenomena, he replied. Yes, something very strange is happening here. After hearing his explanation, Leo realized something and spoke up. So you mean the beasts on this island are gradually becoming violent and you're investigating the cause of this, right? Seeing the meat skewer in Leo's hand, Curran's eyes lit up excitedly. Exactly. Then he continued, I saw the students and just wanted to have some fun. Who knew it would become so popular? Leo asked angrily, You expect me to believe that? This is Purina's territory, there's no way she wouldn't have discovered something like this. Curran grit his teeth and said that Phoenix Fiora isn't even on the island right now, seriously. These words left Leo deeply puzzled as he asked, What exactly do you mean? Curran explained, When we first got here, everything was already like this. In the letter sent to the girl, it read, If you are reading these lines, you must have returned to Phantasm Island. Fiora, mother is going to meet the Oathkeeper for a moment. Curran continued, mimicking the message. She only left a scrap of paper saying she was off to see the Oathkeeper. He teased, I thought I'd finally get to see a full-grown phoenix. Is it all over now? Fiora ignored him, glancing around the forest before speaking up. The beasts in the forest are all showing very strange signs. Then she discovered a pair of glowing red eyes staring directly at her. Sensing danger, she immediately released Curran from her grasp and said, Something is definitely happening here. We have to go check it out. Feeling like he was about to be abandoned, Curran darted after the young girl, calling out, Hey, wait for me. After hearing Curran's story, Leo thought to himself, Fiora, daughter of Purina, ranked second among the spirit beasts on the island. She must have sensed the abnormality here. This is happening right when Purina is away. Could this be just a coincidence? He used his mental link to call out to Fiora, If you can hear me, answer. When there was no response, he muttered to himself, Maybe she's too distracted to realize I'm calling. After sensing something, Leo clenched his fist, placed Curran on his shoulder and spoke, Let's go find Fiora. I sense an aura coming from the western side of this island. Curran, who had been out to play only to be dragged back to work, grumbled, Why does it have to be me? The scene shifts to a lake on the western part of the island. Beneath the clear blue water, countless shimmering stones appeared. Their light made the entire lake glow, creating an incredibly mystical space. Picking up a stone to examine it, Fiora exclaimed, So beautiful, it's so sparkly. Under the night sky filled with twinkling stars, the young girl continued to praise, Beautiful, so beautiful, oh my goodness. Then she popped the magic stone into her mouth, chewing it with great delight. She rubbed her small cheeks in happiness. Suddenly, a voice rang out, What are you doing here? Seeing someone approach, the young girl glanced toward the source of the sound. She spoke up, HMPH Leo, this is a fishing village. Hee. He approached and asked, Have you been eating magic stones here this entire time? He looked down at the lake in front of him, thinking, In places where spirits and spirit beasts live, these stones naturally form when their energy converges. Young beasts and spirits absorb them completely to grow, so to avoid indiscriminate harvesting, this area was declared off-limits. The young girl stammered, saying, Well, I was taught when I was little that eating a lot helps you grow faster. Curran teased from the side, Superior spirits like us don't need magic stones to grow. Leo explained, Even if they taste like a delicacy, they're just a snack. But Fiora, don't tell me you chased away all the other spirit beasts and spirits just to hoard these for yourself. Caught red-handed, the young girl replied shyly, It's not like that, I was planning to let them eat too. Seeing that Leo was right, Curran added seriously, Are you a phoenix or a pig? You drove everyone away just to gorge yourself alone. Hearing this, she turned and yelled angrily, Did you just call me a pig? Seeing the two kids bickering again, he stepped in to stop them. That's enough, you two. He then turned to the girl and said, Fiora, you said something strange has been happening in the forest, right? She nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I sense a very unpleasant energy coming from within the island. He suddenly looked up at the sky. An unnatural wind suddenly appeared, sending a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, Could this energy belong to that spirit eater from before? He immediately drew his sword and entered a combat stance, calling out, Curran, Fiora, get ready. He focused his gaze on the lake in front of him, concentrating intensely as he shouted, it's coming. As soon as he spoke, a monster with a massive mouth lunged out from under the lake, charging straight at him. Having prepared himself, he leaped backward with force, maintaining distance from the opponent. The dark mage looked at him and questioned, I wondered why the number of beasts had dropped so sharply. Turns out it was because of that phoenix from before. It seems we truly have a fateful connection. Leo Plove recognized the familiar face and settled into his combat stance, replying with a smile, the grudge remaining from our past lives isn't exactly a pleasant thing either. The dark mage summoned a tentacle and lashed out at him, shouting, it seems it's time to end everything here. With his agility, he nimbly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. The strike looked simple but carried immense power, capable of easily piercing the massive tree behind him. The dark mage mocked, I will crush you right where you stand. He suddenly sensed something. From the ground, two tentacles abruptly sprouted and coiled tightly around his legs, making him startle inwardly. A spirit beast. Did he hide spirit beasts underground? I didn't sense a trace of them. With a natural reflex, he immediately created a magic barrier to protect himself, thinking, don't tell me. His thought was cut short as the dark mage swung a strike, screaming, go die. He closed his eyes slightly, as if preparing something. Several fireballs began to appear, encircling his body. From there, a burst of fire energy erupted from him, creating a massive surge of power. This strength easily severed the tentacles clinging to his leg. Looking at the severed tentacles that immediately grew back, he praised in his mind, its regeneration ability is quite impressive. After escaping the attack, he spoke, let me ask you something. The tentacles coiling around me feel exactly like the snakes of a gorgon, creatures known for hiding knowledge. Don't tell me this is another chimera. Hearing this, the dark mage praised, you're only a first year, yet you act like you know everything, don't you? Who exactly are you? Leo didn't hesitate for a second, immediately bracing for battle. Fiora beside him tapped into her bloodline power, transforming into a full-grown phoenix. Leo looked straight at him and spoke, you heard me, didn't you? A first-year hero candidate. As he spoke, Fiora's wings spread wide and flapped powerfully. He then shouted, attack. Following his command, Fiora lunged like an arrow, striking the opponent and creating a massive explosion. Witnessing the attack, Curran crossed his arms and praised, haha, not bad for a little chick. After finishing the attack, Fiora reverted to her small chick form and perched on Leo's shoulder. He stared into the center of the explosion, saying coldly, it's not over yet. As the dust cleared, the dark mage emerged from the smoke, protected by numerous tentacles coiling around him. He grit his teeth and said, my spirit beasts were destroyed, I'll return those strikes tenfold. He used his hand to form a magical sphere and slammed it into the ground, screaming, appear, death slime. From the spot he struck, a green slime immediately appeared and began to grow. Curran and Fiora covered their noses because the smell the slime emitted was absolutely foul. Curran yelled, what is that smell? What on earth is that thing? Leo immediately raised his hand, creating a gust of wind to block the approaching stench. Looking at the entity before him, he noted, unbelievable. A high-level slime. The dark mage smiled triumphantly, you won't escape this strike. As he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out, what do you think you're doing to my esteemed senior? Dark clouds immediately gathered in the sky. A split second later, a massive bolt of lightning struck the slime, vaporizing it instantly. This left Leo stunned. The newcomer was Ulta, riding toward them on a unicorn. The unicorn spoke, Beast Mage, what on earth are you doing? Seeing his summon defeated so easily, the dark mage clutched his body from the magical backlash and grit his teeth. My beast was destroyed that fast. Truly the strongest of Lumern's summoning department, Ulta Regression. Seeing the horse hovering in the sky, Curran asked in confusion, what is that winged horse rambling about? Come down already. Looking at the horse, Leo noted, a Pegasus, a spirit beast on the same level as you. Ulta, looking down from his mount, said, looking at monsters never feels pleasant. He commanded, Area, we must destroy this foul thing for defiling this world. The dark mage grit his teeth, thinking, I have to stall for time until the tentacles regenerate. He then summoned the death slime once more. The slimy monster again moved toward Ulta, preparing to attack. Another bolt of lightning struck from the sky, vaporizing the monster just like before. Below, Curran asked Leo, is that thing really on our level? Leo explained, it's not that the Pegasus itself is that strong, but rather the power from the summoner's domain that amplifies that strength. With a single effortless strike, everything is settled cleanly. The dark mage shouted angrily from below, I've wanted to ask for a long time, fine, this is getting interesting. How about this move? As he spoke, a large, glowing red magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Another surprise appeared before Leo. Professor Yura appeared in front of him, staring directly at the dark mage and said, "You call this interesting while you're at death's door." She screamed, "You dare use spirit beasts to create a chimera." Ignoring her words, he continued his summoning ritual. Immediately, a massive monster began to emerge from the magic circle. Leaving him ecstatic, emerged Cyclops. Once the summoning was complete, he looked at Leo and laughed. "Haha, so which spirit beast do you possess? No matter what it is, my Cyclops won't lose easily." Professor Yura looked at the spirit beast she had summoned. It was just a mouse, which left Curran still invisible, questioning, "Is that just a mouse? Are you kidding me?" Leo explained, "It's an omnivorous mouse. It looks cute on the outside. But soon, numerous other magic circles will appear, and hundreds or thousands of mice will be summoned." Yura pointed forward confidently, "They will eat everything, not even a scrap of bone will be left." Leo thought to himself, "This is a tiny, brutal monster." The swarm of mice, dense as ants, charged toward the dark mage, ready to attack. They moved like a tide, beginning to tear at the Cyclops' body, causing it to roar in pain. Standing to the side, the dark mage grew worried and pulled a magic scroll from his storage space, thinking, "At this rate, all the prepared magic beasts will be dead." More lightning bolts appeared in the sky. They struck directly at the dark mage's head, causing him excruciating pain. He struggled to open the teleportation scroll in his hand, and without a moment's delay, he tore the scroll. Instantly, his body was teleported away. Watching from above, Ulta let out a frustrated sigh, saying he got away. After the fierce battle, a quiet stillness settled over the entire forest. The two of them approached Leo with reproaching voices. Yura leaned in close and yelled, "You brat, why did you enter the restricted area?" Leo pointed at Fiora and explained, because of Fiora, she was eating the magic stones in the lake. The professor's attitude flipped 180 degrees into a joyful expression. "Because of our Fiora? Awa, that's so precious." Ulta was deeply moved by Leo's actions. He approached and said, "Caring for a summoned beast so much that you'd enter a restricted area." Watching them overreact, Leo thought, the pressure is real. Once satisfied that everything was fine, Professor Yura returned to her mount and spoke. "It seems that Beast Mage intended to defile the magic stones. I'm going to report this to Principal Kalyan immediately." With that, she flew off into the sky, but not before leaving a message. "Ulta, stay safe and continue the special training." He nodded and replied, "Understood." He then turned to Leo and asked, "Leo, are you the one who contracted the phoenix?" He then glanced at Curran beside him and spoke. Furthermore, he nodded, "It seems so." Leo noticed the horse behind him and asked, "Is that your Pegasus, Senior?" He looked at his little horse happily and said, "Arya, introduce yourself to Leo." Arya stepped toward him and spoke softly, "I am Arya, pleased to meet you." To the Phoenix contractor, Leo replied happily, reaching out to stroke the creature's head, "Nice to meet you, I am Leo Plove." Seeing Arya's delighted expression, Ulta wondered aloud. Usually, a Pegasus doesn't like being touched by strangers. He looked out and asked, "Leo, have you ever ridden a Pegasus before?" He answered bluntly, "Never." Leo thought to himself, "Back when I was Kai, my phantom beast was a Pegasus. Recalling it brings back old memories." Ulta looked at him and said, "You don't seem to have any serious injuries. Continue with the special training. I'll overlook your use of an ability in this fight." He replied cheerfully, "Yes, I understand." Judging by the strength of that beast mage earlier, the enemy within Lumern Academy is not a student, but most likely a high-level expert. The scene shifts to a few days later at the Erect training ground. A student remarked, "This is the first time all the students have gathered since the opening ceremony. There isn't a single peaceful day." In a corner, seeing his friend looking completely drained of life, Carl asked, "Anyway, how was the special training for the summoning department?" He replied with tears streaming down his face, "I'm so tired I haven't even had time to shower yet." Ileana looked around as if searching for someone and asked, "Wait, where's the representative?" Carl let out a sigh and replied, "Shouldn't you say that the year representatives are called separately? Truly bad luck." Seeing him try to act superior, Ileana gifted Carl some loving thumps, making him cry out in pain. The scene shifts to a tent as Leo walks in from the outside. As soon as he was seen, someone said, "So you've arrived." The other person continued, "Now all the representatives are gathered." A girl with light blue hair looked at him with admiration, thinking, the rumored all-rounder, he looks even better in person. Suddenly I want to do something besides healing. This girl is Lil Lucher, the second-year representative for the summoning department at Lumern Academy. The youth lying on the medical bed is Hark Ligard, the fourth-year representative for the night department at Lumern Academy. Leo didn't pay attention to them. He looked around for someone, thinking, where is that person? Then a woman approached from behind, lightly touching his cheek and smiling. Oh, how cute. This woman was the person he was looking for. Elena Geron, the person who can open the Lumern Forbidden Library. She asked, "Are you that famous first-year representative?" She immediately made a proposal, "Do you want to be my boyfriend?" Stunned by the unexpected offer, he froze for a few seconds before replying gently, I must respectfully decline. She leaned in close, brushing her hair. Why, I'd pamper you so much. He threw a bucket of cold water on her because you're way too old. This blunt remark made her eyes widen in shock. Then she burst out laughing to break the awkwardness. You really are an interesting kid. Observing their conversation from the sidelines, Lil Lucher thought to herself, wow, Leo's actually not backing down against Senior Alina. No wonder he's rumored to be the representative for the first years. He really is something else. I really want to stop this. From the outside, a handsome guy approached and said cheerfully, long time no see, Alina, how's the mission going? She let out a frustrated sigh and spoke in a bored tone. The guy laughed out loud. Ha, I knew it. Then he walked towards the guy lying in the bed and called out, time to wake up. Hearing someone call him, Hark startled awake and sat up, and immediately suggested, Senior, let's have a match right now. The guy smiled and replied, let's do it another time. Standing far away, Alina interjected with an exclamation, you just woke up and you're already asking for a fight. You're really savage. The guy sighed sarcastically, coming from someone dragging along a bunch of troublesome forces. What do you know about the battles of true fighters? Alina Jaron. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked, are you saying I'm not the real deal? He replied confidently, is there any other Alina Jaron here? Seeing things getting tense, Lil Lucher trembled with fear and stammered, professors, if the seniors fight here, something big will happen, people will die. In another corner, the senior turned to Leo. How is it? What are your impressions after meeting the department representatives? He laughed it off and replied, haha, everyone seems pretty close, don't they? A moment later, the whole group stood before the headmaster. He said, it's great to have everyone gathered like this. I'll be brief about the reason for calling the representatives of each department here. From today, all students and teachers of Lumern Academy will cut off all communication with the outside world until the first year interdepartmental competition ends, officially enforcing a lockdown order. As his words ended, Leo finally understood the issue happening here. This is to catch the traitor, isn't it? In his mind, all the suspicious names began to appear. Scene transition to the classroom. Just then, Ileana spoke up boredly. Whatever about the competition, just hope the lockdown ends quickly. How are we supposed to go to Lumeria City to buy snacks like this? Chelsea continued. That's right, self-study like this without snacks. What kind of study is that? Hearing the girls just talking about eating all the time, Carl pouted and said, these devils. Then, from outside, a young man ran in hurriedly and said, hot news, everyone, the location for the competition has been decided. Receiving the information, Chelsea turned to ask, where is it? He replied, Nigram. This made Chelsea very curious. Nigram? Yeah, isn't that a restricted area? Carl started examining the situation. Nigram is a city located in the southeast of the continent, famous for being a city destroyed in just one morning due to the eruption of a hero dungeon. After that, this dungeon was conquered, but due to the influence of the hero dungeon, it became a cursed land. Humans can no longer live there. The pink-haired girl asked curiously, is it okay to go to a place like that? Chelsea replied confidently, I heard that even though it's a restricted area, it's not too dangerous. Only low-level monsters appear and the curse covers everywhere. The blonde man sweated and replied, that sounds dangerous, but you say it so casually. Hearing a somewhat familiar name, he also started checking information about it. He thought to himself, this place is where I entered in my life as listeners. The first time I defeated the Legion commander. Time flew by and the day of the interdepartmental competition finally arrived. The parents of the students were there early. They were buzzing about seeing the first steps of the hero candidates. Moreover, this place seems to have many potential hero candidates. A lady looked down worriedly and sighed. Has the competition not started yet? Our daughter, her husband beside her comforted. She'll know how to do well on her own, so don't worry. At the top of the hero tower, the headmaster and Professor Yura looked down at the world. She exclaimed, if we have to accept so many people at the same time like this, I'm worried that the intruder might come in again. Then she suggested, maybe we should continue to maintain the lockdown for the coming time. Contrary to her worry, the headmaster replied confidently, a powerful deterrent has returned. So things like the last time won't happen again. The person the headmaster was referring to was the Fire Phoenix, Fiora's mother. Yura thought shyly to herself, the Phoenix is behind me, I've wanted to bet all night. The lucky time has come. Just then, in the center of the square, someone spoke clearly, very happy to welcome the guests who have arrived here. I am Sedum, the person in charge of managing today's interdepartmental competition. Students, as previously announced, this interdepartmental competition is a survival battle. Prove your strength, strategy, and survival skills. If you want to be the last one alive to claim glory, then this interdepartmental competition will end. And whichever department has the last survivor will be the winning department. The bracelet is now an artifact to check your physical condition. If the bracelet detects that your life is threatened, you will be immediately teleported to this place through the settings in the bracelet. Also, I want to add one more thing. This interdepartmental competition is also the final practical exam. As the professor's words ended, all the students had looks of disbelief. They chorused, "What?" The professor continued. "The purpose of the interdepartmental competition is survival, but the final exam is not. Because if you just run away to survive, you might get the lowest score for the final practical exam. Every action will be carefully recorded by the bracelet given to you. Students who are eliminated early can also get higher scores than students who are eliminated late at any time. So, be careful in your every action." Hearing the professor's words, Leo below smiled, sighed, and thought to himself, "Smart, if you sacrifice yourself for the department, the final exam score will also be low." After explaining the competition rules, the professor announced, "Then, the interdepartmental competition can now begin." As soon as the professor's words ended, a magic circle began to appear under the feet of all the students. The light radiating from it made them dizzy, and just after a few seconds, everyone was teleported to another place. When he opened his eyes, Leo was once again surprised by the scene before his eyes. He lowered his voice slightly and then shouted, "What the hell is this?" All the students were floating in midair and everyone was extremely scared. They shouted, "Ah, hurry and use magic." Leo, on the other hand, remained calm. He thought to himself, "The entire city has been covered by all kinds of curses. I understand why this is a desolate land." And then the activation and removal of the curse are repeating irregularly. The only area without a curse is the ancient ruins. Everyone will definitely gather there. Along with his train of thought, he closed his eyes towards the ancient ruins below. Then I guess I should go find Lake Diana first. On this side, Eliza was riding her summoned spirit beast. Beside her, Durin used his fast movement speed to dash forward. As soon as they confronted each other, she thought to herself, "Third place in the night department, Prince Durin." On this side, he also muttered to himself, "Second place in the summoning department, Eliza." Both of them were ready in combat stance. They showed determined looks right now. But when they were about to start, Leo, standing behind, let out a soft sigh, and with his hand, a few fireballs began to appear. Immediately after, he flashed across their faces at the speed of light, making Eliza startled and shout, "Ah, huh, what is that?" She gritted her teeth and said, "It's you again." On this side, Durin was in a similar state. He angrily gritted his teeth and said, "That damn Leo Plo." On this side, Leo suddenly took his hand to dig his ear and muttered, "My ear is so itchy." After just a few minutes of moving, he landed in some area. He thought to himself, "From here it takes 10 minutes to the west. Listena's sealed herself before being destroyed. Does it still exist now?" He looked at the map in his hand and started to analyze the reality. But then he cast his eyes toward the ruined castle in front, startled for a moment and thought to himself, "Distorted sense of thunder origin. I'm used to it, but many people will definitely suffer." While he was lost in thought, Chen Zia appeared from nowhere and called out, "Young Master Leo." Leo was also quite surprised by her appearance, so he put the map away and turned to ask, "The ancient ruins are in the opposite direction, right? Are you following me?" She explained, "I have things that I need to do myself." He asked, "Things to do? What things?" Her hand moved forward, starting an attack stance, and suggested, "Let's have a match." He was quite surprised by this suggestion but also started to channel energy to prepare for battle. He asked back, "Why so sudden?" She replied, "From the first moment we met, I have wanted to know what the gap between young Master Leo and me is." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately disappeared from her spot, then flew down from above, aiming her fist straight at him where he was standing. Her speed was extremely fast, but Leo was not inferior either. He immediately created a protective magic layer to block her recent attack. He scoffed coldly after dismissing the protective magic. On this side, Chen Zia continued to summon a magic circle under her feet and praised, as expected of young Master Leo, "In that moment, you deployed aura fire armor to neutralize my water aura." If so, then, she stepped one leg back, preparing to attack. This action of hers made Leo startle for a moment, and he blurted out, "She's a high-level water spirit user." She immediately summoned a spirit and swung her hand forward, ordering an attack towards Leo. Leo also started channeling magic in his palm, and immediately created a wall of fire to block the path of her incoming attack. He also realized her intention. This attack is definitely just a decoy. The real attack is on this side. Just as he predicted, as soon as he finished using the protective magic, Chen Zia had already approached with clenched fists, ready to give him a love punch. Boom boom, two huge forces collided, making the space around them seem to want to break apart. Smoke and dust flew everywhere and rocks were shattered. The pressure of the confusing attack made Chen Zia slide on the ground, hugging her arm, her eyes focused looking at him, thinking to herself, "He still countered in that small gap. More unexpected attacks probably won't work." He praised, "Not like your usual self, Chen Zia. Water is always a power that changes according to the flow. Yet now you are so cold and rigid." He spoke in a very cold voice, immediately clenching his sword and rushing towards her to attack. Realizing the danger in his attack, she gritted her teeth and thought, It would be very dangerous to take this attack head-on. But right now she has no other choice. She immediately used defensive magic to block his attack. But in just a few seconds, her protective magic layer began to show some cracks. This made her surprised and blurred out, "Just like this, it can't be." While she was still pondering her thoughts, Leo appeared from behind and reminded, "I told you you're too rigid." A fireball appeared in his hand, and immediately a huge explosion took place. As soon as the smoke cleared, he approached and summoned his sword towards her, saying, "You lost." She sighed and asked, "Young Master Leo, are you really only 16 years old? You're like an old man who has been through the battlefield." He interrupted her, "Don't say weird things and go back to the ancient ruins." This somewhat surprising action of his made her startled and shout, "What? You don't intend to eliminate me? What kind of pity is this?" He turned away and replied, "This is a life-or-death battle. It's my right to treat the loser however I want. Help me deal with the ones following behind." While not yet understanding what he meant, two huge energy sources were rushing towards this side from behind her. She startled and shouted, "Huh, who is it?" Those two forces were none other than Durin and Eliza. Seeing them, she could only smile and sigh in frustration. Seeing the two of them come to block her way, Eliza yelled, "He's my target." Standing by the road, Eliza smirked and replied, "That's ridiculous. Leo Plove is my prey." Seeing the two of them still being stubborn, Chen Zia shouted, "Eliza, Durin, the ancient ruins are over there. Why are you guys here?" Durin stepped forward and said, "Looks like you're also targeting Leo Plove. Lost already? Where did he go?" She replied, "Yes, I lost. Slower than that. Durin, I'm hurt. Can you move with me to Kovina?" He sighed in frustration and asked back, "Why should I do that?" She smiled and explained, "Now it's in the middle of the department competition and you, Durin, are in the same department as me. Are you, Durin, going to abandon a person from the same department because of a personal match?" This sharp reasoning of hers made Durin's expression narrow slightly. She continued, "And you, Eliza, I have trouble walking. Can't you take me?" Eliza pouted and replied, "Chenzia, if you were from the summoning department I would have helped, but you know we are enemies now, right?" Hearing this, Chenzia shouted, "Oh my god, you're starting this. Usually I even help you study." Recalling what Eliza once said, "It's not that I couldn't solve this problem that I asked you. I was just checking if you were paying attention in class. I will definitely repay this favor of borrowing your notebook." Chenzia replied, "I'll look forward to it." Back to the present, Chenzia reminded, "You said if you borrowed my notebook every day you would definitely repay the favor." Seeing herself being set up, Eliza definitely replied, "I will definitely repay it, but there's no need to repay it right now, is there?" Faced with this blunt rejection, Chenzia's eyes became teary, leaving the two friends speechless. With no other choice, Eliza angrily shouted, just going together is fine, right?" She reminded, "Chenzia, we're only going together to the center of the ruins, after that we'll be enemies." As her words ended, Chen Zia jumped onto the back decisively. The two then quickly left. She glanced back and thought to herself, "I don't know for what reason you didn't go to the center of the ruins, but hurry up and complete it and come here, young Master Leo." At this moment, a crowd of students was rushing forward, led by a young man with orange hair. He is Juredin Lesson from the summoning department. His expression was very excited. Just getting inside the city will escape the curse, right? But while they were moving, suddenly a fireball came flying straight in front of them, making everyone startled. From behind, a pair of long legs stepped in and said coldly, "What are you looking at?" The person who came this time was none other than Celia Zerdinger. They were the ones guarding the north gate. Immediately, Juredin's group turned around in another direction. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, just a little more and it would have worked." He reminded everyone, "No choice, let's go to another gate." The next position they headed to was the west gate, but as soon as they arrived, Chelsea was already standing by. Just seeing them, she raised her staff high, preparing to launch a magic attack. This made Juredin startled and he cursed in his heart, "Damn it." After that, they continued their journey, leaving only the south and east gates. Eliza had chased after Leo Plove, only having to pray for Warrenden to occupy at least one place and quickly enter the city before the curse was activated. While they were rushing, suddenly in the sky a giant black shadow glided over everyone's head, causing everyone to look up. A student behind, sweat dripping on his face, shouted, "Dragon, Black Wyvern." Juredin explained, "No, that's a summoning spirit beast. It's the variant that Sen Liu rode." The students were very curious, why is it here all of a sudden? The scene shifts to the center of the square, where everyone is currently fixated on the battle between the departments. Up in the observation deck, Zeiss crossed his arms and watched the display screen intently. He thought to himself, "Celia is doing well. Has Leo still not managed to enter the ancient city ruins?" The image on the screen changed and Chelsea appeared. Seeing her, someone exclaimed, "There she is." Watching his niece fight with such immense confidence, Roses, who was observing from above, remarked with admiration, "It looks like she has truly become a battle mage of the Llewellyn family now." This man is Rose's Llewellyn, Chelsea's uncle and a royal mage of the Rodran Empire. Zeiss, standing beside him, let out a laugh and replied, His Majesty of Rodran will certainly be pleased. Roses was moved to tears, exclaiming, When did she grow up so fast? He was recalling a scene from what felt like just yesterday when Chelsea was still only a 1-year-old toddler. Suddenly, Zeiss's eyes narrowed slightly. He blurted out, What on earth is that down there? A giant bull had appeared on the screen, letting out a deafening roar. He exclaimed in utter confusion, Isn't that a magic beast? Elsewhere, as soon as they realized something was wrong, 2 professors rushed into a central control room, shouting, What's happening? Why has a magic beast appeared inside the academy grounds? A professor observing from inside replied, Something major has occurred. We can't establish contact with the control room on the other side. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Herod turned to the person next to him and ordered, Sejin, we must recall the students immediately. He immediately confirmed, understood. Right after that, he approached the teleportation magic circle. As soon as he arrived, he channeled his mana into the magic stone to initiate the transport. But just as the light flared up, it vanished almost instantly. This left Sejin wondering in shock. The teleportation isn't working. What in the world was? There was no time left to think. Professor Herod turned to leave at once, tossing a message over his shoulder. Sejin, keep trying to establish a connection and find a way to bring them back. I'm going to the principal. The scene shifts back inside the competition. Somewhere within, the battle between the departments was still ongoing. A brown-haired youth panted, cursing under his breath, Damn it, these guys are no pushovers. We have to wipe out this group of magic department students before that monster notices this place. As he spoke, he glanced upward. Up there, Warrenden was still standing perfectly calm, acting as the guardian of the southern gate. Then from the distance, a gruesome screeching cry echoed. Following the sound, a dragon appeared out of nowhere right above their heads. Its mouth opened wide, preparing to unleash an attack. Once it finished gathering energy, it aimed its maw downward, firing directly at the students who still didn't understand what was happening. Recognizing this abnormal appearance, Warrenden instantly appeared in front of the group of students, reaching out to summon a protective magic barrier. His sudden appearance left the students stunned, and one shouted, Hey Warrenden, why are you helping us? He offered no explanation, only turning back to order coldly, Open the city gates and get everyone inside. At his somewhat overbearing words, one student snapped back, What for? They're from a different department. Besides, why should we take orders from you? But before he could finish his sentence, Warrenden appeared right in front of him and grabbed him firmly by the neck. Then what had to happen happened. Once finished, he spoke coldly, There is no time to explain. He issued a sharp reminder, Sleep now, I'm in command from here on. His voice was deathly serious, Open the city gates immediately. Switching to Leo's perspective, he was still engrossed in his search. After passing several locations and finding nothing, he let out a frustrated sigh, There's nothing here either. Is the lake at the ancient city ruins the final spot? Everyone must be fighting hard by now, right? Shall we move over there? While he was casually strolling through the forest, his expression suddenly froze as he discovered something. He looked up at the sky, where something was clearly amiss. Is this a wide area curse? It's not a lingering curse from Nigram, it's a new one. This is the curse of isolation, the kind of curse Tadharis typically uses in large-scale battle. Realizing the danger, he took off like an arrow, cursing to himself, Damn it. The curse itself doesn't affect humans, but its effect is to cut off all communication with the outside world. It's a powerful barrier-type curse, isolating an entire specific area. Has the trader at Lumern already made a move? We have to quickly regroup with the others at the center of the ancient city ruins. Everyone there had just endured a fierce battle. The pink-haired girl was currently treating Carl. She spoke encouragingly, Try to bear it a bit longer, Carl. In another corner, a youth gripped his sword, his whole body trembling with fear. Why won't it activate? Why? At the eastern gate, Chelsea was unleashing a barrage of attacks at a monster, but it seemed to take no damage at all. It let out a roar and swung its arm to strike her down. Just as the blade of its axe was about to fall, a voice from the distance screamed, Break the barrier. Following the shout, a barrier appeared, blocking the monster's attack. Chelsea slumped to the ground in terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. Abad appeared before her, offering a reminder. Have you forgotten your multi-chanting practice already? Seeing him appear, Chelsea finally regained a shred of composure and gasped. Brother. She asked in a panicked voice, What exactly is going on? The interdepartmental competition. Before she could finish her sentence, blood-curdling screams began to ring out from afar, drawing their attention. Abad gripped his staff tightly and explained, The interdepartmental competition is over. A disaster has struck this area. Now is the time for everyone to unite. He raised his staff high, creating a magical orb in the sky, which immediately sent out a signal throughout the entire city. This should bring those who are quick-witted to the main citadel. What we need to do now is fight a siege battle. Seeing the signal being released, Eliza turned her gaze toward the sky. Behind her, Chen Zia pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Over there, that looks like a regrouping signal." Eliza replied, "I don't know what happened, but something abnormal is definitely occurring here." Duran clenched his fist, saying coldly, "I'll clear a path in one go, give me cover." As the words left his lips, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, bypassing two orcs in the blink of an eye. Within minutes, they had reached the front of the central ancient city gate. Seeing them approach, a student on the battlements shouted, "The last group is coming in, open the gate." As soon as the gate creaked open, the three of them lunged inside. Having escaped the danger, Chen Zia breathed a sigh of relief. "We're safe." Celia jumped down from the wall and approached them, asking, "Wait, where is Leo?" Chen Zia replied, "Master Leo went out to the outskirts." Abad approached, puzzled. Why would he go in that direction? Eliza replied, "He likely has his own reasons. I don't know what he's thinking, but he certainly won't be the first one eliminated." Chelsea added encouragingly, "That's right, Leo will be just fine." Celia continued, "Then let's pool our information so we can grasp the situation." She glanced down at her bracelet and said, "First off, this device hasn't activated. Those with serious injuries aren't being teleported out." Abad added, "And the magic beasts aren't just appearing around the city but inside it as well." Chen Zia spoke up, "This is just a hunch, but perhaps besides the basic curse on Nigram, there are new curses being added like a communication blocking curse." Chelsea, standing nearby, confirmed, "That makes sense." After gathering the information, Eliza summarized, "In short, we are isolated in the heart of Nigram because of this abnormal incident, right? Plus, we're being attacked by monsters and magic beasts inside the city. It's best to use the advantage of the walls for defense." Just as she finished, a dissenting voice rang out from the distance. "No, I say now is the time to attack. This situation might be a surprise event prepared by the school." The one who spoke these words was Emio from the magic department, specifically the third-place student in the magic midterm exam. He continued, "If we perform well here, we can earn points even from those outside. Purely defending would be a massive waste." Facing his reckless decision, Celia countered, "We cannot view this as a simple surprise event. The condition of the wounded is extremely serious. If not for Nella's healing magic, more than just one or two people would be dead." Carl, being treated by Nella in a corner, wheezed. He'd need a hole in his own stomach before he'd wake up to reality. Seeing him unable to stay still, Nella reminded him, "Don't talk, Carl." Being refuted by everyone made Emio furious. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the group, shouting in his rage, "This could easily be the professor's intention. If I fail this final because of you, will you take responsibility? Sweeping them out will give us higher points than just defending." Duran cut him off. "Throwing away the advantage of the city walls without even understanding the situation won't necessarily lead to high points." Seeing his words constantly rejected, Emio clenched his fists until they shook. He stepped forward angrily, muttering to himself, "I'm going out to destroy the beasts, don't you dare regret it later." As soon as he spoke, something slammed onto the ground in front of him, making him jump and cry out, "What is that?" Looking closely, he discovered it was the head of a monster, and the one responsible was Warrenden. He had jumped down right in front of Emio, looking up to issue a command, "Shut up and protect the inner city." Celia spoke with total determination, pointing forward, "All right, we will proceed with this defensive battle. Divide into 5 groups to protect the gates and the walls." At the gate, the frontline defense was easily breached by a minotaur, causing a student to yell, "It's through." Immediately, Duran surged forward with the speed of a lightning bolt, easily subduing the beast. The mages in the rear unleashed a barrage of attacks, taking it down with ease. At the wall, orcs were advancing. A student saw them and shouted, "Take out that orc first, don't let it reach the gate." A mage gripped his staff and yelled, "Ice spear." At his command, countless spears of ice appeared in the air and lunged at the orcs. But the attacks didn't slow the orcs' advance, they continued to carry stones toward the wall. This made the mage shout in frustration, "Damn it." Then something suddenly soared into the air from behind, creating a giant pillar of fire. That person was none other than Celia. She gripped her sword, using her fire wing spell, preparing to strike. Outside, watching the battle unfold on the screen, the seniors and instructors looked on with worried expressions, exclaiming, "The juniors are doing well. I was worried at first, but thank goodness." Hearing that, the blonde girl beside her asked, "Thank goodness? Do you really think this will end so easily? If the enemy caused an incident this large during an official Lumern event, it won't end with just isolation. In the worst-case scenario, everyone will die." Along with the instructor's concern, parents watching the situation were also deeply anxious. Looking at the screen ahead, someone exclaimed, "See, it's starting." Inside the battle, a magical vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a giant hand reached out and grabbed an orc, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Witnessing the scene, Ileana's eyes went wide as she gasped, "That is." She recalled a class where the professor had said, Through the hero records of past heroes among the diverse experiences, the most important is the experience of fighting magic beasts. The hero record we will study today is Ileana from class 10 hadn't been paying attention and turned to the pink-haired girl to ask, "Where is it?" Nella replied, page 157. The professor continued, "It is the spear knight of Hermelin Milan, the Battle of Bayorin Fields. The magic beast that appeared in that battle, standing nearly 15 meters tall, is the giant." The students exclaimed in fear, "It's impossible to face that thing." The person beside them trembled, "Please don't look this way." The giant slammed its foot into the ground, and then lunged toward the students. But as soon as it moved, freezing currents of air erupted from the ground. Immediately, massive pillars of ice shot up from the earth, piercing through the monster. Chloe, standing behind them, reassured everyone, "What are you all doing? Get ready to fight." She reminded everyone who was terrified that it was a giant. "Look closely, that giant is not yet fully grown." A student turned and replied, "How can we even defeat that thing? I'd rather run away." Another added, "Exactly, we should scatter and wait for reinforcements." Her whole body shook with anger, but she kept her voice calm. "Everyone, do you think running will let you live? I'm terrified too." The giant turned its glowing red eyes toward the students, ignoring the pain from the ice pillars, and swung its arm toward the wall where everyone was standing. Then the ice pillars on its body began to melt away. A student noticed and yelled, "Its wounds are healing. The attack is useless. Everyone run." Seeing the students only thinking of themselves, Chloe remained calm and spoke coldly. "Someone once taught me that a hero is someone who stands and fights with dignity in a moment of danger. So no matter how hopeless the situation, I will fight." As she finished speaking, she summoned countless magic circles around her. Immediately, pillars of light erupted to block the monster's attack. She looked up, her voice filled with resolve, no matter how hopeless. In a brief moment of distraction, the monster swung its hand to strike her. Seeing her standing there, Celia rushed forward in worry, screaming, "Get out of the way." But Chloe was still lost in her own thoughts. "I'm not afraid." Then countless slashes appeared in the void, instantly severing the giant's arm. This made the giant howl in agonizing pain. Celia rushed over to check on her. "Chloe, are you okay?" Chloe was nearly exhausted. She whispered, "That slash just now." Understanding her meaning, Celia nodded. "That's right, it was Leo." He had appeared just in time, standing heroically before the monster. As soon as he landed on the wall, Curran screamed, "Good grief, what is this stupid plan?" "Leo, the healing power of fairy magic isn't omnipotent. Once you hit your physical limit, it won't work anymore." Hearing the kid prattling on, he recalled him. "Stop nagging, it's dangerous, fall back." Once done, he jumped toward the two girls sitting dazed on the ground. He approached, asking with a smile, "You look the part, don't you, Chloe?" His praise made her cheeks flush. He continued, "You look like a hero." She replied shyly, "I was just imitating someone." Seeing him and the girls return, the crowd shouted together, "Leo, Master Leo." Looking at Carl, he asked about the situation. He replied, "Since entering the city, no one has been seriously hurt, but everyone is terrified of that monster." Celia added, "But it took a heavy blow from Leo. It won't attack again immediately." After thinking it over, he looked toward the sky and made a decision. "What we need to do is simple. We will unite and defeat it." His decisive choice made Chloe gasp. "What, how?" He turned and said confidently, "Why is everyone so surprised? If you aspire to be heroes, this is only natural, isn't it?" Ileana expressed her view immediately. "Fighting that thing is impossible." He then told everyone, "I will lead. Because I am confident we can defeat that monster." Eliza stood to the side, judging. "So self-righteous again, Leo Plove. Who said we listened to your command?" Warrenden added, "I'll be counting on your command skills." Leo, seeing the big guy next to him disagreeing with his own perspective, left Eliza a bit surprised. She turned and scolded him sharply, "You're such an arrogant person, why are you suddenly listening to others?" He replied, "The fact that we have to destroy that monster is something everyone knows." Then a gentle voice sounded. "Then following the orders of someone confident they can defeat it is the right thing to do." That was Chen Zia. She stepped forward, grabbed the hem of Eliza's shirt and continued, "Trying to follow young Master Leo's command once is pretty interesting, right?" Seeing everyone agree made Eliza a bit angry, so she had to accept, "Yeah, that's what I intended to do anyway." On another side, a bad thought to himself, "It's exactly like during the entrance exam. Leo, back then you didn't hesitate to dive into an impossible battle either." Finishing his thought, he said, "I thought I had closed the gap a bit, but it's still far, right?" Celia, finding herself mentioned, huffed, "Shut up, you chatterbox." The next person he wanted to convince was Duran. He approached and suggested, "Will you give me a hand?" He glanced down at his arm, then turned and sniffed Leo's shoulder. "The one who feeds that monster a hit will be me." An indirect acceptance made Leo amused and reply, "That works too." Observing the scene from the outside made everyone cheer excitedly. "Those first years are amazing. With that formation, they might actually defeat it." The blue-haired girl glanced at Alina's darkened expression and asked worriedly, "Senior, are you okay?" She didn't answer immediately but thought to herself, The moment that boy appeared, the atmosphere changed. There are many great heroes in this world, but that boy is on a completely different level, turning despair into hope, an existence that illuminates the path in the dark. It's really true, he deserves to be called a grand hero. Scene transition to the melee fighter. After taking countless attacks from the monster, he let out a few groans and reached out to try and stop the bleeding. Eliza and Abad approached the monster from high above. Seeing the monster showing signs of weakening, Abad cheered excitedly, "Awesome." But Eliza replied coldly, "Not yet." The monster immediately opened its mouth wide and fired a blast of energy at the two, but Eliza steered her summoned beast to glide past and dodge it. After moving behind the monster, Abad tightened his grip on his staff, preparing to unleash an attack. Finding the right moment, he unleashed a storm technique. Immediately, a huge storm swept across the monster's body, causing its head to vanish into thin air. But instantly, a new head was regenerated, making Eliza startle and blurt out, "No way, how on earth can we kill that monster?" From above, Celia was preparing to dive down and shouted to remind everyone, "Get out of the way." Abad excitedly reached out, "Over here," but Celia retorted huffily, "Not a chance." Then she dove down and hugged Eliza tight. "Sorry, I can't let that Llewellyn hug you." Seeing her suddenly appear, Eliza yelled angrily, "Hold on, if there are 3 or more people, the wind dragon's mobility will be reduced." Celia replied nonchalantly, "Leo said to rendezvous here. Before the magic is complete, let's give that big guy a strong hit." Realizing Leo's intention, Abad leaned over to Celia. "So that's it, fire and wind combine very well." Not caring about the two, Eliza yelled, "I don't know what it is, but let me know when you're ready." On the ground, Chloe was standing on the wall confronting the monster, mumbling some incantations. Constantly being attacked from multiple directions made the monster roar in anger. After the incantation was completed, countless sharp ice trees appeared in the sky, aimed at the monster. In another corner, Durin and Chen Zia also started preparing for battle. Durin turned to ask, "Are you ready?" Chen Zia replied happily, "Of course." Then she took the initiative to reach out, shouting, "I'll clear the way." Immediately after, her water spirit rushed towards the monster, then wrapped tightly around its 2 legs. Just when its 2 legs were locked, Durin began to channel energy, making his whole body glow with blinding light. "I'm going." He transformed into a bolt of lightning, following the path the water stream had created before. Water and electricity combined, forming a giant water dragon that enveloped the monster's body. The monster's entire body trembled from the electric shock. While it was screeching, countless chains shot up from below and coiled tightly around its neck. The one doing this was Warrenden. His whole body trembled violently from the monster's resistance. High in the sky, Abad continued to unleash more attacks. Consecutive attacks struck the monster, making it roar in great pain below. Leo turned to Chelsea. "Ready?" She nodded and replied, "Yes." The monster created another magic orb in its mouth to counterattack. After charging, it fired straight at the fortress. Sensing the opportunity had come, Chelsea created a tornado aimed straight at the monster, then shouted, "Leo." As planned, using the wind power created by Chelsea, he easily jumped high to face the monster. Then he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes turned cold, and he unleashed his technique, Luru Tree Tornado Phoenix Breath. He spun around and slashed straight at the monster, making it scream in pain. After his attack finished, Chloe took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Frozen world." She immediately froze the monster into a statue. The monster tried to fight back, making the ice layer begin to show cracks. The ice shattered, which was also when the monster's entire body dissolved into thin air. Seeing this result, the students cheered joyfully. "We won, we actually destroyed it." Hearing this news, Chloe landed on the ground, sighed in relief. Then suddenly an arm presented a potion, holding it close to her face and called out, "Chloe, you really look like a hero from a legend. It was amazing." Receiving this unexpected compliment made Chloe shy. "Thank you." She gripped the potion bottle, cast her eyes into the distance and thought to herself, where did Leo go? He was appearing in some space that looked extremely peaceful. He gently placed his hand on the water and started sensing something. Looking at the glowing trio in front of him, he said happily, "Long time no see, Luminous." From inside the magic layer, a pair of eyes slowly opened. A girl with white hair appeared, looking at him with suspicious eyes. The person he mentioned was Luminous. Hearing someone mention her name, Luminous wondered, turned to ask, "Who are you? How did you wake me up?" He looked straight at her and replied, "It's me, Kyle." Hearing this name, she finally realized, indeed the aura in this area was you. She continued, "I don't know if she is here, but where is Listenas?" He replied indifferently, "Listenas is dead." This statement surprised her. She pondered for a long time, then said, "An unimaginable blue sky in the era of calamity. How long have I been asleep?" He replied, "About 5,000 years. This number startled her. 5,000 years. Luckily, I haven't woken up during all that time, because I completed that child's wish. Listeners, thank you for bringing light back to this world." She continued, "But I can still feel a dark energy on this land." Then she asked, "Will you still fight this time?" He looked at her, smiled, and replied, "Of course, because I can't let this piece be lost." His eyes were drawn to countless small swallows flying in front of him, forming the image of a spirit. He asked the girl, "What is this?" She explained, "This is a gem that the great light spirits have owned for many generations. It doesn't have any special power. But if you take it out, you will be treated like a great spirit by the light spirits." Taking the gem and looking at it, he smiled, "I will keep it carefully." Then she glanced up at the sky and praised, "By the way, the sky is beautiful." Following that, she also vanished into the air, blending into the deep blue sky. Scene transition to the academy. Looking at some papers with student information on the table, the headmaster asked, "Is this all the list of suspicious people?" Sejin replied, "For now, that's it." The headmaster continued, "Quite a few people were nominated by the board of directors, huh?" He rubbed his forehead. "From the second semester, we'll have to let the vice principal come back to work." This statement surprised the two professors and they said in unison, "The vice principal." Scene transition to the classroom in the academy. At this moment, all the students after receiving the test results shouted loudly, making the whole academy seem to shake. Carl tightened his grip on the report card, his whole body trembling with joy. He shouted, "Survived." Beside him, his friend Tide was just as happy, "Me too." Professor Harrod looked at Carl and sighed, "Your way of getting expelled is really something." Carl heard that, immediately bowed his head low, stammering, "Please spare me." Then he reminded, "Don't cause any trouble during the holiday, see you in the second semester." Having said that, he turned and left. Not being punished made Carl extremely excited. He spun around, making the two girls beside him stunned. Ileana couldn't hold back her emotions either. As soon as the teacher stepped out, she shouted, "Is this how the first semester ends?" "Oh, true Professor Harrod style." Nella looked down and asked the class president, "Will you return to the Rodran Empire for the whole holiday?" Chelsea stepped forward and continued, "Leo is from the Delan Kingdom." The name sounded a bit unfamiliar, making Nella wonder, "Where is that?" "This is the first time I've heard of it," he explained. "It's a kingdom on the western border." Chelsea showed an interested face. "This holiday I have to go to Leo's place to hang out." Leo smiled slightly and thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I could return home." As soon as he arrived home, a large banner suddenly fell in front of him, surprising him. "I have a place to return to, but I didn't think it would be this flashy." His mother and everyone had been there early to welcome him. Seeing him, she said, "Welcome back, my son." Returning here gave him an indescribable feeling. Only now did he truly feel relieved. During the meal, after hearing the stories, his father praised, "I didn't expect you to have such talent in all branches." He replied, "I only knew that after going to school, father." He continued, "Even though you are my son, I really don't know how I gave birth to such an extraordinary child." His mother immediately changed the subject. "Is Professor Harrod still well?" He sighed, "He is still teaching." She began to present. Mom heard that there's a schedule for Lumern head professors to visit during the holiday. Professor Harrod is among them, so I'll get to meet him as a parent. On Professor Harrod's side, his ears suddenly itched unusually. While the whole family was eating, a maid entered, shyly saying, "Ma'am, young master, there are guests visiting." Knowing who it was made Leo's mother visibly annoyed, and she turned to her husband, "Demons again, what a bother." Then she turned to the maid and ordered, "Tell them to go back." The maid stammered, "Well, about that, they said they came from Azonia Academy." Hearing the name of this academy, Leo was startled, repeating in his heart, "Azonia Academy." Before he could react, the mysterious person was present in the family dining room. He looked inside and asked, "Excuse me, is this Mrs. Renee Zerdinger?" "Hello, I am the messenger spirit of Azonia." Then he stepped forward and handed him a letter. He was a bit surprised by this action. His mother said, "This is a bother, take it for your son." He opened the letter to read. Inside it said, "Congratulations on being chosen as a nominee for admission by Azonia's recommendation." This remark made Leo even more confused. Chosen. Scene transition to Azraq City, the city of beastmen. He was already present here, sighed in boredom and muttered, "Azonia Hero Military Academy." Unlike other schools, their entrance ceremony takes place in the summer and is known as the academy with the harshest entrance ceremony. He recalled his mother's words, "When Mom was young, I helped an Azonia student. So they gave me a free entry ticket to Azonia Academy to express their gratitude. They sent me an admission recommendation letter for you. I think I even signed a contract." He sighed, "I shouldn't have signed contracts recklessly like that." His mother was angry. "So what, did I know things would turn out like this?" She comforted, "Anyway, you're studying at Lumern Academy, it's just a visit. How you want to spend the holiday is up to you, just do whatever you want." Leo walked on the street, thinking, "Heard the entrance exam here is a marathon across the desert, an academy of beastmen who worship strength and live by instinct. I'm curious what the beastman hero candidates will be like." At this moment he appeared in the form of a real beastman, the rabbit ears on his head, a small trick by Curran. Thanks to his help, he turned into a beastman hybrid. He continued reading the letter. The entrance exam location is the Colosseum of Azraq. He suddenly noticed a statue placed in front, on which it was written, "In memory of Aeon, the warrior with unyielding courage." He muttered, could it be Aaron? He looked at the statue sarcastically, unyielding courage my foot. In every battle he was scared to the point of shaking, but looking like this is also good. Scene transition to the Colosseum. He was standing in a huge arena. Beside him suddenly appeared a pair of hands with sharp claws, accompanied by an excited smile. He was still lost in thought, seems to be the candidates. Then from afar someone approached and mocked. Hey mongrel, don't tell me someone like you is an Azonia candidate. Another guy continued. At least get rid of that mongrel smell. He didn't understand what they were saying, pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? The red-haired guy yelled angrily. Who else here is called a mongrel besides you? A hybrid rabbit that dares to be arrogant. He didn't care, turned away. You guys aren't even Azonia students yet to act so arrogant, just attending the entrance ceremony and acting like you're something big already. This mockery made the red-haired guy very angry. He stepped forward, gripped his shoulder tightly and challenged, you still dare to look down on Azonia's candidate status? I hate seeing weaklings like that the most. Seeing this guy likes to get beaten up, he glanced back. Without hesitation, he turned and flipped his body to the ground. With the superior physique of a beastman, the ground shattered. His whole body trembled violently from the pain. The young man beside him came over to ask, Durkin, what's wrong? Thinking of letting him go, Durkin tightened his fist, replied angrily, no, absolutely not. He didn't care, waved his hand and turned away. See you at the entrance ceremony. On the other side, Durkin suddenly jumped up, his eyes shining brightly. That guy is so cool, he's actually strong. Then he screamed like a madman, running all over the city looking for him. Looking at the screaming sound, he thought to himself, among beastmen, the strong are objects of worship, that's truly unique. All his recent actions were caught by another beastman. He said with interest, I was worried it would be all boring kids, but now there's an interesting one. Inside the plaza, a fierce battle had just concluded. A young man walked up from behind and said, subjugation completed in 36 minutes, everyone achieved a good grade. Yes, drill instructor, the other replied, I'm not satisfied at all, such a decent grade isn't good enough. The blonde-haired person replied in astonishment, this grade is already quite good. He immediately retorted, haven't you heard the news about the first years over at Lumern? Our new students must have many more outstanding individuals. This man was Bergaton, an instructor at Azonia Academy. The young man defended. It's true that this generation Lumern seems to be leading, but our candidates are already very outstanding. He looked down and replied indifferently, especially since instructor Bergaton's daughter is participating this time, isn't she? The person he mentioned was Arton of the Tun family, a student nominated for admission to Azonia. Upon hearing this, he gritted his teeth and said confidently, my daughter Arton is more than capable of being the class representative. But then his gaze suddenly caught something. He turned his gaze towards Leo and thought to himself, that kid looks awfully familiar, doesn't he? Then he turned back and asked, Deputy Instructor, do you know anything about that rabbitkin at the end of the line? The blonde man was startled, searched through the information and replied, it's my first time seeing that face and he's not on the list of students to watch. He asked curiously, is he a nominated admission? The other nodded and replied, yes, that's correct, he's a nominated student. His gaze was still fixed on Leo, and he continued to think. That look in his eyes is exactly like J.A.'s. At this moment, an announcement blared from the stands. Group D of the first part of the Beast Festival has entered the arena. There's a notable candidate in Group D, isn't there? The heir of the Tun family, Arton. Following that announcement, she confidently warmed up and stepped onto the arena amidst the greetings from others sitting in the stands. Others directed their attention toward her, thinking, if she is the hope of the Beastkin clan that worships strength, is she capable of inheriting Arton's techniques? Then he remarked, glancing elsewhere, and wondered, but isn't Azonia's entrance ceremony a desert marathon? What the hell is a beast festival? He then asked the girl, is this part of the entrance ceremony too? She was surprised and turned to ask back, you don't know about the beast festival? He replied shyly, I'm a half-breed so I'm not very familiar with beastkin culture. She explained, Azonia's entrance ceremony isn't just an entrance ceremony, it's one of the biggest festivals. The Beast Festival is also to entertain visitors, and it's a ritual for us students. Following the explanation, he continued to wonder, a ritual. She continued, in the context of the ongoing threat from Tadaris, this is a declaration to our kin that we have arrived. So fight well like you did before, Black Rabbit. He chuckled dryly and muttered, we have arrived, huh? As soon as he spoke, suddenly a gate opened. From inside, a monster lunged out. It let out terrifying screeches. Immediately, it fixed its attention on Leo and charged forward quickly. But then, sudden zipping sounds echoed, making the monster slightly startled. It was Arton along with other beastkin who charged to attack it, causing its eyes to widen in shock. Then it shifted its attention toward Arton as she charged. But then a flash of light suddenly shimmered in the air. Arton vaulted high into the air. Then she let out a powerful breath and dove down, unleashing countless claw swipes around the monster's body. The attack happened in a flash. After taking care of it, she landed gracefully, then she looked startled at Leo, who was standing still there, and shouted, "What are you doing, Black Rabbit?" A monster was charging toward him at that moment, but then his arm tensed and he thrust it forward. The two fists collided, making the space seem to thicken slightly. The monster's eyes became fierce. Then, with his immense power, he easily decimated the monster in a heartbeat. His gaze remained calm, no different from a wild beast. Witnessing that, the stands seemed to explode. They shouted, "Go beyond, Black Rabbit, you're number one in my heart." Arton directed an intrigued gaze toward him, thinking to herself, "No mistake about it, that Black Rabbit just beast transformed." While saying that, her eyes narrowed slightly, becoming full of suspicion. As the moon rose, that is the power to awaken the beast instincts within us. Ancestors studied beast transformation for a long time, but no one could use it so freely. Except for one person only. That is the hero Aeon. The monster Leo destroyed was also the last one. The loudspeaker announced, "The Beast Festival ends here." Returning to the locker room just then from afar, Arton approached because he wondered, "Hey Black Rabbit, I want to ask." But then another voice suddenly interjected, praising, "Hey, that was pretty good, wasn't it?" A young man stepped toward him and introduced himself. "I'm Dion Den, what about you?" Dion Den, a wolfkin, a student nominated for Azonia. Facing this, he replied indifferently. Kai, hearing this name, Dion Den sighed and repeated, "Kai huh, I was worried that there were only weaklings here. Having someone with your strength here makes me feel relieved." Seeing herself suddenly interrupted made Arton angry. She stepped forward, clenching her fist, and turned to scold, "This muscle-brained guy is talking nonsense again." Seeing her, he turned to greet, "Is that Arton?" She didn't care about him, leaned her face close to him, and suggested, "Black Rabbit, talk to me for a bit, I have something to ask." This unexpected request left him slightly stunned. Me. Then suddenly from outside, something caught the attention of all three of them. A pair of feet walked in and a voice spoke softly, so noisy. The person who arrived was Bergatun. He praised, "Everyone has worked hard participating in the Beast Festival." Seeing him, he muttered in his heart, "Hero Bergatun looks even cooler up close." He stepped forward and continued, "As you know, tomorrow's exam will be crossing the Great Azrek Desert. The rules are very simple. Start from Azrek, cross the Great Desert, and finish at Azonia. However, the Great Azrek Desert is one of the harshest lands on the continent, so I have some advice for you students. Don't do anything stupid like confusing recklessness with courage." After his reminder, the deputy instructor stepped in and continued, "The nominated students haven't participated in the elective classes for the past half year. Since you don't know the other students, please step forward and introduce yourselves." Additional information. To enroll in Azonia, one must participate in elective classes and receive a recommendation letter. Nominated students are assessed as having overwhelming strength to the point of not needing to participate in elective classes. After obtaining the information, he turned to Arton and wondered, "Why didn't you participate in the elective classes?" She was confident, sighed, and replied, "Don't need those things, I'm still strong." Another girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I'm Stee Lul, my specialty is magic, nice to meet everyone." Another short-haired girl introduced herself. "I'm Rate Vega, I'm a spirit master." It was Artun's turn to introduce herself. "I'm Artun, let's all do our best." He maintained a cold attitude. "Kai, nice to meet you." All his words were observed by Bergatun. Then Dion Den stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm Dion Den." Immediately after that introduction, his voice became cold. "Anyone who is weak, don't get in the way, it's best to quit early." Seeing a fight was about to break out, the deputy instructor reminded, "Students, go out and check the dormitory assignment bulletin board and then return." Following that, everyone stepped outside. He followed them, but then suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, which caught him a bit off guard. The person who called him back was Bergatun. He suggested, "Stay behind and see me in private for a moment." When only the two of them were left in the room, Bergatun's voice sounded, "Kai, I ask you this just to be sure." He nodded in agreement. He continued, "You are Riene's son, aren't you?" This question surprised him immensely. His eyes widened and he thought in his heart, "He knows my mother." He pondered for a few seconds and then replied, "Yes, that's right, do you know my mother?" Hearing this answer, he burst out laughing and explained, "As expected, it really is Riene's son. I'm your mother's old friend. She and I used to represent the grade levels of Lumern and Azonia to compete against each other. You must have heard your mother talk a lot about me, Bergatun, right?" But he replied bluntly, "No, my mother hasn't mentioned it at all." This made the corner of his mouth twitch. "Impossible. Jen and I were that close." He explained, "My mother rarely tells stories about her school days." He replied, "That might be the case." Then his arm tightened, thinking about the images of the past. He gritted his teeth in anger. "If it weren't for that fool, ya would have now been." He immediately interrupted, Although she didn't tell stories of the past, my mother never regretted her choices. Hearing this, he pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. That must be it. Then you deserve to be the unique Zerdinger flower, still a beautiful and imposing woman. Hearing him praise his mother, he slightly furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, mother is a flower, this person seems a bit. Then he changed the subject. All right, I witnessed your performance at the Beast Festival. Let me look forward to tomorrow's entrance ceremony. He nodded and replied, yes. Returning to his room after a long day, he looked around and stepped into the bathroom. When he came out, he kept praising, the dormitory here is even better than in Lumern. Then his gaze suddenly focused outside the window where there were some noises. Immediately, the window popped open. The person who appeared was Artun. She shouted, Black Rabbit, I've come here to expose your secret. As soon as she saw him in his birthday suit, she shyly covered her eyes with her hand, yelling, why are you undressed like that? He replied, this is my room. Scene transitioned to a moment later. He had changed his clothes, sat on his bed, and wondered, I'm dressed now, open your eyes. What secret did you say you came to expose? She turned to ask, earlier at the Beast Festival I saw you. You can beast transform at will, right? Complying with her wish, he shifted his form to the beast transformation state, saying, this. The girl exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, it's for real. Looking at his current appearance, he thought to himself, strangely enough, when I am in the beast form state, using the hero's breath triggers the beast transformation process. Of course, maintaining it for too long will leave very heavy sequelae. The girl showed an admiring expression, exclaiming, how is that possible? In history, the only person who could freely beast transform was Aaron. Then he suggested, do you want me to teach you? Hearing this, the girl was extremely excited, her voice becoming stuttering, really. He continued to think, I need a successor to follow in Artun's footsteps. Because in the upcoming battle with Tadharis, I need more combat power. Perhaps this is the reason I reincarnated into this era. After thinking it over, he set a condition, then you just need to prove it. The girl asked back curiously, prove what? He replied, prove that you have enough aptitude to become a hero. This statement made her overthink tremendously, thinking constantly, this guy is underestimating me. He is in a very high place. A happy look appeared on his face with the words, I'll be waiting here, Artun. Scene transitioned to the next day. The announcement blared. The second day of the entrance ceremony has begun. We can see students lining up for the ability test to cross the Great Azrek Desert. Holding the registration papers in her hand, Professor Yura exclaimed, from Tun, Denlul to even Vega. Our kids are already good, but Azonia's nominated candidates this year are no pushovers either. It's a pity I didn't get to see the Beast Festival. Elle beside her sighed regretfully, it really is a pity. Then Yura wondered, hey Kai, there's a student with a very strange name, isn't there? Elle smiled and replied, is it the name of the great hero? I don't know if it's the boastful Kai or the origin hero Kai. That reminds me too much of the kid Leo. His gaze focused down below. At this moment, Artun was walking forward angrily. He wondered, isn't that student Artun? Yura continued, has the Beastkin's competitiveness flared up? See who Artun is wanting to challenge. She approached him, her voice slightly irritated. Black Rabbit, you haven't forgotten yesterday's promise, have you? I will definitely make you recognize me. I couldn't sleep all night because I was looking forward to it. So in today's exam, don't miss even a bit of my performance. He sighed and replied, sure. Observing from above, Elend praised, interesting. The opponent is a student named Kai. Yura beside her replied with interest, a student who makes people curious, really. But then her gaze froze for a moment. Elle beside her also had the same feeling. Because they realized that person was Leo, they exclaimed, why is he here? 5 students were now present in the center of the plaza. Bergatun looked at them, reminding the nominated candidates. In a stern voice, the announcement sounded, now before beginning the entrance ceremony, the candidates will take an oath. Up on the stands, Yura and Elend jumped in surprise. What the hell is that guy doing here? The loudspeaker continued, 5 nominated candidates, place your hands on Hero Aeon's archives. Hearing this name, he thought to himself, Hero Archives of Artun, didn't expect to see it this way. And the announcement continued, each person read the oath. Artun stepped up first, she placed her hand on the hero's archives and began to swear. 1. Before the honor of the great hero, I will not act cowardly. Standing below getting ready, he appeared with a hopeless look and thought. Then he stepped up, placed his hand on the hero's archives, and began to swear. 2. Before the honor of the great hero. As soon as his words finished, the hero's archives suddenly emitted light. And from there, a giant beam of light shot straight into the sky, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock. Up on the stands, Yura wondered, "Senior, could it be?" Ain shared the same thought, that is. Bergaton was also surprised by this scene. The beam of light then grew larger. The light only gradually faded after a while. A book was hovering in the sky. It was the hero's archives. The book opened the chapter on Artun's world, the beginning. The giant beam of light then engulfed both of them. This made the deputy instructor ask Bergaton in shock, What is this? Could it be the world of the hero?" Bergaton maintained a calm expression and replied, "That's right, Hero Aeon's hero world has been opened." The blonde guy beside him trembled violently. Wow, so the hero world is overloaded. Outwardly calm, but internally his heart was in turmoil. Regardless of the reason, a page never opened of Artun has appeared. Even if it transforms into a dungeon due to overload, if conquered, this is an opportunity to inherit Artun's power. But the question is whether the kids can conquer Artun's world or not. The two of them were transferred to some space. Once upon a time, when darkness covered the world, a dark space gradually appeared. The two of them stood up and observed the surrounding scene. Artun exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell just happened?" Then she turned to him, wondering, "Black Rabbit, you saw it too, right? Earlier the hero's archives clearly open." He then replied softly, "Look at the sky. Right now the sky above is nothing but a vast, gray void." Causing Artun to gasp in surprise, "What is that? Everything is just so gray." Echoes continue to vibrate through the space. A hero has appeared, a hero who brings light, a hero who brings a future. A voice rings out in his head. It seems this is the time 5,000 years ago when Artun was still alive, the era of despair. The voices continue to echo through the void, "Please save us. Be careful not to be eaten by the Jabberwock." She scans the surroundings, evaluating the scene. Is this the world where the pseudo-hero Eren once lived? He replies, "Yes, it looks like this is the refugee city of Raysar." Artun continues to wonder, why did the hero world suddenly activate? In thousands of years, there has never been a record of Lord Eren's chronicle page being open. He doesn't know how to answer, thinking to himself, "In Hero Studies class and back in Berkia, the hero world opened when I touched my own chronicle page. But those were all my pages. Anyone looking at this one can see it belongs to Eren." The system sends a notification at that moment. Objective, search for Aeon in Raysar. Looking at the notification board, he wonders, an objective? Does that mean this isn't a hero dungeon? He continues to ponder. If this is an officially opened world, why is it impossible to contact the outside? Then he glances at the trembling Artun and asks, "Artun, are you okay?" She puts on an excited face and exclaims, "It says the objective is to find Lord Aeon. Does that mean we can actually meet Lord Aeon again?" Finding Lord Aeon should be incredibly easy. After all, he's famous. He can only offer a wry smile in response. "Yeah, that's true." She is overcome with excitement, exclaiming, "Well then, let's start asking around." He lets out a weary sigh, thinking to himself, "I guess people of this era would think that way since recorded history differs from reality." She quickly steps forward. "Black Rabbit, hurry up." He continues to think, but the Aeon of this era is... Just then, a man's voice rings out. "I've told you already, I've never heard of anyone named Aeon or whatever." Then he angrily shoves past them and leaves, leaving the two of them stunned. Artun wonders, how is this possible? No one knows about Eren. Then she turns to ask another person, "Hey Beastman, have you ever heard of someone named Aeon?" He shakes his head and replies, "Not at all." A moment later, a voice suddenly rings out. "Ka, you little wet behind the ears beastman. If you have nowhere to sleep, come to my room." She looks a bit dejected, whispering to him, "The atmosphere is getting weirder and weirder." He replies, "We need to find a place to rest before it gets completely dark." He thinks to himself, it's likely the year 1462 of the Altegra calendar. This is 20 years after the era of disaster began. If it's this time, there's no need to search for Eren blindly. There's someone else we need to meet. Right now, the two of them arrive at a certain area, and he thinks to himself, it should be around here. Artun runs up curiously and asks, "Wait, Black Rabbit, where exactly are you planning to go? You've been leading the way, but," she complains, "there isn't even a decent inn around here." Her voice carries a note of caution and she suddenly spins around, throwing a kick behind her. But she is instantly grabbed by a stranger. She gnashes her teeth in anger, but Leo steps in to stop her. "Wait, Artun, don't fight." The person's grip tightens as they reach out and seize her by the throat, catching her completely off guard. She struggles to choke out, "Black Rabbit, run." The person looks at him, questioning, "Why have you come here? If you don't tell the truth, I'll take this beastman's life." The legendary hero is an honorary student of Eren's world. Then a man says, "Who are you?" "The Jabberwock rabbits are out there, be careful." He replies perfectly calmly, "We came here because we heard people often come to this spot." The person continues to ask, "Who said that? This is a restricted area." He replies, "That coward Eren said so, and here we are." Hearing those words, the person finally releases his grip, letting Artun fall to the ground before turning away and commanding, "Follow me." The two of them have now been provided with a place to sleep. He warns them, you can stay here tonight but come find me tomorrow morning. He steps outside and gazes at the surroundings, thinking to himself, no matter how many times I see this damn sky, I can never get used to it. It still gives me goosebumps. Beyond the world of Raysar, everything is shrouded in mist and smoke, meaning the only playable area in this world is right here. A mysterious voice continues to echo, both are oars handled by small hands with such raw skill. In the midterm exam, the objective didn't appear until the Jabuok was defeated. If that's the case, then this probably isn't an out-of-control incident. But why can't the outside world control the hero world? He recalls the objective notice to search for Eren in Raysar. The key required to open a hero world is known to be the master of that world or an item with a deep connection to them. But what if there's another key, for example, a person with a deep connection? The voice continues, little rabbit, do you want to call a friend to row the boat with you? He continues to think, of course this is just speculation. But if Eren's world opened because of me, then it makes sense why the outside world can't control this place. Is it really a coincidence that I reincarnated with my memories intact? What if the Hero Chronicle pages are an arrangement for the great hero who will be reborn in the future? And what if I can inherit their power once again? The voice continues, Little Rabbit, a children's story. Then the complete destruction of Erebos is not impossible. He gazes at the distant sky with a multitude of thoughts. Then suddenly a loud voice rings out, wake up, Black Rabbit. It turns out it was all a dream. The person waking him up is Artun. He stretches in the early morning light, turning to ask, are you awake? That man yesterday was incredibly strong, are you hurt? She replies cheerfully, my body is resilient. Then she wonders, so what was that about yesterday? He replies, it seems that man yesterday mistook us for intruders and I settled it peacefully with words. She replies, you're quite polite. He thinks to himself, that impact was definitely strong. Our Beastman descendant is pretty tough. Just then the man from before visits, you two are up early. Have you recovered? This man is Agon, the god of the sky, a hero of the era of disaster. He approaches Artun, nodding, I knew Beastmen were strong but you still surprised me, and also, she asks back angrily, and also what? He lets out a sigh and replies, you're more childish than I thought. I apologize for yesterday. Then he makes an offer, follow me to make amends, I'll treat you both to breakfast. She is a bit cautious of the offer, whispering to him, maybe he isn't a bad person? He nods and replies, exactly, and he's giving us breakfast. After that the two of them follow him. After following him for a long time, Artun wonders, is he trying to make us lower our guard so he can attack? Where exactly are we going? He sighs and replies, I don't know, but he doesn't seem like a bad person. He thinks to himself, Agon, the sky god, was a hero who was active during the era of disaster, just like Yura's father. Originally, he was a character my team intended to recruit, but for some reason when we first met him, his will had already been broken. What happened in that 1 month? Suddenly the scene before her makes Artun gasp in surprise. What is this? At that moment, countless children are running toward Agon. One little girl shouts, Uncle Agon, let's eat breakfast. Then they look at the two of them, wondering, who are this sister and brother? He replies, they're guests, I don't need my portion, so serve the meal to these two. Artun suddenly stamps her foot hard on the ground, exclaiming, Uncle, I misunderstood. You really are a good person. Then she approaches and pats the little girl's head with great delight. He notices a figure sitting alone in a corner nearby. When he realizes something, his eyes suddenly go wide. He thinks to himself, it's been a while, hasn't it? Images from the past begin to flood his mind. He gasps internally, the great dark spirit Elsie. The strange voice continues and the man says, Little Rabbit, how about going with that shadow? The scene shifts back to 5,000 years ago in this very spot. At that time, Kyle's trio approaches a man sitting alone in a cemetery. Listeners' voice rings out, I heard the plague is rampant, truly a tragedy. She looks at Agon and says, are you the god of the sky? He looks up wondering, who are you people? The girl beside him adds, I've come to invite you to join the expedition team. Luna adds, we need the strength of a hero like you. He dejectedly lowers his head and replies, go away, I won't join any expedition team. Luna continues to try and persuade him, but if it's someone who has achieved the title of sky god like you then. Before she can finish, he steps up from behind, that's enough, Luna. He places a hand on her shoulder, explaining, his will has been broken. She replies, will can be rekindled. It would be a waste to pass up a character of this caliber. The black-haired girl turns to leave. Luna, just as you said, a lost will can be restored, but someone who harbors hatred cannot save the world. Let's go find someone else. Then he speaks up, I can recommend someone, go find Eren. Then the three of them leave. Luna wonders, Eren, but in a place this big, how are we supposed to find him? If he was going to tell us, he should have been specific. He lets out a sigh, there's still time so we can take our time searching. Someone recommended by the sky gods certainly won't be ordinary. Then he turns to Luna and warns, "Drop that impatient attitude, Luna." This makes her angry as she snaps, "What, you want to die?" The black-haired girl's eyes fall on a certain figure, a dark spirit. Then she speaks up cheerfully, "Oh, hello there, it's a dark spirit." Back to the present. Currently, he is holding a bowl and receiving food, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect to meet Elsie here. In the past, we met when we were assembling the expedition team. Pity now isn't the time to talk to Elsie, because it'll be about a year before I or Kyle actually meet her." He brings out 2 food trays. Currently, Artun is sitting opposite him, eagerly suggesting, "Eat with us, uncle." He helplessly picks up his bowl. "All right, so you said Aaron sent you here." He asks in return, "You don't know where Aaron is either, uncle." He shakes his head and replies, "I don't know that foolish disciple, he's been missing for half a year." This leaves Artun a bit surprised. She stands up abruptly, shouting, "Uncle, are you Lord Aaron's master?" He nods and replies, "Yes, I'm the master of that incompetent brat." A noble, great and brave hero standing against. "You say you raise someone like that and call them incompetent." She lets out a breath. "Being too humble isn't good either, sir." Not understanding what she is saying, Agon says, "Child, you must be mistaken. My disciple is neither noble nor great nor brave. Of course, he possesses remarkable strength for his age, but that guy is a coward who isn't worthy of that strength. The reason Aaron left Raysar was simply because he was afraid of fighting." These words cause Aaron's image in Artun's mind to shatter. She holds her head and screams, "No, no, that can't be true, Lord Aaron." Her reaction startles Agon, who turns to ask, "What's wrong with your friend?" He replies, "She's someone who really idolizes Aaron. She is currently crying a river, running away and screaming, 'Lord Aaron couldn't possibly be a coward, my idol has fallen, I can't accept this.'" He closes his eyes slightly. "Aaron's idol, unbelievable." He continues, "It's because they were saved by your disciple. And of course, Aaron is a coward. But in places you don't know, he has saved many people. Long ago, when darkness covered the world, I was also someone he saved. So you can be proud of your disciple, sir." These words leave him a bit stunned as he mutters, "That child. Has he grown that much in half a year?" Artun is sitting in a corner crying her heart out, unable to believe Aaron was ever a coward. He approaches to comfort her. "What's so shocking about Aaron being a coward?" She replies, "Strictly speaking, Aaron was the one who gave me courage. When I was little, I was both a coward and shy. Every time I trained, I wanted to quit. But my father told me my name was chosen because of Lord Aaron. So I determined to become brave like Lord Aaron, someone who never flinches in any circumstance. And now I hear he was a coward." He approaches and pats her head. "That coward saved the whole world. That coward was braver than anyone when everyone else was in despair. That's why the gods called him a hero. Isn't that more worthy of respect?" His words seem to touch her heart and her spirit brightens a bit. She stands up and replies happily, "Hearing you say that, I like Lord Aaron even more." He shakes his head, truly a flip-flopper. He thinks to himself, "Wait, I just remembered, don't all these children die? When our team arrived, everyone in this region had died of the plague except Agon. Wait, does that mean all these people will be dead in just a month? Even if it's a plague?" Suddenly, a voice rings out from afar. "This camp is as filthy as ever, isn't it?" Looking toward the approaching group, he recognizes Levite, the confidant of the Lord of Raysar. In the era of disaster, not everyone stood up against evil. The world was divided, and the enemy within was harder to deal with than the enemy without. Currently, he walks straight toward Agon, saying, "Greetings, Sky God Agon." He continues to think, the trash who craves military merit in the expedition team just to act like a hero. He replies coldly, "What is it?" Levite begins to mock him. "A great hero like Agon rotting away in this cursed land during such a turbulent world. I fear even the gods who left the earth couldn't accept this. What do you think about ending this long period of seclusion to join the hero corps?" He pushes him away. "I've told you countless times, if the Lord guarantees the safety of these children, I'll consider it." His eyes look down at the children who are trembling with fear. "I see. I will report that the Sky God is not yet ready. But I have received strict orders to obtain the sword that devours darkness, Shate." He sits nearby, startled, thinking, isn't Shaitan one of the strongest swords of the era of disaster? Agon is keeping it? I never heard Aaron mention this. If Agon had a sword of that caliber, he definitely would have given it to Aaron before he left. He lets out a sigh. "I've said it countless times, Shaitan was broken in the battle 10 years ago. He doesn't care. So the Sky God intends to defy the Lord's orders for personal greed? Why lie like that?" His voice turns cold. "Why would I lie? And even if I were lying, what exactly could you people do to me?" His words are accompanied by a terrifying bloodlust that frightens the group. Levite's teeth grit in anger. Then he turned and left. "I'll retreat for today, but the Lord will come looking for you soon, as long as you're still in this Raysar." After they left, Agon turned back to the two of them and said, "I'm sorry you had to witness such an eyesore." He replied, "It's fine, we're used to people like that. Arton added angrily, what cowards. He asked, but what's this about joining the Hero Legion? He explained, it's just like they said, joining the Legion to fight against Erebos. Arton's eyes showed some fear. Then joining the Hero Legion is a good thing, right? He explained, it can't be done that way. If I join the Hero Legion, there will be no one left to take care of these children. Arton explained, for their sake obviously the state will. Before she could finish her sentence he continued, Raysar won't take care of these children, on the contrary they'll abandon them. They sacrifice the few for the greater good. This made Arton jump up in surprise. Abandon them? How can they call themselves heroes and have that mindset? He smiled and replied, it's strange, are you guys really children born in this era of calamity? To think you discuss such a dreamy ideal that's so far from reality. He stepped forward, so what if it's a dreamy ideal? If it's the right thing to do, then walking the righteous path is a given. Is that why you're taking care of these children, Agon? His eyes fixed on him, thinking to himself, he's just a kid around 15 or 16 years old. But where does this kind of depth come from? Then he turned to ask, what are your names? Arton replied, my name is Arton and this black rabbit is Kyle. Hearing the two names he stroked his chin and replied, Kyle, that's going to be tough. Sharing a name with the surviving hero is unfortunate. Hearing this, Arton's body suddenly stiffened, surprised. Is Kyle a real person? She jumped up and wondered, the surviving hero. Not wanting her to say anything else, he reached out and grabbed the girl's tail, pulling her back, which left everyone a bit surprised. He asked, what's wrong? He explained, it's nothing. Then he turned to remind her, if you say anything else unnecessary, the conquest plan will be ruined. She shyly turned to question him, but grabbing a lady's tail is. Opposite him, Agon sighed, if it is the right thing to do, walking the righteous path is a given. Yes, that saying is very true, I've forgotten it for too long, that obvious value. Then he turned to ask, why did you guys come to Raysar? He replied, to see Eren. Then he stood up and explained, then stay here until he returns. Even though there hasn't been any news of that student for half a year. But this is still his home, one day he will return. Having said that, he turned and left. As soon as he left, a notification board appeared in front of the two of them, which surprised Arton. The system sent a notification, conquest goal, meet Aeon who returns home in 3 days. This made the girl very excited. The conquest goal has progressed and in 3 days I get to meet Mr. Eren. He nodded in agreement, that's right, he thought to himself. Finding Agon was definitely the right answer. The girl jumped up, chased after Agon and turned to message him. Black Rabbit, I'll go ask Mr. Agon more about Mr. Aeon. He helplessly reminded her, don't say anything you shouldn't. Then a system screen appeared in front of him, which startled him. Hidden conquest goal, save the sky god Agon. Looking at the system screen, he wondered, a hidden goal, only I can see it. Back when I was Kyle, when we came here, Agon's will had been broken. Protecting him means helping Agon's will from wavering further. In the next 3 days before Eren returns, something is bound to happen. Am I missing something? Then suddenly a voice whispered right in his ear. Hey, you know I'm not human, right? He glanced over and it was Elsie. He replied, yes, you are a spirit. The girl replied happily, the human is a great spirit master. Observing the girl, he thought to himself, can Elsie even smile like that? It's so different. Then her eyes narrowed slightly, and you're in all class too. Looks like you really are the surviving hero, Kyle. He interrupted, sorry, but I haven't even. Before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted, don't try to lie to me. The only person who is both all class and owns the light gem, besides that idiot, is Listeners' teammate. Realizing this, he thought to himself, I didn't expect Elsie to mistake me for Kyle because of this gem. She continued, I heard the rumor that Listeners took her teammates and left Guardstrand to subjugate Erebos, so I was planning to go find you guys too. He asked back, why is that? She smiled and replied, obviously isn't it, to contribute to saving this world, what else? Looking at the girl in front of him left him helpless. Is this girl really the great dark spirit Elsie who once formed a covenant with me? She's so different. Then he asked the reason why she wanted to form a covenant with Listeners. She replied, I am a spirit born in the era of calamity, so I really want to see the stars in the night sky. I've heard they're blindingly beautiful. He continued asking, so where is Listeners? She replied, on her way to Raysar, it'll probably take a while to get there. Seeing this, the girl happily replied, lucky me, I was planning to go find her myself, good thing I didn't get lost. He continued asking why she wanted to form a covenant with Listeners. She replied, I heard the rumor that you guys defeated the Legion commander Yamangard. In this era, for someone to dare to declare they defeated the Legion commander and then go to subjugate Erebos, aren't they worthy enough to be my covenant partner? This image left him slightly helpless. It's so different I can't get used to it. But the person Elsie chose as her covenant master was me, and I never got to hear that reason. The girl suddenly remembered something and blurted out, ah, that's right. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, keep this a secret from Agon. The sword that devours darkness, Shaitan, is actually me. Scene transition to Raysar Lord's castle. Lord Rodion, after hearing the report, wondered, Agon refused my invitation again? Levite replied, yes, my lord. He continued, Agon needs that power to protect Raesar, doesn't he? What on earth is there that makes him just? Levite added fuel to the fire. It seems he's still hung up on those orphans in that cursed land. He slammed his hand on the armrest angrily. Foolish. Just wanting to protect those useless things and refusing to follow the greater cause. Levite continued, oh, and according to folk rumors, that cursed land has a disease spreading. This made the Lord even angrier. A disease? What do we do now? If the disease breaks out among the refugees, the whole city is doomed. Levite stepped forward and suggested, then we must eradicate it at the root before the disease spreads, sir. Of course, I would be saddened to have to eliminate those helpless orphans. Rodion worried, but Agon won't stand for it. Levite reassured, rumors about the disease have already spread all over the city. Preventing the disease is also the public's wish. No matter how foolish Agon is, he wouldn't dare pull a stupid stunt like putting a populous city in danger, sir. Rodion sighed, right, having you here, Levite, is great. I grant you full authority over Raesar's security. He replied, I will do my best to repay the Lord's kindness, and I will definitely recover Shate. Scene transition to the outside. At this moment people were buzzing, a cursed land, are you crazy? A disease, the other replied, what the hell is the Lord doing? If the disease spreads here, what then? There must be some measures taken, right? The other suggested, for now just stay away lest we get infected. He looked at the kids in front, thinking to himself, ever since Levite visited Agon's shelter, rumors of the disease have suddenly increased. Recalling his conversation with Elsie in the past, she said, Kyle is an excellent summoner and a black dragon too, so he's very compatible with a dark spirit like me. He replied, why mention something everyone already knows? She turned and asked him, do you think this world is worth saving? This question puzzled him. What are you talking about? She continued, exactly what I said. Does this world have a reason to exist? He sighed, fine, can't we figure that out after saving it? She superimposed 5,000 years of thought onto him with countless reflections in her heart. He continued to think, the Elsie I met after a year felt disillusioned with the world. It wasn't bright like now, even Agon's appearance had lost all its will. He made an assessment. These kids aren't dying from a disease. From afar, Arton approached. Black Rabbit, where are you going? I've been looking for you. Come help me prepare dinner. He turned and asked, first of all, where is Agon? The girl wondered, Mr. Agon. Just a while ago, someone claiming to be the Lord called him away. At this moment, a group of soldiers approached and raised their voices. By order of Lord Raesar, from this moment on, we will begin the campaign to clear the disease outbreak. A blonde girl stepped forward and asked, sirs, Mr. Agon just went to the Lord's castle earlier. The soldier didn't care, angrily raised his sword and shouted, you filthy infected brat, clear out. He swung his sword down, making the little girl scared, but luckily Arton lunged forward, grabbed the girl and pulled her back. She shouted angrily, are you crazy? He also stepped forward, starting to get serious. Arton, prioritize the children's safety. Hearing that, the soldier got angry. You guys intend to resist us? A girl stepped forward from behind and introduced herself. I am Jelen of the Raesar Hero Knight Order. Obstructing our work is just like opposing the Lord's orders. He clenched his sword, thinking, it must be Levite's order, not the Lord's right. Using the excuse of a non-existent disease to kill all the children and then planning to recover Shate and Ha. His gaze was filled with killing intent. To want to call yourself a hero, at least you have to hold onto some limits. Otherwise, it's an insult to those who are truly risking their lives to save this world. His words made Jelen unhappy, so she lunged forward. You brat, you dare to imitate a hero. He blocked her attack, continued. With that level, you dare to call yourself a hero legionnaire. Not a real hero legionnaire, just a bunch of knight legionnaires being raised. At this moment, he erupted with a glowing red aura which surprised Jelen. A fire attribute aura, that's a special ability. He lunged to strike. The girl lifted her shield to block. She mocked, that amount of fire can't do anything to my shield aura. But then the sword began to burn her shield, which made the girl slightly startled. Then a huge explosion erupted. He pointed his sword tip at the girl trembling on the ground, mocking, both strength and equipment are too crude. On this side, without a single moment of hesitation, Arton dashed away like a sudden gust of wind. This caused a soldier to jump back in sheer terror. Immediately after, she unleashed a kick straight to his face, sending him tumbling to the ground with a distorted expression. The girl landed calmly in a low stance, before leaping back into the air once more, preparing for another assault. A rapid succession of kicks to the faces of the soldiers left them with no time to react. She touched down, letting out a cold snort. With this kind of weakness, how can you even claim to be heroes? Witnessing her performance just now, he turned and asked curiously, Elastic aura, right? She nodded, yeah, and yours is flame aura, isn't it? She smiled, if we were to have a duel, it seems like it would be quite interesting. Only then did Jelen stand up tremblingly, cursing under her breath. you idiots. She clutched her face and screamed, a director coming to our hero core, the Levite family won't let you get away with this. Because of a few filthy orphans you dare treat Raysar as an enemy, I'll make you pay. These words startled Artun, who asked back in a cold tone, so you're saying you want a beating? He stood beside her and reminded her, Artun, can you take the children somewhere else to hide? His voice turned cold, I have a matter to settle with this person, I'm counting on you. She nodded in agreement, all right. As she led the children away, she glanced back, thinking to herself, the atmosphere feels dangerously heavy. She spoke to comfort the kids, everyone, let's leave this place for a moment. Returning to the battle, Jelen's voice rang out, planning to beg for your life now? I suppose you didn't want the children to see this, how convenient for you. A voice suddenly echoed, it seems she's misunderstood something. The little black rabbit is dancing. Since it wasn't a scene children should witness, I simply told them to avoid it. The air felt suffocating as Jelen's voice wavered with fear, don't come any closer, but it was already too late, he finished her off with a single blow. The voice continued, oh my god, are you really the March Hare? After taking out the leader, he calmly stepped toward the remaining soldiers trembling on the ground. He acted without a moment of hesitation. The voice rang out, the black rabbit, the March Hare, has killed a knight, see, not a single shred of hesitation. He turned back and replied, I'm used to it, dealing with degenerates like this. Elsie approached and asked, was it true that they really intended to kill my friends just to obtain Shaitan? He looked at the girl, thinking to himself, the Elsie of that time was still an immature and inexperienced great spirit. This was likely the first time Elsie witnessed the ugly side of this world. Even so, Elsie died while trying to save the world. Returning to the past, the image of Elsie gradually fatting into the air made him feel a twinge of regret. The girl spoke cheerfully, Kyle, anyway, I still want to find it. That is the reason for saving this world. I just want to see the starlight in the night sky that existed before the age of disaster. He continued to tell himself, once the world is saved, Elsie, I'm certain that the starlight in the night sky will be even more beautiful than you can imagine. So this world is very much worth saving. He approached and gently stroked the young girl's head, causing her emotions to slowly return. She replied happily, yes. Then she continued, I'm thinking I want to become a North Star for those poor, lost stars, and now I'll say goodbye, good night, and see you at the dawn of a new day. Staring at the large fire in front of him, he still had lingering thoughts. The capture objective hasn't been completed yet. Does that mean Agon's refuge isn't in a safe state yet? Agon has left for the Lord's castle, and Elsie stayed here. Even without me, Elsie alone would have likely slipped up and handled Levite's subordinates. Which means the deaths of the children at the orphanage was something even a great spirit couldn't prevent. If that's the case, the current strategy cannot guarantee the children's survival. While he was lost in thought, a voice rang out calling his name. Seeing someone approach, Elsie immediately vanished into thin air. He turned and replied, people stronger than the ones we just defeated are about to arrive. This startled the girl. What? He continued, because we have hindered their goal. She replied with a confident voice, even so, if the Black Rabbit and I join forces. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted, it's not just about us fighting, protecting the children while holding our ground won't be easy. She stammered back, that matter. He replied, there is a way. She continued to ask, what is it? He answered, finding Aeon. Hearing that name made her very determined as she clenched her fists, but then she blurted out in surprise, but Lord Aeon isn't supposed to arrive in Raysar for 3 more days. He replied, Aeon has already arrived in Raysar. Last night I confirmed that the boundary of the hero world has narrowed down to Raysar. This made the girl very excited, really? Then just as you said, Lord Aeon must certainly be in Raysar. He approached, placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her, but we have finished our work, so there's no need to take risks to this extent. A satisfied smile played across the corners of her mouth as she spoke. You say that, but you aren't going to back out of this, are you? He replied, it could be truly dangerous. She remained confident. I dreamed of becoming a hero because I admired the brave Aeon. How could someone like me retreat like a coward? Besides, if you act alone, will Lord Aeon only dote on you later? These words made him narrow his eyes slightly. What? She continued, anyway, you've already thought of a way to find Aeon, haven't you? He let out a sigh, yeah. She then made a proposal, then go quickly and invite him back. Until then, I will protect this place. Images from the past continued to appear. Someone's voice echoed, Aaron, you're this strong, yet when you were in Raysar, did you never think about fighting Tadharis? Aaron replied, because I'm very afraid of the demon race. The other person continued to ask, but you did think about wanting to fight, right? Aeon nodded. I did. That's why one day I resolved to go to the place with the best view of Raysar to gather all my courage. The other person wondered, but you hate heights. Aaron replied, it's because I truly wanted to protect that city. To protect Raysar, the only place where you can see the entire panorama of Raysar is right here. As soon as he reached that spot, a voice cut in, who is it? He turned his gaze up to the person above, thinking to himself, the only hero among the great heroes born in the era of disaster. Incredibly cowardly, yet possessing a greatness of courage that is beyond imagination. He looked up and spoke, "I've come here to get you." Seeing that he knew his name, Aeon wondered, "You know my name?" He nodded. "I do. Your younger siblings at Agon's shelter are in danger." Hearing this news, Aeon was startled. "What?" He continued, "Tonight they might all die. Your strength is needed to save those kids." Without a single moment of hesitation, Aaron tapped into a pale purple power surrounding his body, which immediately transformed into a golden energy, enveloping his entire frame. He turned toward him wondering, "Have we met somewhere before?" He remained calm. "In the not-too-distant future. Now isn't the time to discuss that." As soon as he finished speaking, Aeon dashed away like a storm. Watching his retreating figure, he thought to himself, "Running for the sake of important people, that hasn't changed from then until now. So send a message to all the lost stars on this land that I will be the star that leads the way in the night. Let's light up this path together." The scene shifts to Artan, where a fierce battle is taking place. A voice rang out, "Useless fools, I have to handle this myself after all." Artan, with her nimble speed, easily dodged his attack. She replied that the strikes were powerful but far too mediocre. Feeling disrespected, he spun around and unleashed another slash. This time it was accompanied by Mana, making Artan startle slightly. Thinking to herself, "Mana." She touched down and mocked him. "A mage imitating a warrior, aren't you ashamed?" He grit his teeth in anger, thinking, "Did this brat wipe out my entire night order? I thought if I could just stall Aaron, no one would be left to stand in my way." He charged forward to attack, screaming, "Pathetic. You're just borrowing power from magic tools. Your actual strength is abysmal." Moving like a whirlwind, she lunged and landed a kick straight to his face, making him howl in pain as his body was sent flying backward, slamming hard into a nearby wall. She let out a sigh and continued, "It's not over yet, get up." Then a soft voice suddenly echoed, "Not bad, is it? Or should I say, quite incredible." Mother's words were indeed correct. Fighting against heroes on the surface is still very dangerous. This girl is the demon Talentunia Tataros, daughter of the beast queen Silituna. Seeing a newcomer, Artan was furious, another survivor. She lunged forward shouting, "I'll make you vanish instantly." But that strike was easily neutralized by Talentunia. She covered her mouth mockingly, "Oh my, can you actually do it, little kitten? You're lucky enough just to not be eaten by me." Looking at the wounds that were slowly healing, Artan gasped, "A demon? How is that possible?" There was clearly no demon scent at all. Talentunia explained that, "Perhaps it's because I've been munching on the arm of the Moon Elf King. The flavor I seek isn't some tasteless beastman like you, so just die." As soon as she spoke, she swung an attack. The moment the strike was launched, it was immediately blocked by something. Seeing this figure appear, Talentunia said with interest, "Finally decided to show your face, Shate." Elsie replied coldly, "My name is Elsie. Shaitan is merely the sword where I reside." She smiled, "Names no longer matter, as long as the great dark spirit tastes good." As she was about to lunge forward to attack, she was immediately restrained by Elsie's magic threads. The girl reached out with eyes full of determination, looking at her legs being locked down. Talentunia startled, "Wait, my body is automatically." Instantly, her body lost control, turning back to finish herself off while she looked on in sheer bewilderment. Looking at her collapsed on the ground, Elsie continued, "Compared to 10 years ago when I defeated you with Agon, you haven't changed a bit, have you?" Witnessing the spider princess in such a state made Artan behind her admire her intensely. "That was incredible. So you really are a great spirit." Elsie replied shyly, "It's just a small trick." While she wasn't paying attention, one of Talentunia's legs began to move, and immediately after, it lunged forward, piercing straight through Elsie's chest as the girl looked on in shock. Artan was also heavily impacted, being pushed backward. I laughed loudly with delight. "Haha, how interesting, do it again for me." Without a moment of hesitation, Elsie launched a continuous series of attacks straight at her. Artan approached from behind to check on her, "Are you okay?" With only half of her face remaining, Talentunia's voice continued, "How does it feel? It's completely different from 10 years ago, isn't it? A great spirit without a contractor trying to defeat the daughter of the Beast Queen on her own. Let's see, what does a great spirit taste like? Give me a taste." Looking at her hideous mouth, Artan leaped forward and delivered a kick straight into it, screaming, "No." But that strike failed to cause her any damage at all. Her voice became distorted, "You little kitten." These words made the girl's eyes fill with absolute terror. Then she remembered his words, "That coward saved the whole world. If I want to follow in the footsteps of heroes, I cannot be afraid. I can't stay frozen here." Having gathered her spirit, Artan lunged to attack once more. But this time, Talentunia was guarded. A leg lunged from behind, striking the girl directly. She could only stand and watch the incoming blow, bearing the impact as her body was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall behind her. Talentunia's voice rang out, Get in line, I'll eat you as a dessert after the main course. The girl was now trembling with pain, slowly trying to stand up. Her gaze weary as she thought to herself, I have to get up. Please move, please. Then from behind, a familiar voice rang out, Are you alright? The sight of the person who just appeared made the girl's eyes light up. Aaron appeared like a bright star saying, You've worked hard enough. Not recognizing this newcomer, Talentunia continued with her meal. Haha, just give up now. From the distance, Aaron's voice boomed, Let that girl go. Hearing this voice, she was a bit startled. Aaron's body began to undergo transformations. Witnessing this, Talentunia remarked, Beastification, it's not even a full moon tonight, are you a variant? Aaron had now completely transformed, speaking in a cold tone. I told you to let that girl go. I'm challenging you, I don't like this. Don't disturb my meal, get lost. Why are there so many troublesome beasts today? I don't know. Her strike lunged forward, but Aaron easily reached out and caught it. Immediately after, he pulled hard, dragging her toward him. An arm instantly reached out and grabbed her by the throat. She spoke out in fear, What kind of power is this? Without a moment of hesitation, Aaron slammed her massive body hard into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Meanwhile, the dark spirit was a bit surprised by the person who had just saved her. She instinctively asked, Who exactly are you? Looking at the person in his arms, Aaron anxiously inquired, Are you hurt anywhere? Hearing this, Elsie hesitated a bit, wanting to speak. But before the little girl could open her mouth, Talentunia barked, How dare you? He immediately set Elsie down and sternly instructed, I'll destroy this demon right now. Step aside. In the blink of an eye, she leaped upward. Immediately following that, Talentunia let out a vicious shriek, Who's destroying whom? Her mouth pulled wide to its limit, she screamed in a terrifying manner, Impudent beasts, I'll kill you all. Instantly, Aaron's arm erupted with a golden light as he coldly countered, I'm not going to sit around and wait for your magic to finish. In a split second, his power illuminated the entire area. A moment later, glowing shards of stone rained down, attacking Talentunia. Aaron simply waved his hand once. The impact sent her soaring into the distance. In the night sky, those golden streaks of light were like meteors racing across the horizon. In the southern region of Rizar, a man was running frantically down the street. Damn it, damn it. Thinking of Talentunia, his heart was filled with terror. He never expected that woman to be a demon, colluding with demons. Recalling the punishment, the man was petrified. If this truth is exposed, I'll definitely be executed. Just then, something flashed by, severing his hand, and a voice rang out, What a strange sensation. In an instant, the man could only look on in horror at his severed hand. He immediately fell to his knees, letting out a piteous cry. Standing before him, Leo spoke indifferently, dealing with traitors again. The man hurriedly looked up, only to hear him coldly mutter, Whom I've already dealt with in the past. Instantly, the man cried out in panic, wait a minute. The man desperately begged, Spare me, spare my life, I'll guarantee you status and fame. Without letting him finish his words, Leo swung his sword and took his life. Afterward, he calmly sheathed his blade. Looking down at the man's corpse, Leo expressed stoically, If the world perishes, what meaning do status and fame have? Outside, shards were falling, illuminating everything. Having just finished off the enemy, Arton quickly rushed over and grabbed Aaron's hand, exclaiming, Lord Aaron, I've admired you since I was a child. He helplessly stammered in persuasion, I told you I'm not someone worthy of admiration. Noticing her condition, he hurried her, Besides, go treat your wounds quickly. Behind them, Elsie spotted Leo and called out happily, Kyle, you've arrived. Seeing the little girl, he asked concernedly, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Elsie patted her body and replied livelily, I'm fine. Then she boasted proudly, Furthermore, we've defeated the Spider Princess. Hearing this, Leo let out a sigh and replied, She won't die that easily. His heart was heavy with worry. It wasn't for nothing that she was the monster who had destroyed an entire country. Suddenly, someone called out to Leo, catching his eye, Hey Kyle. Elsie excitedly proposed, How about we recommend Aaron to listeners? With that power, it would surely help a lot in saving the world. He patted the little girl's head and agreed gently, All right, let's do that. Instantly, a blush crept over Elsie's face. Right after, she firmly declared, And another thing, I've changed my mind. Not listeners, but Kyle, I want to form a contract with you. With a bright smile, Elsie revealed, I've taken a real liking to you. Seeing this, Leo couldn't help but laugh and replied frankly, I'm honored, but currently I don't have enough power to form a contract with you. And right now, I'm not Kyle. Elsie curiously walked around him, muttering to herself, Come to think of it, it is strange. Even though you're all class, it seems your power isn't that great yet. Then the little girl faced Leo, insistently demanding, Even so, I still want to form a contract with you. Elsie then affirmed expectantly, If it's you, you'll definitely be able to defeat Erebus. I want to bet the future on you. Finally, Leo completely compromised and reached out his hand, If you say so. A second later, a magic circle appeared between the two of them. The little girl immediately chanted solemnly, My name is the Dark Spirit Elsie. Following Elsie's every word, a symbol was etched onto his hand. At this moment, in the quiet space, only the solemn voice of the little girl echoed, I swear to become your sword and shield for as long as the contract remains in effect. Looking at the mark on his hand, Leo thought blankly, though it's a contract that will end when the hero's world does, the feeling is quite fresh. He expressed relaxedly, I'm counting on you. Suddenly, Aaron's sky-piercing scream reached Leo's ears. I told you to stay back. He turned to see Arton hugging him tightly, exclaiming, I admire you so much, you're so cool, Lord Aaron. Just then, someone called his name, making him freeze. Aaron. Both Arton and Leo were surprised. In the distance, a man was approaching. This scene immediately reminded him of a historical event, meeting Aaron at Rizar and saving the sky god Agon. Seeing the man, Aaron cried out joyfully, Master. As he drew near, Agon asked, You've been in Rizar? He replied obediently, yes. Instantly, the man put Aaron in a headlock, scolding him angrily, Then you should have come to visit your master sooner. Agon's lecturing voice reached everyone's ears, and you should have greeted your fellow disciples. Where on earth have you been idling around to only show your face now? Hearing this, he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, master. Recognizing Agon's voice, the children quickly ran out cheering Uncle Agon. Seeing them, the man was startled and amazed. Then Agon let out a sigh of relief. It's good that everyone is safe. This sight made Leo feel happy as well. If this tragedy hadn't been prevented today, Agon would no longer have been a hero. Thinking of his ability, he judged comfortably. It seems seeing the past being changed like this is a stroke of luck. Over there, Agon finished reassuring the children and then approached Leo to thank him. If it weren't for you all, we'd be in serious trouble. Thank you. Suddenly, he noticed something and was surprised. Has Elsie already managed to hide herself? Beside him, Arton teased mischievously. Lord Aaron got scolded quite a bit, didn't he? Aaron immediately tried to wave her away in panic. Get away. Seeing his reaction, she teased even more happily. Lord Aaron, witnessing this scene, Agon anxiously asked, Is that girl hurt in the head? She's still so young. Leo helplessly explained, That's just how her personality is, just ignore it. Hearing this, the man left them be and turned to offer a book. By the way, I want to repay you but have nothing of great value. Could you accept this? As he took the object, he asked, This is? Agon explained calmly, It's my aura mental method, the same one Aaron learned. The man revealed quietly, Aaron has made it his own and achieved the ability to transform into a beast freely at will. Hearing that, Leo was beyond amazed. Thank you, sir. He opened the book, judging in disbelief. Is this the original hero's breath? But upon seeing the very first page, Leo was terrified. A moment later, he called out loudly to Arton in the distance, We have to go, R. He urged calmly, If you have anything to say it quickly. Knowing it was time to leave, Arton let go of Aaron, speaking shyly, Lord Aaron, She summoned all her courage to make a request. Could you pat my head once to encourage me? This left him unsure of what to do as he looked at Leo, who encouraged him nonchalantly, Go ahead. Aaron didn't hesitate to pat Arton's head. I don't know what's going on, but do your best. He offered a gentle, encouraging smile. You'll do great. Instantly, Arton cheered joyfully. I'm never washing my hair again. Over there, Leo was lost in thought again. Turn right at the second star, then go straight on until morning. From B612, turn right at the second time and keep going until the dawn rises. Then he suddenly spoke, Aaron, there will be many hardships ahead. Holding a box containing a sheep in his hand, Leo expressed slowly, There will also be people you cannot protect. A hint of judgment-filled sadness passed through his heart, and sometimes you will watch the sunset about 44 times. Under the moonlight, Leo's figure seemed to glow as he announced, You will feel despair before consecutive trials. Inside, he silently sent a blessing, but remember that your rose is out there in the vast universe. Here, Leo sincerely offered his prayers to his brave friend, even on nights when you are lost and disoriented. And here is my secret, a very simple secret. His voice echoed in the quiet space, Even so, you will still make it. Looking at Aaron opposite him, Leo declared softly, It is only with the heart that one can see clearly. Because a friend will draw a sheep for you, the trajectory of all those lives will lead you. What is essential is invisible to the eye. He spoke with absolute certainty, because you are braver than anyone else. Hearing it all, Aaron questioned in confusion, Why do you think I'm brave? He revealed self-deprecatingly, I'm just a coward. Leo's firm voice replied, Because you saved the entire world. Immediately, Aaron asked back in disbelief, Me? Leo thought happily to himself, What makes the desert beautiful is that it hides a well somewhere. Then he made a solemn vow, So I will also try my best. At this moment, Leo's heart was full of sincere wishes, so, my friend, do not stop. Turn right at the second time and keep going until the dawn rises. Right there, his journey ended. The chapter of Aaron's world, the opening of the origin, has been conquered. Rewards, Aaron's breath, Agon's book, the dark spirit Elsie. Finally, Leo's voice was carried everywhere by the wind to be able to completely destroy Erebus from B612. From your guiding star, B612. In the yard, a black-haired man was angrily questioning, Have you not found a way to deactivate the hero's world yet? The orange-haired youth being held replied fearfully, no, there's no other way. He explained with a trembling voice because it's a hero dungeon, it cannot be controlled. Just then, a call rang out, drawing the man's attention. Calm down, Burga. Instantly, Burga blurted out in surprise, what are the professors of Lumern doing here? The newcomer replied calmly, since it's a matter related to the hero's world, it's better to share experience. Ain's face was serious as he spoke. In our school during the past first semester, his tone revealed a bit of gravity. Many unfortunate incidents have occurred. He rubbed his head, relating gloomily, and our students are also involved in this incident. Burga was stunned and asked in confusion, what? Just then, a golden light flashed on the table, terrifying the man, the stone tablet. Even Ain judged in disbelief. The reaction of the hero record is a sign that the hero's world has been conquered. In everyone's eyes, the tablet grew increasingly dazzling. Yura's mood became heavy with worry, or the page has closed because the conqueror is dead. A few seconds later, the figures of Artun and Leo suddenly appeared. Both were supported by the tablet's power. They landed gently on the ground. Seeing the surroundings, Leo murmured in surprise, we're back. Beside him, she also blurted out in shock, this is. Before Artun could finish, Burga rushed over and hugged her tightly. The man then asked anxiously, are you hurt anywhere? Artun replied radiantly and full of life, yes, father, I've conquered Lord Aaron's world. Hearing this, Burga scolded a bit irritably, that doesn't matter, do you know how worried I was? On the other side, Leo suddenly felt something. His eyes went wide with shock. In his hand was a miniature version of Elsie. And who are you? Why are you here? At that, Artun suddenly pointed at Leo and said, father, if it weren't for this black rabbit, I wouldn't have been able to complete the conquest. Expressing gratitude, oh Kyle, truly amazing. I didn't expect you to conquer Lord Aaron's page. Leo replied very calmly, I didn't do it alone. Seeing this, the man remarked happily, modesty, whatever the reason, you and R have successfully conquered Lord Aaron's world. Then Burga solemnly declared, this is the decisive proof that you are worthy to be a student of the Hero Academy. The man's voice was full of appreciation, Azonia, I'm so happy. Suddenly, Yura ran up and spoke hurriedly, sorry for interrupting the conversation. Her expression was angry, her tone dark with reproach, you little brat. Is this how a year representative acts? What on earth are you doing here? But Leo replied to Yura with a questioning look, who are you? Instantly, she couldn't contain herself and shouted, who? Do you want to die? Are you trying to play both Lumern and Azonia? Did you think using a little magic would fool the professors? Here's a solemn reminder, good children don't pull a rabbit's ears. Watching it all from the side, Burga questioned in confusion, Lumern, what is this about? A person walking up from afar answered the man, it seems our student has been disrespectful. He crossed his arms, his face showing embarrassment, though I don't know how he managed to participate in Azonia's opening ceremony. Ain spoke seriously, let me introduce you. Seeing him, Leo sighed inwardly, this is it. Ain spoke calmly, this is Leo Plove. Instantly, Artun was dazed with shock. Opposite her, Leo began to deactivate his state, revealing his white hair. Ain's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears, the first-year representative of Lumern. He revealed his true appearance, speaking with a gentle smile, hello. A few days later, under the cool shade of a tree, a hand suddenly reached out to hold a teacup. Riene was drinking tea when she heard the servant report, Madam, a guest has arrived. She asked inquiringly, a guest, who is it? The servant replied respectfully, she says she's a schoolmate of the young master. Hearing this, Riene mused, is that so? Then please invite her in. She thought quickly, if she didn't name her family and only said she's Leo's schoolmate, it means they're very close and she's just here to visit, right? A moment later, a pretty girl walked in, greeting politely, hello ma'am, I'm Chelsea, a classmate of Leo's. Looking at the girl, Riene immediately remembered it was the Llewellyn girl who had teamed up with Leo during the entrance exam. She stood up and invited her warmly, welcome, dear, please have a seat. Standing by the table, Chelsea set down a box of pastries, this is a gift for our meeting. Instantly, Riene's face brightened even more, oh my, is this from the Rodrin Royal Bakery? It had been a long time since she'd had pastries from that shop. The girl sat down, opening her mouth a bit awkwardly, the thing is. Then the girl summoned all her courage to speak. Please speak freely. Seeing this, she smiled helplessly, I won't be formal then. Remembering something, Riene added, by the way, my son has been away from home for a few days, I hope you haven't been waiting in vain. Chelsea's expression opened up and she replied generously, oh, it's no problem at all. I was planning to stay in Delrod during this summer vacation anyway. Suddenly Leo walked up asking in surprise, Chelsea, when did you get here? Instantly, Riene exclaimed, my son. Even the girl was equally shocked, Leo. A while later, Leo had returned to his room. A voice rang out from outside the door, may I come in? He replied gently, come in. Chelsea opened the door, her heart racing, this is Leo's room. But then her excitement died down and she gave a plain evaluation, Leo's room, how should I put it? It looks extremely, very ordinary. Hearing this, Leo asked helplessly, what exactly were you expecting? He sat on the bed and spoke in a gentle tone, do you want to hear about Azonia's opening ceremony? Chelsea agreed without hesitation, of course. Tell me. Then followed Leo's storytelling time. He began with shocking news. During the opening ceremony, Aaron's hero world was opened. Chelsea exclaimed in disbelief. The hero record of the great hero Aaron was activated. Over the next while, Leo recounted what had happened that day, and how the Azonia candidates who were caught in it successfully conquered Aaron's world. After listening, Chelsea rested her chin on her hand in thought. Then, she marveled, the students of Azonia are truly formidable, conquering the world of a great hero. Leo, you have to give me special training today. Leo agreed without hesitation, all right. Chelsea pushed her luck, her eyes sparkling as she requested, then can I sleep over tonight? He let out a helpless sigh and accepted, up to you. Night fell and the girl had drifted off to sleep in Leo's room. He was still awake, thinking about many things. Over the past while, I've received rewards that shouldn't be possible when conquering a hero's world. Looking at the object in his hand, Leo was deeply pensive. But the fact that Elsie, an existence from the past, stepped from the hero world into reality, that is a completely different story. Maybe the reason for this, he muttered in speculation, is because I'm Kyle. Unable to find an answer, Leo gave up. First, I have to check Elsie's condition. Instantly, faint golden black lights erupted throughout the room. Right after Elsie's eyes slowly opened. Seeing the little girl looking healthy, Leo spoke in relief. Are you awake? Elsie asked in confusion. Where am I? But she suddenly noticed something and blurted out in surprise. Where did the rabbit ears go? She sensed her own state and said in confusion, I feel so restricted. It seems I can't exercise my full power. Looking at Elsie's appearance, Leo considered thoughtfully. Indeed, the Elsie I met in Aaron's world has stepped into reality. He crossed his arms and let out a sigh. She's certainly not in her perfect state. Did she link with me, the one who formed the contract, to cross from the distant past to the present? I never expected the hero's world to hide such power. Elsie didn't pay much attention and just looked around curiously. When she saw the scene outside, the little girl marveled. Kyle, the moon is no longer red. There are strange glowing particles in the night sky. What are those? They look like the starlight I only heard about in stories. Beside her, Leo replied patiently, yes, those are the stars. Instantly, the little girl was even more amazed. Are they really? Just then, he seriously interrupted Elsie. Listen, Elsie. It's hard to believe, but you're in the future. This is the world 5,000 years after the era you lived in. Then he calmly introduced himself. My current name is Leo Plove. Leo revealed with a heavy tone, and in the era of disaster 5,000 years ago, I was called the surviving hero, Kyle. Hearing that, tears streamed down Elsie's face. Only his voice rang in her ears. I destroyed Erebus and reincarnated into this era. A while later, Elsie composed herself and asked, having witnessed this sight, I cannot help but believe your words. So, is it an era of peace now? Leo replied calmly, yes, but it cannot be said to be completely peaceful. He related sternly, although I defeated Erebus, he hasn't completely vanished. And Tartarus is still there. Elsie whispered softly, I see. A second later, Leo solemnly declared, therefore I will have to defeat them. Instantly, the little girl made a decision without hesitation. In that case, I will help too. Elsie's body floated up, and she promised solemnly, if this is reality, then my destiny is to accompany you. So please take care of me, Kyle. No, it's Leo Plove. The next day, Chelsea's admiring voice drifted from the garden. So the Queen of Vastara is actually Aunt Reincarnating. Hearing the commotion there, Leo's father remarked happily, your friend really gets along with your mother, doesn't she? He agreed wholeheartedly, that's very true. Just then, the butler approached and reported respectfully, Master, a guest has arrived. He asked in surprise, where is the guest from? He replied, I heard they're from Lumern Academy, sir. Leo's father repeated in even greater surprise, from Lumern. Beside him, the boy suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, is it today? A while later, a weary voice called out, student. The person's voice reached Chelsea's ears and startled her. But when he looked at her, the teacher was equally surprised. Why is she here? As soon as she saw him, she stood up and walked over to ask, did you come to visit Leo? And what brings you here, Professor? Professor Herod took out a folder and replied, I'm visiting students' homes. You're the next one, so head home and stay put. She replied in a low voice, yes, sir. Leo stepped out with eyes. He said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Herod also replied cheerfully, thanks for the welcome. Oh, and this is. From afar, a person walked up and replied, this is my house. Long time no see, Professor Herod. You seem to have gotten quite a few wrinkles. Herod pouted, if you don't want to be punished, it's best to keep order, Rene Zerdinger. Rene said discontentedly, how old am I that you still talk like that? Besides, my name is Rene Plove now. Looking at the folder, he spoke up, I'll get straight to the point. Your son's potential as a hero candidate is extremely outstanding. no one can compare. She stroked her son's head and wondered, did the professor eat something wrong? Why are you suddenly praising him? He took out another folder and explained, please take a look at this, Mrs. Plove. She reached out to take the papers to observe while the teacher continued to explain. Night Department, Magic Department, Summoning Department. He has consistently maintained the top ranking in the grade across all 3 departments. His ability to lead other students is extremely excellent. However, this is just my personal opinion. Leo did not hesitate when facing danger. His father asked with some concern, what do you mean by that? He continued, perhaps throughout Lumern's history since the first year, very few students have shown such overwhelming skills as Leo. A 15-year-old constantly achieving such feats. These things are on par with those of heroes. His father replied, then isn't that a good thing? Rene was slightly worried. It can't be considered entirely good. Achieving feats means risking one's life. It's too dangerous for a first-year student's journey. Even if I don't say it, I'm truly very worried. He turned to ask him, Leo, may I ask why you push yourself so hard? He pondered for a few seconds, then spoke clearly. Once I've set the goal of becoming a hero, challenges are unavoidable, sir. Observing him, Professor Herod thought to himself, indeed, Leo Plove is not just a student who knows how to admire heroes. Recalling the words he had said previously, my goal is to completely destroy Erebos. I have only one goal I want to achieve. Scene transition to the opening day at Lumeria City. Walking on the crowded street, he felt that this place was as bustling as ever. He looked at the sign of a shop in front. Is this a cafe managed by the school? Gotta go in and eat something. Next to him, an argument was breaking out. We are Lumern students, why won't you let us in? The cafe employee explained, so please show your student ID. They started explaining, I forgot it, we won't stay long, just a moment. The blonde guy continued, I've been coming here all throughout the first semester. Don't you recognize my face? Observing this scene, he sighed and thought to himself, probably some hero candidates who were advised to drop out after the final exam. The guy in black still insisted, I'm just going in to see a professor for a moment, then leaving. Is that not allowed either? The other shook his head, if you aren't a Lumern student, then no. He clenched his fist until it shook. If you don't move, don't blame me for using force. From behind his back, a person walked up, voice cold, too noisy. The unexpected appearance of this person startled him a little. He continued, Lumern doesn't give second chances to those who have been expelled. Give up and find your own path. The path to becoming a hero doesn't only involve studying at Lumern. The black-haired guy asked angrily, who the hell are you? We haven't been expelled yet. As soon as his words ended, the space immediately turned black and white, and those 2 kids disappeared without a trace. He turned and left, what a nuisance. I heard this year's first years were talented, but looking at these shameless expelled kids causing a scene, it seems the rumors were wrong. The employee wondered, what did you just do to them? The person replied, don't worry, I just sent them a bit far away. He muttered to himself, why did Kalyan call me here? Looking at him, Leo evaluated in his heart, that ability just now. That man is a dragon. Time passed quickly, he and the other students were present at the harbor. This time the person accompanying him was still Celia Zerdinger. She looked at the sky and exclaimed, looking at this scene it really feels like the opening day. From afar, a voice rang out, Leo, Celia, did you all have a fun summer break? Seeing the person approaching, Celia excitedly exclaimed, Chloe. I laughed, busy with family matters. Chloe turned to ask him, what about Leo? He replied with a sigh, just normal I guess. Celia turned to question him. Attending Azonia's opening ceremony is normal. Hearing this, Chloe beside her also startled and shouted, Azonia's opening ceremony. He smiled, I'll tell you the details later. Another person walked up, carrying a large bag. It was none other than Carl. He waved to everyone, Izo, hello Leo, Chloe, Celia. Celia pouted, strange, I didn't think Carl would survive until the second semester. He replied confidently, it's all thanks to my talent, you know. The group was talking, Chelsea stepped up and waved, ah, class president. A low voice rang out, cutting through the group's happy atmosphere. What a good atmosphere, young and full of life, bursting with spirit and vitality. While I just feel myself getting older. Seeing this man, he muttered to himself, it's that dragon from earlier. He introduced, nice to meet you all. My name is Riven, the vice principal of Lumern Academy. Hearing this name, Carl startled and exclaimed, Professor Riven, I heard he left the academy for the past 5 years. Looking at the students he evaluated, there are a total of 440 new students this year, of which 346 made it to the second semester. The survival rate is indeed very high. People call you the golden generation, he continued, but I'm the type who won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. I want to verify your abilities once. He pointed toward the academy in the distance. There won't be any trains to Lumern today. I'll be waiting at the academy's main gate. Having said that, his body turned into black liquid and vanished. Suddenly he poked his head back out to remind, oh, forgot, crossing the lake won't be easy at all. Maybe no one will even arrive. Seeing how he came and went left everyone stunned. Carl's expression became grim. Gulp, everyday life at Lumern has begun. Right at this moment, everyone began the journey across the sea. He looked down at the water below, evaluating. It's so wide I'd believe it if you called it the sea. Besides, before the Calamity era, wasn't this a lake? The center of the world is where Lumern Academy is located, but I heard it was originally the land of dragons. And also the first place attacked when Erebos appeared. While he was moving, suddenly something flashed by like lightning past him. That person was none other than Durin. He reached forward and said, "Throughout the summer break I've prepared to defeat you." Just as he was about to attack, a large stream of water arrived, pushing them both apart. The one who did this was Eliza. She pointed and shouted, "We'll settle the score from the last battle, Leo Plove." Chen Zia said excitedly, "It's the first day of school and it's already getting interesting." Flying above observing the students, some students said excitedly, "Can't miss a good play like this." Another replied, that's right, just take it slow." Returning to the battle, Eliza ordered Ruri Ice Wave Triple. 3 attacks from the girl rushed forward. But Leo didn't dodge but showed interest. He put his hand forward using the freezing skill, "You won't escape this time." Just as his attack struck, Eliza and Ruri jumped high to dodge. She smiled interestingly, "I guess that much." She continued to order, "Ruri." Following the command, the dolphin opened its mouth wide, shooting a huge blast of energy straight at him. Taking the full force of this unexpected attack caused Leo's body to suffer intense pain. Eliza gloated, "Good Ruri, keep it up." But before she could finish, from behind, Durin rushed forward like a wind, yelling, "You're my prey." Eliza Herzen watched the two of them competing. Leo scratched his head and sighed, "So who's going first?" Durin said solemnly, "Obviously me." This made Eliza angry. "Don't be ridiculous, it should be me first." Seeing them arguing, he suggested, "Then let's do it this way. You two fight each other first and I'll fight the winner. That seems reasonable, right?" The two glared at each other. That made sense. "Fine, let the champion go, Durin Moira. I'm happy to test Delphinus's ability." She shouted, "Water monster Gorgon." Immediately, waves enveloped Durin. From his side, he smiled with interest. "That's exactly what I wanted." Eliza didn't hesitate to lunge forward with wind-like speed. The two energy sources collided violently. Leo at this time didn't care about them but continued moving. Everyone is so energetic on the first day of school. At this rate, everyone will probably get to school safely. Guess there are no students who can't cross the lake now. But in another corner, Carl and Ileana were extremely nonchalant. "No big deal." Carl said excitedly, "With this level, even if a Kraken appeared, it wouldn't matter, huh?" He continued thinking, clearly everyone has matured. But the opponent is a dragon that has lived for many years. It absolutely won't end as simply as this. While they were moving, suddenly a patch of fog appeared, limiting visibility. Carl wondered, "Why is there sudden fog?" Ileana continued, "Probably just lake fog, it's common here." Black air currents appeared denser now, making Ileana slightly startled. She slowly lowered herself to the ground. Scanning around, suddenly it went dark. But she didn't know there was a shadow observing her from earlier until now. It took her a few seconds to notice this person's presence. She decisively drew her sword, turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Looking at this person, her eyes suddenly widened. Because the person standing in front of her right now was Professor Herod, but the professor's appearance was extremely unusual. Scene transition to Leo's side. At this moment the fog had also become thick. He observed and evaluated in his heart, "Why is the fog?" He reached out his hand and sensed something. "Is this dragon tongue magic?" The thing listeners used long ago. The dragon race's curse was created to fight against Tataros's curse power, Nightmare. This curse forces people to fight the person they least want to face among those they know. He turned his head back to look behind. The image that appeared made him slightly surprised. Images from the past rushed back. "My case is indeed." Familiar voices echoed in his head along with listeners' image. "How far is the road to Babylon?" 70 miles long. "Can one get there by candlelight? And can one return if the heels are swift and the steps light?" "You can get there by candlelight to return to reality." On the screen, images of students floating on the lake appeared. Observing through the screen, the professors could only shake their heads wearily. Indeed, making the first year's fight against Vice Principal Riven's illusion magic is too much. Professor Sejin exclaimed, "Not very elegant," while Professor Herod next to him was intently observing a silhouette on the screen. He thought to himself, "How will it go this time, Leoplo?" Returning to his illusion, listeners spoke up, "Kyle." She pointed behind, "Go ahead." He looked at the light in the distance and slowly walked over, replying, "I knew you'd say that." "Thank you." Having said that, he went straight toward the light in front. She looked at his back, smiling, "Do your best." In the real world, Riven looked at the light emitting from the middle of the lake. He was also slightly surprised. Indeed, is nightmare too much? As the words ended, Leo suddenly appeared, sliding past him, mocking. Normally, people wouldn't use an impossible mission as a test, right? He glanced back, wondering, how could you break the magic and escape? He smiled and replied, just broke it and walked out, sir. He walked to a nearby bench, continued, sit down. I've served as vice principal of Lumern for a very long time. During that time, I've witnessed many students become heroes. But no one has dreamt of an ideal far beyond the hero title. People have witnessed this stagnant world for too long and gradually lost their enthusiasm. That's why I deliberately didn't want to see your potential. My apologies. He turned to ask him, so what is your dream? He replied confidently, to completely destroy Erebos. These words made Riven slightly surprised. He continued, being disappointed in students when having worked as a Lumern teacher for so long is understandable. He asked back, but you know this, right? He asked curiously, know what? He explained, the Wisdom King saved this world because he never gave up once. Even if he failed thousands of times, even if he was disappointed thousands of times, he said that's no reason to give up. If you are a descendant of the Wisdom King, then no matter what the situation, you aren't allowed to give up, right? His fist clenched tightly when he heard these words from him. He stammered, you know about my identity. He replied, I look forward to your help in the future, Vice Principal Riven. Watching his back as he walked away, he thought to himself, the great Wisdom King reminds me of your will. Just what kind of divinity is this boy's identity anyway? Lumern Academy is holding its entrance ceremony for the new semester. The schoolyard is packed with students, all facing the main stage. In the waiting room, Leo Plove is sitting with his arms crossed when a familiar voice calls his name. It's Lil Luce along with Senior Hark. The girl cheerfully asks Leo about his break and he responds concisely. Right after that, Lil Luce becomes incredibly excited, continuously praising Leo's performance in the department tournament, claiming he commanded the battlefield like a true hero. She appears flustered, considering herself unlucky to be surrounded by such exceptional people. Hearing this, Hark teases her, calling her the Monster Maiden because she is the strongest among the second-year students. Hearing that nickname, Lil Luce bristles, scolding Hark for using such a ridiculous name in front of Leo. But Hark doesn't care at all. He leans back on the bed and announces he will take a nap until the ceremony begins. Leo's gaze shifts slightly, as if something just caught his attention. Hark's habit of sleeping isn't due to laziness. His aura specialty is accumulation, a rare ability that allows him to store power and release it during combat. Seeing Leo looking curious, Lil Luce quickly explains that Monster Maiden is just a nickname the seniors made up to tease her. She asserts that she has a proper title, Master of Wind Spirits. However, a voice unexpectedly chimes in, saying that name sounds too ordinary. The person who spoke is Senior Alina Zeron. She appears from behind, hugging the girl and saying the nickname Monster Maiden suits her much better. After the teasing, Alina turns to Leo, reminding him that he had a favor to ask of her. Alina happily says she can fulfill that request right now, but on one condition. In return, Leo must help her with something. Seeing this, Hark, who is lying on the bed, sits bolt upright and calls out to Alina. The air grows tense. Hark grunts, asking if Alina is trying to mess with a first-year student again. Alina isn't one to back down. She tells him to mind his own business. The blue-haired girl panics, begging the seniors not to fight. Right then, another senior steps in, demanding everyone stop arguing in front of their juniors and head outside to prepare for the ceremony. Following orders, the group of three walks out onto the field. From behind, Leo quietly watches them. Suddenly, a voice calls out, startling Leo. Unexpectedly, Hark turns back and speaks to Leo seriously. He warns him to be careful with Alina Zeron. Hark reveals that since she was a child, Alina has had a tendency to treat those around her as if they were her toys. Leo replies that he knows Alina is capricious, but Hark cuts him off, implying the problem is much more serious than that. He explains that the real trouble starts when Alina finds a special toy, and this time, it seems she has her eyes on Leo. Hearing the warning, Leo just smiles lightly and thanks Hark for the advice. Hark waves goodbye and leaves, not forgetting to add that he has high expectations for Leo, as outstanding juniors are always welcome. After that, the entrance ceremony officially begins. The principal stands on the podium, thanking the students for their bravery, which helped the second semester start safely despite many unfortunate incidents. But in Leo's mind, the ceremony is just a farce. He knows that after the incident at Azonia, the Tartarus organization will surely be watching him. And worse yet, he suspects there is a traitor lurking within Lumern Academy itself, and that person might soon move to eliminate him. Amidst the looming dangers, Leo tells himself he must always maintain high vigilance. The ceremony ends and classes begin. Two students are complaining about the vice principal's curse and the pressures of the first day of the semester. Suddenly, the classroom door swings open, and a cheerful voice calls out to greet the class. It is the professor of heroology. She announces that today's lesson will discuss an important issue that just occurred during the break. The class immediately buzzes, curious about what the issue is. Someone guesses that a new hero dungeon has been discovered. Professor Arishan begins to explain, recalling the event at the Azonia entrance ceremony where a page that had never been opened before, the opening page of Hero Aaron, was unsealed. She continues, saying that the person who unsealed it mentioned a name, although it cannot be confirmed if that is the primal hero or not. But this is the first time in the history of the great heroes. The name Kyle has been officially mentioned. The professor solemnly writes the name on the board, the surviving hero Kyle. Hearing that name, Leo just smiles faintly. He remembers now, the management robot, had heard his name from Agon. The class starts debating excitedly. Is Kyle real? But there has never been any record of such a hero discovered. The professor has to speak up to calm the class, emphasizing that currently only the name has been mentioned. Nothing has been confirmed. Chloe raises her hand, grabbing the professor's attention. She poses a hypothetical question. If the primal hero really exists, what would happen? This question ignites the class's excitement. Someone says the entire field of heroology will be turned upside down. Another points out that among the discovered hero pages there are still those whose owners are unknown. Another student adds, speculating that one of those pages could belong to Kyle. The class erupts. That means humanity finally has a great hero. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Leo watches quietly. He didn't expect things to be revealed this way. On this continent, 5 races coexist: humans, elves, beastmen, dwarves, and dragons. And among them, only humans lack a great hero. For the past 5,000 years, they have always carried an inferiority complex compared to other races. Leo thinks to himself, if the truth about his existence, Kyle, is revealed, then humanity can finally hold its head high. Another female student raises her hand, asking if Kyle is someone who possesses omnipotence. The professor affirms that the possibility is very high. Then she adds, after all, our school also has an omnipotent student. Immediately, all eyes turn to Leo. Leo remains silent in the face of his friend's enthusiasm. Carr even gives a thumbs up, proudly boasting, he's my friend. Arishan then announces that the main topic of today's lesson will be the study of the primal hero, Kyle. She asks the class what they know about this figure. After class, Leo and his friend Carr walk through the hallway after a training session. Carr feels refreshed, saying that shouting is how he ends his day. Leo is left speechless, wondering why his friend has habits like an old man. On the way, his friend curiously asks why Kyle is called the surviving hero. Leo replies nonchalantly, because he survived. Carr naively deduces that it must be because Kyle is very strong and survived many battles that he got that nickname. Leo doesn't deny it, but his gaze suddenly becomes distant. The truth is much harsher than that. In a dark past, on a ruined battlefield when countless comrades had fallen, he was the only one left standing. That is the true meaning of surviving. Back in his private room, ending a long day, Leo sits at his desk. He takes out a magical item shaped like a pocket watch. Dark energy pours out from the item, flying toward the window and forming a summoning circle. A little girl with pointed ears and messy black hair appears. Leo calls her name Elsie. Leo says he will introduce Elsie to his other summons. Elsie remembers that's the phoenix and the spirit he mentioned before. Before summoning them, Leo warns Elsie not to reveal that he is Kyle, as he isn't sure how they will react. Elsie nods obediently. Right after that, the phoenix Fiora and the spirit Kyrian appear. Fiora formally responds to the summons, while Kyrian happily flies to Leo's side. Just appearing, Fiora immediately notices the new member and asks, who is she? Leo explains that this is Elsie, a spirit he just contracted with. Hearing this, Kyrian flies in front of Elsie, introducing himself as Kyrian, the leader of the summons. In the lower corner, Fiora immediately objects, shouting that she is the leader. Kyrian turns to ask why Fiora is the leader. She lifts her chin and replies because she was the first to contract with Leo. Fiora continues to preach, arguing that a leader must be dignified and have the highest rank like her. She also tells Elsie to just consider her the captain and pay no mind to that insane spirit. A heated argument breaks out. Kyrian yells at Fiora, calling her a chicken pig, and Fiora retorts, calling Kyrian a fly. Witnessing the childish bickering, Elsie just covers her mouth to hide a giggle. Elsie turns to remark to Leo that they are truly lively children. Leo coldly corrects her, not lively, just immature. Scene change to the next day at the outdoor training ground of the magic department. The professor's voice rings out, so glad to see you all again. Did you have a happy break? The students answer in unison, Professor Len, we missed you so much. The professor continues, during the break I thought a lot about how to teach you in the second semester. Carl startles, what is he planning to make us do now? Professor Len continues, as you all know, as first years you are receiving a lot of attention from the school. Surely you all know this, right? The students answer in unison, yes, sir. The professor's gaze becomes sharp. Do you know why that is? Then he points to Carl. Carl, suddenly being called by name makes Carl jump. He stammers, yes, yes, sir. The students in the back start whispering, partly because this class is exceptionally outstanding. If it's true, as Professor Len just implied, then surely it's not just because the second, third, and fourth-year seniors of the magic department haven't won a single match in the loose tournament, right? Leo thinks to himself at this moment. Is the loose tournament the match between Saron and Lumern? The professor explains with crossed arms. That's right, your seniors haven't been able to bring back any victories for the Lumern magic department for the past 3 years. Because of that, the professors of our magic department have decided that we cannot endure this humiliation for a 4th consecutive year. Therefore, in this second semester, I have prepared a class to deal with the loose tournament at the end of the term. Starting from today, you will be learning about hero magic. The flow of power radiating from the professor leaves the students below completely awestruck. His eyes become extremely excited. Hero mages throughout history each possess their own innate magic, symbolizing their individual character. Innate magic is highly personal, so teaching and inheriting it is very difficult, even though there are exceptions like esoteric traditions passed down through bloodlines or schools. There is still a way to significantly reduce that difficulty. Does anyone know what that is? As soon as the words leave his lips, Chloe raises her hand to speak. It's the hero skill. As one of the rewards in the hero archive, we can inherit innate magic. Hearing this, Professor Len excitedly praises, an excellent answer, student Chloe. He continues, mages have studied for a long time on how to transform the innate magic obtained through hero skills into general magic and popularize it widely. And that is hero magic. In other words, the innate magic that heroes once used has been reinterpreted so that anyone can learn it. Down below, Carl pouts and says quietly, easy for him to say, but if it doesn't align with your mana tendency from the start, how can you cast it? Honestly, the difficulty of that formula is hellish. Hearing this, Chelsea turns to remind him, stop looking a gift horse in the mouth, be grateful you get to learn it. Besides Lumern, where else would you go to learn things like this? Seeing himself criticized again, Carl helpless responds, I know. Ileana next to them keeps cheering, scold him more. Chelsea continues, joining Lumern and getting to learn these things is already hard enough, why are you still whining? Seeing the students below making so much noise, the professor reminds them, quiet down, everyone. Alright, before we begin today's lesson, I will test your magical duel capability. At this, Abad below feels a bit interested. A magic duel, huh? Sure enough, dueling is the best way to grasp a mage's true strength, and it's also a way to see how well you can absorb hero magic. He looks down and suggests who will go first, then a small arm is raised. Me. None other than Ileana. She is excited. I'll go first. The professor points to the training field. Student Ileana steps forward. Looking at her, the students below start whispering, hey, that traitor who trained with the night department last tournament, we don't need a two-faced brat like that, get lost. Facing these taunts, Ileana remains completely calm. Ha, I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything at all. That's the privilege of being dual attribute. Then she turns to Len and wonders, so who will I be dueling with? The professor replies, I have invited a wonderful guest lecturer for you. Thinking of this, Ileana startles. It couldn't be. It's not the person walking over there, is it? Then she turns her gaze toward the gate where someone is walking in. That person's voice rings out, don't be so tense. Do you really think I'll use my full strength against first-year students like you? And that person is none other than Professor Albi. Hearing this name, Ileana breathes a sigh of relief. Ha, that's true. Outside, Professor Len continues, charge in with all your might. This is a chance to witness the magic of Professor Albi, who is considered the strongest in magic dueling at Lumern. The students below continue gossiping. What magic will he use? Returning to the battle, Albi's voice rings out. Begin! Ileana confidently replies, yes, I will do my best. Without hesitation, she lunges to attack, taking the initiative. First form, Shining Blade. As soon as the words leave her lips, countless magic lances shoot straight at Albi, but he doesn't dodge at all, standing right there. Just when the lances are inches from his body, they are suddenly stopped by something. Then, in an instant, a powerful surge of energy erupts from Albi's body, easily dismantling Ileana's attack. She had anticipated this, so she remains calm. Watching from below, the students are extremely excited. Carl worries and turns to Leo. Magic isn't working, why does she keep firing? Leo doesn't respond, continuing to watch the battle. After a few seconds of thought, he answers, no, look around there. Those light blades should have dissolved into mana, but even in their destroyed state, they are maintaining their form. Hearing him, Carl finally notices the blades falling on the ground. Oh, you're right. Realizing what she is about to do makes Albi feel a bit interested. Ha. So this is Ileana Layden's trump card. She is incredibly excited. Strike. The students below are also excited. It's the innate magic she perfected over the break. Professor Len smiles to himself. In the first semester, that extreme offensive tendency was a weakness. Yet she is compensating for that with an even more powerful offensive tendency. However, she will still be docked points for that offensive bias. The light blades now fall like rain, shooting straight at Albi. He stands there observing the attack and praises, "Excellent." At the position where he is standing, a large explosion occurs. After the collision, Leo stands outside observing, marveling to himself. To think a human body could use that kind of magic. The Elf King's magic mirror force. By now, another Ileana has appeared on the arena floor. The students wonder, that's Ileana, is it some kind of illusion magic? Looking at a copy of herself smirking makes Ileana angry, and she cries out, "What on earth, how dare you mock me? That clone just mocked me." She speaks while reaching out her hand to prepare another attack. "It looks like illusion magic, but I don't think it'll work on me." Watching from outside, Carl startles, "Who is the real Ileana?" This is another attack that gets neutralized. Ileana steps back a few times, thinking to herself, "It's clearly using the same magic as mine, but why is there such a discrepancy? Is it because the clone created by Professor Albi is stronger than mine?" Albi gently adjusts his glasses and reminds her, "Focus until the very end, Ileana laden." As his words fade, the space around them vibrates violently, startling Ileana. Her clone clenches its fingers, crying out, "Shining rain." She startles and replies, "You can even copy innate magic." Without choosing a single overwhelming attack, she is defeated. She collapses to the ground, gasping for air. Albi stepped forward and reached out to take the young girl's hand. "Excellent work." The girl happily replied, "Thank you, sir." Professor Len looked down at the students below and continued to ask, "Who will be next?" Without waiting for the students to respond, Albi added, "Leo Plove, step forward." He wasn't surprised by this request at all. Looking at him, Albi said with interest, "I assume you are ready." He confidently answered, "Yes." He thought to himself, the elf's illusion magic and star magic are both focused on deceiving the opponent's eyes. But Mirror Force is a clone spell designed to push the power of the copied subject to its absolute limit, and it is used exclusively for combat. After finishing the copy, his clone raised its hands high, preparing to launch an attack. Below, Abad was startled. "Is that star magic?" Leo, standing opposite, observed without missing a single second. And Chloe's eyes also widened. Casting multiple spells at the same time like that, yet being able to use star magic to this level. Contrary to their surprise, Leo just stood there, watching the shadows attack rushing toward him. Behind him, Professor Len was extremely excited, thinking to himself, Senior Albi's Mirror Force is a target copying spell. The magic that the clone uses is, in the end, the magic of the original itself. Returning to Leo's position, he maintained a calm attitude and reached his hand forward. Instantly, a protective cube formed around his body, blocking the incoming attacks. Witnessing this scene, Len became even more thrilled. That's why he could dispel it so easily. It's a skill that any capable mage could perform, but the standard for a capable mage is still at the professor's level. Leo, you're going to be an unprecedented hero mage. Your name is destined to be remembered as the greatest mage in history through Lumern's magic. The attacks were still coming in continuously, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Professor Albi observed, thinking, I truly can't understand this anymore. How am I supposed to define this first-year student? He decided not to remain passive any longer, and small flames began to appear on his hands. He immediately unleashed a fireball spell, and numerous fireballs flew straight toward the shadow and Professor Alba. The professor continued to think, he's covered them with spells to increase their power, but even so they are just fireballs. So these things won't work. You're the one who knows that best, aren't you? Leo smirked confidently. This isn't a duel with a clone, it's a duel between you and me, right? Facing him, Professor Albi's expression was one of immense interest. Looking at the fireballs and the number one rushing in, he remained completely calm. As for Leo, with his own internal thoughts, he knew that when facing Mirror Force, the reason to target the caster was to buy a brief moment of time like this. As soon as he rushed close to the shadow, it immediately used a wall of fire. Seeing this, he paused for a beat, then leaped into the air and unleashed an explosion spell. And then his mouth curled up as he unleashed another spell, Windstorm. The two spells combined to form a massive fireball, striking straight toward the shadow, but then it shifted direction to sweep across Professor Albi's position. The professor easily reached out his hand to deflect the attack, feeling to himself, so that's how it is. Seizing this opportunity, Leo lunged straight toward the shadow, then reached out his arm and grabbed its face. After locking his opponent down, he landed lightly on the ground. Witnessing that move, Chelsea exclaimed, "Wow, he took down the clone. How did he do that?" Carl, still not grasping the situation, muttered, "What, is that guy Leo really in the same class as us?" The battle ended and Professor Albi walked toward him and asked, "Do you know about fairy magic?" He nodded in confirmation. The professor began to analyze. Instead of just dispelling the simple firewall, you used magic to neutralize it while simultaneously obscuring my vision. And while doing that, you quickly approached the clone and dispelled it. The other professors seemed to just see him as a genius, but these words from Albi made him slightly surprised. Albi adjusted his glasses, sighed, and thought, "But you might actually surpass me before you even graduate." Thinking this, he said, "Go back to your place, who's next?" The scene quickly shifted to the afternoon. Riven was lost in thought looking out the window. Seeing this, the principal asked, "What are you looking at so intently?" Riven replied, "Just looking at the first-year students." The principal continued, "Well, what do you think?" Riven replied, "They are extremely excellent students. Among the generations I've met during my time at Lumern, they are so talented they could be counted on one hand." Saying this, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, moved in front of the principal, and handed over a stack of documents. The principal asked, "This is..." Riven explained, "These are the clues to the hero's dungeon I've found after 4 years of traveling the world. Even though I'm not certain a hero's dungeon exists, sending students there wouldn't be a bad idea." Accepting the documents, the principal exclaimed, "Over these last 4 years, thank you." Riven looked at the principal and said, "Kalyan, I know you called me here not just because of the first years. I heard that a traitor has appeared within Saren." The principal clenched his fists nervously. "Yes, Tataros's movements lately have been very unusual. I'm old now and no longer a threat to them. The era of the Sword Saint is coming to an end." Riven, what do you think? Do you think our next generation is ready to deal with the upcoming crisis? Riven turned to ask him, "Are you ready to hand this era over to the next generation?" The principal thought for a few seconds and replied, "I have always been ready." Hearing this, Riven's mouth curled into a slight smile. "Good, then I will follow your wishes." The scene changed to the next day in the classroom where Professor Harrod wrote 4 big words on the board: "Field mission." "Field missions start today." Hearing this, the students were startled and blurted out, "Field missions?" The professor explained, "That's right. If you're going to be heroes, you must know how to solve problems that occur all over the world. Because it's practical combat, you'll not only cover the costs of the mission but also earn credits. Of course, you must take missions suitable for your capabilities. These are real-life missions, so it is entirely possible to lose your life." Hearing this, the students below felt a bit of fear. The professor looked down, dejectedly announcing, "You can see the available missions on the main bulletin board in the classroom area." A while later on the first floor, students were crowding around the bulletin board. Somewhere, Carl's voice rang out, "Hey, hey, stop pushing." Ileana also yelled angrily, "Out of the way." In a corner, seeing him standing alone, Chelsea approached to ask, "Leo, those places are all remote rural areas. Do you really plan on going there? The mission content is to take down a gang of bandits, too. You'll only bring yourself misery." He replied with a forced smile, "Yeah, I've wanted to visit that region for a long time." Hearing this, Alina stepped in from behind, the neutral zone in the southwest of the continent, taking down bandits. Seeing her, Chelsea was startled and blurted out, "Yes, Senior Alina." Alina was slightly disappointed. "Your vision is truly limited." Leo replied carelessly, "You only see what you know, I guess." He thought to himself, this region, even in history books, its exact location isn't known, but it is the place where a legendary city once stood. 5,000 years ago, the final defensive line on the ground was known as the Land of Origin, Gardsrun. That is the land where Lysanas and I first met. In a hallway of the academy, a hurried voice rang out, "Gotta hurry there to grab a good field mission. If we're late, only the weird missions will be left." Hearing this, the girl behind him started and warned, "Hey, hey, watch out in front." As soon as she finished speaking, a collision occurred. The male student clutched his head and complained, "Where were you looking?" Before him, the figure of another male student appeared. With a dark face and a cold voice, he warned, "Watch where you're going in the hallway, you first years." His attitude made the first-year student flustered and he quickly nodded, "Yes, yes, I'm sorry." At the same time, Chenzia also arrived and asked him, "Are you okay?" Then she turned to look at the senior students. "Who are those seniors?" Beside her, Eliza narrowed her eyes and observed before saying, "Those seniors are third-year representative Alina Jaron and the Blue Moon team. Are we following her?" This made Chenzia curious, "But why are they appearing in the first-year dorms?" In response, Eliza's gaze tightened. "Who knows, maybe something caught the attention of the Lumern Queen who's in this first-year area." Returning to the protagonist's perspective, he bluntly asked the person in front, "So, do you have any business here?" Alina stated her purpose immediately. "This time, my conquest team has decided to explore the hero's dungeon. Join our team, Leo." This invitation didn't shake our protagonist in the slightest. "I refuse." This made Alina somewhat irritated, but she tried to smile. "What did you just say?" And Leo replied once more, "As I just said, I will not be joining Senior Alina's team." His firm attitude left Chelsea and Carl both surprised and admiring. Did he just reject Senior Alina's invitation to join her team? So cool, as expected of Leo. On her side, Alina started to feel a spark of interest and evaluated him. What is the reason? Leo took out a paper and slowly explained, because I've already chosen the place for my field mission. Senior Alina probably wouldn't be interested in a mission to take down bandits in a remote rural area, right? So, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going. Finishing his sentence, he quickly turned and left, leaving the crowd behind him murmuring incessantly. That first-year rep, he dared to reject Alina's offer. Senior Alina, let me teach him a lesson. On her side, Alina didn't seem to hear the murmurs. She was just extremely interested at evaluating Leo. Let's see, I clearly used the tamming ability though. Leo Plove, interesting, a mission to take down bandits, huh? Very soon, the news of the protagonist rejecting Alina's team invitation spread throughout the academy, even making it into the news. This made every brown-haired guy who read it laugh their heads off. Huh, the queen's humiliation, that's hilarious. At the same time, inside Leo's classroom, Carl was also reading the news and couldn't stop laughing. How does it feel to humiliate the queen, Leo? Leo replied calmly, it's just normal. Then he thought to himself, if I want to get into the Lumern Forbidden Library, I really do need Alina's permission. But I refuse to be tied down to student life. I'll look into the Forbidden Library later. My current priority is to find the traitor within Lumern. Unaware of his thoughts, Professor Harrod quickly explained the mission. Have you confirmed all the requirements for yesterday's field missions? If so, don't dawdle here any longer. Get ready to depart. The scene shifted to the southwest neutral zone of the continent, the Garen region. Our protagonist just stepped out of the teleportation gate and looked left and right, commenting, so the Garen region feels like this, huh? Not far away, an old man with white hair witnessed this and then hurried over to greet him. A great hero candidate comes to this middle of nowhere for what reason? That's a Lumern uniform, right? The hero candidate quickly explained, we're here to fulfill a request from the Garen region. Hearing this, the old man understood. Ah, a request? You mean the bandits, right? That's great. Because of those bastards, the people in this region have suffered so much. Next, after Leo went deep into the village, he realized something was unusual. Strange. In the past, this whole region was Gadslan, right? Carrying this question, he walked to the front of a certain castle. The guard saw him approaching and immediately stood to block him. Stop! State your purpose for wanting to see the Lord. Leo reached into his pocket to take out the mission paper, handed it to him and explained. We received a request to eradicate the bandits and came here for that. The guard didn't even have time to read the paper before judging him. A little brat wants to eradicate bandits. However, after he read the mission paper carefully, his face broke into a cold sweat. What? You're from Lumern Academy. His rapidly changing attitude made Leo smile and he asked, can I go through now? Time passed quickly. The scene moved to the castle's reception room. Hearing that a Lumern Academy student had arrived, the Lord quickly welcomed him warmly. I never expected the great hero candidates of Lumern to lower themselves to this shabby place, so that you can rest immediately. Before the Lord could say more, Leo interrupted. No need, skip that, just let me know where the bandits are hiding. The Lord quickly waved his hand to signal his servant. Very quickly, a map was spread out before everyone. An explanatory voice rang out. The bandits are camped in the ancient city ruins. It's unclear what era the architecture is from, but at the far eastern end there's still a ruin left. Although calling it a pile of rubble now is also accurate. Leo stroked his chin and observed, then guessed. Is the origin of these ruins the defensive line of Gadslan? Then, before everyone could finish discussing the plan, the guard who had been at the gate hurriedly rushed in to announce, my lord, we're in trouble. The Lord complained, I'm receiving guests, why are you being so rude? The guard, out of breath, hurriedly said, the thing is, more hero candidates have shown up. Hearing this, the Lord looked at Leo with wide eyes and asked, are they the ones who came with you? And Leo was also confused. No, they aren't. Then he couldn't help but feel curious. Who could it be? There shouldn't be anyone else coming here. The guard's voice rang out again. The new hero candidates that arrived, they're from Saren Academy. Just as he said, the leader of the group was Hardin Dershan, the third-year student representative of Saren Academy. Seeing them enter, the Lord's welcoming sound erupted immediately. Haha, it's such an honor to face these hero candidates. Leo, on the other hand, was a bit curious about their appearance. Why are the seniors from Saren Academy here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Is that Leo? Leo looked ahead, slightly surprised. Leunia. The red-haired girl greeted him in a very gentle tone. What are you doing here? Leo silently observed her attitude and guessed, it seems she's in a situation where she has to pretend to be nice. Then he couldn't help but chuckle, just be yourself, you'll get sick if you overthink it. His remark made her veins pop with anger. Haha, Leo, you're teasing me too much. Behind her, the remaining Saren students began to whisper. Did she just call that Lumern student Leo? Why, so that's Leo Plove, the one who dispelled the ancestors' magic. Hardin silently observed forward, as if he were pondering something. Setting that aside, Lunia asked, "So Leo, what did you come all the way here for?" Leo explained again, "For my mission, I'm here to complete a field mission to eradicate a group of bandits in this area." Her eyes sparkled like stars at his answer. "This is it. A way to get rid of these boring seniors, this is it." Lunia immediately snatched the paper from Leo and eagerly proposed, "Bandits, huh, that's a big deal, Leo, I'll help you too." Naturally, her intention immediately met opposition from the other members. "Hey Lunia, what are you saying? Our original goal was," the red-haired girl argued back, "but seniors aren't the people here suffering because of those bandits. As students of Saren, I can't just stand by, we're leaving." Just like that, she dragged Leo away, giving the senior group behind them no chance to react. Returning to the Lord's perspective after Leo left, he awkwardly turned to Hardin and said, "Oh my, everyone, please sit comfortably. Let me prepare more chairs." The long-haired guy briefly interrupted, "Only I need to talk to the Lord, you guys wait outside." He continued, "We didn't come to the Garan region for any other reason, other than to investigate the ecosystem of this peripheral region of the continent. In other words, to learn about the flora and fauna there." The Lord was more and more surprised. "Huh, you came all the way here just for that." Only then did Hardin state his true purpose. "So, while we are staying here, I hope there will be no restrictions on our investigation. Lord, please grant us a permit." He said it with the tone of an order, and the Lord dared not refuse. "Yes, I understand." At the same time, outside, the Saren students held a meeting. "I didn't expect Lumern's first-year representative to be here too." As expected, Lumern already had the information that a hero's dungeon exists here unexcavated. "That is entirely possible, but to send only one first-year, that guy is arrogant beyond belief," the purple-haired girl sighed. And a brown-haired guy explained, "Isn't he very confident? Rumor has it he's an all-rounder type." To this, the purple-haired girl felt a bit of contempt. "Well, that makes sense. Those senior generations are terrible because the second-year rep is just an ordinary kid with nothing special about her." As soon as she finished speaking, a reprimanding voice rang out, "Oh my, what's wrong with our cute Lil? Our cute Lil is a child who always puts in her best effort and is also very kind. Last year she had to take care of her peers so she couldn't fully unleash her true power." The one speaking was none other than Alina. Her appearance made the other Saren students feel terrified. "Is that Alina? Why is she here?" Alina didn't seem to notice their fear and still said happily, "Bad-mouthing other schools where I can't hear is your freedom, so I don't really care. But since I've already heard it, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Kneel down sincerely and bow your heads." She said this while stroking her hair. The situation became tense as the Saren students were arrogantly demanding the Lumern side kneel and apologize. They believed it was an obvious fact that the second-year Lumern students were inferior to them and didn't forget to mock the class rep, Lily, saying she should focus on training more. A purple-haired female student added, "If you're not satisfied, then prove it with your skills." In the midst of all this, Alina Jaron suddenly appeared with a cryptic smile. She strolled forward, reminding them that she had already given them one chance to apologize. The pressure radiating from Alina made the surrounding space grow heavy. She declared that the students had thrown away that final opportunity with their own hands. Inside the hall, a loud noise rang out, startling everyone. The students rushed outside to see what was happening. Dust filled the air and several students were sprawled out on the ground, leaving their companions in sheer terror. They pointed toward the culprit, who was none other than the third-year representative of their school. Alina nonchalantly stepped on the head of the defeated student, sneering at the weakness of the juniors. She remarked that a bunch of incompetents had no right to ridicule other schools, all while sensing an unpleasant aura of mana nearby. Witnessing the scene, Alina Jaron stood calmly amidst the ruins. She turned to greet Haddon and sarcastically asked if it was because the seniors were too useless that she had to personally discipline these juniors herself. Haddon Dershan remained silent with a stoic expression, appearing unable to interfere with Alina's methods. Scene changed to the ruins, where Runia is displaying immensely powerful fire magic to punish a group of bandits. The bandits flee in a panic, calling her a witch amidst the raging sea of fire. Runia shouts in frustration, insisting she is a pure girl and not a witch, then continues to purge the evildoers who dared to bully the local people. A colossal pillar of fire erupts, incinerating every intention of resistance from the bandit gang. Leo watches from afar, thinking to himself that Runia's personality is very similar to Luna's, and he feels completely at ease leaving her to handle the bandits on her own. Leo strolls around the crumbling ruins of Gardthron Fortress, wondering how such a magnificent structure could have vanished without a trace after thousands of years. Suddenly, he feels something is off when his hand touches a stone wall. Leo's gaze hardens as he notices the anomaly. Strange black streaks appear on his palm, and Leo immediately recognizes them as black mana, the signature mark of the Tartarus organization. He realizes that this is actually just the top of the wall. The entire Gardthron fortress had been leveled and buried deep underground. Night falls and Runia sits by the campfire after a long day of fighting. She wonders whether Leo will return to school immediately after finishing his work or where he might head next. Looking toward the fortress shrouded in darkness, Runia debates whether she should invite him to explore the hero dungeon. She rushes over to find Leo standing alone, and Leo explains that he was just examining these ruins for a moment. Leo recounts the era after the catastrophe ended. Back then, the people abandoned this place to find new lands, and the fortress was left deserted before being attacked and completely buried by Tartarus. Leo tells Runia to get some rest to prepare for tomorrow's journey, and Runia boasts that she has already built a campfire over there. But they both suddenly freeze when they sense the presence of strangers. It turns out Haddon and Alina have been sitting there for a while, and they nonchalantly invite the two to sit down. Alina begins to tease them by asking if they plan to sleep together tonight, causing Runia to blush betrayed and deny it frantically. The four gather around the fire, the atmosphere becoming strange with the arrival of the two uninvited guests. Alina Jaron introduces herself with great flair, and Runia responds with her real name, even though she still feels uncomfortable inside. Leo curiously asks why Alina's group is here when they were supposed to be exploring a dungeon in another region. Runia is stunned to learn that Alina is the third-year representative of Lumern. Alina leans close to Leo, stating bluntly that she left the exploration to others because right now, she is much more interested in him than that dungeon. Runia interrupts with jealousy, wondering where all the other seniors have gone, leaving only these two here. Alina mockingly brings up how the juniors threw away their chance to apologize, and adds that several people already had to pack their bags and head back to school early because of her. Runia poutingly asks about the upcoming exploration plan, and Haddon replies briefly that everything will proceed as scheduled. Alina suddenly moves in close, lifting Haddon's chin with her finger intimately, and declaring that just the two of them are enough to explore the hero dungeon. Alina continues to reveal that Lumern has also received information about the existence of an unexplored hero dungeon here. She turns to remind Haddon that he should learn to manage his subordinates better, her face unable to hide her smugness. Despite Leo saying he still has to complete his mission to eliminate the bandits, Alina nonchalantly ruffles his hair and decides the group will set off together tomorrow. To keep Leo from worrying, Alina tosses over the carcass of a monster and mentions she conveniently took care of all the bandits on her way here. The conversation by the fire suddenly turns into a subtle competition between geniuses. Runia looks at Alina with suspicion, telling herself she absolutely must not lose in this race to find the dungeon. The next day, the group starts moving through the ruins under a torrential downpour. Alina does not hold back her praise for Leo, stating that his conduct far exceeds that of an average first-year student. She mocks that most students only learn about exploration through theory, while Leo reveals the aptitude of a true magic genius. Leo looks at Alina and remarks that her personality seems to have changed completely compared to when she's at school. He recalls the image of a proud queen at the academy, which makes Alina feel incredibly entertained and proud. However, Leo casually adds that now she looks no different than a foolish joker, while Alina's hand continues to ruffle his hair. Runia, standing behind, feels her face heat up, demanding to know what they find so funny. Haddon interrupts the fun, reminding Runia to focus on tracking traces because if they miss a magical reaction, they could be in danger at any moment. Runia obediently follows the senior's advice, though she is still a bit grumpy. The group continues to walk, and Alina informs them she has finished checking her area and found nothing special. She doesn't forget to tease Haddon for being slow as usual. Haddon's sharp gaze appears as he replies that it is not slowness, but necessary caution. After one more check, Haddon affirms that this area also has nothing unusual. Under the heavy rain, the group decides to continue deeper into the ruins. Alina whispers to Leo that Haddon looks like that but actually endures a lot, which is why teasing him always feels so refreshing. Suddenly, one of Leo's footsteps triggers a patch of ground, emitting a powerful surge of mana. Leo's eyes flash when he notices a sudden change in the space. He stops, looks straight ahead, and declares with full confidence that he has found the target. A massive magic circle with purple rays of light suddenly engulfs the ruins. Leo confirms that this is the teleportation gate leading into the ancient Gardthron fortress. Leo deduces that if this gate is still operational, it implies a stunning truth. Leo stands before the gate, which is radiating intense energy. He seems to have anticipated this. This proves that Gardthron Fortress deep underground has not collapsed, but remained intact for centuries. Haddon asks in astonishment how Leo managed to decipher these complex ancient magical runes. Leo explains casually that he was just analyzing the magical formula and trying to create a temporary portal, confirming that the entrance on the other side is still functional. Runia curiously asks where this gate will lead them, and Alina smiles, replying that the only way to find the answer is to step inside. Alina steps onto the stone platform and waves for Leo to join her. She stares at the magic gate, wondering if the Gardthron underground really is as intact as Leo said. A hand reaches out to touch the violently oscillating energy. Both Leo and Haddon focus intently, readying themselves for whatever they might face on the other side of the gate. Runia widens her eyes in shock as the magic circle reacts violently to their touch. A massive system notification appears. Hero record open, officially uncovering the ancient secret. The system confirms they have entered the world of the hero record with an opening chapter called Varharun, marking the beginning of a dramatic exploration. Runia and Alina look on in confusion at the surge of mana exploding right before their eyes. Chaotic magical codes begin to shape a new world. Leo quickly realizes this is not a normal dungeon, but a hero dungeon. Information appears clearly. This is the opening chapter at Varharun. Leo's eyes reveal tension as he feels the space shifting. He is pulled straight into the vortex of mana, preparing to step into the ancient world of the elves. Waking up in a different form, Leo looks at his strange hands in shock. Sunlight streams through the window into a luxurious but unfamiliar space. He realizes he is standing in a grand academy hallway with classical architecture. The system board appears, but the objective section is completely blank. Leo thinks to himself that since this is a hero dungeon, having no objective is normal. Just as he intends to find his teammates, he accidentally bumps hard into someone carrying a sky-high stack of books. The whole stack of books falls and scatters across the floor. The little girl hurriedly bends down to apologize for her clumsiness. Leo freezes when he realizes the little girl in front of him is Luna. In the empty hallway, this unexpected meeting leaves Leo unable to react. Luna, the past version, is so flustered she nearly chokes when she sees the person in front of her. The little girl stammers, calling him Archint, making Leo realize his new identity. Luna frantically explains that she was skipping class just to study magic. Leo thinks to himself that this is an obsession dungeon, where he inhabits the body of a historical figure. That figure is Archint Ubesha, one of Luna's teachers. In the past, Archint was like a true father to Luna. Leo hands the books back to the girl and intends to leave. Luna looks up, confused, not seeing the teacher scolding her as usual. Leo walks away nonchalantly, ignoring the girl's surprise. Seeing that the teacher didn't scold her, Luna is visibly delighted, quite different from her usual cold demeanor. The little girl eagerly leads the teacher to her study spot. Luna obediently asks the teacher to place the stack of magic books on the table for her. The girl sits at the table, not forgetting to politely thank Archint. A shattering sound suddenly cuts through the dialogue. It is the leg of the chair snapping, causing Luna to fall backward. She screams in pain while Leo just smiles and closes the door. Leo walks outside, thinking to himself that he should spend more time with the girl, but the main business remains. He needs to find the other three before things get worse. If the hero record continues to go berserk, this dungeon will distort reality. Monsters could spill out into the real world and cause a major catastrophe. Leo observes the surrounding space, confirming this is indeed the world of 15-year-old Luna. Suddenly, a loud call rings out from behind, making him stop. It's Zira. The elf student looks extremely serious. Leo is currently in the role of Professor Archint. He hears news that the students are protesting because he is late for class. He thinks to himself that this hero world is far more complex than anything he has experienced before. Student Zira hurriedly urges Leo to follow him to handle the tense situation at the academy. Varharun appears full of antiquity, an ancient city of the elves from before the age of catastrophe. Each of Leo's footsteps brings him closer to the center of the trouble. This place is a massive magic academy, reserved exclusively for the most outstanding geniuses of the elf race. Leo walks into the room nonchalantly amidst the gazes of everyone and offers an apology for being late. The hall buzzes with activity. The students here are all heavy candidates for the throne of Elf King. A student steps forward and shouts, insulting Leo for being an irresponsible and negligent teacher. He is Hyekian Basran, who comes from one of the most prestigious hero families in history. Leo remains calm, asking bluntly what he actually wants to demand. The crowd behind joins in, chanting for a replacement for Professor Archint immediately. Leo mocks to himself at this ridiculous excuse, while Zira, standing nearby, clenches his fist in indignation. Hyekian lifts his chin, asserting his identity as a threat aimed at Leo. Leo's eyes flash when he recognizes the name Hyekian, a traitor with a foul reputation in historical records. Hyekian Bisran in history was a traitor who murdered his own kind and destroyed the mighty army of the elves. He was the very one who sold out Varharun to Tartarus during the first invasion. Leo reminds himself to keep a cool head in front of this historical criminal standing before him. He demands that Hyekian state the real reason behind his demand to oust the professor. Hyekian disdainfully asserts that Archant is completely unqualified to teach here. He plays his trump card. The real reason is that Archant has been protecting the stain of the race, Luna Rubinis. Luna is called the disgrace of the entire elf race, causing Zira to immediately flare up and shout right in Hyekian's face. The outspoken student angrily demands that the guy retract his insults toward Luna. Hyekian's eyes become frightening, and he growls, asking Zira if he dares to raise his voice at him. Zira is not afraid, calling the guy insane for daring to insult the lady. Hyekian lunges to grab Zira by the collar, calling Luna a low-born girl not worth mentioning. The crowd of students starts whispering about Hyekian's rude and strange attitude today. Leo watches, immediately noticing the abnormality in his behavior and the way he speaks. He guessed that the person possessing Hyekian's body was none other than the third-year representative from the rival academy, Serun. Leo unexpectedly declared that the duel could take place immediately, disregarding the academy's strict rules. He smiled enigmatically, thinking that if the opponent wanted to fight, there was no reason to refuse. This hasty decision left Zira stunned, as Professor Archant was usually never that lenient. The Serun representative also smiled smugly, pleased that the professor had given him the green light for this confrontation. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Varharun, the Tower of God loomed, stretching straight toward the blue sky amidst the white clouds. A hand touched the floating stream of light, feeling the ethereal beauty of the ancient magical architecture. A young boy who looked very much like Aaron stood at the top of the tower, silently observing the city from above. Back at the academy, the students were incredibly excited and shouted loudly, "Herkian, take this opportunity to get him expelled." Hearing these words, Herkian gave a mocking laugh. "I'll show you what a difference in class really is." To those words, the protagonist just gently adjusted his glasses and declared, "Let's begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Herkian let out a loud shout. At the same time, a source of green energy erupted from his body like a snake, and he lunged straight at Hardin. His powerful attack made the crowd even more excited, as expected of Herkian. Contrary to their thoughts, Herkian calmly muttered, "Is that all you've got?" On his side, Leo thought the same. If he's the third-year representative of Serun, he should be seasoned in combat. A master like that shouldn't lose to a flower in a glass cabinet. Even now, it's the era before the disaster. The reason the far-flung elves fell was also because they were immersed in peace for too long. Because stagnation leads to corruption. Looking from Herkian's perspective, he didn't know how weak he really was, so he remained quite arrogant. "Let's see, how should I deal with you?" he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Hardin also began to launch his attack. A source of blue mana erupted from his body. Just feeling this aura was enough to make Herkian's expression change instantly. The surrounding audience was equally surprised. That Jira, since when did he learn aura? Through the information they were whispering to each other, Leo deduced one thing. It seems the owner of that body couldn't use aura originally. In this era, elves possessing dual professions are very rare. Now, magic is basic knowledge for elves. But that only happened after the arrival of the progenitor, Nebula Luna. Elves at this time were not required to know magic. Returning to the battle, Herkian suddenly chanted a spell that surprised Hardin. Then he shouted loudly, "Learning a bit of aura won't change anything, take this." Saying that, he launched two powerful magic attacks straight ahead. However, it still wasn't enough to make the third-year representative flinch. The force is indeed massive, but it's nothing special. As he spoke, he darted forward at top speed and immediately closed in on Herkian. This was followed by a magical explosion that filled the area with smoke and dust. When the dust cleared, Hardin's sword was held right at his throat. He couldn't help but sneer. "With just this pathetic level of skill, you dare to mock the progenitor." In response, Herkian still talked back, "That Luna woman is a progenitor, what kind of nonsense are you mumbling about?" His words seemed to have touched Hardin's final limit. "It seems you need a proper punishment, prepare yourself." He spoke while delivering continuous punches straight to Herkian's face. It wasn't until the protagonist gripped his arm tightly that he finally stopped. "Jira, stop there," Leo said while turning to look at Herkian, who had long since fainted. Hardin waved his hand in protest, "Please don't stop me." Hearing that, Leo whispered in a tone only the person beside him could hear, "I'd like to let you keep hitting him too, but if this continues, it might hinder the conquest of the hero's world." Hearing this, Hardin immediately guessed his identity. "Leo, are you Leo Plove?" Leo nodded, explaining the situation more thoroughly. "That's right, for now I will explain the information I've gathered, so for now do as I say." The protagonist stood up and announced to the entire audience watching, The lesson is over. Everyone take Herkian to the infirmary. Jira, come with me. And you too, come to my room as well. The green-haired guy was slightly confused and asked, if you mean a room, do you mean Professor Akint's personal research room? Leo nodded. That's right, I will reprimand student Jira, so lead the way. In another corner of the training ground, there was a white-haired girl watching them with a strange look. She licked her lips greedily. Looks like a mouse has sneaked inside. The scene shifted to Akint's office. Hardin still couldn't suppress his anger. I can't believe it. Who on earth is he to dare insult Lady Luna like that? Leo comforted him. Try to understand, it's just the circumstances of the era. When Hardin didn't quite understand, Leo started to clarify. Listen carefully. The world we are currently in is the world before the era of disaster. The third-year representative seemed to have guessed the context. The disaster before the era of disaster. The records of the former heroes are no longer preserved in hero archives. Unless it's the world of the grand hero, could it be? Without waiting for Hardin to finish, Leo nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, this place is the world of the Nebula progenitor, Luna's world. Opposite him, Hardin jumped to his feet as if he still couldn't accept it. Where is the proof that this is the progenitor's world? Leo replied nonchalantly. Because I met her in person just a moment ago. Hardin's attitude became hurried. He gripped the protagonist's shoulders and asked anxiously, what does the progenitor look like? Is she really like the flower that appears in the documents? Surely she is a very compassionate person, right? And she radiates a magnificent aura so brilliant that even the stars must bow down, right? He just kept rambling on. It took a while before he finally calmed down. I never thought the day would come when I would meet Lady Luna in person. Hearing that, Leo could only silently lament. If he saw her with his own eyes, he'd probably cry his eyes out. Thinking this, he remarked, let's see, she looks cuter than beautiful, don't you think? Hardin was startled and exclaimed, incredible, is it her maidenhood? Setting aside the matter of what Luna looked like, Leo got to the point. Anyway, that's all the information I know for now. First point, this place is Luna's world. Second point, because this is before the era of disaster, Tartarus does not yet exist. The more Hardin listened to Leo, the more confused he became. If so, what is the goal of conquering this world? With the achievements the White Knights have made, surely it's not just a trivial accomplishment. In short, it's best to limit the use of star magic. Because it's a system of magic that never existed in this era, it will cause great chaos. As soon as he heard that, Leo suddenly started. He realized the purpose of this trip. Wait a minute. Star magic? People say Luna started researching star magic when she was still a student. Could it be that helping the birth of Luna's star magic is the condition for conquest? At the same time, a sound suddenly rang out from outside. Professor Akint, the principal is calling for you. Leo was slightly surprised. Why would the principal want to see me? The person outside opened the door and stepped in, saying as he walked, it's because of what happened in the lesson just now. And based on a high-level report from Barharlan, an order to detain student Jira has been issued. With this decision, Hardin also nodded in agreement and whispered to Leo, I will comply for now. The protagonist started to feel that everything was becoming complicated. So he asked the other person to take him to the principal's office. The scene shifted to a high tower. The green-haired guy stopped there. I can only escort you this far, please go inside. Just like that, Leo walked into the tower alone. After walking through a hallway decorated with paintings, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood rooted to the spot. Before him was the Folium Scepter. Before the era of disaster, this scepter was seen as the symbol of the L. This scepter had chosen Luna and shattered when she lost her life. Just as Leo was about to reach out and touch this scepter, a strange sound rang out. How wondrous. Leo looked up toward where the sound came from. The voice continued, Folium was displayed by the Elf Kings for a long time, and yet now it reacts to you. Seeing the face of the other person, Leo quickly recognized their identity. Right, it's now before the era of disaster, so the existence of gods is nothing strange. Those gods are transcendental entities, far beyond common sense. Before the era of disaster, these transcendental entities could roam the earth freely. Thinking of that, Leo hurried to bow. I greet you, great god. Seeing this, the god smiled. Why are you being so formal all of a sudden? But anyway, this is truly strange. That statement made Leo curious, so he asked back, what are you talking about? To this question, the god explained, as you know, gods descending to the mortal realm all have their power restricted. What we can grant you is at most knowledge. But why did you receive the protection of the gods? The protagonist didn't answer immediately but smiled slightly. How far have you seen? This calm attitude of Leo's made the god's gaze seem to change slightly. Look, you even know how to deal with gods. Young human, no young man. Let me introduce myself, my name is Pibua, the principal of this place. He spoke while gently landing in front of Leo. The protagonist also introduced himself, my name is Leo Plove. Pibua continued, alright Leo, now answer my question, what miracle did you achieve that a mortal resident could become the master of the record system? The protagonist didn't rush to answer, he asked instead, The record system, do you mean the power to reconstruct the past like this? Opposite him, Pibua started stroking his chin in thought. You don't know for sure. I don't know who gifted you the record system, but it's truly irresponsible. Since you are the master of the record system, it wouldn't hurt if I explained a little. Regarding the power you call the heroic record, how much do you know about it? Hearing this, Leo quickly recalled everything he knew in his mind. It's a power that records the journeys of those who have achieved miracles to the extent of being recognized by the gods, and can reconstruct the past world as it is now. I know that if one conquers that world, they will receive a conquest reward. To this, Pibua nodded slightly. Conquest reward? In theory, that's not impossible. If so, this is truly a powerful system, which means this wasn't created by a single god. What miracle did you achieve that the gods would bestow such immense power upon you? Leo fell silent for a few seconds, then said directly, I saved the world. More accurately, I defeated Erebos. The words spoken from his mouth left even the god unable to hold back his praise. Incredible. I never expected a child from the lower realm to be able to defeat that primordial monster. Leo shook his head. That's not something I did alone. Pibua kept his smiling face and asked, Right, you said this was a miracle achieved with your comrades. On his side, the protagonist finally spoke about what he had been wondering for a long time. Why did the gods leave Erebos be like that? Responding to the question, Pibua explained with a reminiscent tone, that monster is clearly an existence equal to us gods. It's an evil beast that common mortals could do nothing against. Originally, light and darkness could not be separated. If this world is light, then that monster is darkness. That's why it exists as an immortal evil beast from time immemorial. We gods, even though we couldn't destroy it, have always empowered the children of the mortal realm to chase it back into the darkness, for a very long time, maintaining the balance. But if the light becomes stronger, the darkness will surely become stronger too. Erebos has been accumulating power from deep within the darkness for a long time, and finally cultivated a great power enough to drive the gods off the earth. Perhaps that is the era of disaster you just mentioned, and you achieved a miracle that even the gods could not accomplish. To this praise, Leo didn't seem to feel any joy. Then what's the point? Everyone has forgotten about it anyway. His lament made Pibua chuckle. That is indeed a pity. Leo sighed. Initially, I was very angry because I was forgotten. But now I've decided not to care about that anymore, because I have work to do. When asked what that work was, Leo declared firmly, I will destroy Erebos completely. That declaration surprised Pibua slightly. He couldn't help but feel reluctant. When eradicating Erebos, you surely must have gone through unimaginable, terrifying trials. Your second life is surely a miracle that even gods could not foresee. Leaving it to the next generation and resting is also a good idea. Even so, are you still planning to repeat that pain one more time? Leo stepped forward, answering with a firm tone. Yes, because I've already decided to do so. Pibua stood up and stretched refreshingly. The long battle is finally here, is it? As expected, the gods had a reason to grant you this world. Leo curiously asked. This world belongs to Luna, doesn't it? He chuckled and explained. The hero you mentioned might be the gift the gods bestowed upon you, meaning the heroic record was yours to begin with. That is also why only you could receive the special reward. This is a scepter made from my knowledge. It will surely help you a lot. Take it. He said this while tossing the scepter forward, which surprised Leo slightly. He quickly gripped the scepter and asked quietly, May I accept it? This is an elf treasure. As if to answer the question, the scepter suddenly flashed. The god explained, Folium chooses its own master and now it has recognized you as its master. Darkness has shrouded this world. I cannot elaborate any further. But that is all the best advice I can give you. Great hero, may blessings come upon your path ahead. At the same time, above a certain street, a strange sound rang out. This city is weird. It's obviously this bright, but it feels so comfortable. The commander said that most elves in this era are already decayed. So it's only natural for this decaying city to make us feel comfortable, right? The one speaking was Biner, a demon currently enrolled in Barharlun Academy. Responding to this, Seed, who had possessed the vice principal, also reminded, Even so, don't be careless. Don't forget that there are elves who defeated our commanders in this era and even contributed to taking down that great existence. So Biner, what is the reason you gathered us here? Biner's voice quickly revealed his findings. It seems some mice have sneaked into the dungeon. Seed snorted, likely the hounds from the hero training school. Nearby, Salman chimed in, Dungeon Conquerors, what are the numbers? For now, we've only detected one. Salman, in the prison basement, the manager should be someone named Zira being held captive. find a chance to deal with him. Hearing that, Seed began to stroke his chin thoughtfully. This is truly troublesome. There can't possibly be just one conqueror. Hearing this, Biner's expression became even more twisted. So what? If so, that's a good thing, right? The history of the great heroes we venerate. Seeing their expressions when they witness it burn down and disappear is definitely worth watching, comrades. Concluding the meeting, Seed declared, even though we've faced difficulties in conquering this world, this is just a challenge we must overcome. By the will of great Erebos, we must destroy this history. Returning to the protagonist, he walked along the corridor deep in his own thoughts. 3,000 years ago, when a piece of Erebos was resurrected, the existence of the hero world was revealed. After that, once the pieces of Erebos were collected, the heroic record was divided into 5 parts to establish hero academies according to each race. Surely the fragmentation of the heroic record wasn't just to establish hero academies. Perhaps the division aimed at Kyle's page. There is another suspicious thing here. How could Tartarus impact the heroic record that the gods created? Enter the Forbidden Library to find out the details. First, I must get Hardin out of the dungeon, then find Farina and Alina. Thinking this, a voice suddenly rang out from in front. Ah, Professor Akint. Leo looked up and asked, Luna, what's wrong? The mage girl replied with a confused face, today is the birthday of His Highness Urgen. Leo quickly deduced that the person named Urgen was the king of the elves. On her side, Luna continued to explain embarrassedly, there will be a banquet held in the square of the World Tree. The thing is, I still haven't received an invitation. Leo felt slightly confused. This time is like a festival for the whole elf tribe. Luna hasn't received an invitation from Urgen. Unaware of his thoughts, Luna looked up at Leo with a pleading gaze. I really want to meet His Highness. Can you go with me? Leo looked at his old comrade, constantly recalling. Luna did not come from a prestigious family but relied on her strength and overwhelming talent. As a genius girl, she stepped into Barharlun as soon as she enrolled. Her talent was recognized and she once boasted that she had the backing of the Elf King. Luna couldn't be lying to us. Thinking this, Leo asked bluntly, as someone backed by His Highness Urgen, why didn't you receive an invitation? The mage girl started and then said sadly, what? My backing from His Highness Urgen was cut off a month ago. Hearing this, Leo's expression changed instantly. He had guessed that history had been altered. Of course, in the world of heroes, history can be changed at any time. But we only just stepped into this world of Lunas a few hours ago. Altering history from a month ago means that this world has already been shrouded in darkness. He recalled the cryptic warning from the god earlier. Leo looked outside, unable to keep his anxiety at bay. Darkness, huh? To think Tartarus could even infiltrate a hero dungeon. Scene changed to inside the prison. At this moment, his friend Hardin is clutching his head, blaming himself. I'm such a fool, I should have been careful with every action I took inside the hero dungeon. But even if this is the ancient era, is the prison used to hold one's own kind really this dilapidated? Is the ancient past truly that different from the present? If I return to Saren, I'll have plenty to report. Thinking this, he suddenly spots 2 small figures walking outside, and yells to interrogate them, who are you two? A girl startles in a panic and replies, what are you asking? If you're asking about my identity, I'm just a slave. Hardin is even more surprised. He presses his face against the bars and asks further, a slave? Why, isn't this an elf city? The orange-haired girl looks bewildered and replies, you're asking a very strange question. Aren't all half-elves slaves? That statement is like a direct blow to Hardin's spirit. Anger swells within him, causing his hand to grip the bars tight. Slave elves? Are we actually turning our own kind into slaves? This history. Outside, footsteps suddenly sound. Next, a stranger kicks one of the 2 girls straight in the body and shouts, daring to spout nonsense. Your education for these slaves is far too poor. He speaks while continuously kicking the girl's body in front of Hardin, causing Hardin's anger to become even more intense. His teeth grind together. Stop it at once, what do you think you're doing? Hearing this, the stranger stops for a moment, then sneers. Is there a problem with me giving this slave a little punishment? Or is it that you can't accept what your ancestors did to create such convenient little tools? His words leave Hardin's face stunned. Before he can react, Sulman begins to use his magic, accompanied by a threat. I don't know how you got in here. You dogs from Saren are going to die right here. Hardin also guesses Sulman's identity, the Hounds of Tartarus. However, when he tries to use his own magic, it has no effect whatsoever. Damn it, because of these shackles my aura burst is being suppressed. Right after that, Sulman, with his arm covered in dark magic, lunges straight at Hardin. But at the most dangerous moment, a familiar figure suddenly appears. Sulman's massive hand is deflected away. Right after that, a magical explosion appears, sending dust swirling through the corridor. Waiting for the dust to clear a little, that figure unleashes another magical attack. Hardin inside the cell witnesses this and becomes stunned, asking softly, Elena, is that you? Elena smiles and turns her head to reply, Hardin, what on earth is that pathetic look? She also uses her magic to dissolve the shackles. Hardin admires, "It's been a while and you've grown stronger, Alina." She answers arrogantly, "Just look forward to the next battle." On the side, Marin also confusedly asks, You know how to use magic?" Alina ruffles her friend's hair and explains, "The L of right now isn't the same L, Marin. I'm just borrowing my friend's body to get rid of the bad guys here." This statement only confuses Marin even more. Is it an angel descended from heaven? Alina doesn't explain any further but says gently, "Marin, how about closing your eyes until I tell you to open them? Can you do that?" Marin nods. "Yes, understood." Elsewhere, the growling sound continues. After getting hit by a few magic attacks, Solmon's appearance has changed completely. He curses incessantly, "Damn it, this brat." Alina lets out a cold laugh, then stands up and says, "Why don't you just lie there? If you did, maybe I would have forgotten and let you go." As if unaware of his own condition, Solmon still gapes and shouts, "I'll tear you to shreds, you pathetic hero candidate." His words remind Hardin of the time 2 years ago, when the magic duel took place between the first-year representatives of Lumern Academy and Saren Academy. Looking at Alina's seemingly indifferent attitude, Hardin feels a bit of anger in his heart. What kind of attitude is that? "I'll make you look me straight in the eye." But before he can even start his magic, his eyes snap wide open. Because by now he has already lost. The referee announces the victory belongs to Alina Jera. At that moment, I realized that in this world, there exist people who are destined to become heroes. Returning to reality, Solmon has managed to stand up. But facing him, Alina only offers a cold smile. "This time you won't get to leave peacefully." Immediately, she activates her magic. A series of chains begins to shoot forward. Solmon can hardly believe his eyes. His face turns pale. "A guy like me is suffering defeat at the hands of a ragtag hero candidate." Alina mockingly retorts, "To defeat me, you at least have to bring the Corps Commander's confidant here. Low-level magic like yours doesn't have a chance to be my opponent." She speaks while clenching her hand, and waves it, "Well then, goodbye." Afterward, she turns to look at her little friend. "Marin, you can open your eyes now." Marin hears this and opens her eyes. Alina reaches out her hand toward her and smiles. "Let's go, lead the way for me, will you?" Scene change to the princess's private room. At this moment, a reminder sounds, "Princess Serja, please straighten your back and smile more gently. Are you planning to smile like that at the party?" Hearing this, the princess feels embarrassed, reluctantly adjusting her smile. Only when she sees that, the servant nods in satisfaction and continues, "Excellent. You look absolutely beautiful, worthy of the title of princess at all times." "Thank you," the princess replies. The person inside the princess's body is Lunia. At this moment, she is utterly fed up. "To think even after coming all this way, I still have to fake it," she whispers to herself. Before the servant claps to signal the maid standing by. "Everyone, hurry up and finish preparing the princess." Following that, the maids rush in to spruce up Lunia. Once they are done, the redhead is so tired she feels dazed. "So exhausting. How many hours have I been sitting like this?" she wonders. Then she starts looking at everyone and thinks, "And seriously, look at how many maids are serving me. I thought I was being dropped into the body of some powerful noble, but who would have guessed it's a princess? The ancient elves have a monarchy. What time period is it anyway?" Before Lunia can think any further, the servant speaks again. "Princess, before attending King Urkin's birthday banquet, you will go to the audience chamber to meet him alone." The audience chamber is the deepest part of Barharlan. It was created by renovating the interior of the World Tree. Please remember, this is a sacred place that is only opened when the Elf King visits this city. Hearing him say that, Lunia is slightly surprised. They use the World Tree as the audience chamber for the Elf King? Her moment of surprise is immediately spotted by the servant, who reminds her, "Your breathing is erratic again. Please tighten your core." "Ah yes," Lunia replies, but inside she is going almost crazy. Next, after finishing the preparation process, the two quickly move to the audience chamber. Along the way, the servant keeps reminding her, "You are not allowed to make mistakes in front of the king. The current etiquette is perfect. Please just pay attention to your smile a little." "Yes, I know," she replies gently, but inside she complains incessantly. "Compared to the etiquette teacher in Saren, this is probably much heavier, to the point where it makes my ears want to bleed. For now, it's certain that this is a world related to elves. I have to regroup with the others. But how do I recognize them? I'll just go along with them for now to grasp the situation." Thinking this, the chamber door opens. However, from inside, an evil aura reeks out that is bone-chilling, causing Lunia's expression to change. She frowns, wondering, "What is this? What on earth is this?" Lunia panics inside. Before her eyes, the image of a terrifying entity seems to appear, making her face turn pale. However, after the reminder from the servant next to her, everything seems to vanish, leaving Lunia unsure if she just hallucinated. Entering the room, on the throne above, there is a blinding light. Then a gentle voice rings out, "Come here." Hearing this, Lunia's hand clenches slightly from tension. She steps forward, kneels, and bites her tongue. "Happy birthday to you." She thinks to herself, this is inside Barharlan's World Tree. Opposite her, the voice of the Elf King Urkin rings out again. "My daughter Serja, lift your head." On the way here, did you encounter any inconveniences? She lifts her head and replies, yes, everyone treated me very well. But the moment she lifts her head, everything around seems to have changed completely. She cannot even hear what Erkin is saying because of her extreme tension. What on earth is that? Is that a monster of Tartarus? Following her gaze behind the throne, there seems to be a giant figure sitting and clutching its head. Then she refutes her own guess. No, that's impossible, I've seen this before. It looks exactly like in the fairy tale books. It's Erebos. Scene change to the protagonist's location. At this moment, Luna is still opening up. Teacher Akint, turns out I might be an elf who doesn't fit into Barharlan at all. Honestly, lately I've been feeling so tired. Is the magic I'm pursuing something great? Even now, I don't know anymore. Beside her, Leo sees his close friend falling into a depression and guesses quite a bit. History has been completely distorted. Seeing Luna collapse like this, Tartarus's goal is clearly to hinder the hero. How dare they dirty Luna's world? Thinking of this, Leo becomes furious. He clears his throat and says, Luna, in the future, you will become an elf who is more respected than anyone else. I'm certain of it. I know very well that the spell you have can lift you up. The words you once treated as your mantra back in the day, that in the future, you would become an existence that shines as brightly as the stars in the night sky. The encouragement from the protagonist makes Luna's eyes widen quickly. She has regained her confidence, proudly saying, right, it really is like that, isn't it? Seeing this, Leo feels more at ease. Exactly, this look suits you better, now let's go to the party. Leo offers his hand. Naturally, Luna happily agrees. Leo also knows for sure that Tartarus exists in this hero world. If that's the case, from now on, I will eliminate them. Scene change to the party side. Lunia is being surrounded by a group of people, forcing her to give awkward smiles to each one. But only Lunia knows how terrified she really is. Her hands are still shaking incessantly. She cannot forget the scene she saw in the audience chamber earlier. Why on earth is that thing here? Could it be that besides me no one else recognizes it? It's too terrifying. What should I do now? She wonders. Before a confused sound rings out from behind. Greetings, princess. Lunia turns around. The moment she sees that familiar figure, the feeling of fear seems to vanish. She stands up and walks toward the other person, Mu. How could I forget? If so, this place is her world, the ancestor of Nebula Luna. On this side, Luna also introduces herself. I am Luna Rubinuns. Not far away, Seed is also watching everything, then grinds his teeth in frustration. How did that annoying wench get here? Clearly she wasn't invited. Why is this happening? He whispers aloud. Then Leo schools him immediately. You guys have always been like this. That habit of lurking like sewer rats is really your strong suit, isn't it? His voice is full of sarcasm. While Seed pretends to be clueless. What on earth are you talking about, Teacher Akint? Hearing this, Leo sighs with a teasing tone when he sees him still pretending to be clueless. No matter how much you hide, that rotten stench still reeks. You're bold, you will pay the price for the dirty tricks you've done in this world. At this point, Seed doesn't bother acting anymore. He laughs coldly. Currently, I am the vice principal of this smelly elf city. You inhabiting the body of a low-life teacher, what can you possibly do? You guys won't be able to do anything. The world of the great hero you worship will be burned and dissipated hopelessly. Just you wait and see. Saying that, he turns away. While Leo really wants to take his life right now, it's a pity there are too many people around so he can't act. Just then, Luna returns. Leo turns and asks, did you talk to the princess? Luna happily replies, yes, but it seems the princess has changed a lot. She used to hate me, yet now she smiles so brightly at me. Her words immediately make Leo associate it with one thing. Not long after, he finds Lunia to confirm. Teacher Akint, greetings, Princess Highness. Lunia nods gently. Yes, greetings, Teacher Akint. Leo kneels on one knee and speaks, which catches Lunia completely off guard. But Princess Highness, do you happen to know anything about Lumern? From that remark, Lunia guessed that the person in front of her was very likely Leo. So she said she knew the student Lumern. The protagonist's close friend, upon receiving confirmation, felt a bit pleased. I didn't expect Lunia here to be a princess. That will make regrouping much easier. At the same time, an announcement sounded. His Highness Erkin has arrived. They turned to see Erkin slowly approaching. Around him, many people were offering congratulations. You look splendid today, Your Highness. Happy birthday. Seeing his arrival, Lunia awkwardly turned. Ah, Your Highness. Professor Akint, I must go line up now. Leo nodded in agreement. She turned and left. Then Erkin's voice rang out. Thank you all for joining this celebration. Do not trouble yourselves with me. Please enjoy tonight's party. While idle, Leo turned to Luna and said, you're nervous, you don't seem like yourself. Luna replied with fiery eyes, of course I am. This could decide whether I continue to receive Prince Erkin's sponsorship. I'll make sure to win him over. At that moment, Lunia suddenly covered her mouth and bowed slightly. Excuse me, would you like to dance with me? Hearing this, a smile spread across Leo's lips. He agreed, leaving Luna standing beside him bewildered. As they danced, they whispered to each other, "You are Leo, right?" "That's right, Lunia," Leo answered. "How much have you learned about this world?" she asked. Leo explained, "This is the time before the Calamity Era and this is Luna's world." The protagonist's answer fully confirmed the redhead's suspicions. She sighed, "I thought so, after seeing a young Miss Luna. Do you have any clues about the conditions for this trial?" Leo nodded and quickly offered his analysis. Originally, Luna could create star magic, but right now the star magic hasn't been fully formed. That's highly likely. And one more thing, Tartarus is in this world, right here at this very party. His assertion surprised Lunia slightly. She asked, "Do you mean Tartarus is in the past?" Leo shook his head and explained, "Like us, outsiders have also intruded into this place." On her face, Lunia's worry became obvious. She voiced what she'd discovered. "I think that's entirely possible." Lumern, listen carefully, don't get excited. In this world, Erebos is present. Elsewhere, the sorceress Alina snapped her fingers and summoned a giant bolt of lightning that struck the target. She said wearily, "How boring these attrition battles are. Disgusting." Hardin, blow that stench away. Obeying her, Hardin swung his sword, creating a blue blade-shaped energy that shot forward, utterly defeating his opponent. With no enemies left, Alina said boredly, "What a nuisance. Why don't we try wiping everything out with a powerful spell?" Hardin immediately objected, "No, there may be residents here who would be affected." The blonde shrugged and reminded him, "Anyway, this is just a dump. Who cares if it's blown away?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice cut in, "That's not a hero's thought. Those who want to be heroes are always so hypocritical." Only now did Alina's eyes show some interest. "Oh, hello," a snake slithering out from some corner. Standing before her was Biner. She stepped forward, smiling arrogantly. "What an insolent bitch. Keep barking while you still can, because all of you are about to perish." Alina, unafraid, shot back, "No matter how disgusting, a cockroach is still a cockroach. Have you ever seen a person die because of an insect?" In reply, Biner said coldly, "No, you are the ones who will die. Our god is about to awaken." Alina put a hand on her hip, sighed, and asked bluntly, "If you're talking about a god, do you mean Erebos?" At that moment, Biner snapped, "I forbid you to speak his name with that filthy mouth of yours." With that, a wave of evil Kai emanated from her. It wasn't enough to make the blonde tremble with fear. She retorted sarcastically, "My mouth is perfectly clean. I brush my teeth every morning, noon, and night. Don't assume everyone is as disgusting as you. I can't even tell if that smell is corpse or your breath. Oh, maybe it's both." Each taunt from her made Biner tremble with rage. "You damned bitch, I'll tear you apart into 100 pieces." With that, she launched her dark magic straight at Alina's position. Hardin quickly formed a magical barrier to protect Marin. Worried, Hardin asked, "Are you all right?" The next moment, both of their eyes widened. Before them now stood a towering pile of bones. Marin's chilling voice continued, "You yap a lot for wanting to fight. Do you know how many hero candidates I've slaughtered? I am Biner the True Bone." Her declaration made Hardin immediately recognize the demon's identity. Biner the True Bone, that's the infamous demon who's been slaughtering hero candidates for 100 years. She's a legendary monster. He thought for a moment while trying to reassure the trembling Marin beside him. Across from them, Biner conjured a magic orb in her hand and shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm standing here and you're worrying about that fake bitch." Hardin sighed and kindly reminded, "You're the one who should worry about others. If she were so easily felled by this, she wouldn't be worth me overcoming." Sure enough, immediately after those words, a powerful surge of magic shot up into the sky. The pressure was enough to make Biner sweat. "This is pink mana, I've heard of this before." Wait, could it be Alina Jaron? The moment it uttered her name, its head flew off to another place. She stood there and said calmly, "That's right." The severed head fell right in front of Marin. Yet Biner's voice still echoed. "That voice, I can hear his voice now." As she raved, Alina exchanged a glance with Hardin. "The god she mentioned is probably Erebos, right?" Hardin nodded in agreement. "That must be so. It seems this isn't just about passing the hero's two worlds. We must defeat that monster first." Back with the protagonist, Leo was astonished by the news he'd just heard. "Erebos is here." Lunia confirmed firmly, "That's Erebos. I've never met him in person, but I can recognize him immediately." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. "Leo, look at you. You've returned to your original form." As if realizing something, Lunia felt herself slowly changing and blurted out, "Wait, does that mean I'm the same?" Leo looked up at the sky and wondered inwardly, what's happening? At that moment he saw the sky seeming to crack open. It was Erebos' flame. Before they could worry further, the crowd noticed their drastic change and shouted, "Who are you really? What did you do to the princess?" "They're human." The two of them looked ahead with anxious faces. Leo thought, what should we do? At this rate the trial conditions won't be met. On the side, the Hound Seed couldn't help but lash out, "You bastards, how dare you crash this ceremony? What are your intentions?" Leo ground his teeth at the accusation. He thought, this world is collapsing, the evidence of Luna's existence in this world is disappearing. what do I do now? While he still didn't know what to do, Luna stepped forward and asked bluntly, who are you? Where's Professor Akint? The atmosphere fell silent. The protagonist no longer had the headspace to answer. He thought, this world is starting to collapse, clearing the dungeon is no longer the top priority. There is only one way to save Luna's story. We must defeat Erebos. With that thought, Leo stretched his hand toward Luna and activated some kind of magic. A dazzling golden light began to appear between them. In his hand appeared the legendary staff he'd acquired not long ago. He smiled and said, Luna, it's time to save this world again. I need your help. He held out the staff to Luna. Take it. The sorceress hesitated, then accepted it. Immediately she recognized it as folium, though she didn't know why it reacted to her. The gem on the staff shone brilliantly once more. Luna remained confused by her thoughts. He's so strange. Person I should be wary of. But why? Why do I feel like I've known him for a very long time? What is this feeling? The protagonist again asked her for help, and upon receiving the staff, Luna cheerfully replied, all right, I'll help you. On the side, the hound seed fretted inwardly. Wasn't that our achievement? How did it end up in the hands of an intruder? This is getting complicated. I can't believe that Elf Kid is cooperating with him. But he quickly reassured himself, no need to worry. After all, faced with an omnipotent god, this world will be destroyed anyway. With that, he turned and left. Meanwhile, Lunia, caught between the two, had no idea what was happening. I don't understand any of this, but I feel like I shouldn't get between those two. Hearing Leo's proposal that they would go defeat Erebos, Lunia's eyes suddenly went blank. She shouted, you plan to defeat Erebos? Can you face that monster? Leo replied very calmly, you don't need to be so frightened. The Erebos you once saw is likely very different from the one we're facing. Leo said this because he sensed that the presence Erebos emits in this world is not whole. It might be only a tiny shattered fragment, not intact at all. If that's the case, with our current strength we still have a chance to win. There wasn't much time to hesitate, so the three of them hurried on. At that moment Leo remembered one thing, it seems we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I am. Before he could finish his introduction, Lunia cut in. Hello Lord Luna, my name is Lunia Elland. It's an enormous honor to meet you. I wish I could take a picture on such a dreamlike day. I never expected to see you in person and run right beside you like this. Although Luna didn't understand why Lunia was so enthusiastic, she cheerfully replied, nice to meet you, Lunia, but is meeting me truly such a great honor? Lunia answered in a voice full of admiration. Of course, who in the world doesn't know your reputation, Lord Luna? At that point Leo had a chance to introduce himself. I am Leo Plove. Ignoring his introduction, the praise had already pushed Luna's pride to the limit. My reputation has spread so far into the outside world, it seems my genius cannot be hidden even if I try. Words from her idol left Lunia completely weak with awe. So dazzling, I can't believe I'm speaking directly to the progenitor. Only Leo felt emotionally swept away. I recall someone. Anyway, the three of them ran forward and stopped before Sejin Palace. Lunia asked, hey Leo, Lunia, what now? What do you need me to do? Didn't you say something about darkness covering the world tree? Leo nodded and briefly explained the situation. Yes, there's a monster lurking inside the world tree. We'll go defeat it. Saying that, he quickly moved forward. The sorceress Luna strolled on cheerfully as if on a picnic. A monster, not a bad choice for my first glorious feat. When the gate opened, Leo warned the two. There will be many obstacles, be prepared. Sure enough, as they looked inside, Lunia and Luna's expressions changed. The red-headed girl shouted, where on earth did these monsters come from? From her view, a horde of monsters, orcs and werewolves, was charging out from somewhere. Unfortunately, this group wasn't enough to worry Leo. He summoned his sword and remarked, if Erebos is here, this makes sense. This place has essentially become a demon stronghold. Lunia perked up at that. All right, it's time to show the flame I've honed so diligently. Seeing them speak like that, Luna refused to be outdone and stepped forward. You two are quite impressive, so I suppose I should show a bit of what I can do. On the other side, Lunia was so moved she nearly cried. Oh my god, you're about to witness the progenitor's magic with your own eyes. Turning to Luna's perspective, first she formed a sphere of energy in her hand, then released it into the sky, creating a blinding beam of light like a signal. This will guide Chloe and Hardin to their location. So let's go, Leo said cheerfully. Luna replied, you want to go first? Then I'll cast an enhancement buff on you, swordsman. As she spoke, she began to murmur incantations. Very quickly, a layer of magical light covered the protagonist, making him feel an overwhelming familiarity. I can't believe it. I never thought we'd fight side by side like this again. Before he could dwell on it, the monsters began to close in. Leo quietly drew his sword from its sheath. Immediately a cut sliced straight across the monster's face. With a single slash, he completely wiped out the monsters before him. His face was expressionless, showing no emotion. Luna watched and was delighted. Not bad. Lunia herself was somewhat surprised. You're even stronger now, Leo. I can't be outdone. I've also perfected my signature magic. she grit her teeth and began using her magic blood-hued arrows. She created columns of light like jagged teeth shooting up into the sky. Then she thrust her hand, directing all those crimson beams to slash straight at the monsters, tearing them apart in an instant. Luna nodded in praise without holding back. Impressive, I won't be left behind at a time like this. Lunia panted with eager anticipation. I wonder what kind of magic Luna will use. It's a bit disappointing that this sorceress Luna only uses very simple elemental magic. But before she could unleash it, a ferocious shout rang out. Luna gave a gentle smile. She spread her arms and deployed her magic, causing countless sparks of flame to appear all around. Is this enough? Leo breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. It's been a long time since I've seen such primitive yet simple magic. Move aside, Leo, Luna said as she snapped her fingers. Immediately those fireballs rained down below. The redhead admired the magnificent sight before her. So this is the progenitor's power, incredible. As a result, with a very simple spell, Luna easily swept away the monsters, which made her flick her chin with pride. While Lunia still didn't know what she was fussing about, Leo gently placed his hand on Luna's head and praised, "Well done, you're amazing." The white-haired girl initially savored the moment, but the next instant she snapped back to herself and grabbed Leo by the collar, demanding, "You human, you're younger than me, right? So why are you patting the head of someone older than you?" Leo smiled and answered, "You're the one acting like a child, always poised to beg for compliments." That scene caught Lunia's eye. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. They look like old friends. Luna retaliated by continuously ruffling Leo's hair. "I don't need a kid to praise me. If anyone should be praising, it should be me praising you." Leo nodded and let it go. All right, all right. Scene shifts to Alina. Her battle with Biner was still ongoing. Her lower body had completely transformed into an unrecognizable form and shot up into the air. Seeing that, Alina remained calm. "Oh my, how rude." She then gently released a magic bullet toward her opponent and immediately shattered Marin's lower body. However, Hardin knew the matter was not over. "This won't end that easily." Alina nodded in agreement. "The spell has been broken, hasn't it?" As they had said, Marin across from them quickly restored its body and ground its teeth, snarling, "You damned bastards, I'll chew you alive." Then it unleashed a dark magical attack straight at the two of them. Luckily, they reacted in time and leaped to the sides to evade. However, it was enough to make Alina uneasy. "It's faster now, is this Erebos' power?" While she was still thinking, Hardin shouted a warning. At that moment, a gigantic magical vortex formed before her. There was no time to hesitate. Alina immediately thrust her hand forward, creating a magical shield just in time to block the incoming attack. The pressure it generated made sweat bead down her beautiful face. This attack is worlds apart from the earlier one. From Biner's viewpoint, seeing Alina begin to be pushed back, she excitedly said, "You think I'm just faster? How foolish, how naive." The more she spoke, the more the monster's face displayed extreme excitement. And that gradually drove Alina to anger. That one actually hurt, what a nuisance. Saying that, she clenched her hand tightly, released her magic, and shattered the oppressive force bearing down on her. Meanwhile, Hardin stepped closer and reminded her, "Alina, this world is." Before he could finish, Alina understood and said, "I know it's vanishing, just like Marin earlier. But it's not disappearing because we've cleared this area. The world itself is collapsing." At that moment, a shaft of light bloomed high in the sky. They both quickly recognized the signal. That's Leo and Lunia's flare magic. They're signaling us to come right. They must have found a clue to get through here. Hardin put a hand on her shoulder and offered, "Alina, I'll handle things here. You go regroup with the first-year students." Alina folded her arms and said worriedly, "Are you sure you're okay staying alone? That demon has grown considerably stronger." On the other side, Biner also noticed the light in the sky and exclaimed in alarm, "Seed, you bastard. Why are those damned candidate heroes over there?" In response, Hardin said he would handle it. So the blonde stopped worrying. She entrusted everything to him and quickly left the area. Of course, Biner wouldn't let them regroup so easily. "You insolent brats, don't think you can go anywhere," she shouted as she unleashed her magic upward. However, at that very moment, her face split in two. The one who struck, of course, was Hardin. "Where do you think you're looking? Your opponent is me." He spoke with a face full of coldness. Inside Barharlan, Leo had just swung his sword to dispatch the monsters before him and murmured, "Which way is the audience chamber?" Behind him, Luna rushed forward, continuously casting her magic, guiding the group toward the audience chamber. While moving, Lunia's face was drenched in sweat. She thought to herself, "Damn, what a freakish speed. I can hardly keep up with his movements." Not only Lunia, even Luna was extremely surprised. "Who is this kid? We only met today, yet our coordination feels perfectly in sync, as if we've been fighting side by side for years." Soon after, they ran up to the door of the audience chamber. Leo immediately suggested, "Miss Luna, get ready seriously." But at that moment, they were blocked by someone. It was Seed. "Stop! How dare you set foot here, you lowlies? You will never be allowed into this place," he roared. While he was babbling on, Leo lunged forward and severed his head. Why are you so talkative? He complained. Seed's headless body immediately collapsed to its knees. But his consciousness had not vanished. This brat, he has a lot of combat experience. Biner and Salman have probably been taken down. Thinking that, he reattached his head and declared, "From now on I will use my full power." With this power granted by the gods, the protagonist only jeered in response, "Trash is still trash. Even if you use Erebos' power, I'll burn you to ash." Seed snorted coldly, "You dare challenge me, it's pointless." No sooner had he finished than a terrible explosion occurred before him. It was the combination of Leo's crimson flame skill and scorching heat. This made Seed panic and cry out, "What? How can a lowly human wield the Phoenix's fire?" Leo openly explained to him, "Because I am contracted with the Phoenix, I've studied it a bit." Behind them, Lunia immediately recognized it as very similar to her family's secret art. Returning to the battle, Leo rushed in and unleashed a staggering slash. Seed could only let out a miserable scream. The attack also shattered the door. Leo's group then stepped inside. Very quickly they heard a strange sound. "What on earth are those noises?" Luna asked. Leo's companion replied clearly, "At last we meet again, Erebos." Before them sat the colossal form clutching its head, Erebos. On the other side, Lunia suddenly noticed something and warned, "Leo, your hand." Leo looked at his bandaged hand and shook his head. "I'm fine. It's only a replica of your flame," he said as he healed himself. The redhead was stunned that such power could be merely a copy. Luna stepped forward and asked, "Let's see, is that the monster you mentioned? If so, it's simple, deal with it before it wakes up." She then conjured a series of fire orbs high above. However, Lunia was worried. "Wait, Miss Luna, if you bring all of..." Before she finished, Luna smiled and snapped her fingers, causing blinding magic to explode throughout the room. Lunia watched it and was almost frozen to death, speechless. Luna, arms crossed on her hips, said, "It's no big deal." Unfortunately, her words were premature. When the dust cleared, Erebos remained there, utterly unharmed. This wounded Luna's pride and made her want to charge in and brawl again. "What? It wasn't hurt at all, look at this thing." Meanwhile, behind her, Lunia was crying and pleading, clutching her ancestress to calm her down. In fairy tales they say she is very gentle and graceful. Lunia was puzzled. Even Leo thought Luna was a bit hot-headed. Luna was still furious, determined to rush forward and teach Erebos a lesson, while Lunia could only sob and beg her to calm down. Standing behind them, Leo thought, once Luna loses her temper like this, almost no one can stop her. It's nearly impossible. With no other option, he had to use the fatal neck strike trick that works extremely well on idiots. Lunia, witnessing this, widened her eyes. "Miss Luna, are you okay?" "Hey Leo, how dare you hit Miss Luna?" Leo lazily replied, because she kept charging in like an idiot. Unable to tolerate it, Luna immediately lunged to grab Leo by the collar and demanded, "Who are you calling an idiot?" The protagonist took her wrist and calmly answered, "You can't defeat that monster by recklessly throwing yourself at it. Calm down." His words almost snapped Luna back to her senses. However, Leo himself was a bit puzzled. This is strange. Why did Luna's magic have no effect? Even without astral mana, Luna's spells should be completely overwhelming. Besides, even if this is Erebos, it's only a fragment of him. While the group was still wondering, a shout rang out, "You insolent brats!" Luna was slightly surprised because Seed was still alive. His body trembled and writhed as he surfaced on the ground, shouting non-stop, "How dare you be insolent before a god? You lowly creatures dare to trample this place with your filthy feet. I will never forgive you," he proclaimed grandly. But at that moment, Luna descended from the sky and stomped him into a puddle of goo. "Oh my, I came because I was worried about you two. Looks like you're both doing fine, huh?" Seeing her senior arrive, Lunia happily replied, "Miss Alina, you're safe too." Chloe immediately noticed Luna's figure and ran over. "So this is the Starline ancestress." Luna, not fully understanding, smiled and answered, "I don't know who goes by that title, but it sounds cool." Chloe bowed sincerely. "It's an honor to meet you, I'm Alina Geron." "Nice to meet you, I am Luna Rubinans." Immediately after the introductions, Alina approached Leo with a radiant face. "Leo, are you hurt anywhere?" "Oh my, if I'd known I'd have come earlier." Her reaction left Lunia somewhat baffled. Facing a great hero and that's all her reaction is? Even Luna felt it was a bit odd. Putting that aside, Alina looked toward Erebos and asked, "And what is that monster?" Leo explained that it was Erebos. At the moment she heard the name, Alina's expression immediately changed. So when they said a god was awakening, this is what they meant. As if reading her thoughts, Leo elaborated, "Precisely, this is a fragment of Erebos and it's still fast asleep." Hearing this, Chloe realized this was an opportunity. "All right then, destroy it while it's asleep." Unfortunately, before she could cast her spell, the Hound Seed's voice rang out again. "Stop, you blasphemers." As he spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably, as if he had to force himself to remain standing. Seeing how stubbornly he clung to life made Alina a bit annoyed. Why do villains always say such predictable lines? I'm sick of it. I'll grind you to dust so you can never be reborn. The moment she was about to strike, a pressure suddenly descended. The atmosphere inside the room changed completely, and everyone's faces went pale. They turned their eyes to Luna, and indeed saw him surveying everyone. Seed, seeing this, nearly went mad and proclaimed joyfully, "Divinity, the supreme god has awakened. Now bow down and worship, you loathsome remnants of so-called great heroes. Before the flame of this disastrous age tremble in fear," he declared, but was immediately smashed into a meat patty by the very god he worshipped. Immediately after, the monster lunged to attack everyone. Lunia and Alina could only stand frozen in place. However, there was no collision. Lunia opened her eyes and saw Luna using magic to defend. "That monster is terrifying," she whispered. The group behind couldn't help but admire. Indeed, even young, an ancestress is an ancestress. We ourselves have no way to stop it. At that moment, Lunia suddenly noticed Leo had vanished. Hey, more importantly, where did Leo go? Alina glanced ahead. "If you're looking for Leo, he's over there, right up ahead." By their sight, the protagonist was forcing himself forward step by step against the power radiating from Erebos. A second later, the pressure emanating from Erebos abruptly stopped, but the creature had fully awakened. Alina said anxiously, "What do we do now? How can we deal with something like that?" Up front, Leo and Luna were supremely confident. Both replied, "What do you mean? Why ask such an obvious question?" They both turned around and said it with utterly confident faces. This seemed to snap Alina away. Strange, the first years during the gate incident must have felt something like this back then. A feeling of awe. "Well, maybe it's not so bad after all," she said softly. It seemed all the pressure had dissipated. At the same time, Hardin landed and immediately asked, "What is that monster?" The blonde was somewhat surprised. "You're still alive." "That's Erebos." Hardin's eyes widened. "What, that's Erebos?" Luna noticed he had another person with him. "Your teammates too." Luna's expression left Hardin stunned, unable to respond. "That's the Starline ancestress, Miss Luna." Thankfully, Alina cut in. "Idle chatter later. Leo, what's the plan to defeat that thing?" Leo quickly outlined the plan. "Luna and I will take point on the front line. Senior Hardin, you handle the flank. You two in the rear can support safely and intercept all of Erebos' attacks. Lunia and Senior Alina, you two support us from the back." Hearing this, Hardin hurriedly asked, "Wait, shouldn't we place a mage like Miss Luna in the rear while you and I handle the front?" In response, Luna silently summoned her staff. "I absolutely hate hiding in the back just because I'm a mage. Besides, the only people who can stop that monster's attacks are this kid, and perhaps me as well." Her words embarrassed Hardin because she was completely right. Luna declared, "Fine, then let's smash that damned black thing." Leo also shouted a warning to everyone. "Remember this, once you're touched by the black flame, it never goes out. Do everything you can to avoid letting it touch you." Immediately after, Luna was the first to rush in and attack. She used the Hellfire magic, launching a devastating strike at its body. Elsewhere, Pibua was also happily watching everything. "The world's collapsing and I don't care. Let's see, show me why you're called a great hero, Kyle." The flame of Erebos, the eternal flame that never extinguishes, because it consumes everything made of mana. No one can resist these undying black flames, until Kyle appears. Kyle's mana attribute is the natural bane of Erebos. At first glance, his mana seems attributeless. The protagonist recalled his earlier explanation to his former teammates. "You don't need to look twice because it really has no attribute. There's nothing special about it besides its top-tier level. What else makes me comparable to them?" In response, the teammate only offered a small smile. "No, your attributeless mana is different from others, because your mana is purer than anyone else's. Pure means it has the potential to become anything. That's why you're special. In other words, your mana can become anything, Kyle. But looked at another way, it also means it's unaffected by anything. Even Erebos' immortality. That's why you're Erebos' bane." Back to the battle, Leo also hurled himself straight toward Erebos. He gathered a stream of blazing yellow mana into his palm. As he neared the opponent, his whole body shone like a brilliant star. His eyes fixed intently on the foe. Then he used the purification skill. It created a vacuum that sucked all the black flames inside. Lunia and Alina were stunned to see it. Erebos' black flames, they're gone. What kind of magic is this? Turning to Leo, he was the clearest. "This is a unique magic Luna devised for herself. How do you like that, Erebos? This magic has saved my life countless times in battle. It's also the thing that once dealt you a crippling blow." Thinking that, he shouted, "Attack now, Luna." Luna wasted no time and began to cast her spell, creating countless giant magic circles that surrounded the massive monster on all sides. Then her whole body blazed with golden light as she unleashed her magic. But this Erebos seemed completely unfazed. It let out a roar that left Leo puzzled. Why is Luna's attack ineffective? Could it be because she's from the world of heroes? That's highly likely. Erebos is also an alien like me. If number 760's attack worked, we'd be in big trouble. To land a decisive blow on that monster, she has to burn even fiercer. On the other side, Lunia gritted her teeth. She used the sacred flame skill, enveloping herself in a roaring red fire. At that moment, Alina gently embraced her and whispered, "So this is the Lundia clan's flame." Lunia, seeing that, hurriedly warned, "Wait, it's dangerous." But the blonde seemed unconcerned. "You really are a dangerous kid, aren't you?" Lunia sensed a purple magic acting on her and immediately realized the problem. "This part is a sacrifice." Alina nodded and explained further. "Yes, it's the heroic magic left by the elf saintess Menamel. This supreme magic, when cast, takes on the wounds of the target. Right now you're the strongest mage here. Your flame is like a phoenix. The more it burns, the stronger it becomes. But an elf is not a phoenix. You cannot keep burning forever. If even your body can't withstand it, that is the limit of the Lundia flame. Am I right?" Lunia's voice trembled, sounding on the verge of tears. "But if that's the case, then you will." Before she could finish, Alina reached out and wiped her tears away. "Come on, you're not so weak that a first year needs to worry about you. So burn even more. Show me what you can do, Lunia Alundia." By now, the redhead's tone had become resolute. "Don't come crying to me if you regret this." With that, she unleashed her full firepower, making the flames blaze fiercer than ever. Meanwhile, Alina, though bold-mouthed, couldn't hide her genuine worry. At Saren Academy, you must never let your guard down. Opposite them, Erebos wasn't going to let them be. It hurled a magical attack forward. But Hardin stepped in to stop it. He muttered an incantation. "Oh winds, answer my call." He flicked his sword lightly from its sheath. What followed was a lightning-fast slash that cut Erebos' attack cleanly in two. The lingering magic at his back then erupted into a tremendous explosion. Just blocking that single blow was enough to send him to his knees. "So this is the legendary calamity. I can't block it again." Over here, Leo turned to Luna and said, "Hey Luna, can you reinforce Lunia's magic even further? That should be doable, right?" Luna turned to look at the terrible flame Lunia had produced and gasped. "What? You want her to control a high-level spell and make it stronger? Be realistic. Make it feasible first. To wrest control of someone else's magic requires an overwhelmingly superior difference in skill. Besides, if it's a high-level spell with a complex formulation, then taking control is virtually impossible." Despite that, Leo remained confident she could do it. Luna paused, then asked, "What?" Leo praised her. "Luna, you really are a genius." The compliment made her eyes widen quickly. She regained her confidence. "Fine, after all, I am a genius. Now that I think about it, theoretically it's not impossible, right?" Seeing her like that, Leo snorted with a laugh. "Predictable." Luna shouted. "What?" Leo smiled. "I'm counting on you." Next, Luna faced Erebos alone. She raised the staff in her hand. The gem set in it radiated a brilliant light, leaving Luna stunned. "Wait, this spell formula is familiar. It's quite similar to the magic I've studied, and also similar to the magic I'm pursuing. This spell is." Opposite them, giving them no time to wait, Erebos launched another attack. It aimed its massive hand at Luna. Hardin saw this and urgently shouted a warning. Then, a second later, Erebos' arm suddenly exploded in midair. The one who acted was the protagonist. He stood before Luna to protect her. Because of that, Luna's magic continued to be maintained, while the protagonist was still struggling to fend off the attacks. Luna broke into a smile. Immediately after, her whole body radiated the light of the brightest star. The system immediately displayed a notification. Quest, help Luna perfect the spell Origin of the Nebula. Luna, Origin of the Nebula, has completed the star spell. Luna stood beside Leo and cheerfully said, "Leo, you won't die from this, right?" The protagonist heard that and replied confidently, "Of course not." From Luna's position, a brilliant light began to radiate, pointing straight toward the position of the monster Erebos. Looking at this scene, the protagonist also let a slight smile grace his lip. Meanwhile, Luna had gripped her staff tightly and whispered, "If it has to be this way, then." On the other side, Alina and Lunia were still astonished by the power of the magical attack. Controlling the sacred flame, this meant drawing magic from the progenitor of the nebula. Before they could finish their sentence, a fierce fireball formed in the sky above. Luna's voice continued to ring out, "Everything ends here. You annoying, dark-bottomed beast," she said with a smile, then directed the massive fireball downward, creating a terrifying explosion. Its sheer weight crushed Erebos, forcing him to curl up like a shrimp. Everyone around stood silently, watching the spectacle. Luna wore a smile as if she had already foreseen the outcome. Sure enough, just a second later, a monstrous explosion occurred, blowing everything away. A golden fragment landed gently in Lunia's palm. She whispered, "It seems it's really over. We've defeated Erebos." Right at that moment, Alina could not contain her joy and hugged the red-haired girl tightly in bliss. "I thought it would end up smelling burnt. Who knew the scent would be this fresh?" she said while starting to sniff Lunia's body, making her blush intensely. "What exactly do you think you're doing Hearing this, Alina just winked mischievously. It suits my taste perfectly. This expression is so cute. Should we just kidnap you and take you back to Lumern? On the other side, Luna also landed and celebrated the victory. We succeeded. We destroyed that monstrous creature. And I have also completed the magic I have been painstakingly researching for so long. Saying that, she turned to look at the others. You little ones, I was convinced that the elf clan was rigid and formulaic, but I never expected there would be special people like you. The group turned back, embarrassed. Thank you very much, my lady. Hardin also raised his hand to his chest to show respect. Receiving praise from you is truly an honor. The words had barely left his lips when he collapsed forward. It turned out Luna had hugged both of them. Why worry about those formal rituals? Aren't we comrades who have shared hardships on the battlefield? Her words made them so embarrassed their heads were practically steaming. Being embraced by Lady Luna like this, is this a dream? No, this can't possibly be a dream. Behind them, Alina saw this and said amusingly, the goofy demeanor of these representatives from the Saren Academy. If we took a photo to save, it would surely be interesting. Just as she said this, her eyes opened wide. Leo walked forward, reaching out a hand to pull her up. However, this woman flatly refused. Don't go touching a lady who is on her own like that. Besides, shouldn't you take care of yourself first? Your wounds are far more severe than mine. Leo looked at his own palm and agreed slightly. I forgot, senior. While they were talking, Luna continued to call out, it is precisely because of that I have taken one step closer to my supreme magic. This immediately made Alina curious. The secret art you are aiming for, what kind of magic is it exactly? Replying to that question, Luna immediately pushed the other two aside and declared, don't be shocked when you hear it. She stepped forward slightly, as if preparing herself. Hardin and Lunia also felt nervous. The supreme secret art of a progenitor like her, what exactly is it? Unfortunately for their expectations, the secret art Luna mentioned was incredibly ordinary. It is the magic that makes flowers bloom. This statement made the group think of the kind of magic Leo had used before. And the group, including Alina, became blank. Magic that makes flowers bloom. Then the whole group turned to look at the protagonist with fascinated eyes, making Leo shy and unable to look back. On this side, Luna continued, in short, I will accompany you. You have a plan to leave here, right? To go out into the wider world outside, then let me go with you. The words had just ended when they were rejected by Leo. That won't work, we can't do that. Luna sighed with a bit of irritation and asked, why not? The male protagonist stepped forward, gently patted her shoulder and explained, we have our own journey that we need to continue, and you have a path of your own. Luna lowered her head, seemingly still unsatisfied with the explanation. But Leo just gently comforted her. You will definitely find it. Great friends will join you in creating magnificent miracles. You are not alone at all. At that moment, Luna's world, the night chapter of Barharlan, was completely conquered. The space began to crack, signaling that Leo's group would have to leave this place. And Luna seemed to guess that too. She hurriedly asked, are you preparing to leave now too? Leo nodded. That's right, I need to go. He created a flower of light in his palm and instructed seriously, Luna Rubinans, you will become a master of magic greater than anyone else. Save this entire world and receive the respect of the entire elf clan, and then be praised with the title of progenitor of the nebula. Because of that, don't be insecure about yourself anymore. Confident charisma is what truly belongs to you. At that moment, a giant magic circle appeared beneath their feet. It created a scene of a meadow filled with flowers. These words seemed to touch Luna's heart. She held a flower in her hand and smiled, answering, yes. A notification screen appeared, challenge completion reward folium. Scene shift to some strange space. Leo's group was suddenly teleported here. Hardin snapped his fingers, creating a beam of light illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, a piece of paper also silently floated down from above. Leo quickly caught the paper and thought silently, even though it's a bit damaged here and there, it's fortunate it's not as shredded as my books. Turning to Lunia's perspective, she seemed to discover something and exclaimed, wait a minute, Leo. Isn't the object you are holding in your hand folium? Hardin heard this and his eyes went wide, while Leo just gently admitted, exactly. However, it looks like just an empty shell. As he spoke, he transformed the staff into a mark stored on the back of his hand. Meanwhile, Alina did not forget to tease. No one would expect that the first person on the continent to receive folium as a reward would not be an elf. If this secret were exposed, the people at Saren Academy would probably choke to death in anger. Ignoring her sarcasm, Hardin began to entice him. Do you want to transfer schools, Leo Plove? This remark immediately made Alina angry enough to pull his hair while not forgetting to remind him, hey, you jerk, what kind of dirty trick are you trying to pull here? Hardin still ignored her and continued to invite him. The Saren Academy uniforms look much better than the ones at Lumern. Returning to Leo's perspective, he began to wonder where this was, so he cast his eyes to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, he was startled to discover before him the giant statue of Luna. And it wasn't just Luna's stone statue. Everyone quickly discovered the stone statues of others. Lunia exclaimed, Look in this direction, this is the legend Duino. These are all magnificent heroic figures, not a single one is missing. The group voiced their remarks. Meanwhile, Lunia discovered one thing. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, could this possibly be Kyle?" Before her stood the statue of the hero Kyle, who had been forgotten in the annals of history.